He was the top student in school, yet as an orphan living under someone else's roof, he was treated with contempt so much so that no one even bothered to see him off to his profession-changing ceremony. Dawn broke over Beijing City. Inside a white villa, Guo shuffled around in faded red slippers, her tangled curls framing a face full of irritation. She tossed a plate of fried dough sticks and boiled eggs onto the table and screeched, "Mimi, Lin Mo, hurry up and eat. When you're done, get to school for the ceremony." A door swung open. Mimi, still in pink pajamas and half asleep, wandered into the hallway. She spared a disinterested glance at the tiny cubicle where Lin Mo slept. Guo scowled. Why is Lin Mo still dragging his feet? Mimi curled her lips. Who knows? He pretends to study every night, probably burn the midnight oil again. Enough, Guo muttered, waving her hand. Why should I keep quiet? Mimi sneered. He eats our food, uses our things. Are we not allowed to talk about him? Behind the door, Lin Mo closed the ancient tome had been studying all night. His expression remained calm. 10 years of scorn in his aunt's house had long taught him to ignore such barbs. Ever since he had crossed into this world a decade ago, hardship had forged his unshakable resolve. Here, reality intertwined with a game-like system. Monsters roamed. Danger lurked everywhere. And every human received one chance. Adiento, choose a profession that granted combat power. Glory or death, the future was uncertain. 10 years earlier, Lin Mo's parents had vanished during a brutal battle, and he had been taken in by his aunt, Guo, becoming the unwanted orphan in her home. Though Lin Mo stayed at the top of every class, academic honors meant little in an era that worshipped combat professions. If his ceremony assigned him an ordinary civilian role, his life would be wasted. He refused to accept that. To uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance, he had to grow strong enough to reach the summit where secrets are kept. After a perfunctory breakfast, Lin Mo headed for the door. Guo watched him leave and muttered, ungrateful brat. I was actually thinking of giving him a ride today. Nearby, Zhun Maimai, dressed to impress in a black leather skirt and knee-high boots, snorted. Forget it, Mom. Once his ceremony's done, he should be out of our lives anyway. North River High School buzzed with excitement as students gathered for the profession-changing ritual. Wading through the crowd, Lin Mo heard someone call his name. Lin Mo? Over here. It was his deskmate, Wang Jiangwo. He clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder, frowning. Big day like this and your aunt didn't come? I took the school bus, Lin Mo replied lightly. Wang Jiangwo's gaze drifted toward Jin Mimi. She stood at a distance in her stylish outfit, striking enough to draw plenty of stares. Wang sighed. Annoying as she is, you've got to admit she's pretty. Lin Mo said nothing. The ceremony began. After the principal's brief speech, a distinguished man walked onto the stage. He wore a beige suit laced with golden threads and carried a staff that radiated authority. Gasps rippled through the students. That's Grand Mage Liang Yu from the Profession Temple. Liang Yu tapped his staff. A towering obsidian steel flared with violet light, runes swirling across its surface like a tidal wave. Wang Jiangwo's eyes sparkled. What do you hope for, Lin Mo? I'm aiming for assassin, silent, swift, fighting for justice. We'll see, Lin Mo answered quietly. From afar, Jin Mimi shot him a challenging look. She clenched her fists. He's beaten me at academics for 3 years. I won't lose today. A friend nudged her. Mimi, he's still your cousin. Let it go. I'm not competing. She huffed. I just can't stand that fake, aloof face of his. On stage, the Grand Mage's voice boomed. Pan Zhozhou, step forward. A boy with side-swept bangs strode to the steel. Purple light flashed, and the screen displayed his fate, skewer chef. The crowd erupted. Pan Zhozhou collapsed to his knees, shielding his face in despair. Jokes flew from every direction. Hey, being a skewer chef isn't bad. Feed the world, skewer everything under the sun. At least you'll never go hungry. One by one, the students were summoned to the monolith to choose their paths. The stone pillar, 3 meters tall, was etched with dark blue runes that pulsed on and off. Groups of students stepped onto the white circular platform, yet the screen kept spitting out everyday professions: bakers, apothecaries, and the like. Combat and support classes combined didn't even reach 10%. Watching screen after screen of bland blue text, Principal Gao grew increasingly pale, as though the life had been drained from him. Sigh. This year is even worse than the last, he muttered. It was only last year that Meng Junxian had awakened the legendary class Oracle Mage on this very stone, earning Beijing first high, a glorious moment of pride. Standing nearby, Liao Yu, the job temple officiant, smoothed his sleeve and smiled. Indeed, Meng Junxian is Beijing's shining star, top of the provincial rankings and now a student at Imperial University. He was the talk of the town back then. The monolith flashed again. Liao Yu raised his voice. Next, Jin Mimi, please step forward. Every gaze snapped to the girl in the middle of the line. Jin Mimi had long held a spot at the top of the honor roll, and her family was equally impressive. Her father, Lin Mo's uncle, captained the Beijing City Guard and wielded the rare class Holy Swordsman. With such enviable genes, no one expected her to fail. Principal Gao had pinned nearly all his hopes on her. If Jun Mimi could awaken a respectable class, their school wouldn't be steamrolled in the upcoming exams. Legendary would be ideal, but even a rare class would do. His palms were slick with sweat as he silently prayed. Liao Yu narrowed his eyes, studying the girl. Promising seedling, he murmured to the principal. You see something? Gao asked, eyes wide. Her eyes are lively, but there's a chill in them. Strong mental force. I can feel ice elements circling her. She may become an ice mage. An ice mage? Principal Gao shot upright. Mage dubbed the Lords of Magic in the community boasted devastating ranged and AoE damage, making any team scramble to recruit them. An ice mage would be a treasure for dungeon runs. Confident in her own bloodline, Jun Mimi lifted her chin, black knee-high boots clicking toward the monolith. Halfway there she threw Lin Mo a sidelong glance filled with challenge. So what if you ace the exams? They'll show you real genetic superiority. Lin Mo stood in the crowd as calm as a stone, heartbeat steady, not even bothering to raise an eyelid. Liao Yu raised his crystalline-laid staff and gave it a gentle sweep. A purple magic circle blossomed, enveloping Jun Mimi. A heartbeat later, an even colder blue light erupted from within her, swallowing the purple whole. Rune backlash. Gasps rippled through the Crowdan omen reserved for rare classes and above. Her rarity now seemed guaranteed. Blue light surged, washing away the last trace of violet. Golden letters burst across the monolith's face. Jun Mimi Legendary Class, Grand Ice Mage. Perfect mastery of ice magic, overwhelming offensive power, massive AoE, and latest-stage ice shields for allies. The ultimate dungeon powerhouse. Legendary Class. Principal Gao froze, then burst into gales of laughter, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Grand Mage Liao, your prediction was spot on. Liao Yu was just as ecstatic. Had overseen last year's legendary awakening, and now Jun Mimi had given him another breathtaking surprise. With such a high success rate of awakening a legendary class under his guidance, people will soon be lining up for his services. All eyes converged on Jun Mimi, the brightest star under the lights. Liang Yu smoothed the front of his robe, strode over, and offered a warm, deferential smile. Congratulations. Awakening a legendary combat class means your future is limitless. Jun Mimi gave a slight bow. Her humble tone could not conceal her pride. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Knowing the weight of a legendary combat class, Liang Yu added, Miss Mimi, beauty and power in perfect harmony truly admirable. Principal Gao chimed in at once. Her father serves in Beijiang's city guard as a rare class Holy Sword Knight. Like father, like daughter, and the younger now surpasses the elder. Praise from two influential figures thrust Jun Mimi into the limelight. She swept the crowd with a triumphant glance, pausing on Lin Mo. The corner of her mouth lifted. Lin Mo, how could you possibly top me? She rejoined the student ranks and was immediately surrounded. Compliments and questions flew nonstop. The last student who awakened a legendary class, Meng Junshun, had become a legend in Beijiang First High. Everyone believed Jun Mimi would soon be spoken of the same way. It was only a matter of time. In the parents section, Gui Xianhua wiped away tears of joy. Honey, look, our daughter has awakened a legendary class. The Jun family is about to rise. And that Lin Mo, how can he even compare? The brief commotion died down. Liang Yu tapped his staff and resumed. Lin Mo, step forward for your awakening. The crowd parted. Lin Mo walked out calmly. Behind him, Wang Jingwo pumped his fist. Go for it. Surpass Jun Mimi, don't let your brothers down. Principal Gao watched the straight, a student Jun Mimi's arch-rival with eager eyes. He's ranked first in the grade from day one. Liang Yu sized him up. Grades don't matter much for an awakening, but his mental strength is remarkable beyond that. I can't read him. The boy is too composed. The principal nodded, secretly impressed by his depth. Archmage Liang. Lin Mo bowed, polite yet imposing. Liang Yu froze, coughed to mask his surprise, and said, Ahem, let's begin. Cold sweat beaded on his back. This young man's mind is anything but ordinary. Violet light surged from the monolith, enveloping Lin Mo. A pale gold glow then flared from within him, swallowing the violet. Clouds overhead took on a golden rim. A roaring wind rose like a cavalry charge. Lin Mo stood motionless, eyes closed, body ablaze with heat. A moment later, the phantom of a giant, long-haired beast appeared behind him and howled to the sky. The deafening cry rippled outward in golden waves. Faces drained of color. Liang Yu's hands trembled around his staff. Such intense rune feedback, no. This is far beyond that. This is an awakening phenomenon. The gale held on. Principal Gao could hardly hear his own heartbeat, yet caught Liang Yu's shout. The scene made his blood race. Lin Mo was likely awakening a divine rank class, the mythical apex attained by only a handful worldwide. Shock morphed into wild elation. Principal Gao's voice broke as he shouted, This is incredible. We've hit the peak of our lives. The gold-rimmed clouds refused to disperse, and the wind only grew fiercer. The entire training field felt trapped inside an invisible bellows. Its howling drowned out every conversation. The spectacle dragged on for a full half-hour before Lin Mo finally opened his eyes. At once, the gilded clouds unraveled and the gale subsided. All eyes shot toward the newly risen light screen. Lines of radiant text flared into view. Lin Mo, unique hidden class boss summoner. A class never seen in any record. Unique meant Lin Mo alone possessed it. Remembering the phenomenon that had rocked the campus, Principal Gao could barely contain his excitement. Liang Yu was quicker. His crystal stylus raced across the page, copying every detail into the Temple of Awakening's archives. Boss summoner? That already sounds broken. If he can call dungeon bosses, who could stop him? Imagine farming with bosses. Your clear speed would go through the roof. Careful. Some hidden classes look flashy early on, but collapse at second or third advancement. The debate went on. No one could gauge the class' true potential. History held hidden classes worse than ordinary ones, and a few that had catapulted their owners to near-divine heights. Lin Mo's future was anyone's guess, but the scene they had just witnessed was staggering enough. Across the field, the pride drained from Jean Mimi's face. She had thought her earlier Runelight backlash would steal the show, only to be crushed by Lin Mo's heaven and earth spectacle. The difference in strength was obvious. Unacceptable. Lin Mo, so what if you awakened a hidden class? They'll catch up now. They'll surpass you. Jean Mimi clenched her teeth. Over the centuries, only a handful had reached the pinnacle on the back of a hidden class. She pinned her hopes on the upcoming entrance trials. Come, come. Principal Gao's eyes curved into delighted slits as he beckoned Lin Mo over. A hidden class Beijiang number 1 high has never had one before. Liang Yu beamed in agreement. After that display, there's no way it's a dud. Your future is limitless. Lin Mo met their gazes calmly, his expression unchanged. Could you demonstrate one of your class skills? I need first-hand data. As the registry officer of the Temple of Awakening, Liang Yu had to document every new class in detail. Lin Mo nodded. Sure. He raised his hand and tapped open his status panel. A pale gold screen unfolded before him, displaying his attributes in full. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Boss Summoner. Level, 10, Progress 0. Strength, 10. Spirit, 20. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Combat Power, 10. Class Skills, 1. Feeding, LV.1. Feeding a summon boosts its attributes. 2. Boss Summoning, LV.11. The first boss can be summoned without a boss crystal. 3. Summoning Space, LV.11. 4. Skill Sharing, LV.1. The summoner can use any boss skill, its power scaling with the summoner's stats. Equipment, none. In short, Lin Mo had the standard summoner kit with one remarkable perky could bring a boss straight onto the battlefield. The blue-white status screen unfolded in front of him, every line of data glowing crisp in the light. He quickly sorted out the situation. 1. After the first time, any new boss would require its crystal, looted from a dungeon. 2. Feeding was exactly what it sounded like. Keep the summons well fed, and they would grow stronger. 3. The real treasure was skill sharing. Ordinary summoners lacked attack skills and had to hide behind their beasts, or risk getting taken down first. A boss summoner, however, could fire off a boss abilities from the start. No hiding required. If he could keep adding different bosses to his roster, his skill pool would be almost limitless. The thought made him giddy, though his face stayed calm. Lin Mo? Liang Yu called when he drifted off for too long. He blinked back to focus and nodded. Right, let's do a demonstration. Raising his right hand, he drew a gentle current of energy into his palm. Boss Summoning. System Prompt. Summoning the strongest boss available at the current level. White mist burst from his hand and spread in all directions, cutting off everyone's view. The swirling thunderclouds overhead split apart, and the roaring wind fell silent. From the haze emerged a horned silver helmet, followed by a plump light blue body. One arm held a trident, the other a round shield impressive despite its rotund form. Everyone froze. The Slime General? The strongest boss under level 5. The Slime General? Principal Gao and Liang Yu spoke almost in unison. The Slime General landed and instantly positioned itself at Lin Mo's side. When the Principal and Liang Yu tried to step closer, it snapped up its shield and trident with startling speed, adopting a defensive stance. Not bad at all, Liang Yu praised. Don't let the squishy look fool you. At your level, this thing can steamroll the entire starter zone. If you manage to summon higher-level bosses down the line, well, the sky's the limit. It was no exaggeration. Judging by any reasonable metric, Lin Mo's potential was enormous. Satisfied with the demonstration, he recalled the Slime General back into the summoning space with a thought. Liang Yu finally concluded that the class power lay somewhere between Legendary and Divine tier. Seriously? Another class that outstrips Legendary by a notch? The students burst into an uproar, vowing to cling to Lin Mo for future monster runs. Unfortunately, Lin Mo was always cool and quiet. In 3 years of high school, he had befriended only his deskmate, Wang Zhengwo. In the center of the auditorium, the class change ceremony was in full swing. A vast magic array spun and flashed as more than 300 beams of light rose, signaling the end of the process for every student. When the radiance faded, Wang Zhengwo blinked behind Lin Mo like a shadow and laughed aloud. I did it. I'm officially an assassin, and a rare shadow assassin at that. On stage, the principal could barely contain his delight, clapping so hard the sound echoed through the hall. This year's results are far better than last year's. He raised a hand, and the room fell silent. First, congratulations to everyone. Second, don't feel discouraged if you drew a life skill class. Every profession deserves respect. Work hard, and your future will shine. He paused, then suddenly raised his voice. And remember, whatever difficulties you face, don't be afraid. Face them with a smile. The best way to conquer fear is to confront it. Perseverance leads to victory. Let's go AOLIGEI. Aologi. The hall exploded in response, fists pumping as the chant boomed. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Students, changing classes is only the first step. Next comes the entrance exam. It starts in 10 days, and every academy in the country will be watching your scores. Until then, the novice training zone remains open. It's stocked with level 1 to level 10 monsters for new students. Once you hit level 10, you're locked out. The ceremony ended and the crowd gradually thinned. Wang Zhengwo elbowed his way to Lin Mo's side, whispering excitedly, Lin Mo, let's level up together. You can summon a boss and tank the mobs while I burst them down. We'll climb the ranks in no time. Lin Mo shook his head. No, I'd rather level solo, and I think you should too. Why? Wang Zhengwo asked, bewildered. Lin Mo gave a faint smile. As a top student, he knew the score better than anyone. Veteran players had already proven that solo grinding during the novice phase was the most efficient way to level up. In a party you had to split experience and loot, and sloppy teamwork usually slowed things down. It was smarter to wait until later, when high-level dungeons got tough, before teaming up. Lin Mo laid out this logic in a few concise sentences. Wang Zhengwo curled his lip, clearly disappointed. I was hoping we could fight side by side, he grumbled. Whatever, everyone's on their own. Just watch yourself when you're farming Jin Mimi's eyeing you like a wolf stalking a lamb. Hearing that, Lin Mo glanced toward the crowd. Jin Mimi was chatting with his aunt, but her gaze kept flicking his way, cold and sharp. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. Who was the wolf and who was the lamb was still up for debate. The class change ceremony wrapped up, and since the novice training zone wouldn't open until morning, the crowd dispersed quickly. Back at his aunt's house, the living room was brightly lit yet stifling. Aunt Guixianhua and Jun Mimi sat stone-faced, their eyes locked on Lin Mo. Since Lin Mo's uncle had become captain of the city guard and was rarely home, mother and daughter felt free to make his life miserable. So I hear you switched to some hidden class? A boss summoner, or whatever, Guixianhua sneered. Never even heard of it. Must be useless. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, slipped into his house shoes, and headed for his room. If he couldn't win this fight, he could at least avoid it. Suddenly Jean Mimi stepped forward, gripping his wrist so hard her knuckles went white. I want a contest, she hissed. A contest? Lin Mo's voice was cool as ice. She released him, spun around, and flung a Jingdu Academy recruitment brochure at his feet. The booklet traced a sharp arc through the air. Let's see who can earn the top score and get into Jingdu Academy. Their gazes clashed, the air almost freezing in place. Lin Mo answered with a single syllable. Oh. Then he walked away without another word. Don't act like being aloof makes you cool. I'm betting on this. Jin Mimi shouted at his back, then turned to her mother for support. Mom, look at him. Guixianhua sighed and shook her head. That boy's immune to threats and bribes. Save your breath. Mimi, prove yourself with your grades. Jin Mimi stamped her foot in frustration. She had awakened a legendary talent and thought she'd be unbeatable, but Lin Mo's dependent relative had appeared out of nowhere. Still, she believed her legendary class could outshine his. When the finals came, she would crush him. The bedroom door clicked shut, sealing out the noise. Lin Mo only chuckled at Jun Mimi's wager. Jingdu Academy was already his goal. He drew a bronze badge from inside his shirt. Under the lamp it gleamed softly, the Academy's crest etched on its face. It was the only keepsake his parents had left him and the deepest mark on his life. Just as he started to put it away, a surge of power exploded in his palm. BZZZZ. The badge flared like a shooting star and shot into his body. An immense voice thundered in his mind. God-tier class system initializing. Boss Summoner upgraded to God-tier Boss Summoner. A system notification? Lin Mo froze in thrilled disbelief. A shaft of warmth gathered at his fingertip, guiding him to tap an invisible key. Pale gold light rippled out like water, and a brand new status panel materialized at once. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Boss Summoner Unique. Level, 10, 0.00. Strength, 10. Spirit, 20. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Combat Power, 10. Class Skills, 1. Divine Feeding LV.1 Feed a summon to grant it double stats. 2. Divine Boss Summoning LV.101 The first boss can be summoned without a boss core. 3. Divine Summoning Space LV.115. 4. Divine Skill Sharing LV.1 The summoner can cast a boss skills, with power based on the creature's stats. Divine Passive, Share the burden. The summon takes 100 of the damage meant for the summoner. Equipment, none. It's jumped more than one tier again. Even the normally calm Lin Mo felt his heart hammering. Not only had every skill been upgraded, the system had also generated an extra divine passive share the burden. As long as his summon lived, so would he, and the stronger the creature became, the stronger he would be. Heart racing, he opened the divine summoning space and pulled out the slime general. A flash of gold burst forth. The once blue little slime now gleamed with a dazzling luster, its body doubling in size and shoving Lin Mo into a corner. Soft jelly pressed against his cheeks, nearly cutting off his air. Hey, could you move over a bit? The slime sucked in its girth with a pop, and he finally drew a full breath. The golden slime general's tiny horns and iron helm had turned to gold as well. A gilded breastplate covered its chest, a floor-length cape trailed behind it, and its trident looked a good deal thicker. Lin Mo instantly called up its stats. Summon, Golden Legend Slime General. Strength, 500. Spirit, 200. Agility, 200. Constitution, 500. Skill, Leaping Slam Divine Ear. Deals area crit damage equal to 10 times strength. Pure Tech and Pure Menace. Lin Mo swallowed hard. Those numbers were downright criminal. In the rookie zone, nothing would survive long enough to leave a trace. 500 strength was what a fully geared level 10 warrior might have, and the slime's leaping slam was insane. One casual belly flop could wipe an entire quarter of bosses. Best of all, this was only his first boss. Night passed without incident. At dawn, the school buses ferried the freshly awakened students into the starter leveling zone. The day before, several thousand students across Beijiang City had awakened. Combat and support classes alike now gathered here to grind levels and race toward their dream universities. Outside the gate, principals from various schools exchanged pleasantries. Some smiled in satisfaction at their energetic students, while others frowned in silent worry. Principal Gao, I hear your school produced a legend tier class. The principal of Beijiang number 1 high beamed. Haha, that's right. Her name is Jinmimi. Not only is she stunning, her class is unbelievably strong. An ice grand magus, her future is boundless. Old Jin's daughter? Someone in the crowd suddenly realized, then corrected himself. We should call her Captain Jin now. No wonder, like father, like daughter. Another rumor surfaced amid the chatter. I also heard there's a hidden class, something like a summoner? Principal Gao frowned slightly. He scanned the group before he spoke. To be honest, I'm not sure what makes that class so impressive. If we treat it as part of the summoner line, its numbers can't match Jun Mimi's Ice Grand Magus. He pushed up his glasses and shifted his tone. Still, Grand Magus Liang Yu, who handled the class change, swears the kid's summoner potential rivals a legendary class. He finished with a wry grin. I don't see the big deal, personally. In the starter zone, it looks flashy, but once you head for the wilderness or an advanced dungeon, one boss-level summon isn't enough. When Lin Mo first awakened his hidden class, Principal Gao had been fired up, too. Yet the more he studied its mechanics, the less hope he saw, and by now had nearly written the boy off. Where is he? Someone asked. Principal Gao pointed with his chin. Over there. Beside the coach, Lin Mo hopped down with his luggage, Wang Zhangwo trailing him like a keychain. As the door clicked shut, Jin Mimi hurried out. Lin Mo, don't forget our bet. Lin Mo paused, expression blank, then silently headed for the starter zone gate. Wang Zhangwo hustled after him, eager for gossip. Hey, what's going on with you two? What bet? Lin Mo shot him a sidelong glance. She bet me on whole get into Capital Academy with the highest score. What? Capital Academy? Wang Zhangwo yelped. Just then Principal Gao approached, and the students of Beijiang number 1 high lined up in front of him. He cleared his throat. Before you enter the starter zone, remember to act tough. Advanced class students can solo. Standard classes should team up with support roles. His gaze settled on Jin Mimi, and he nodded. You, Jin Mimi, should solo. With your class, hitting level 10 in 3 days is easy. Once you do, come see me, and I'll sign you straight into the wilderness zone. Everyone understood. The principal was grooming Jin Mimi for the provincial top spot, just like last year's star, Meng Junqian. Principal Gao leaned closer and added, your target Capital Academy. The surrounding students buzzed. Capital Academy was one of the hardest schools in the country, nicknamed a practitioner's purgatory, a devil's training ground. Last year Beijiang City sent only one student, Meng Junqian, who took first place with 5,600 points at level 15. Wang Zhangwo glanced at Lin Mo and couldn't hold back. He raised a hand. Principal, isn't Lin Mo's class stronger than Jin Mimi's? Shouldn't he get even more support? The question froze the air. Principal Gao's brow twitched. Lin Mo yanked Wang Zhangwo back into line and shot him a glare. Thanks a ton, genius. Lin Mo had never been the flashy type. He knew all too well that the tallest tree catches the wind, so he kept a low profile in any crowd. Wang Zhangwo stuck out his tongue, realizing his earlier comment had been a bit reckless. Headmaster Gao looked up, his sharp gaze lingering on Lin Mo before he spoke in a solemn tone. Having lofty goals is admirable, but if your sights are set too high, I'm afraid you might chase quick results and lose your footing. Grand Magus Leon, you did praise your hidden class, but I want pin blind hopes on you. Confidence is fine and patience is not. Lin Mo simply nodded. He never said more than necessary and felt no need to explain himself. After weighing his words over and over, Headmaster Gao still delivered them harsh as they were. He wanted Lin Mo to face reality. Lin Mo hoped to enter the Imperial University in the capital. That school was one of the toughest in Huaxia. Monsters in the beginner zone capped at level 10, yet last year Ming Junshin had barely made it in at an astounding level 15. To reach that mark, you couldn't just farm the newbie area. You had to leave the safety of the walls and venture into the true wilderness. But the wilderness was an entirely different world. A few years ago, a band of newly minted level 10 adventurers swaggered out to hunt on their own within hours. They were reduced to a pile of bones. Is it really that scary? The students whispered among themselves. Headmaster Gao cleared his throat twice, silencing the buzz. Panic before the monsters even showed up would do no good. Just then, the light screen above the beginner training grounds brightened, announcing the zone's official opening. Headmaster Gao surveyed the crowd once more. Remember, staying alive comes first. The trainees scrambled to form parties, though a few insisted on going solo. Wang Zhangwo moved the fastest. He grabbed the wrist of a curvy healer. Lily, you handle the heals. I handle the kills. Perfect teamwork. Lily glanced up with a shy smile, then looked away. Wang Zhangwo added, a mixed pair gets the job done without a care. Waving to Lin Mo, he dashed into the training zone with Lily in tow. Lin Mo watched them disappear and frowned. He had advised Wang Zhangwo to grind alone if possible, but the guy's fear of loneliness had won out. Hey! A sharp female voice yanked him from his thoughts. Jin Mimi stood with her hands on her hips, eyes narrowed in a playful challenge. Don't forget our bet, let's see who levels up faster. She had caught every word of Headmaster Gao's warning and felt even more confident. Jin Mimi now looked every inch the shrew. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered. He shrugged and headed toward the training grounds. Hey, did you hear me? Lose that ice-cold face. You think you're Daniel Wu or something. Not answering means you agree. At the entrance, Lin Mo stopped, turned back calmly, and said, my name isn't Hay. The beginner training grounds had been built by human powerhouses. The monsters inside were modified and weakened, nowhere near as dangerous as those in the wilderness. The zone existed to nurture talent. If rookies fought wild monsters right away, casualties would be heavy, something humanity could ill afford. Because it was man-made, the beginner zone looked as if a tailor had stitched together scraps of wildly different fabrics. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Mo spotted a small hill blanketed in tender grass, the tips glowing bright green under the sun. Not far away, 3 pale blue slimes squatted around a charcoal fire, sparks crackling while steam billowed from an iron pot, as though they were cooking something. Monsters here never attacked first, so if he wanted experience, Lin Mo had to draw their aggro. After a brief thought, he decided to keep the slime general in reserve and test his own fists. Hey there, little slime. He walked up and called out. The blue slime by the pot heard him, its round face twisting into a scowl as it snatched a tiny steel fork and lunged. A line of data flashed across his vision. Blue slime. Level 1. Strength 10. Spirit 5. Agility 10. Constitution 15. Passive skill, gooey body, reducing incoming damage by 5. Perfect timing. Lin Mo raised his fists and threw a straight punch. Crunch. The slime was blasted a meter back into the grass. His knuckles swelled at once, but thanks to his shared suffering skill, he felt no pain. Few fighting without a summon is rough, he muttered. Every summoner wants to brawl once in a while, yet real confidence still comes from their creatures. He chose not to keep showing off. Across from him, the bruised slime muttered with its companions, as if saying, this newbie isn't that tough, we can take him. All 3 tightened their little forks and charged. Lin Mo opened his right palm, and a streak of golden light erupted. Thud! The 3 blue slimes were blown backward. When the light faded, an enormous golden slime stood before him, radiating menace. The blue slimes glanced at their tiny forks, then at the slime general's golden trident, and began to tremble. At Lin Mo's command, the golden slime swung its weapon. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Blue slime killed. Experience 10. Blue slime killed. Experience 10. Blue slime killed. Experience 10. A grandfather beating his grandkids, Lin Mo chuckled. The slime general had cleared the field without effort. A quick check showed those 3 kills had pushed his bar up by 15%. Not bad at all. He switched to full massacre mode, directing the slime general to sweep across the hill. Grass clippings flew, blue goo splattered, and a dozen slimes collapsed. In barely 15 minutes the experience bar was full, and Lin Mo leveled up. He opened his status panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Tier Boss Summoner Unique. Level, 24.0.00. Strength, 20. Spirit, 30. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Combat Power, 20. Class Skills, 1. Divine Feeding LV.1. When a summon is fed, all of its attributes are doubled. 2. Divine Boss Summoning LV.101. A boss can be summoned for the first time without a boss core. 3. Divine Summoning Space LV.115. 4. Divine Skill Sharing LV.1. The summoner can cast a boss skills directly, with power calculated from the summoned stats. Divine Passive. Share the burden. The summon takes 100 of the damage aimed at the summoner. Equipment. None. Seriously? A divine tier summoner grows this slowly. Lin Mo scrolled through his panel, grumbling to himself. Each level granted only 10 attribute points. Still, his overpowered bosses and the cheat level share the burden meant even a weak base could be carried to the top. In short, the growth penalty was negligible. He also noticed that all of his class skills had been reset to level 1 after becoming divine tier. Even a broken class has to grind, he muttered with a shrug. On the way, he had slain plenty of slimes, amassing piles of materials and random gear. The nutrients in those materials could be absorbed by a summon to raise its stats, making them perfect for testing divine feeding. Select material feed. At his command, the slime general opened its round body as if welcoming a banquet. A gentle warmth flowed through their contract and into the summon. Moments later, Lin Mo reopened the slime general stat page. Summon, Legendary Gold Slime General. Strength, 500. Spirit, 200. Agility, 200. Constitution, 500. Skill, Leaping Critical Divine Ear. Deals area damage equal to 10 times strength. Feeding Progress, 20. Divine Skill Research Progress, 10. The attributes had not risen yet, but 2 new entries Feeding Progress and Divine Skill Research had appeared. Lin Mo immediately understood. Keep feeding, and new divine skills would unlock. Congratulations, Lin Mo Divine Feeding has leveled up. The system notification chimed. Divine Feeding LV.2. When a summon is fed, all of its attributes are increased 5-fold. So skill levels depend on proficiency. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as though he had just discovered a new continent. Most of the slimes on the hill had already fallen to Lin Mo. On the sun-scorched grass lay pieces of ooze-covered corpses, green pus slowly seeping into the soil. He glanced around to make sure nothing was still alive and muttered inwardly that using the overpowered slime general to farm level 1 to 3 mobs was a complete waste of time. He decided to push deeper into the zone in search of level 5 to 8 elites, and with luck, maybe an even higher level boss. Unlike dungeons, bosses and starter areas are rare, and each of them drops a precious boss crystal. Lin Mo still had 4 empty slots in his divine summoning space, so another powerhouse would fit nicely. Under the blazing sun, the golden membrane coating the slime general threw off dazzling reflections, and the trident in its claws glinted with a cold edge. A single mental command from Lin Mo sent it charging forward. Warrior Slime Slain. EXP 30. Archer Slime Slain. EXP 30. Fully Armored Slime Leader Slain. EXP 100. In just a few minutes, a flood of experience points pushed Lin Mo deep into the starter zone. The terrain ahead bore no resemblance to the green hills behind him, as if 2 worlds had been crudely stitched together. Only a narrow, winding creek separated them. On the far bank, the sky was smothered by heavy black clouds, plunging the light into gloom. Scattered dead trees were scorched and cracked by lightning. Their twisted branches looked like blackened claws. A clammy wind skimmed across his skin, sending a shiver down his spine. The Thunderwood Ruins. The name jumped straight from the pages of a book to his lips. According to the lore, level 5 to 8 Nightshade cat demons, minotaurs, and other elusive threats lurked here, dangerous enough that even level 7 or 8 players rarely ventured in. Most beginners preferred grinding high-level slimes instead. Lin Mo, however, liked to go against the grain, and the boss spawn rate here was much higher than elsewhere, perfect for testing the waters. The creek was narrow, and a few strides carried him to the opposite bank. Looking back, the stark contrast of light and dark was almost surreal, prompting him to joke, "That backdrop looks way too fake." He lowered his steps, crunching across lightning-split branches that squeaked underfoot. The air grew heavier, the light devoured by the clouds until only a gray haze remained. No wonder ordinary novices refused to come. The atmosphere alone could scare anyone off. He ordered the slime general to flank him on both sides while he stayed on high alert, scanning the shadows. Snap! A branch cracked beneath his boot, the sharp sound piercing the stillness. The next instant, 3 silvery slashes ripped through the darkness behind him. Nightshade Cat Demon. Nightshade Cat Demon level 7. Strength, 90 Spirit, 80 Agility, 100 Constitution, 80. Skill, Razor Claws. He had barely registered the danger when the creature's claws were already raking across his torso. Any ordinary summoner would have been carved to pieces, but his passive ability, Shared Burden, split the physical damage and nullified it. The slime general a short distance away merely twitched, as if it had been tickled. Sure enough, the damage had been redirected. The Nightstalker Cat Demon lowered its gaze to the cold glint of its own claws, disbelief flooding its face. Its strike had landed, yet Lin Mo's clothes weren't even torn. Furious, it lashed out again, razor-sharp talons whistling toward the boy. Lin Mo's lips curved. Perfect chance to test a new trick. He raised his hand and shouted, "Divine Skill Share." A golden stream shot from General Slime, became a beam, and plunged into Lin Mo's chest. System messages instantly scrolled past. Acquired General Slime skill. Leap crit. Leap crit. With a tap of his toes, Lin Mo sprang into the air like a compressed spring, skimming past the cat demon's claws. The Nightstalker cat demon swiped at nothing and let out a bewildered meow. Upon landing, Lin Mo felt his mana plummet, as though half his power had been drained, cold sweat beading on his brow. So sharing a divine skill drains that much MP? He muttered. Denying the enemy another chance, he tucked his legs and slammed down like a hammer, crashing onto the cat demon's soft belly. Bones cracked, flesh tore, and blood splattered. Nightstalker cat demon killed. EXP 800. Panting, Lin Mo said, few without all these skills. I'd have been turned into dried fish. I need a fix for this mana hog. He pressed on through the ruined trail and encountered 2 more patrolling cat demons. Already on guard, he struck first. After a brief skirmish, he felled them both. Nightstalker cat demon killed. EXP 700. Nightstalker cat demon killed. EXP 700. A series of chimes sounded, and a pillar of light shot up around him. Level up. LV.2, LV.3. Less than half an hour had passed since he entered the instance, and his stats rose across the board. Lin Mo fed all his loot and earlier materials to General Slime. Feeding progress, 70. Divine skill development progress, 30. He nodded. Materials from the Thunderwood ruins really do stack fast. Jumping from level 1 to 3 had taken under 2 hours. At this pace, he might touch level 6 before the newbie zone closed today. Anyone else boasting they'd hit 6 in a day would be laughed off, but the overpowered boss Lin Mo had summoned made grinding effortless. Normally, reaching level 10 in 10 days guarantees entry to most top universities, for an elite school like Jingdu Academy, though level 10 is only the beginning. Meanwhile, the tea lounge outside the newbie zone was packed with principals and instructors from every major academy, all debating this year's rising stars. The principal of Beijiang First High, Principal Gao, was the center of attention. One principal raised his cup and laughed. Principal Gao, looks like you've got another Meng Junshin on your hands. Zhen Mimi awakened as an ice grand mage head and shoulders above the rest. Principal Gao beamed. Yes, her target is to match or even surpass Meng Junshin. What about Lin Mo? He's on a hidden class, isn't he? Gao shook his head. I only hope he exceeds my expectations. You're not optimistic? He merely smiled and shook his head again. Everyone understood the pace set on day 1 usually caps the days that follow. If Zhen Mimi couldn't break level 6 today, Jingdu Academy might never open its gates. As levels climb, required experience rises exponentially. You might rocket to 6 on day 1, but day 2 might yield only 3 levels, or even 2. Beyond level 10, progressing any further becomes exponentially harder. Level 10 is a true dividing line. Lin Mo had been grinding in the novice zone for 3 straight hours. The slime general floated at his side, its translucent body serving as a mobile shield. Wherever it drifted, monsters fell and droves. The nightshade Catsprite never managed a screech before a trident skewered it, and the Minotaur's giant axe shattered the instant a leaping critical strike came down. His experience bar rocketed upward, and an electronic voice echoed once more, announcing his successful level up. While the battlefield was still warm, Lin Mo hurled every freshly dropped material straight into the slime general. Congratulations, Lin Mo Divine Feeding has leveled up. A full status panel unfolded in front of him. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Rank Boss Summoner Unique. Level, LV.40.00. Strength, 40. Spirit, 50. Agility, 40. Constitution, 40. Combat Power, 40. Class Skills. 1. Divine Feeding LV.3 Feed a summon creature to grant it a tenfold boost to all stats. 2. Divine Boss Summoning LV.101 First-time boss summons require no boss core. 3. Divine Summoning Space LV.115. 4. Divine Skill Sharing LV.1 The summoner can use the boss skills, power scales with the creature's stats. Divine Passive Skill. Share the burden. The summon absorbs 100 of damage aimed at the summoner. Equipment, none. Feeding progress, 100. Divine Skill Research, 40. The feeding gauge is finally maxed out. Took long enough. Lin Mo looked up as the slime general burst into dazzling gold light, a gentle yet scorching wave of energy rolling outward. Summon creature, Golden Legend Slime General. Feeding rank, 2. Strength, 700. Spirit, 400. Agility, 400. Constitution, 700. Skill, Leaping Critical Divinized. Deals area damage equal to 20 times strength. Divine Skill Research, 40. A tenfold boost across the board, 200 points, just like that. Lin Mo grinned at the numbers. Even the skill damage has doubled. He noticed a brand new field feeding rank on the stat list. Though progress on Divine Skill Research was still slow, the other figures were enough to set his pulse racing. Just as he was about to rest, a shrill wail suddenly rose from the withered forest nearby. Beneath the leaden sky, the soul-rending scream sounded even more mournful, as if trying to rip a hole in this dim world. Lin Mo's heart clenched. Peering past the swaying dead branches, he sensed a chilling surge of energy. This power. A boss monster. The moment Lin Mo realized it, excitement surged through him. He moved forward with cautious stealth, the immense aura ahead growing clearer by the second. If his classmates discovered that a level 4 rookie had broken into the Thunderwood ruins to hunt a boss, they would probably laugh themselves sick. Fortunately, the slime general forged ahead, smashing knee-high deadwood with a loud crack. Any stray creature that tried to block the way was turned to pulp by a casual swing of the slime general's 700-point strength. In less than half an hour, Lin Mo reached the heart of the ruins. The space opened up, charred lightning-blackened trunks swayed on both sides, and a pale yellow halo pulsed at the center. Suddenly the halo let out a thunderous howl. From the shadows stepped a hulking figure, a minotaur, twice the size of an ordinary one. Twin gray taxes hung from its fists, and every stomp of its massive hooves split the ground. Lin Mo pulled up the data panel. Boss monster, Minotaur Lord. Level, 10. Strength, 300. Spirit, 150. Agility, 300. Constitution, 400. Skill, Bull Rush stuns the target for 5 seconds on hit. Phew, still nowhere near the slime general, he muttered, patting his chest while double-checking the battle plan. The Minotaur Lord saw that its challenger was merely a low-level slime clad in shining armor. Steam jetted from its nostrils, the halo at its feet flared brighter, and it bellowed, "You dare invade the Thunderwood ruins? Die!" Then it launched a blinding bull rush. From a safe distance, Lin Mo issued a mental command. "Ready, charge up." The slime general tossed aside its trident and compressed itself into a flat, rubbery disc. "Go." At the order, it sprang skyward, soaring dozens of meters. Skill critical leap, activated. Halfway through its charge, the Minotaur Lord looked up just in time to see a dark void open in the slime's belly. The void ballooned as the slime plummeted. Boom. The impact rocked the earth. Every lightning-scorched trunk within 50 meters exploded into black dust. Critical Leap's blast radius was a full 50 meters. The Minotaur Lord died without ever understanding how it was felled by the lowest-ranked creature on the continent. System message, Minotaur Lord defeated. Experience 5,000. Boss one-shot experience doubled. Lines of white light rained down. Lin Mo leveled up 3 times in an instant. A soft glow spread across the ground, revealing 2 pieces of loot. 1. Minotaur Lord Boss Crystal. 2. Minotaur Black Iron Set Special Equipment, feedable. A boss crystal and a black iron set? And it's feedable too? Lin Mo grinned. This low-level set barely boosted Lin Mo's stats. The resources were better spent on his divine tier boss. After weighing his options, he stowed the gear in his backpack and accepted the pale yellow sphere the NPC handed him. As the light dissipated, an oval crystal as smooth as jade rested quietly in his palm boss core. Lin Mo wasted no time. He crushed the crystal, letting shards of light surge through his meridians. His gaze flicked to the character screen, where the class skill tab updated instantly. Class skill, Divine Tier Boss Summoning LV.111. Note, no core required for the first summon. It worked. Lin Mo looked up and met the gaze of the slime general hovering before him. The plump blob blinked its wide eyes, bobbing up and down in curiosity. Lin Mo tilted his chin. "How about I find you a partner?" The slime general bounced in place, clearly thrilled. With a thought, cast Divine Tier Boss Summoning. Success. The summon boss has been upgraded to Divine Tier. Golden particles spiraled across the ground, coalescing into a minotaur half a meter taller than the slime general. Its golden armor blazed, and twin war axes gleamed with a deadly chill. A deafening roar shook the air, dust billowed skyward, and a fissure split the gloomy heavens, letting sunlight spear through the ruins of Lin Mo. The Divine Tier aura rolled out like a tidal wave. He instantly brought up its stats. Summon, Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord. Strength, 900. Spirit, 450. Agility, 900. Constitution, 900. Skill, Bull Rush Divine Tier Stun duration increased to 20 seconds. Cough. Cough. The numbers made him clear his throat. All 4 attributes surpassed those of the slime general at level 2, and Bull Rush could leave a target helpless for 20 full seconds in an unknown duel that was practically a death sentence. At the moment, the 2 divine bosses flanked him like twin guardians, shielding him completely. But a new problem surfaced. To keep growing, summon bosses had to be fed resources. Judging by the stats, the Minotaur Lord offered the best return on investment, yet the slime general had been his first divine companion. Lin Mo settled on a plan. Ordinary materials would go to the slime general, while any special gear would be reserved for the Minotaur Lord, advancing both at once. No sooner said than done. He dumped every material and piece of equipment from his pack. Summon, Legendary Gold Slime General. Feeding progress, 10. Divine Skill Research progress, 70. Summon, Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 20. Divine Skill Research progress, 10. They were already deep inside the Lin Mo ruins, and the monsters along the way had been almost completely wiped out. The next respawn wouldn't occur until the zone reset the following day, but Lin Mo couldn't wait. He set off at once for the next area. The nearest starter zone was only a half-hour walk from the ruins. After traveling on foot, he lifted his eyes and saw a world of gold. A vast, endless desert stretched to the horizon. The rookie training grounds, the final leveling zone, the Gaian Desert. In the official beginner's leveling manual, this wasteland is boxed in red with glaring warnings. Its monsters share the same level range as those in the Lin Mo ruins, yet every newcomer agrees it is the true land of death. The reason is simple. Creatures hide beneath the sand, erupting without warning to swallow intruders whole, leaving not even bone dust behind. Their levels are low, but they travel in hordes. Wherever that living tide sweeps, nothing survives. Dungeon Monitoring Bureau. A night shift operator stared at his data panel, pupils contracting as a lone green dot lit up at the Gaian Desert's coordinates. Chief, anomaly in the beginner zone. Someone just entered the Gaian Desert. It's only the first day of class transfer. But go to that hellhole. The chief hurried over and froze at the screen. Must be a freshman who wandered off. Notify the city guard at once. During the early transfer phase, every department in Beijing City covertly monitors dungeon activity. These freshmen are seen as the nation's future, and no mishap is tolerated. Deputy Captain Jin Feng of the city guard took the call. This is Jin Feng, understood. No confirmed ID. I'm on my way. He hung up, brow furrowed. The roster included his daughter, Jin Mimi, and his nephew, Lin Mo. Even a 1 in 10% chance was enough to put his heart in a vice. Jin Feng threw on his uniform, gathered a few officers, and sped toward the gate of the rookie zone. School representatives and university presidents were already there. Captain Jun, what brings you here? A freshman wandered into the Gaian Desert. The words drained the color from every face. Entering the Gaian Desert on day 1 is certain death. The only way in is through the Lin Mo ruins. Someone cleared it that fast. Impossible. The monsters there are level 5 to 8. Then they must have exploited a loophole. Jin Feng clenched his fists. Enough guesses. Who's coming with me to pull that kid out of the Gaian Desert? The desert in front of him radiated blistering heat. Unfiltered sunlight beat down on the scattered grains. Waves of hot air rolling until the sky itself seemed wrung and twisted. In the distance, the gentle dunes blurred and warped, their outlines melting as though they might collapse at any moment. Grinding mobs here was far from wise, yet anyone determined to level up quickly had no choice. Nowhere else could match the monster density or the sheer volume of experience on offer. Resolute, Lin Mo stepped into the blazing sea of sand. The instant his soles touched the grit, they gave a faint sizzle, as if they might soften and melt in the next breath. He ordered the Minotaur chieftain to take point and the slime general to guard his flank. The two summons advanced in single file, gouging a deep furrow through the tawny dust. After 10 minutes of trudging, the dry heat seared through his armor and scorched his skin. Sweat streamed down his back only to vanish at once. His lips cracked and his stamina dipped. Just then the sand around him started to hiss. Grains collapsed like deflating balloons, opening dozens of round pits in an instant. Two pitch-black antennae broke the surface first, followed by shiny, blood-red heads, desert bone-eater ants. One became a swarm in seconds. Within several dozen meters of Lin Mo, every pit brimmed with scarlet snouts. He scowled. These creatures had waited for the merciless sun to push him to the limit before showing themselves. The ants rubbed their antennae, click after click, like an invisible telegraph, closing the ring around him. The Minotaur chieftain instinctively stepped back, twin axes raised across its chest. Even the slime general, unused to an ambush of this scale, hesitated, unsure how to defend. Suddenly the ground beneath Lin Mo collapsed. He dropped in an instant. Crap, the word was barely out when the slime general shot out its trident. Lin Mo grabbed the shaft, vaulted clear, and escaped the devouring pit. A bone-eater ant lunged after him, its crimson body mid-pounce, only to be skewered through the abdomen by the trident with a wet splat. Desert bone-eater ant slain. Experience 500. The death of their comrade enraged the swarm. Pits erupted at once, and the ants surged like a tidal wave. Lin Mo reacted at lightning speed, ordering the slime general and Minotaur chieftain to break through on opposite flanks. Clear a path. The golden trident stabbed like lightning, while the Minotaur's axes swept wide, tearing savage rifts in the sand. In mere heartbeats, the heavy weapons hacked out a corridor. Lin Mo leapt onto the Minotaur chieftain's broad back. Run, he barked. The beast bellowed and shattered the scorching sand beneath its hooves, sprinting full tilt, the slime general close behind. Yet the ants kept gathering, a red tide swallowing the gap they had carved. Faster, faster, Lin Mo urged, his voice rasping, stretched thin by heat and swirling grit. Meanwhile, Jin Feng hurried into the beginner's leveling zone with Headmaster Gao and the others on his heels. Every freshman entered a separate instance, so they first had to locate the student who had strayed into the desert's forbidden zone. The detector in Jin Feng's hand suddenly shrieked. He raised a hand. This one follow me. The group hastened after him. The moment they stepped onto a lush hillside, they found slime corpses scattered everywhere. The teachers exchanged glances but kept silent. Slimes were the easiest prey. Even in piles they meant little. But when they reached the Thunderwood ruins, they were completely stunned. Bodies of cat demons and minotaurs were strewn everywhere, limbs sprawling in all directions, an eerily impressive sight. Jinfeng crouched down and picked up a cold, rigid fragment, half of a shorn-off bullhorn. A levels even or level 8 creature had been sliced clean in two. Clearly a powerful boss had appeared here. Principal Gao, I'm afraid a boss was involved, he murmured, lifting the horn. Principal Gao's eyes fixed on the fragment and his expression darkened. Could a student have blasted a boss to pieces? Quite possible, Jinfeng replied. Xiao Lu, run a scan. Xiao Lu pulled out a detector. The screen flashed, then beeped. Scan complete. Remains of a Minotaur Lord. A Minotaur Lord? Impossible. Principal Gao blurted. With a freshman's leveling speed, there's no way a high-level boss could have been taken down so soon. The proof is right here, Jinfeng said quietly, raising the broken horn again. If anyone could manage it, Principal Gao muttered, it would be Zhen Mimi. At his daughter's name, Jinfeng's brow tightened. He had rushed here precisely because he was worried about her. No time to lose. We head for the Lone Smoke Desert now. Hiya. The shout rang out like camel bells across the dunes as Jinfeng's party sped away. Meanwhile, in the Lone Smoke Desert, keep moving over that next dune, Lin Mo urged, riding on the back of the Minotaur Lord. Behind him, nearly 100 bone-eater desert ants surged like a black tide. With only a few dozen, he could have handled them by pairing the slime general with the Minotaur Lord, but the doubled swarm left no room for error. Any slip and the ants would tear through skin, burrow into flesh, and strip a body clean. The Minotaur Lord and the slime general were swift, keeping their lead for now, yet the endless dunes would soon drain their strength. Lin Mo ran escape plans through his mind. As he crested a dune, a massive sinkhole appeared ahead about 100 meters across, a bowl where the ground had collapsed. Perfect, his eyes flashed. He ordered the Minotaur Lord and the slime general to halt at the rim and turned to face the oncoming swarm. The pit's span matched the slime general's leap strike radius almost exactly. The terrain would bunch the ants together. The front-running ants clambered onto the rim, followed by countless others. Crossing the pit was the shortest route to their prey, so the swarm poured in, spraying sand everywhere. Lin Mo spotted a small knot of ants still circling outside the hole. He frowned, then found a fix. Minotaur Lord, your turn. He slapped the beast's armored neck. It pawed the sand and charged along the rim, hooves shattering the edge and hurling up a sand wall. The lingering ants shrieked and chased after the colossal silhouette. Within moments, every bone-eater desert ant had plunged into the sinkhole. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Now, wild bull charge. The Minotaur Lord spun around, lowering his massive horns to form a living shield as he barreled toward the pursuing desert bone-eaters. His thick hooves slammed into the sand, sending grains exploding outward. One brutal charge catapulted every ant near the rim of the pit into the air, hurling them into the center where they remained stunned for a full 20 seconds. General Slime Jump crit. Lin Mo barked. A golden, gelatinous figure vaulted skyward. Amid the swirling dust it shrank suddenly, and an immense shadow spread over the pit. Boom. The impact thundered like a war drum, pitching waves of sand in every direction. Nearly 100 desert bone-eaters were pulverized before they could even screech, flattened beneath General Slime's outrageous butt slam scene as violent as a sandstorm. A torrent of system messages flooded his view. Desert bone-eater slain. Experience 500. Desert bone-eater slain. Experience 500. The white notification scrolled for a full half hour before they stopped, and Lin Mo's XP bar rocketed upward 3 levels in one shot. He hurriedly opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Tier Boss Summoner Unique. Level, 10.0.00. Strength, 100. Spirit, 110. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Combat Power, 100. Class Skills. 1. Divine Feeding LV.3 Feed a summon to grant a tenfold boost to all attributes. 2. Divine Boss Summoning LV.101 The first summon of a boss requires no boss crystal. 3. Divine Summoning Space LV.125. 4. Divine Skill Sharing LV.1 The summoner can use the boss divine skills, power scales with the summon stats. Divine Passive. Share the burden summons absorb 100 of damage aimed at the summoner. Equipment. None. Each level granted only modest base stats, perfectly in line with the class design. Divine Tier Boss Summoners rely on their creatures. A summon's growth far outstrips its master, and that imbalance is intentional. The loot from more than 100 ants filled his storage instantly. Lin Mo dumped it all into General Slime, then threw several feedable desert bone sets to the Minotaur Lord. Current summon status. Legendary Gold, General Slime. Feed progress, 60. Divine Skill Research, 100. Legendary Gold, Minotaur Lord. Feed progress, 70. Divine Skill Research. 40. System Prompt. General Slime's Divine Skill Research complete. New Skill Divine Split LV.1 100,100. Description. General Slime can split into multiple clones that inherit its full strength attribute. Lin Mo's heart pounded. Every clone counted as part of General Slime, meaning each one could unleash jump crit. Dozens of simultaneous aerial explosions, each auto-locking onto its own target, no more hurting monsters into a pit. This is an overtier Thoe monster, he whispered, eyes shining. I need more materials and even crazier skills. Now that he had reached level 10, the rookie zone offered zero experience. It was time to move on. Meanwhile, Zhen Feng, Principal Gao, and the others rushed toward the pit, following the noise. Wath's gone. We definitely heard fighting here. Who is it? Captain, look over here. A soldier stumbled to the rim of a sand pit, his face drained of color. At the shout, Zhen Feng led the team up the dune. The moment he peered over the edge, the scene below froze him in place. Almost 100 desert bone borer ants lay scattered in a jumble, their dark, chitinous shells still webbed with frost cracks. Who could have done this? Someone hissed. A swarm this strong isn't something a freshly promoted student could kill. Zhen Feng crouched beside one of the carcasses, pried apart the shattered armor, and inspected it. His brow knit ever tighter. Each vital point was drilled clean through, and every corpse showed the same wound, the same lingering chillin-shot kills, all delivered at the exact same instant. The high school principal stayed silent for a moment. He drew a long breath and said quietly, Captain Zhen, I'm afraid only your daughter could manage this. She must have lured the ants into the pit, then wiped them out with a wide area ice spell. Judging by the residual mana, Mei Mei is at least level 7, maybe even 8. Whoever did it, the threat's gone, and that's what matters, someone agreed, then added, but apart from Zhen Mimi, I don't see anyone else with that kind of power. A smile tugged at Zhen Feng's lips. Good kid, she didn't make her old man lose face. The others chimed in. That's Captain Zhen's girl. Anyone else who wandered into the lone smoke wastes would be a pile of bones by now. Zhen Feng pointed toward the exit of the rookie training zone. Enough chatter. If we're clear, let's move. The zone's about to close. At his order, everyone pulled themselves together and followed him out. By the time the setting sun turned the desert deep gold, Lin Mo was already outside the rookie area. A few principals from other schools ran into him, puzzlement written all over their faces. Why come out early, student? Shouldn't you be grinding for levels? No ambition at all. Lin Mo shrugged, unwilling to explain, but their barrage of questions left him no choice. The monsters are all gone, he said flatly. Whether I leave now or later makes no difference. What? You cleared the entire rookie zone? Stop joking. The principals exchanged skeptical looks. Just then, Zhen Feng's team emerged. They immediately searched for Zhen Mimi, but the area was empty. Principal Gao noticed Lin Mo standing nearby. Lin Mo? Everyone else is racing to level up. Are you out already? Several principals who knew the rumor crowded closer. So he's Lin Mo's hidden class kid? Principal Gao nodded. He claims he cleaned out the rookie zone. So he came out early, another principal scoffed. No one's done that in 100 years. The bone borer ants alone would wear anyone down. As they spoke, Principal Gao's pupils shrank. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Before he could chase it, Zhen Feng hurried over, cutting him off. Xiao Mo, your uncle's been away a lot lately. Your aunt hasn't been giving you a hard time, has she? Zhen Feng treated his nephew with real concern. He spent most of the year with the city guard and rarely made it home. Uncle Zhen Feng brushed the dust from his armor, half apologetic, half resigned. I haven't exactly been there for you, have I? Lin Mo shook his head lightly. The last thing he wanted was to burden the man defending the front lines. Have you seen Mimi? No. The curt reply and familiar tone made Zhen Feng shruff was used to his nephew's economy of words. A sudden system broadcast rang out. The novice training grounds are now closed. All students will be evacuated. People surged through the portal like a tide. Backlit by the sun, a slender figure was instantly recognizable. Zhen Mimi. She sprinted over, ponytail swinging. Dad, what brings you here? Zhen Feng patted her head, relieved. Judging by that grin, you leveled up a lot. Duong. She thumped her chest and gave a thumbs up. Obviously. Look whose daughter I am. Spotting Lin Mo nearby, she narrowed her eyes and stepped closer. This round I won. Lin Mo's face stayed blank. He neither agreed nor argued. The onlookers opened a path as Principal Gao hurried forward, curiosity blazing. Mimi, what level are you now? As the only student at Beijiang No. 1 High to awaken the legendary class Ice Archmage, she was the center of every gaze. Zhen Mimi lifted her chin. Level 7. Buzz. Even Ming Junshen, once hailed as a prodigy, had only reached level 6 on his first day. Jumping straight to 7 shocked everyone. Zhen Feng pressed on. So you cleared the bone-eater ants in Lone Smoke Desert? Lone Smoke Desert? She blinked. Didn't you warn me to stay away from that place on day 1? Zhen Feng finally remembered he had. If it wasn't his daughter, then who was it? Eager to leave the father-daughter debate behind, Lin Mo planned tomorrow's grind. The Capital Academy's entrance exam was in 9 days. He had to reach level 15. After level 10, experience requirements spiked. The novice zone was locked, and wild monsters were far deadlier. Principal, I'd like a pass to hunt outside the city tomorrow. Every I swung back to him. Principal Gao frowned. No one below level 10 sets foot in the wilderness. No exceptions. I'm level 10 already. I don't care if he stopped, stunned. What did you just say? He snatched the school scanner and swept it over Lin Mo. A golden number pulsed on the display 10. It's real, you're actually level 10? His hand trembled. Lin Mo stayed calm. I filed the request. May I have the pass? The principal could only nod. After a brief goodbye to his uncle, Lin Mo boarded the shuttle. Tonight he'd hit the auction house, sell his obsolete gear for gold, and rent a room. Living at his uncle's was charity. His aunt and Jean Mimi barely tolerated him. Time to stand on his own. The doors shut, the bus rolled away, and dust billowed up. Only then did the crowd explode. Jean Mimi had thought she'd shattered every record, certain she'd top Beijing's first day rankings. Yet Lin Mo had hit level 10, crushing her confidence. Her eyes reddened. Dad, how can he be level 10? He must have hacked the display. Jin Feng gave a wry smile. As far as I know, that tech doesn't exist. Impossible. She shook her head. Nobody gets to 10 on day 1 unless they cleared the entire newbie zone. Watching her lose control, Jin Feng spoke quietly. Mimi, you guessed right. She froze for a beat. Dad, what do you mean? Jin Feng shook his head in resignation. I'm here because someone broke into the Lone Smoke Desert, he said in a low voice. The starter zone in that pocket space was wiped, nearly 100 bone-eating desert ants, all dead. He lifted his chin at the squad behind him. One of the men understood at once and handed him a stack of freshly developed high-resolution photos. Jin Mimi took the top picture. A crater dozens of meters wide had been gouged from the golden sand, and at the bottom black-brown ant shells, severed limbs, and fangs were piled into a small hill that made her scalp prickle. This was Lin Mo? She asked, unable to believe it. We can't be completely sure yet, Zhen Feng replied with a frown, but Lin Mo's level speaks volumes. In the distance, 2 deep ruts left by a bus stretched across the sand like faded black lines. Why is the gap getting wider and wider? Mimi clenched the photo, her knuckles turning white. Don't be discouraged, Zhen Feng said, patting her shoulder. Reaching level 7 so quickly is already impressive. Classes level at different speeds, and weapons, gear, potions, and skills all widen the gap. I don't believe it. Mimi shook off his hand and stormed toward home. Watching her leave, Zhen Feng sighed. Wang, tell the team I'm taking leave. I have to go home. Captain, you haven't been back in a month. The chief has been urging you, Wang said with a nod. If I stay away any longer, the whole place will fall apart. Zhen Feng gave a bitter smile. His daughter's attitude toward Lin Mo was a mirror of his wife's. For years, she had never warmed to the boy and had passed that feeling to Mimi. Lin Mo always stayed silent, never arguing, and Zhen Feng had seen every hardship he endured. If this went on, how could he face Lin Mo's mother? The thought made him quicken his pace. Every city had an auction house that controlled the flow of goods, and in Beijing City, it stood in the exact center like a gray-white monolith. To reach it, one had to cross the main avenue. Shops lined both sides of the street. Hammers clanged in the forge, colored threads danced in the tailor's window, and the alchemy shop carried a sharp medicinal scent. Between the storefronts, hawkers cried out about dungeon materials, the whole scene bubbling like boiling water. On the corner, food vendors clustered together, the smell of oil and wheat hanging in the air. Steamed cornbread, for a coin. Roasted yams sweet as honey. Mom, can I have a roasted yam? Sure, take a big one. Are 2 coins enough? Plenty. Thanks, Mom, you're the best. The chorus of voices turned the entire street into a paradise for food lovers. Just then, Lin Mo's communicator buzzed. Hey, Lin Mo, why do you leave early? How many levels did you gain today? Wang Jingwo rattled off at top speed. Dude, I power leveled a girl today, amazing. Her voice was soft as sticky rice. I almost melted. Huh. I shot straight to level 5 in one day. Felt like ID mainline caffeine. You must have climbed even faster, so you're boosting me tomorrow, okay? Deal. The stream of chatter left Lin Mo no room to reply. At the very end, he managed to squeeze out a single word. Sure. After he hung up, Wang Jingwo was still basking in his success, oblivious to the fact that Lin Mo had already reached level 10. Phew. They didn't even give me a chance to explain. Looking at the street ahead, Lin Mo had no interest in wandering around. More importantly, his pockets were empty, so he headed straight for the auction house. The auction house was fronted by gray-white stone pillars carved with a cityscape of Beijing City. The alleys, walls, and even the clock tower could be made out in fine detail. Several palm-sized red crystals hovered around the pillars, pulsing with deep crimson patterns that rippled outward like rings on a pond after a pebble strike. Rumor had it these crystals were imbued with magic and could store an enormous number of items. Lin Mo raised his hand, about to touch one of the pillars, when a voice called out, Lin Mo? He turned to see Grand Mage Liang Yu hurrying over, waving and smiling. What a coincidence. It really is, Lin Mo replied with a nod. Liang Yu looked him up and down. Here to buy something? I'm selling some starter gear I don't need. Oh, the first time you level in the beginner zone, you do pick up low-level gear, but items at levels 1 and 2 are worth next to nothing. Hardly anyone bothers with them. You might as well wear them yourself. Lin Mo offered no explanation. Liang Yu naturally assumed he was just clearing out common drops after all. Who would imagine Lin Mo had wiped out the entire beginner zone? In fact, Lin Mo had already researched the equipment market. Gear from levels 1 to 5 was basically scrap metal. He either tossed it to his summons or simply threw it away. The only things he kept in storage were level 6 and above starter pieces. The reason was simple: early on, leveling was fast, and you could grind monsters even without armor. But once you hit level 6, the efficiency dropped noticeably. To prepare for the big exam, most students upgraded to level 6 gear or better to push their levels, which made anything level 6 and up hot property until level 10. Seeing Lin Mo fall silent, Liang Yu also stopped talking and stayed at his side. Lin Mo pressed his palm to the pillar, and with a hiss, a translucent light screen sprang open. A smiling virtual hostess appeared on the display. Please complete your information so we can issue your personal savings card. It was Lin Mo's first time using the auction house, and he paused for a moment. Liang Yu leaned over and whispered, just pick a random name. The auction house will bind the card to it and protect your real identity. That way, when you sell something valuable, no one can trace it back to you. Lin Mo dipped his head slightly, appreciating the advice. Thanks, Grand Mage. No problem, Liang Yu said, waving his hand. The keyboard lit up on the screen, and Lin Mo casually typed, Slime General is my little brother. Confirmed. The system chimed and the account was activated. The next moment, Lin Mo flipped his hand and began unloading items from his storage space. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces. In no time, 300 to 400 items, level 7s, 8s, and even 10s piled into a small mountain. Cold steel, green glows, and silver flashes interlaced, nearly blinding Liang Yu standing nearby. Grand Mage Liang Yu's jaw almost hit the floor. These dropped while you were farming monsters? Lin Mo nodded. Did you go into business with the monsters, or something? They're all levels even and 8 gear in, and there's even level 10? Even the seasoned archmage Liang Yu was struck speechless. Who could have imagined that on his first day of grinding, Lin Mo would fill an entire backpack with rare gear? Liang Yu thought back to his own high school run through the leveling zones, but compared with Lin Mo's haul, it felt as if he had stumbled into a counterfeit dungeon. Lin Mo stayed calm as he dragged each item into the auction house's consignment slots. Demand was high and the gear was pristine, so the system bought the whole lot at market price. He wasn't interested in haggling and accepted the payout on the spot. Ding. Instant pay received. 38,000 gold. Liang Yu drew a sharp breath at the number. Lin Mo began budgeting immediately. A year of rent ran 10,000 gold, so he transferred that into his personal account and left 28,000 gold in the auction house wallet. He had been too busy unloading gear to browse the other listings. Now he opened the catalog, watching rows of alchemy reagents and quest items scroll past essentials for leveling trades, switching classes, or completing guild missions. Farming them solo was painfully slow, so the auction house worked as a hub where players with gold bought from those with time, keeping the economy in motion. A new listing suddenly flashed across the screen. Lin Mo scrolled back to it at once. Beginner skill, Tome Mana Regeneration. Effect, 0.1 mana recovery rate. Price, 28,000 gold. 28,000 flat. He raised an eyebrow. His biggest handicap right now was the steep mana cost of his divine skill, ability share, which stopped him from casually borrowing boss-level moves. The bonus was small, but better than nothing. Buy? He hit confirm without hesitation. Clink. The gold vanished, the balance dropped to 0, and a pale blue tome appeared in his inventory. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Mo noticed Archmage Liang Yu craning his neck to peek at the screen. When Lin Mo caught him, Liang Yu hunched his shoulders and let out a muffled giggle. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and glanced at Liangia's display, and what he saw made his heart jolt. You're spring in February? You just put this beginner skill book on the market. Even the always composed Lin Mo almost forgot to breathe when he saw the price on his screen. Liang Yu had peeked at his balance and listed the book on the spot. Caught red-handed, Archmage Liang Yu stuck out his tongue and grinned like a cat that stole a fish. Relax. This book is absolutely worth it. Pointing to the trade window, he explained patiently, basic skill books usually go for 20 to 50,000 gold, with mage ones higher. Mana regeneration counts as a mage book. Market price is about 30,000. I'm giving it to you for 27. Fair enough, right? Lin Mo said nothing, scrolling through similar listings. The numbers backed Liang Yu up. All right, I trust you, he said, hitting confirm. Liang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Come to me whenever you need something. Just then a voice shouted from afar, Old Liang. What the hell are you doing here? Lin Mo turned to see a burly man, shield in his left hand, broadsword in his right, chainmail creaking under the lights. No question, a warrior. Old Wu, what brings you here? Liang Yu walked up. Old Wu sighed, the wrinkle between his brows deep enough to pinch a fly. Don't ask. Our party's desperate for a frost heart to finish a quest. The captain camped the auction house for a week with no luck. Today he finally sent me to stand guard. Leon, you frowned. Frost heart. That's a rare drop from the Frostlands dungeon. Level 12 difficulty, right? The last one only appeared after Meng Junshin set a new record. Exactly. Old Wu forced a smile. First time run, abyss difficulty or higher. Kill the final boss within the time limit only, then is there a chance. Freshmen qualify. Veterans like us have already cleared it. Their exchange made Lin Mo's eyes light up. He met every requirement, why not take the job? He stepped forward. I can give it a shot. Old Wu looked him up and down. You? First day grinding levels, and not even 10 yet. Let the grown-ups talk, kid. Lian Yu tugged Old Wu's arm. He's only trying to help. Old Wu curled his lip. Fine. Just don't get in my way. Since they didn't believe him, Lin Mo wasn't bothered. The party would post the bounty at the city gate. He could pick it up tomorrow. Archmage, I've got things to do. See you. He nodded to Lian Yu and strode off. Watching him leave, Old Wu shook his head. Youngsters today are so restless. Back in our day, we kept our heads down and never bragged. He switched back to business. Now, help me find some level 6+ gear for my nephew. He's pushing levels. They opened the auction interface together. A second later, Old Wu's eyes bulged. Holy crap, what is this? More than 300 items were listed by the same ID. General Slime is my bro. Must be some rich kid who hired a pack of low-level thugs to farm the starter zone. Lian Yu guessed. Lian Yu shook his head. Wrong guess. You just saw him a moment ago. Lao Wu froze. A second later, realization hit. His pupils contracting and his jaw dropping. You mean that kid I snapped at earlier? Lian Yu spread his hands with a sigh. I tried to stop you, but there was no way. After leaving the auction house, Lin Mo found a landlord and signed for a modest one-bedroom apartment, paying the annual rent of 10,000 gold coins on the spot. With the paperwork done, he lugged an empty suitcase back to his uncle's home to pack. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, a fierce quarrel echoed down the hallway. We fed him for 10 years, hasn't that been enough? He eats our food. Where's our clothes? Why can't we spend that money on Mimi? Aunt Guisienhua shrilled. He's my sister's boy, which makes him my boy too, every bit as important as Mimi. Stop singling Lin Mo out, Uncle Zhenfeng said, anger tightly reined in. Huh, you're Zhen. He's Lin, how could he be your son? Guisienhua sneered, then raised her voice. Mimi, do you want Lin Mo to keep living here? Lin Mo halted outside the door. Jin Mimi hesitated, then lifted her head. At first I didn't. But once I saw the gap between us, I actually wanted him to stay. I want to beat him fair and square. Mimi, Guisienhua gasped. Jin Mimi cut her off. Mom, you don't know what Lin Mo did. In one day, he leveled up 10 times. She showed the photo her father had given her, pointing at the wreckage in the sandpit. All of that is his work. I want to surpass him. He's both my enemy and my target. Pride and surprise mingled in Zhenfeng's eyes. Lin Mo had always outshone Mimi, and now his daughter was turning jealousy into drive. He mussed her hair gently. That's my girl. Proud and determined. With the tension easing, Lin Mo finally knocked. Silence fell inside. Zhenfeng opened the door with a stiff smile. Xiao Mo, where were you? I went to the auction house and sold a few things. I've rented a place and am moving out today, Lin Mo replied calmly. Zhenfeng's smile froze. I won't allow it. Lin Mo met his gaze. Uncle, I'm an adult. This is your home, Zhenfeng insisted. He knew how his wife and daughter had treated Lin Mo, and now, just when things seemed to be changing, his nephew wanted to leave. Those words, this is your home, pinched at Lin Mo's heart, but his mind was made up. He was grown, had a way to earn a living, and couldn't keep imposing on them. Jin Mimi suddenly taunted, Lin Mo, you coward. Afraid I'll pass you someday? Lin Mo chuckled. You don't need me as a measuring stick. Just be yourself. Who's using you as a measuring stick? You're just a third-rate rival. One day you'll leave you in the dust. She huffed. Lin Mo said nothing more. He went to his room, hoisted the backpack head packed with only essentials, neat and efficient like himself. Uncle, my decision's made. Nothing will change it. Zhenfeng sighed and patted his shoulder. All right, but if you run into trouble, call me. Lin Mo nodded and left without hesitation. The rented apartment was blissfully quiet. Alone at last, he pulled out the mana recovery skill book and learned it without hesitation. A flash of white light reduced the pages to ash. A prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Lin Mo. You have learned the basic skill mana regeneration. Note, regeneration speed increased by 0.1. His status panel updated. Skill, mana regeneration LV.1 regen speed 0.1. Then another mechanical prompt popped up. Trash skill detected. Auto-upgrading to God tier. Skill mana spring has reached divine rank. Mana regeneration speed increased by 100. Poof, Lin Mo felt a cool surge rise from his dantian to the crown of his head. So soothing, he almost cried out. A brand new skill goes straight to divine. Mana regen doubled? That's basically free casting. He clenched his fists, thoughts racing. I can spam divine skills all day without worrying about mana. This system is nuts. I need to snag a few more skill books. At dawn, when the sky outside the dorm was just turning pale, Lin Mo's phone rattled the bed frame. Lin Mo, you jerk. Why didn't you say you hit level 10 yesterday? I froze outside the gate for half an hour. Wang Zhengwo bellowed through the phone. A beat later the voice changed to a whine. Boo-hoo. Bro, how'd you level so fast? Teach me, okay? Phone wedged between shoulder and ear. Lin Mo grunted a weary Jiangwajij, will you power level me today? Pretty please? A girlish voice cooed. Wang Zhengwo instantly melted. Sure, sure, Gij will carry you. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended as Lin Mo hung up, expressionless. Shameless, he muttered. Moments later a school staffer delivered an exit pass. Lin Mo packed his gear and headed for the city gate. Inside the walls, streets were spotless. Outside, weeds ran wild, dotted with scraggly flowers that whipped in the wind, and low growls drifted from the shadows. Beneath the massive iron gate, the city guard stood at attention. A giant electronic quest board flickered beside them, waiting for adventurers. Lin Mo wandered over as several newly classed players browsed the list. Iron Legion Adventure Party Bounty. Enter the Frostlands dungeon and retrieve the Heart of Ice. Requirements. Class-changed adventurers level 12, first-time entry, abyss difficulty, or higher. Reward, 100,000 gold. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Iron Legion's really paying a pwn 100 grand for a Heart of Ice. Veterans already farmed that place dry. A rookie who can clear abyss? Almost impossible. Only that prodigy Meng Junshin pulled it off 2 years ago. While they speculated, Lin Mo calmly snatched the quest slip. 100,000 gold could buy 3 beginner spellbooks. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Whether there was a limit on using them could wait first head get them. Someone actually took it? Never seen that kid must just switch classes. No way. Every gaze snapped to him. Quest in hand, Lin Mo walked toward the gate. A blue scanner swept over him, sending his data to the guard's wrist console. Hold up. The guard raised a hand. You're one of the freshmen prepping for the big exam, right? Without a principal-signed exit pass, we can't let you through. Safety first. Lin Mo handed over his pass. Will this do? The guard studied it, then sucked in a breath. Level 10 in a single day? Absurd. He pocketed the pass, but still offered a warning. Monsters out there aren't like the newbie zone. Give it a couple days, find some friends safer that way. Solo's risky. Lin Mo shook his head. It'll be fine. I can handle it. Another guard let out a cold laugh. Kid, I used to be as full of myself as you are. Back when I hit level 10, I tried to lone wolf it in the wilderness, and reality slapped me hard. Those monsters are brutal and tricky. I nearly left my corpse in the bushes. After that I learned to keep my head down and play it safe. Lin Mo nodded, not at all offended by the advice. Thanks for the warning. The guard assumed his little speech had enlightened the freshman. Just as a smug smile crept onto his face, Lin Mo raised his hand. Buzz. A colossal golden slime dropped out of the sky outside the wall and slammed into the ground, carving a crater and kicking up a ring of dust. At Lin Mo's mental command, the slime general twisted its body, locking onto a goblin warrior that was lying in ambush in the nearby brush. Goblin warrior. Level 10. Strength 310. Spirit 200. Agility 200. Constitution 300. Skill. Berserk Strike 50 chance to deal double damage. The stat window flashed for a second. The goblin warrior was fierce compared to the usual starter zone mobs, but in front of the slime general, it wasn't worth mentioning. Go, Lin Mo whispered. The golden trident whistled through the grass, skewering the goblin warrior and hurling it into the air, the blade punching clean through its gut. The poor goblin didn't even have time to blink before it was instantly killed. Goblin warrior slain. Experience 1000. That thing's his summon? He's a summoner. A golden slimine gear no less, that's insane. Players passing by gasped in unison. Killing a level 10 wild monster was nothing to brag about, but for a newcomer who hadn't even set foot in the wilds yet, this display was terrifying. The guard who had been lecturing Lin Mo stood frozen, throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. He agreed with my advice and then casually nuked a mob? I'm speechless. Time was short. Lin Mo needed to reach level 12 before he could enter the Frostlands dungeon and finish his quest. The moment he left the city gates, the blood-scented air of the wilderness washed over him. The breeze rustled the tall grass where countless predators lurked out of sight. Along the road, he saw adventure parties gathering materials and high-level soloists dueling Minotaur soldiers. Dungeons were the fastest way to grow stronger, but the lowest level outdoor instance was the Frostlands, and it required level 12 to enter. With no choice, Lin Mo started clearing trash mobs in the field, hoping luck might smile on him with a wandering boss or mini-boss. Ahead, the undergrowth parted, and a brawny Minotaur warrior with a single horn jutting from its brow stepped out. Minotaur warrior. Level 11. Strength 350. Spirit 280. Agility 200. Constitution 380. Skill Minotaur Defense Constitution 50. General, frontline, Lin Mo ordered with a wave. The golden slime bounced forward on its elastic body. So the thing's a tank too? The Minotaur warrior felt no fear before the slime general. It simply didn't understand how frightening that sticky summon truly was. It threw back its head and roared, its massive hooves pounding the earth as it activated Bullguard. In an instant its constitution shot up by 50 points, and a glossy carapace spread across its brown skin. Twin jets of hot air burst from its nostrils like steam, marking its rage. 10 meters away, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth lifted. With a thought, he issued a silent command. The slime general swung its golden shield in a broad arc and hurled it forward with a sharp whoosh. The Minotaur warrior's pupils shrank. It crossed its arms to block, but the instant the shield touched, the towering creature turned into a streak of light and drilled a crater dozens of meters away. System message. You have slain Minotaur warrior. EXP 1200. Loot. Bullhorn 2. Loot. Bullhide 2. The drops were basic materials. Bullhide could go to a tailor for equipment or straight to the auction house. Lin Mo tossed everything he couldn't feed to his summons into storage. Materials sold slower than gear, but enough of them still meant good gold. From there the wilderness felt like slicing vegetables. With the slime general in tow, Lin Mo swept forward. You have slain Mouthy Goblin. EXP 1000. Loot. Mouthy Goblin's mouth 1. Loot. Mouthy Goblin's pickaxe 2. World chat scrolled nonstop. At this rate he'd reach the next level in 3 or 4 hours. During every fight Lin Mo stayed at the very edge of the leash. Testing showed a summoner, and their summon could separate by roughly 1,000 body lengths before the system snapped the slime general back. The wilds were nearly empty. It was only the second day of the new server, and players already at level 10 could be counted on one hand. Aside from this monster Lin Mo, of course. Time flew. 3 hours later, a gentle white glow wrapped around him. Level up. His storage space was crammed with feedable materials and gear. Lin Mo dumped every material into the slime general and shoved all compatible equipment into the Minotaur Lord. Interface update. Summon legendary gold, slime general. Feed progress, 100. Divine skill research, 30. Summon legendary gold, Minotaur Lord. Feed progress, 100. Divine skill research, 70. Congratulations, player Lin Mo. Divine feed has leveled up. LV, 3 LV4. Class skill, divine feed LV4. Note. Feeding a summon now grants a 20 boost to all attributes. Unbelievable. He hadn't expected divine feed to jump that much from level 3 to 4. Lin Mo hurriedly opened his status panel to check the results. Name, Lin Mo. Class, divine rank, boss summoner. Level, 110. Experience 100. Attributes, strength 110, spirit 120, agility 110, constitution 110. Combat power, 110. Class skills. 1. Divine feeding LV.4. Feeding a summoned creature grants it a 20-fold boost to all attributes. 2. Divine boss summoning LV.101. The first summon of any boss requires no boss crystal. 3. Divine summoning space LV.125. 4. Divine skill sharing LV.1. The summoner can use the boss divine skills and the damage scales with the creature's attributes. Passive divine skill. Shared hardship summon creatures take 100 of the damage aimed at the summoner. Skill. Magic spring divinized, doubling mana regeneration. Equipment. None. Summon creatures. 1. Legendary golden slime general. Feeding level, 3. Stats. Strength 1100, spirit 800, agility 800, constitution 1100. Leap strike divinized. Area critical damage equal to 40 times its strength. Divine split LV.2200200. Splits into multiple clones that inherit only its strength. Divine skill research progress, 30. 2. Legendary golden Minotaur Lord. Feeding level, 2. Stats. Strength 1700, spirit 1250, agility 1700, constitution 1700. Bull rush divinized. Stun duration extended to 40 seconds. Divine skill research progress, 70. As expected, the Minotaur Lord's base and growth stats were far higher than the slime general's, and the extra attributes from feeding were remarkable. Lin Mo skimmed the interface, a flash of satisfaction crossing his face. The slime general's leap strike had reached the divine tier, and an area attack that dealt 40 times strength damage could clear entire monster packs. Meanwhile, the Minotaur Lord's bull rush was now divine as well. A 40-second stun was a trump card in any group battle. At that moment, a deep, eardrum-ripping roar rolled out of the maple woods ahead, as though a colossal beast's chest cavity were resonating. An instant later, a pillar of blue light shot into the sky, piercing the crimson canopy and lancing toward the heavens. A wild boss had appeared. Talk about thinking something into existence. Just outside Beijiang City lies a maple forest famous for miles around, and every late autumn it turns into a sea of fire that reddens the very sky. Right now the roar of a field boss echoed around the forest's edge, no more than 300 paces from Lin Mo. Not bad luck at all. Lin Mo had planned to clear the outer mobs before entering the woods, but since the boss had shown itself, the schedule naturally moved up. The commotion drew parties from every direction. Boss spawn. Field bosses drop rare materials more easily. Hurry, don't let anyone beat us to it. Field bosses are fair game. First come, first served unlike dungeon bosses that belong to one group. Unwilling to fall behind, Lin Mo set off. Crimson leaves crunching underfoot. 7 or 8 Minotaur warriors and red goblins tried to block him, but General Slime erased them in an instant. Minotaur warrior slain, 1200 XP. Hard-headed goblin slain, 1000 XP. In under 10 minutes he saw thick maple trunks cleaved in half, and in the clearing the monster stood in full view. At the same time, waves of grinding parties arrived. Lin Mo stepped out of the trees and dismissed General Slime. 2 or 3 full teams and several solo players were already there, every pair of eyes gleaming. When he locked onto the boss, its stats floated before him. Boss monster, powerful goblin summoner. Level, 12. Strength, 500. Spirit, 700. Agility, 500. Constitution, 500. Skill, summon goblin warrior 55. Same class as me. Lin Mo grinned. One more general for his army. This is Survivng Adventurer Group business, everyone else back off. The shout cracked like a whip. 3 players in matching black gear blocked the crowd. The cross sword and axe emblem on their chests identical to the one Lin Mo had seen on Old Wu the night before. So, it was the Survivng Adventurer Group typical bullies. Field bosses are first come, first served. Their arrogance lit the crowd's anger at once. We don't care who you are, why should we move? Everyone has the right to kill the boss. The tall, thin mage lifted a crystalline-laid staff and sneered. A bunch of nobodies dare stand up to the Survivng Adventurer Group? The archer had already drawn his bow, the arrowhead flashing cold light, while the rare Iron Shield warrior strode forward with a massive shield. Anyone who tries something can taste my shield first. Survivng is one of the top guilds in Beijiang City, and most people avoid crossing them. Many solo players wilted at the sight. Forget it, someone muttered. We loners don't need guild trouble. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a chill rising in his chest. Who says a guild is untouchable? Lin Mo weighed about 130 pounds, and almost every ounce of it was rebelliousness. He was usually tight-lipped, but now he was ready to step up and argue with the members of the Survivng Adventurer team. At that moment a girl dressed in black, who had been watching from afar, walked forward. She moved with effortless grace, her figure both slender and full. 2 locks of hair framed her refined features, and beneath gem-like eyes rested a beauty mark no bigger than a brush tip. Bullies in broad daylight. She lifted her phone, its screen still in record mode. Lucky for me, I caught everything on video. If this reaches your captain, mind your own business, girl, the mage sneered, his tone dripping with threat. You don't even know our captain, so how would he ever see your clip? And if he did, you think he'd punish us? Around here, the strong eat the weak. Keep meddling, and he'll kill you. Lin Mo could tell the mage meant every word. Since when did Survivng recruit trash like you? The girl shot back, naming the captain outright. The trio froze. How do you know the captain's name? Only insiders know that. One chance, she said, raising the phone higher. Leave the boss alone, or I send the video. They shared a look, brows furrowed. The mage's face darkened. A crack of lightning struck at the girl. She slipped aside, her high agility just saving her. What a disgrace to the Survivng Adventurer team, she snorted. The fight erupted. The archer fired arrow after arrow, each whistling past as the girl ducked, rolled, and dodged. More lightning crashed down, but she blinked clear, an ability only level 18 assassins could use. Bystanders scattered. Only Lin Mo stayed put, thinking fast. High agility assassin, level 18 or higher. He compared the classes in his mind. Any regular class could learn from instructors or skill books, but his Woniofaken hidden class had no instructor-only books. While he mulled it over, a chill streaked toward him. Whoosh! A stray arrow shot straight at his face. Lin Mo flipped his palm. Summon. Gold light burst forth. The arrow slammed into what felt like steel and bounced off with a clang. When the light faded, a massive golden slime general stood guard in front of him. The archer had overshot while chasing the black-clad girl, and the arrow had veered toward Lin Mo instead. The girl stuck out her tongue. Sorry for dragging you in. Lin Mo shook his head. I'm fine. The archer growled. Summoner. Huh? Move it, kid, before I accidentally shoot you too. The arrow had been knocked aside by Lin Mo's summon, and the archer was livid. Huh? You needed a pet to save your hide. He shouted, swaggering. Watch closely. Kid, next time he'll turn you into a pincushion. Lin Mo lifted his head, voice calm but glacial. You've already hit me. The archer threw back his head and laughed, eyes full of scorn. Yeah? Should have watched where you were walking. Now get lost before I waste another arrow. A flash of anger crossed the face of the girl in black. She stormed up to the trio, jabbing a slender finger at the archer's nose. 3 bullies against 1, does that make you proud? The mage gave a contemptuous snort. His silver-trimmed robe ballooned in the wind as he raised his staff, towering over her. I said it before, this world runs on the law of the jungle. Across the way, the archer was level 11, while the mage and shield warrior were level 22, high levels, power leveling a rookie. The girl noted the level halos and knew a straight fight would be suicide. She lowered her voice, still seething. Fine. He'll post this recording to Survivng and let him sort it out. All three faces hardened. The shield warrior stepped forward, tower shield slamming down in front of the mage. His voice clanged like metal on metal. That's if you're still alive to see our captain. The mage raised his staff and chanted. The sky went black, clouds roiled, and lightning writhed overhead. Grand thunder summon. You dare touch me? My dad will kill you. The girl yelled, forcing herself to sound brave, but the thunder swallowed her words. A tidal wave of lightning crashed down. At the last instant, a pudgy silhouette vaulted over her general slime. Its translucent body projected a golden shield. Bolts hammered the barrier in blinding flashes, yet every spark was absorbed. The girl stood unharmed beneath it. Lin Mo, meanwhile, treated the storm as background noise. He pulled out his phone and tapped a reply to Wang Jiangwo, whose smug selfie with Busta Lily filled the screen. Show off, Lin Mo chuckled, sliding the phone back into his pocket. A fresh bolt split the night, carving Lin Mo's profile in stark relief. Straining to maintain the spell, the mage's face flushed purple, veins bulging at his temples. Lin Mo brushed a glowing ember from his jacket, then looked up, eyes cool and deep as a well. That's enough. He stepped forward, voice low yet rising above the thunder. You've had your turn. Now it's mine. That's an intermediate skill thunderous maelstrom. A torrent of lightning, the mage's pride and joy, crashed from the sky. Among peers, few could withstand it. Yet the young man simply had his summon raise a battered golden shield, and the entire spell fizzled out. Where did this kid come from? Damn it, he's a tough one. We should fall back, the Iron Shield warrior muttered. Just like that? The mage protested. This field boss was supposed to be their ticket to leveling and loot. If the archer landed the kill, head hit level 12, and the whole party could head to the Frostlands dungeon for the Heart of Ician item the guild leader would pay handsomely for. Now everything was in ruins because of one boy. A wise man lives to fight another day, the warrior whispered. The mage hesitated, then grinned and produced a small crimson vial. Fine, but he isn't taking the boss that easy. This is a frenzy potion. Splash it on, and the boss goes berserk. While everyone's eyes were on the youth, the mage tossed the vial at the boss' feet, then bowed in mock surrender. We're beaten. Didn't expect an expert here. The boss is all yours. Before the words were cold, he dragged his comrades and bolted. Lin Mo gave them no chance. You picked this fight, now you die? Survival of the fittest, remember? His voice was ice. At his command, the slime general stowed the shield, brandished a golden trident, and blurred forward in a streak of light. Terror flashed across the trio's faces, then the sweeping trident severed them at the waist. One strike. No time to react. That's the power gap. System messages rolled in. Loot. Bronze grade Skyrift staff LV-15, 5 spell damage, 5 mental disruption. Loot. Bronze grade Skyrift bulwark LV-15, 5 all resist, 2 damage reflection. Loot. Iron grade common arrows LV-10, 10 strength. Killed players drop random items. The spectators fell silent, stunned. The girl in black swallowed hard. He just killed them? Lin Mo shrugged and swept the crowd with knife-sharp eyes. The wiser onlookers backed away, waving their hands. We saw nothing. Let's go now. He ignored them. Their fear didn't matter. Only the field boss did. A sudden roar split the air. The goblin summoner's green skin bulged. Veins pulse Sinjit had gone berserk. The girl spotted a shattered vial at its feet, red liquid seeping into the creature's flesh. A frenzy potion. Those scumbags actually used one. Frenzy potion? Lin Mo frowned. Alchemy was not his forte. It forces a boss into berserk mode, she explained quickly, and jacks up its stats while it's at it. Lock onto the boss again, its stats have gone through the roof. Following Lin Mo's order, the detection window sprang open, numbers flashing in red. BOSS level monster, Greater Goblin Summoner Berserk. Level, 12. Strength, 500-500. Spirit, 700-700. Agility, 500-500. Endurance, 500-500. Skill, Summon Goblin Warrior 55. Exactly what I was afraid of, the girl in black muttered, yanking Lin Mo's sleeve. We need to run. A berserk boss is no joke, look at those stats. But the Greater Goblin Summoner had already raised its crooked staff. Arcane symbols glowed in midair, and in seconds 5 goblin warriors snapped together like mismatched building blocks, brandishing wooden mauls as they charged. Lin Mo didn't budge. The girl stamped her foot. Move. This is suicide. Are you even listening? Don't try to play the hero. Still, when she realized he had no intention of retreating, she slid into a fighting stance beside him. Fine, whatever, we'll face it together. No need, Lin Mo said, eyes narrowing. Leap crush. The next instant, the slime general lunged forward and rocketed upward. Its massive body. Boom. It dropped like a meteor, flattening the 5 goblin warriors and the raging summoner beneath them into a bloody smear. Crushed. Everything crushed. Leap crush deals 40 times the user's strength as impact damage. The summoner's total endurance was barely 1,000. The slime general's strength had already broken 1,100. Multiplied by 40, that was 44th. The sand up below no goblin could survive. Lin Mo remained still while the loot window scrolled. Boss defeated, Greater Goblin Summoner. EXP 8000. Obtained. Greater Goblin Summoner Core 1. Obtained. Goblin Summoner Robe Set. Iron. Obtained. Goblin Summoner Trousers Set. Iron. Obtained. Goblin Summoner Boots Set. Iron. Obtained. Wolf Tooth Pendant Iron. Line after line of materials and gear swam past before the list finally stopped. The girl stared, slack-jawed. Cough, what kind of summon is that? This is insane. Are you secretly a high-level player pretending to be a newbie? I have to know. She pulled out a cylindrical scanner. Duong. After 2 quick waves in front of Lin Mo, numbers popped up. Weightier only level 11. And a hidden class boss summoner? Your base stats aren't even that high. So why is your summon a monster? Huh. I can't see its details at all. The barrage of questions left Lin Mo frowning. How can you view my info? Normally players can't scan each other without consent. She wiggled the scanner in reply. It had forced a peek at his profile, but even it couldn't break through to the slime general stats or the full description of his god-tier class. So he still had some privacy left. The girl in black playfully raised the cylindrical rod. Bet you didn't know this is a high-grade profession scanner. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the silver-gray metal rod, and he frowned slightly. City guards use those, don't they? Civilians aren't supposed to have one. Don't be so uptight. She sniffed, her eyes curving with amusement. It's off limits to ordinary people, but I'm hardly ordinary. With that, she slipped the scanner into her jacket, quick and neat. Duong, you look so curious. Fine, I'll show you my stats too. A flash of blue light burst from the scanner. Within seconds, a virtual panel appeared in Lin Mo's field of vision. By Bing Bing, level 18, legendary class Shadow Stinger. Just as Lin Mo had suspected, an assassin, and a legendary one at that. By Bing Bing crossed her arms and arched a brow. Now we're even. You're a good guy with serious potential. Ever thought about joining Capital Academy? Capital Academy? Lin Mo's voice was calm. That's exactly where I'm headed. Bai Bingbing burst out laughing and clapped him on the shoulder. Great. When you get there, just say you're with Bai Bingbing, no one will dare mess with you. They were still chatting when Lin Mo remembered the gear their fallen opponents had dropped. He bent down and scooped up 3 items. Bai Bingbing pointed at a staff and a tower shield. Looks like they farmed the Cloud Dungeon a lot. That set drops there. The place is capped at levels 15 to 18. Most people clear Frostlands first, then move on to Cloud to grind. Lin Mo tossed the gear into his storage without a second thought, then knelt to deal with the 3 bodies, cool as ever. He looked up at Bai Bingbing. These 3. She caught on at once and raised a hand. I want breathe a word about today. Lin Mo nodded slightly. If word got out that members of the Warborn Guild had died by his hand, trouble would follow. Just then, several dark shapes streaked through the maple grove, the rush of air whipping crimson leaves into a swirling cloud. Lin Mo's eyes hardened. He ordered General Slime to stay close. The snap of dead twigs and the crunch of fallen leaves grew nearer, footsteps sharpening. Suddenly he barked, "Who's there?" Lin Mo immediately ordered the Slime General to stand guard at their side. The air tightened like a drawn bowstring. A sudden breeze swept past, and 2 elegantly dressed young men with unmistakable presence appeared without a sound, planting themselves between Lin Mo and Bai Bingbing. Their eyes skimmed over Lin Mo, then settled on the plump, golden Slime General. They froze for half a heartbeat before regaining their composure. The man with the silver sword gave a light laugh, his tone tinged with mockery. A summoner, huh? Stronger than the usual kind, but that's all. Who are you? Lin Mo stepped in front of Bai Bingbing, eyes sharp. Bai Bingbing patted his shoulder and walked toward the newcomers, sounding relaxed. Oh, it's you too. Apparently, the 3 already knew each other. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and dismissed the Slime General back into the contract space to avoid any accidents. Let me introduce you, Bai Bingbing said, pointing to the swordsman on the left. This is Qi Long, level 18, rare class holy light swordsman. She gestured to the staff wielder on the right. And this quiet one is Zhou Bing, level 19, legendary class thunder mage. A legendary class thunder mage. Lin Mo silently raised an eyebrow. Bai Bingbing added, they're my classmates. Qi Long and Zhou Bing wore silver-sheened armor and cloaks, a complete silver grade set whose value and power spoke for themselves. Most professionals between levels 20 and 30 struggled to gather even half a set, proof of the Capital Academy's extraordinary resources. This is Lin Mo, a friend I just met. Level 11, boss summoner, Bai Bingbing finished. Qi Long and Zhou Bing spared Lin Mo a casual glance, then looked past him as if he wasn't worth a second more. The message was clear. An 11-level amateur didn't rate their attention. Bai Bingbing coughed to break the awkwardness and lowered her voice. The wild boss Lin Mo just defeated didn't drop what we need. We're on a clock, so we have to wrap up the academy quest fast. Zhou Bing nodded. Wild bosses rely too much on luck. Qi Long and I decided we should trade instead. Trade with whom? Lin Mo asked. The Xiongбing adventurers, Zhou Bing replied evenly. They have a boss Weeping Soul, and their new guild quest needs a Heart of Frost from the Frostlands. Bai Bingbing rubbed her chin. To get a Heart of Frost, we have to land the first kill on the zone boss. We already cleared Frostlands before. Qi Long's smile broadened. That's no problem. Your new little friend hasn't cleared it, right? As long as he lands the last hit, the heart will drop. He and Zhou Bing fixed their eyes on Lin Mo. Heart of Frost? Lin Mo calculated. If it could be exchanged for gold, he'd hand it to anyone. He kept his face blank and his voice steady. So you want me on your team to farm a Heart of Frost? Long rested his silver sword on his shoulder, eyes amused. For Bing Bing's sake, we'll power level you. We only want the heart, nothing else. Fair trade, right? He had lumped Lin Mo in with ordinary rookies eager for a carry. Long's scheme, however, was doomed. Expecting Lin Mo to hand over the heart for free was pure fantasy. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. If you want the Heart of Frost, bring 100,000 gold. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Long's voice shot up an octave. I'm the one power leveling you, and now you want money from me? Without us, could you solo a level 12 elite dungeon boss and make it drop the Heart of Frost? Zhou Bing, face like ice, gave a snort. Long, Lin Mo isn't the only player in Beijiang who hasn't cleared Frostland. We can always replace him. Lin Mo spread his hands, voice flat. Suit yourselves. With that, he turned and walked away. The others had expected him to cave, yet he didn't even hesitate. Afraid the situation would blow up, Bing Bing rushed after him. Lin Mo, ill pay? Zhou Bing and Long blocked her at the same time. Bing Bing, choose your friends with care, Zhou Bing sneered. An arrogant deadweight like him isn't worth your time. Bing Bing ignored the sarcasm. So what now? Recruit some random rookie at Frostland's gate? We don't have time for that. Long shrugged, looking unconcerned. Bing Bing glared at them. They'll go bring Lin Mo back, watch your mouths. Bing Bing, you'd really ditch us? You two idiots. She tossed the words over her shoulder and raced into the maple woods after Lin Mo. Zhou Bing and Long traded a helpless look. In that case we split up, Zhou Bing said. Let's see who gets the Heart of Frost first. Bing Bing was already gone, her figure swallowed by the dusky forest path. Night deepened. At the far edge of the woods, Lin Mo's blade flashed, severing the last Minotaur's head. Golden letters exploded across his vision. Congratulations, Lin Mo, level up. LV.11 LV.12. Name, Lin Mo. Class, God tier boss summoner unique. Level, LV.12 1.20. Strength, 120. Spirit, 130. Agility, 120. Constitution, 120. Combat power, 120. The scraps of gear dropped by the 3 mercenary regiment members were useless to him, so he dumped them all into his Minotaur Lord. Miscellaneous materials from wild mobs went straight to the Slime General. Summon, Legendary Gold Slime General. Feeding progress, 20. God tier skill research, 50. Summon, Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 30. God tier skill research, 100. Congratulations, Lin Mo. Your summon Legendary Gold Slime General has completed God tier skill research. New skill acquired, Thorn Armor. Reflects damage equal to 100 of the user's strength. Full damage reflect, and the multiplier is insane. If Lin Mo cast Thorn Armor on himself, he could kill monsters just by standing still. A God tier skill could be shared among summons and cast indefinitely, as long as he had the mana, and the mana spring in his pocket restored mana by 100. In other words, zero cost spam. He definitely had to test it soon. After a full day of grinding, it was time to rest. The moon hung pale in the sky, a campfire crackled between the trees, and the Slime General stood guard, its translucent body glowing in the flames. Lin Mo gnawed on hard bread dropped by a monster to restore his stamina. His mind drifted to the boss crystal head looted earlier. He took it out and rolled it between his fingers. My third summon. Let's see what you've got. The moment he formed the thought, the powerful goblin summoner crystal melted into a warm current and sank into his body. Class skill, God tier boss summoning, LV.111. Note, first time summoning a boss does not require a boss crystal. Lin Mo murmured the skill's name. A beam of gold shot up into the sky, devouring moonlight and piercing the clouds. Wind howled through the treetops as storm clouds swirled overhead. High above, a goblin in golden armor appeared, staff in hand, gazing down at the land. With a sweep of his staff, tens of thousands of goblin warriors materialized, their war cries shaking the air. At last the clouds broke, letting the moonlight return. The clearing glimmered with gold, and a powerfully built golden goblin summoner stepped out to stand before Lin Mo. Lin Mo eagerly opened the goblin summoner's stat panel. Summon, Golden Legend Mighty Goblin Summoner. Strength, 1000, Spirit, 1000, Agility, 1500, Constitution, 1000. Skill, Summon Goblin Warrior 50/50 Divine Grade. Summons Goblin Warriors that inherit 100% of the summoner's stats. A roaming squad of mini-bosses? He mused. Dropping 50 warriors with identical attributes into a dungeon would boost his clear speed tenfold at least. With the divine upgrade letting every summon share all of his stats, the tactic was practically unbeatable. Satisfied, he stored the goblin summoner back in his summoning space. Class skill, Divine Summoning Space LV.135. In just 2 days, he had secured 3 powerful bosses. At this rate, he'd break the game. Folding his arms behind his head, he stretched out to rest. A faint noise drifted over. Instantly alert, Lin Mo signaled the slime general to stand guard. Rustling grew closer. In the bonfire's dim glow, Bai Bingbing parted the grass and strolled in, looking relaxed. Few took me forever to find you. Only after confirming she was alone did Lin Mo drop his guard. Catching his glance, Bai Bingbing spoke first. They didn't follow me. I came on my own. Lin Mo stayed silent. He had to get a frost heart whether he sold it to the Xiongбing Adventurer Group or to Bai Bingbing's team. It was still 100,000 gold. Since her 2 teammates refused to pay, the choice was obvious. Gold was everything. With it, he could buy low-level skill books. Biting her lip, Bai Bingbing said, their attitude was unacceptable. I'm apologizing on their behalf. They'll pay 100,000 gold for the frost heart. Deal? Lin Mo pulled out some hard bread and chewed in silence. When he didn't answer, Bai Bingbing stamped her foot. Are you really not going to talk to me? I haven't done anything to offend you. Setting the bread aside, Lin Mo spoke evenly. I don't hold any grudge against you. Her eyes lit up. So you agree? He shook his head. I also don't agree. Oh, come on, what do you want then? Lin Mo chuckled. We'll talk tomorrow. With that, he closed his eyes, planning to hit the frostlands at dawn, farm monsters, and pick up another frost heart for some quick cash. Chilled by the night wind after her long search, Bai Bingbing sat by the fire for warmth. She looked at him again. You have to give me an answer tomorrow. We're running out of time. If we fail this quest, we can't enter the Academy competition and we'll lose our ranking points. Competition points? The mention of Kyoto Academy finally piqued Lin Mo's interest. Bai Bingbing pouted. The point ranking determines who gets a ticket to the realm of illusion. Did you think getting into Kyoto Academy was a free ride to the top? If you really believe that, you're naive. Everyone in that place is fighting to outdo the rest every single day. If you can make it into the illusory realm, you'll shoot up in levels and leave everyone else eating your dust. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. From Bai Bingbing's tone alone, he could already feel the intense, under-Thezzer-face rivalry at the Capital Academy. She, however, figured the only reason he could stay so calm was that had never truly witnessed the Academy's sky. When you get there, you'll understand what I mean, she said, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Then he'll worry about it once I'm inside, Lin Mo replied with a smile. At dawn, the first golden ray of sunlight fell across Lin Mo's shoulders. After a full night's rest, he felt completely recharged. The slime general stood guard nearby. Several clueless monsters had crept toward the camp during the night, only to be skewered by its pitchfork. Lin Mo had slept like a rock and even gained some experience in the process. Glancing at his system panel, he laughed softly. Keep this up, and I'll be leveling in my sleep. Bai Bingbing was already up, insisting she would cook a hearty breakfast. Come try it. It's my first time behind the stove. Beside the campfire, a chunk of meat blackened to a crisp dripped with some mysterious, dark oil. A few specks of dirt still clung to its surface. Are you sure that's edible? Lin Mo grimaced, opting instead for a piece of hard bread. Bai Bingbing tore off a bit of the meat, tasted it, and immediately spat it out. Ugh, way too bitter. Got any more bread? She slumped beside Lin Mo and snagged his loaf. Only then did Lin Mo notice how striking her figure was when she stood straight. She couldn't even see her toes. Impressive, he muttered under his breath. MMPH? What did you say? She asked with her mouth full. I said, finish up so we can head for the Frostlands. He coughed awkwardly. So you're in? Her eyes lit up. You'll know once we get there. After a quick cleanup, they hit the road. Level 11 and 12 wild monsters kept appearing along the way, but Lin Mo let the slime general take point. It skimmed across the ground, skewering everything in its path at breakneck speed. In less than half an hour, they reached a makeshift trade route. Stalls lined either side of the road. Vendors hawked materials while players recruited parties or swapped intel. Hey bro, up for an abyss run? Forget it. At your level, you'd get wiped in abyss. Chicken. Dungeons came in 4 tiers: normal, elite, abyss, and nightmare, each more dangerous than the last. Normal runs needed at least 3 players, elite usually 6, while abyss and nightmare generally started at 10. Just then, an armored warrior stepped in front of them. You two want in? We're forming an elite group. Bringing newbies is free as long as you've got entries left, while farm nonstop. Gear, mats, even rare drops all go to us. Sound good? Lin Mo didn't bother answering. He simply sidestepped the man and headed for the dungeon entrance. Hey, you punk, the warrior sputtered, left standing alone. The portal to the Frostlands was set halfway up a towering snow-covered mountain, inside an ice cave where frigid winds howled year-round. Snow lay over the cave mouth like a suit of armor, and inside, ribbons of blue-white energy pulsed through the air like a beating heart. It was Lin Mo's first time facing a dungeon portal, and its sheer presence left him awestruck. Lin Mo, how are the two of us supposed to clear a dungeon on our own? Bai Bingbing's brow nodded. Lin Mo stayed expressionless. He gave her a brief look and said nothing. I'm telling you, the frost heart only drops in the abyss instance, she muttered, but the packed square let every bystander hear. Hey, sweetheart, you two think you can clear the abyss? What level are you? What gear? The kid doesn't even have a single set piece total newbie, right? I tried to invite him, and he ignored me. Figures rookie trash. Ugh, bad luck. Sneers sword. Zhou Bing and Qi Long pushed through the crowd. Bing Bing, you really gonna fool around with this punk? Qi Long snapped. Bing Bing tugged Lin Mo's sleeve. Come on, do it for me. Let's party. Uprunning it with just the two of us is too dangerous. Lin Mo remained silent. In front of everyone, he walked straight to the Frostland's gate, pressed his palm to the rippling barrier, then glanced back. I can handle it alone. His tone was calm and sure. Bing Bing bit her lip, hesitated, then took 2 quick steps after him. Then I'll go with you. Her choice angered Zhou Bing and Qi Long at once. If that brat actually pulls a frost heart, I'll kneel and call him daddy. Qi Long spat. Lin Mo's sharp look made Qi Long shiver. He declined the party invite Bing Bing sent. He had no wish to reveal his strength yet. You can't do it solo, Bing Bing said, worried. But Lin Mo had already confirmed entry. A flash of light, and he vanished beyond the gate. Lin Mo? Bing Bing reached out, grabbing only air. A difficulty projection floated above the portal nightmare. Holy picked nightmare. Nightmare? He's nuts. The plaza exploded. No one had ever soloed nightmare. Someone asked Bing Bing, Miss, what level is he? 12. She answered, panic in her eyes. Level 12, solo nightmare? That's suicide. Inside, Lin Mo landed in a snow mountain cave. Outside, deep drifts flared white in the sun. Inside, a lone campfire hissed. Soft footsteps sounded beyond the mouth. Once he stepped outside, the run would start. Oddly, he felt no fear, only anticipation. Just then, the Vanguard Guild stormed up to the Frostland's entrance, more than 20 strong. Move it. Captain Wu Gang marched forward, carrying a scrawny level 12 class changer like a chick in one hand. Finally caught a newcomer who hasn't cleared Frostlands. Captain Wu himself? Someone breathed. Who's that? Wu Gang of Vanguard, level 25 warrior, tyrant of Beijiang City. Their quest needs a frost heart, no wonder he's here. Bing Bing and her friends grew even more tense. Qi Long grumbled. Great, Vanguard will snag it first. All thanks to that punk. He shot Bing Bing a glare. You share the blame. Bing Bing fired back. If you hadn't looked down on Lin Mo, would he have gone in alone? Zhou Bing cut them off. Enough. The frost heart matters. Abyss drops 1. Nightmare can drop 2 or more. You want a team with Vanguard? Bing Bing asked in shock. Why not? Zhou Bing narrowed his eyes. She hesitated, biting her lip. Go if you want. I'm staying and waiting for Lin Mo. After their earlier clash with Vanguard, she wanted no more trouble. Zhou Bing scowled. Still counting on that kid? If we don't move now, it'll be too late. With that, he and Qi Long spun around and hurried after Vanguard's party. Lin Mo began by summoning the slime general. The golden behemoth nearly filled the cavern, its slick body rippling against the rock walls. Outside, chaotic tracks crisscrossed the pristine snow, and the icy wind lifted powdery swirls, as if warning that some colossal creature had been here. Moments later, a hulking, long-haired white ape planted its fists in the snow, frosty breath billowing from its mouth as it lumbered to the cave entrance. Lin Mo locked on and pulled up its stats. Frost White Ape. Nightmare Grade Dungeon Monster. Level, 12. Strength, 600. Spirit, 400. Agility, 600. Constitution, 500. Skill. Ice Slow halves the target's attack speed. One look at those numbers made Lin Mo's heart skip. Nightmare difficulty lived up to its name. Even a random trash mob rivaled an overworld boss, boasting high damage, high agility, and crowd control. Even so, compared with the golden boss he held, it was still a tier below. A lion uses its full strength even against a rabbit. With that thought, he also released the Minotaur Lord and the mighty Goblin Summoner. 3 golden titans now crowded the dim cavern, the walls groaning around them. Roar! The Minotaur Lord swung its horns and scraped iron-shod hooves, bellowing like thunder. The mighty Goblin Summoner lifted a golden staff and flashed a wicked grin. The Slime General raised a massive shield, viscous slime dripping as it took position beside Lin Mo. At his command, the trio burst from the cave, the air thundering in their wake. As Lin Mo stepped outside, a prompt flashed. You have left the safe zone. Nightmare instance. Proceed with caution. The message hadn't even faded when 3 massive white apes charged. Lin Mo gave a shout, and his bosses moved to intercept. The Slime General hoisted its golden shield, blocking Lin Mo completely. Golden light flared beneath the Minotaur Lord's hooves. A wild bull charge plowed through the snow, hurling the apes aside and stunning them for 40 seconds, carving deep furrows in the ice. The Goblin Summoner tapped its staff. 3 goblin warriors blinked in, steel blades whirling as they hacked at the apes. In under 2 seconds, the apes crashed to the ground, their bloodthirsty howls fading into the wind. Frost White Ape slain, EXP 8000. Frost White Ape slain, EXP 8000. Frost White Ape slain, EXP 8000. The notifications filled his view. Lin Mo blinked in surprise. Ordinary mobs of this level barely gave 1,000 experience, yet here the reward was 7 or 8 times higher. And for him, it was still a one-shot kill. With 3 golden bosses as an impenetrable wall, the dungeon's regular monsters were no threat. Following the map, Lin Mo pushed deeper, mowing down everything in his path. Enraged Snow Fiend slain, EXP 8000. Shameless Baboon slain, EXP 8000. Dirty Snowman slain, EXP 8000. Loot. Snow Fiend's severed arm 2. Loot. Shameless Baboon's face 5. Loot. Dirty Snowman's loofah 8. About an hour later, the familiar system chime rang. Congratulations, Lin Mo level up. You are now LV.13. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Boss Summoner Unique. Level, 135, 30 toward next level. Strength, 130. Spirit, 140. Agility, 130. Constitution, 130. Combat power, 130. His leveling speed was ridiculous. No wonder every second-class adventurer chose dungeons over the open field. Dungeon mobs came in swarms, and their experience payouts were off the charts. After sorting the spoils, Lin Mo split all the newly acquired materials and feedable gear into 3 equal stacks and handed them to his summons. One more creature meant thinner resources, but the Nightmare Deer raid had already stuffed his storage with rare materials and equipment. Command feed. 1. Summon, Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress, 100. God tier skill research, 80. 2. Summon, Legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 80. God tier skill research, 30. 3. Summon, Legendary Goblin Arch Summoner. Feeding progress, 60. God tier skill research, 30. Congratulations, Lin Mo feeding level up. Class skill, God tier feeding LV.4 LV.5. Note, fed summons gain a 30-fold boost to all attributes. Phew, God tier feeding had leveled again, granting his creatures 30 times their base stats. Even though he was used to outrageous multipliers, the numbers still made his heart skip a beat. At the same time, the Slime General's feeding gauge overflowed. Summon, Legendary Slime General. Feeding rank, 4. Strength, 1,700. Spirit, 1,500. Agility, 1,500. Constitution, 1,700. Skill, Leap Strike Critical Now God tier, dealing AoE damage equal to 70 strength. Skill, God tier split LV.3300,300 creates strength-only duplicates of the Slime General. With the higher feeding rank, the Slime General's stats nearly matched the Minotaur Lord's, and its skill scaled up accordingly. After a quick check, Lin Mo set out again. Soon he reached the next checkpoint, the collapsed snow ridge. An entire mountain had been snapped in half, and the exposed cross-section glittered under the sun, blinding to the eye. The resulting narrow ice corridor was scoured year-round by furious winds, leaving barely a dusting of snow on its hollow, silver-white surface. According to the intel Lin Mo had dug up, the collapsed snow ridge was the most dangerous part of the Frostlands. Monsters packed the tight terrain, leaving no room for maneuvering. Without a party of a dozen well-geared adventurers, few could force a way through, which was why the Nightmare Tier record had never been broken. The moment he stepped into the ridge, a knife-edge wind slammed into him. All 3 summons moved in shoulder to shoulder, forming a living wall against the gale. Sheltered by their massive bodies, Lin Mo planted his first stride on the frozen path. Dozens of Wind Fiend apes suddenly appeared at the cliff's edge, well over 100, each hefting a gigantic wooden maul, ready to strike. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, locking onto the targets. Nightmare Deer Dungeon Mob, Wind Fiend Ape. Level, 13. Strength, 500. Spirit, 400. Agility, 800. Constitution, 400. Skills, Gale doubles movement speed. Heavy Maul 30 chance to crit for twice the strength stat. High agility, brutal crits definitely troublesome. And these were only the grunts. Who knew what the boss would be like? No time to worry. Lin Mo ordered his summons forward and activated God tier shared skill, wrapping himself in the Minotaur Lord's Thorn Armor, 100 damage reflection. At the same time, he had the powerful Goblin Summoner call in every Goblin Warrior he could muster. 2 forces squared off. 50 Goblin Warriors bared their fangs behind steel blades. The Minotaur Lord pounded its chest at the front, and the Slime General hovered protectively beside Lin Mo. A squall swept across the snowy ridge, scattering white powder that glittered like starlight. Deep in the ravine, 2 Wind Fiend apes beat on drums and howled, and the entire white horde surged toward Lin Mo, mallets raised, fangs exposed. Go! Lin Mo shouted. The Minotaur Lord stomped, lifted 2 apes on its horns, and hurled them aside. Wind Fiend Ape, slain EXP 3200. Wind Fiend Ape, slain EXP 3200. Less experience than before makes sense with so many of them around, Lin Mo thought. The terrain narrowed into a single corridor, funneling the apes into a long line, exactly what he wanted. He ordered the Minotaur Lord to use Bull Rush. Most of the apes should be stunned, leaving cleanup to the Slime General and the Goblin Warriors. Bull Rush. The Minotaur Lord thundered into the mob only for the apes to lunge forward on all fours, claws carving deep grooves in the ground. They slipped past the charge like white streaks and sprinted straight for Lin Mo. Not good. They understand that taking out the summoner ends the fight. Their speed spiked. In barely a second they closed the distance. One wind fiend ape's maul brushed Lin Mo's arm. Thunk. Shared suffering activated automatically, redirecting the damage to Lin Mo's 3 summons and splitting it evenly between them. Thornmail triggered a beat later, and razor-sharp spikes punched straight through the Wind Demon Ape's chest, instantly killing it. Wind Demon Ape defeated, 3,200 XP. Lin Mo sucked in a breath and thanked his luck. Without shared suffering, his pitiful stats would have left him shredded by the ape's claws. General Slime, heads up. Even before he finished, General Slime had already swung his trident, pitching another Wind Demon Ape high into the air. Wind Demon Ape slain, 3,200 XP. Wind Demon Ape slain, 3,200 XP. The notifications kept rolling, yet distant roars refused to fade. Nearly 100 more Wind Demon Apes were stampeding toward them. Lin Mo barked for his 3 summons to form a wall and shield him. At the same time, the Goblin Summoner hoisted his bone staff, ordering the Goblin Warriors to circle around and flank. The gap in numbers was brutal, and the Goblins were slow. It took 3 warriors just to stall a single Wind Demon Ape, so the danger was far from over. General Slime, Divine Split, Lin Mo shouted. Golden light exploded from General Slime as his hulking body shattered into countless fragments. In a blink, 300 palm-sized, golden slime hatchlings bounced onto the ground. Minotaur Lord, cover them. Hatchlings leap strike. He commanded. A tide of slimes surged forward. All 300 hatchlings crouched, then sprang skyward, darkening half the sky. The quicker Wind Demon Apes flailed their clubs, smashing 5 or 6 dozen hatchlings, but split forms only carried General Slime's strength stat, so the loss barely mattered. Leap strike. Bean-sized golden bodies crashed down like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. The snow ridge corridor erupted in snow and dust, the ground fracturing beneath the impact. Each hatchling packed 1,700 strength. At a 70-fold multiplier, that was 119,000 damage apiece. The mountain shook, snow blasting away to reveal dark gray rock. Friendly fire immunity was a blessing. Without it, Lin Mo would have had nowhere to hide. The Wind Demon Apes froze mid-swing, then crumbled into powder, their clubs spinning into the air. The kill feed went berserk. Wind Demon Ape slain, 3,200 XP. Wind Demon Ape slain, 3,200 XP. Post-battle loot. Wind Demon Ape clubs 99. Wind Demon Ape fangs 99. Black Iron Wind set 5. The reward scrolled for a full half hour as his experience bar rocketed upward. Still, Lin Mo felt the leveling grind tighten after mowing down nearly 100 Wind Demon Apes. He was stuck at LV.1389, only 25% toward the next level. As expected, the farther you climb, the slower it gets. Anyone else hearing him complain would probably break down on the spot. In just an hour or two, he had nearly gained 2 full levels, a pace no one had ever achieved before. It was still only the 3rd day before the final exam. With 7 days remaining, Lin Mo was all but guaranteed the top provincial rank when the Tindui deadline arrived. After finishing the fight in the snowy ridges, the oversplit slime general was visibly weakened, so Lin Mo sent it back to the summoning space, without hesitation, a refuge that constantly restored his creatures. His backpack was overflowing with materials and spare gear, so he fed everything to his 3 legendary gold summons, and the numbers on his interface jumped. 1. Summon. Legendary Gold Slime General. Feeding progress, 20. Divine Skill Development, 90. 2. Summon. Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 100 completed. Divine Skill Development, 50. 3. Summon. Legendary Gold Mighty Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 80. Divine Skill Development, 50. The Minotaur Lord was the first to get its fill, reaching feeding level 3 and seeing its stats soar. Strength 2900, Spirit 2450, Agility 2900, Constitution 2900. Rampaging Charge advanced to Divine rank, boosting its stun duration to 70 seconds, while Bramble Armor now reflected damage equal to 100% of its strength. Even stuck at 50% Divine Skill Development, the creature was already terrifying. After a brief rest, Lin Mo set off again. Beyond the snowy ridges stretched an endless white plain, the final boss domain. The pristine surface held no monster tracks, yet the temperature plummeted. He threw on 2 frost-resistant items he couldn't feed, barely blocking the biting wind. Through the howling gale, a grand citadel sculpted from ice and snow emerged. Frost-white apes and wind-fiend apes stood guard at the gate, bearing fangs. Behind them, a burly goblin summoner sat on an ice throne, white fur cloak whipping in the wind, an ice crystal staff glowing a ghostly blue in his hand. Lin Mo focused, and an information panel appeared. Goblin Summoner of the Frost Mage. Nightmare Grade Elite Dungeon Monster. Level 14. Strength 1000. Spirit 1500. Agility 800. Constitution 800. Skill, Summon 2020. Note, can summon Goblin Frost Warriors elite dungeon monsters with 100% of its own attributes. Minor bosses can drop crystals, maybe elites can too, he thought. If it dropped a boss crystal, he could add another powerhouse to his roster. The gate's defenses were far thinner than those in the snowy ridges. Learning from previous delays, he ordered the Minotaur Lord and Slime General to smash straight through. System notifications flooded the screen. Wind Fiend Ape Slain, EXP 3200. Frost White Ape Slain, EXP 5000. The sudden carnage put the Frost Mage's Goblin Summoner on high alert. A cobalt magic circle flared underfoot, and the chill deepened as it swung its ice crystal staff, chanting rapidly. The commotion roused the garrison, and monsters poured from the barracks. Lin Mo ordered General Slime and the Minotaur Lord to hold the flanks and absorb the monster's assault. He then charged straight ahead, with his powerful Goblin Summoner at his side. In no time, they confronted the Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner, whose incantation had just finished. A savage wind howled, and countless snowflakes fused into glittering ice crystals before Lin Mo's eyes. Moments later, 20 snarling Goblin Frost Warriors materialized, cold mist streaming from their mouths. The Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner barked a guttural command, signaling its troops. Each Frost Warrior glared menacingly, brandishing a blade forged from enchanted ice. The wind whipped the summoner's cloak, and for an instant it looked like a battlefield god, brimming with confidence. Those 20 Frost Warriors were its chosen instruments of dominance. Lin Mo responded with a calm, measured smile. Trying to win by sheer numbers? Then let's count, he murmured. With a single thought, his own Goblin Summoner stepped forward, raised its staff, and began to chant. Seconds later, 50 Goblin Warriors rained from the sky, kicking up a violent cloud of dust. The opposing summoner froze 20 against 50 was a hopeless mismatch. Intent on ending the fight quickly, Lin Mo commanded his warriors to charge. They not only outnumbered the enemy, but also boasted absurdly high stats. The Frost Warriors barely lifted their ice blades before the steel swords cleaved them in two. In the span of a breath, all 20 Frost Warriors lay dead. A summoner without summons was nothing but a target, and Lin Mo knew it. The Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner, still clinging to its elite pride, leapt forward in a desperate attack. Lin Mo was caught off guard, and the staff slammed into his shoulder with a resounding crack. Instantly, the attacker toppled over, killed by the thorn's armor Lin Mo kept active as insurance. Lin Mo blinked in surprise. The summoner had literally beaten itself to death. Elite Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner slain. Experience 20,000. Drops. Bronze Ice Staff, level 12, Spirit 20, Skill Amplification 2.5. Bronze Ice Cloak, level 12, Constitution 10, Spirit 5, Agility 5. Silver Ice Mage Earrings 2, level 12, 15 chance for skill use to cost no mana. He still hadn't leveled up, which was a mild annoyance. But elite monsters were all about loot, and experience came with grinding. An accessory drop was a rare sight. Normally, you had to gather valuable materials and pay a specialist to forge one, at great expense. Not bad at all, he thought. The earrings effect meant little to him. His fountain of mana made the 15% perk redundant, but they would fetch a tidy sum. He stashed the earrings in his storage space. The moment the elite monster died, Ice Snow City began to crumble. The ground split open, swallowing Lin Mo and all his summons. Crap, he shouted as they plunged into the darkness. Lin Mo plunged from the sky, nearly smashing into the ground. Luckily, the Slime General broke his fall. With a muffled thump, the slime's elastic body bounced him back up. Landing on his feet, he rolled aside and brushed the dust from his clothes. The Slime General flopped upright as well, while the other two summons took position on either side of him. Ahead stood a massive palace of ice, its crystal walls glowing with an eerie blue light. Long corridors flanked the main hall, lined with countless ice statues arranged like soldiers on parade. The frigid air seemed cold enough to freeze every breath in place. At the palace's core lay a woman in a pale blue gown and a crown of aquamarine crystal, sleeping soundly. A brilliant blue halo floated beneath her feet, its intricate runes far flashier than the effects on any ordinary elite monster. An information panel flickered before Lin Mo's eyes the moment he focused on her. Ice Sorceress Nightmare Grade Lord. Level 14. Strength 800. Spirit 3000. Agility 500. Constitution 2000. Active skill Frost Lock. Freezes everything within a 10-meter radius for 5 seconds, dealing damage equal to 10 of each target's maximum health every second. Passive skill Crystallize. While the Ice Sorceress sleeps, all her minions enter stasis and become immune to every form of attack. Trigger condition. Any class holder who steps into the Frostlock radius. 3000 spirit. That spell damage is absurd. Lin Mo did some quick math. One freeze would strip half his health. No matter how deep the bar, a second control cycle would finish the job. And because the boss could only be activated by stepping into her Frostlock, the first cast was unavoidable. She was practically a built-in vampire. He scanned the hall again. The statues were definitely her minions. Immune while their mistress slept, they would swarm the instant she awoke. The usual routine of clearing mobs before tackling the boss was useless here. Lin Mo frowned. Nightmare difficulty lived up to its name. Most players would never even get through the door. For him, the margin of error amounted to surviving one freeze. The second would be fatal. Still, if he cleared the instance and claimed the Ice Sorceress Lord core, he could summon her himself. High risk, high reward. No guts, no glory, he muttered, rifling through tactics in his mind until a loophole surfaced. His eyes lit up. He ordered the powerful goblin summoner to the front line and snapped, summon. In the next instant, 50 goblin warriors formed a shield wall, tusks glinting, rough shields raised in perfect unison. By design, the shared burden skill let his summons absorb part of his damage. Because the goblin summoner was itself a summon, every goblin warrior it created was linked into the same damage chain. If those warriors charged ahead and soaked the initial frost lock, the Ice Sorceress spell would go on cooldown. During that window, he could unleash the rest of his creatures in a full assault, taking down the Lord with virtually no damage to himself. After settling his plan, Lin Mo sent a mental order and had a goblin warrior scout ahead with him. The instant he stepped into the 10-meter zone around the Ice Mage, the air thickened and a barely audible sigh rippled through the silent hall. The Ice Mage's eyes snapped open, snowflakes slipped from her long lashes, and her icy blue pupils locked onto Lin Mo like twin knives. She rose slowly from her throne, her voice as sharp as a blade. You dare disturb the queen's rest. Taste her wrath. She raised her hand, and the crystalline palace shuddered. A white ice blossom several meters wide bloomed on the ceiling, then plummeted with a howling gale. With a thunderous boom, the flower burst, glittering shards pouring into more than a dozen humanoid ice statues. A heartbeat later, cracks webbed across the statues, and they exploded in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen red-furred great apes, each 3 meters tall, threw back their heads and roared, their chests making the icy walls vibrate. Ice Palace Red Ape. Nightmare Tier Elite Instance Monster. Level 13. Strength 1,500. Willpower 1,000. Agility 800. Constitution 1,500. Skill. Crystal Armor doubles Constitution for 5 seconds. The absurd strength and stamina made Lin Mo click his tongue. No wonder a Nightmare instance needed a full party of geared professionals. Fighting one ape was brutal, let alone a horde, and the real boss, the Ice Mage, hadn't even acted yet. While he calculated, a deep chant echoed through the hall. Frost freeze. Ice crystals surged from beneath the queen's feet. The lead goblin warrior was flash frozen, and its health plummeted. Yet Lin Mo beside it remained untouched. The passive shared hardship had activated. The light shot through him. The exploit worked. He could resummon a goblin, but if he died, the run was over. Even the Ice Mage faltered, her frosty brows knitting. A mere adventurer beyond my control? Her rage deepened the chill. Feel the queen's fury. At her command, the red apes lunged, crimson afterimages arcing through the air toward Lin Mo. At that critical instant, General Slime leapt in, his golden shield sweeping sideways and slamming the charging apes to a halt. Bang! The shield crushed the nearest ape's skull, then the trident flipped and its icy tip tore into the pack, drawing a chorus of screams. Lin Mo barked new orders. 40 goblin warriors swarmed in, their steel blades weaving a cold, gleaming net that sent scarlet mist spraying. Within moments, the entire pack of Ice Palace Red Apes lay exterminated. Successfully killed a Crimson Ice Palace Ape, EXP 8,000. Another one down. Successfully killed a Crimson Ice Palace Ape, EXP 8,000. The third has fallen. Successfully killed a Crimson Ice Palace Ape, EXP 8,000. After the triple takedown, system notifications poured in like a waterfall. Drop. Crimson Ice Palace Apes Red for 99. Drop. Crimson Ice Palace Apes Bright Red Undies 5. Drop. Crimson Ice Palace Apes Toenails 10. Drop. Bronze Grade Crimson Ape Set 5. In an instant, Lin Mo had wiped out every minion the apes had left. Across the field, the Ice Mage watched his underlings vanish and panic flashed across his face. At the same time, the frosty halo of freeze shattered with a sharp crack, and the battlefield came back to life. As the frost receded, the goblin warrior still at half health charged forward, short steel blade cutting through the lingering chill straight at the Ice Mage. The mage countered with his sword and dropped the goblin in a couple of swings, but Lin Mo stayed perfectly calm. Minotaur Lord, go. He commanded silently. Boom bull rush. The Minotaur Lord became a dark blur, ramming the Ice Mage several meters away, blood spraying as a red stunned 70s tag hung over the target. Before the stun faded, the slime general plummeted from above the perfect leap crit. Bang! Fractures spiderwebbed across the crystal floor of the palace, and rows of ice sculptures on the ceiling shattered, crashing down with a metallic clatter. System prompts flooded the screen. Successfully killed Ice Mage Nightmare Grade Dungeon Boss, EXP 50,000. Solo cleared the dungeon. EXP 50,000. Congratulations, player Lin Mo, level up. LV 13 LV 14. Character panel appeared. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Mythic Boss Summoner Unique. Level, LV 14 5.23. Strength, 140. Spirit, 150. Agility, 140. Constitution, 140. Combat power, 140. The loot ticker kept rolling. Solo clear drop. Ice Mage's Boss Core. Solo clear drop. Silver grade Ice Mage's Bracelet 2 LV. 12. Mana Regen 30. Spirit 300. Strength 200. First time clear reward for Land of Frost Dungeon. Heart of Ice 3. Solo clear drop. Ice Mage's Blue Rose Veil Cosmetic. No grade. Occupies 0 gear slots. LV. 12. 2 chance to dodge skills. The message stream ran for a solid 30 seconds before it stopped. Lin Mo stood amid the glowing loot and couldn't help but marvel. Nightmare dungeons really do pay out. And because I soloed, every piece is mine, there isn't a single dud. 2 silver bracelets alone will start at 500,000 gold on the auction house. Add the rare cosmetic Blue Rose Veil and 3 Hearts of Ice, and this run easily tops 1,000,000. The thought made him draw a long, cold breath to steady his racing heart. Once he confirmed the area was clear, Lin Mo took out the freshly dropped Ice Mage's Boss Core. The translucent blue crystal caught the light, casting icy patterns. He pinched it between his fingers and crushed it crack. Class skill, Mythic Boss Summoning LV, 111. Note, the first time you summon a boss core is not required. Light particles scattered like wind-blown ice dust. Lin Mo raised his eyes, a slight smile on his lips, and gave another mental command. Activate Mythic Boss Summoning. A new ally was about to arrive. The sky peeked through in a dull, ashen gray. Ice blue petals flecked with electric sparks slipped from the clouds, dusting the ground with frosty stardust. A pillar of light plunged downward with a deep rumble, gradually sketching out the Ice Mage's silhouette. Her features were delicate, yet carried a queen's chill, as though her gaze alone could freeze solid. Lin Mo held his breath, fixing every ounce of attention on her. Suddenly a burst of gold detonated at her feet, both savage and sacred. The blue glow was devoured in an instant, draping her in a flowing veil of gold, and even the crystal staff in her hand became a blazing scepter. Summoned creature, Legendary Ice Mage. Power, 1,600. Spirit, 6,000. Agility, 1,000. Constitution, 4,000. Active skill Frost Freeze Divine. Instantly encases all creatures within 20 meters in ice for 10 seconds, dealing damage each second equal to 20 of their maximum health. Passive skill Crystallized Divine. While the Ice Mage is dormant, all allies within 10 meters enter a crystallized state. Immune to every attack crystallized units cannot attack. Lin Mo was stunned. Those stats were absurd. 6,000 Spirit was downright monstrous, and her constitution surpassed that of every other summon he owned. The 2 divine grade skills were practically shorthand for one-shot, and invincible even while Bull Charge looked tame by comparison. Heart pounding, he dumped every weapon and material head scavenged into his summons. Summon creature, Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress, 40. Divine skill research, 100 completed. New divine skill Starfall Pull. Forces all creatures within 50 meters to converge on the Slime General and disarms them. Summon creature, Legendary Tauren Lord. Feeding progress, 20. Divine skill research, 70. Summon creature, Legendary Mighty Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 100 cap reached. Feeding level increased. Divine skill research, 70. Summon creature, Legendary Ice Mage. Feeding progress, 10. Divine skill research, 10. The string of surprises set Lin Mo's blood aflame. Once the Slime General cast Starfall Pull, every enemy within 50 meters would be dragged in and stripped of their weapons. Paired with Divine Grade Split and Leap Crit, it amounted to a real-life planetary devastation. He ran through the tactics in his mind. The Slime General would handle area bursts. The Tauren Lord would charge in, control the field, and serve as the shield. The Goblin Summoner would deploy an entire mini-army. The Ice Mage would anchor the backline and erect an impenetrable defense. With this lineup, bosses in any level 20+ dungeon were finished, and even a level 30 second-class player looking for trouble would be erased on the spot. Still buzzing, he opened the status panel to review the Mighty Goblin Summoner's latest attributes. Summoned creature, Golden Legend Mighty Goblin Summoner. Bond level, 2. Strength, 2,500. Spirit, 3,000. Agility, 2,500. Constitution, 2,500. Skill, Goblin Warrior Summoning 200,200, now Divine Tier. Able to call warriors that inherit 100% of the summoner's stats. The number of Goblin Warriors he could field had climbed to a full 200. Lin Mo closed the golden-tinged status panel, flicked his wrist, and every summoned creature dissolved into streaks of light that slipped into his Divine Summoning Space. Class skill, Divine Summoning Space LV.145. The fifth slot, still empty, warned that the space was nearly full, yet the level stubbornly stayed at 14. Other skills gained experience with use, but this one seemed locked by some hidden rule. Maybe the system would relent only after all 5 slots were occupied. There's still 1 slot left. He'll grab another boss and test it, Lin Mo muttered, pushing the question aside. After a short break, he scanned the field of monster corpses. The dungeon was fully cleared, and staying any longer would be a waste of time. Ahead, the exit glowed brightly. Leave instance. A blinding white flash wrapped around him and flung him to the entrance of the Frostlands dungeon. His sudden arrival drew every nearby player's gaze. That's the kid who went in alone. He stayed that long and came out without a scratch. Look at those blank eyes. She must have taken a beating. Soloing Nightmare? No one's ever pulled that off before. The mocking chatter drifted into Lin Mo's ears. Lin Mo? A clear voice called out as Bai Bingbing hurried over. She looked him up and down, afraid she might miss an injury. Only after confirming he was fine did the tension in her face ease. Are you alright? How could you charge into a nightmare dungeon by yourself? I'm fine. Lin Mo answered quietly, touched by her concern. She pulled him to a quieter spot, still fretting. If you died in there because of me, I'd never forgive myself. Lin Mo listened silently, scanning the crowd. When he failed to spot Zhou Bing or Qi Long, his brow furrowed. Where are those two? They went with the Xiong Bing party for their quest, Bai Bingbing said, spreading her hands. They're tackling a nightmare run to get a Heart of Frost. Nightmare grade clear rates were abysmal, and Xiong Bing's team only had 7 or 8 people. Even with decent levels, the numbers alone were a crippling drawback. Lin Mo lowered his voice. Hearts of Frost drop in Abyss dungeons too. Why choose Nightmare? Bai Bingbing forced a smile. When you trade with an adventuring party, you need something to barter. Hearts of Frost are their leverage. If we don't pay up, why would they hand over the boss Wailing Soul for free? I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. Bai Bingbing looked up and pouted at the sky. Looks like the realm of illusion is out of my reach this time. Before she finished, a thunderous system alert echoed before the dungeon gate. Congratulations to Lin Mo for solo clearing the dungeon and setting a new nightmare record. Buzz. At that moment, every class changer waiting outside the Frostlands dungeon scanned the crowd for Lin Mo. Who? Which one is Lin Mo? He's the kid who just walked out of the instance. Did he really solo the nightmare difficulty? That guy's a monster. The chatter swelled, and Bai Bingbing now looked at Lin Mo in a completely different way. Lin Mo kept a straight face as he pulled a frost heart from his inventory, the icy core exhaling blue mist while crystalline veins glittered in the sunlight. 100,000 gold, he said flatly. Not a coin less. Bai Bingbing accepted it with both hands, words tumbling out in excitement. How did you manage that? Lin Mo merely shook his head. It didn't matter how he had cleared the instance. With the frost heart in hand, Bai Bingbing could trade it to the Iron Vanguard for a pass to the Wailing Soul boss, the Realm of Delusion. The thought made her squeal. The Realm of Delusion. I can finally go there. Overcome with excitement, she lunged forward and planted a kiss on Lin Mo's cheek. The sudden warmth blanked Lin Mo's mind. A single buzz echoed in his ears. Realizing what she had done, Bai Bingbing's face flushed scarlet. Sorry, I got carried away. Lin Mo waved it off. Just then, a group of adventurers in matching gear emerged from the dungeon entrance, their expressions dark. Bai Bingbing quickly recognized Zhou Bing and Qi Long among them. Qi Long was cursing. Damn it, we couldn't even clear the first checkpoint, and we call ourselves the strongest crew in North River? Pathetic. Zhou Bing's face was like iron. He shot their leader, Wu Gang, an icy glance. What a waste of time. Onlookers whispered. The Iron Vanguard took a whole squad and still failed Nightmare, but Lin Mo soloed it and set a record. They're nothing special. Hearing this, Wu Gang snapped his head up, yanked a bystander in front of him, and growled. Who's Lin Mo? He cleared Nightmare? The trembling bystander pointed. Him, the one who broke the record. Wu Gang followed the finger and inhaled sharply. The slime general takes orders from him? It's that guy? Realizing the truth, Zhou Bing and Qi Long looked even worse. Remembering how they had mocked Lin Mo before entering, their cheeks burned. Qi Long muttered through clenched teeth. Zhou Bing, what now? I don't want to call that guy dad. Zhou Bing's mouth twitched. Best strategy, run. The two spun around and bolted. Bai Bingbing waved frantically. Hey, where are you going? Back to school. Qi Long shouted over his shoulder as they sprinted away. Bai Bingbing spread her hands and said to Lin Mo helplessly. Those two even left without the frost heart. Lin Mo chuckled. They just can't bring themselves to bow to me, especially after promising to call me father. Bai Bingbing stifled a laugh and, looking at Lin Mo, felt an inexplicable rush of emotion. It's getting late. I need to head back and finish my quest, she said, taking a deep breath. The Capital Academy will be waiting for you. Lin Mo nodded, a slight ripple disturbing his normally calm heart. The trade window popped up. Bai Bingbing transferred 100,000 gold to Lin Mo's account, and the frost heart officially changed hands. Though he liked her, Lin Mo didn't cut her any slack. 100,000 was still a lot of money. Bai Bingbing stowed the item and said solemnly, I owe you one. Lin Mo started to leave, then paused. Wait. He pulled out a pair of Frost Mage earrings and handed them to her. What are these? Bai Bingbing accepted them in surprise and immediately checked the stats. Silver grade Frost Mage earrings pair. Usable at level 12 and above. 15 chance. Skill cost no resource. She gasped under her breath. Level 12 silver jewelry. 15% skill-free cost. Although the earrings had dropped from a mage boss, the stats suited assassins just as well. Assassins relied on skill damage. One earring meant 15%, two meant 30. She could unleash far more abilities, and her damage would skyrocket. She looked up at Lin Mo, thinking, he must have picked these out especially for me. He's so considerate. But this gift is too much. These are far too expensive. Together the pair is worth at least 300,000 gold coins. Lin Mo offered the delicate wooden box to Bai Bingbing, speaking as casually as if he were handing over a sack of ordinary potions. They're no use to me, so they're yours. When I get into the Capital Academy, they'll need you to cover for me. Bai Bingbing's ears flushed crimson. Her fingers lingered on the lid, and she mumbled, we'll see who ends up looking after whom. Still, she obediently accepted the box. Lin Mo's gaze was steady, utterly devoid of any hint of joking. Once he decided on something, he never wavered. Further refusal would only seem contrived, so Bai Bingbing carefully tucked the earrings inside her collar and lowered her head. Thank you. She had just spent 10,000 gold coins on a single frost heart, and now she had taken earrings worth even more. The favor she owed Lin Mo was piling up. How could she repay him by offering herself? Her cheeks burned at the thought. Forcing the image away, she pressed her lips together and said softly, we'll be going, then. Lin Mo gave her a nod. The dungeon had a 12-hour cooldown, so after clearing Frostland on nightmare difficulty, he couldn't enter again right away. He found an empty patch of ground, sat cross-legged, relaxed both body and mind, and reviewed every detail of the run. The quiet lasted only a moment. Not far off, a round, jovial figure ambled over with a grin. Little brother, remember me? Lin Mo looked up. We met at the auction house. It was Wu Gang. Rubbing his hands together, Wu Gang lowered his voice on purpose. Haha, sharp memory. I heard you soloed the dungeon on Nightmare. You've got more than one frost heart, right? Want to trade for some cash? Lin Mo frowned. Didn't someone just make a deal with you? Wu Gang scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Ah, that was only one. Besides adventurer quests, frost hearts can be used for base construction. Since you're Lao Liang's friend, they'll be straight when it comes to frost hearts. The more the better. Though he looked 18, Lin Mo's mind was long since mature. From Wu Gang's slight hesitation and evasive glance, he knew at once the man was lying. The real purpose clearly wasn't building a base. I'm keeping the rest, Lin Mo said. Wu Gang froze, then chuckled awkwardly and raised his offer. 200,000 gold per heart. Deal? The higher price only confirmed the item's true value. Lin Mo refused without a second thought. I'm keeping them. Wu Gang's face darkened on the spot. He cursed the kid for being so stubborn, but he had no choice except to snort and leave with his team. Peace returned to the edge of the clearing. Groups of job changers came and went before the dungeon entrance, a restless tide of people rushing in and flowing back out. Eyes closed, Lin Mo replayed every fight from the Nightmare run, preparing for the next attempt. He was currently level 14. He needed to reach level 15 before he could challenge the Cloud Realm instance. Some people preferred grinding monsters in the wild, but the experience rate was nothing compared to dungeon runs. He decided to wait until Frostland refreshed while using the downtime to fine-tune his condition. No matter how sharp a machine is, it still needs regular maintenance. Too much time had already been wasted in the Snow Ridge. After running the numbers, Lin Mo figured he could clear the dungeon at least twice as fast on his next attempt. Night dropped like a curtain. Outside the pitch-black entrance, firelight flickered in a solid lines. Even or 8 makeshift spits creaked over the flames. Cauldrons of meat broth boiled and frothed, steam twisting through the chill air like mist after rain. No fewer than 7 or 8 parties were camped at the gate, veteran farmers who stalked every dungeon entrance in search of crafting drops. Not far away, a weary 5-man squad crunched over loose gravel. They had just finished clearing mobs and looked thoroughly disgruntled. The drop rate's garbage, nothing even close to rare materials. I heard from a friend in the Xiongбing Adventuring Corps that their vice captain Xiong Mumu switched classes this year and is aiming for a top provincial ranking, so they're desperate for rare mats. Heart of Frost is one of them. Huh. So Heart of Frost is an equipment part? Exactly. It only drops on first kill runs of Frostland at Abyss difficulty or higher. Way out of our league. As they talked, their gazes landed on a lone young figure beside the dungeon gate. Boss, check out that kid. Never seen him before. Yeah, looks like a newbie. Perfect timing. Pull him in, add a few more bodies, and we can take a shot at Abyss. Rinshan, you go. Rinshan, a mage with a bronze staff and a full Frostland set that shimmered icy blue, adjusted his cloak and walked over to Lin Mo. Hey man, rolling solo? Lin Mo looked up, voice even. What is it? You look new. Wanna carry? We're high level, fully kit, as Rinshan pitched. His eyes swept Lin Mo from head to toe, decent gear in sight. The kid had to be fresh. Join us, and we'll push for a provincial rank. Lin Mo shook his head lightly. No thanks. I prefer solo. Rinshan forced a laugh. Buddy, ever run a dungeon? You need at least 3 people for a normal run. Go in alone, and no badil, even collect your corpse. Lin Mo remained unmoved, giving another small shake of the head. Rinshan shrugged and went back. What'd he say? He refused once to solo the place. Huh, solo a dungeon? Dream on. The team burst into laughter, then set up another campfire a short distance away. Soup bubbled, dough rose into snowy white buns in a steamer. Rinshan kept glancing back, not quite ready to give up. Quit staring. Let him fend for himself. Rinshan muttered. He looks kind of lonely. Maybe give him a heads up? About what? Kid's stubborn as a rock. Even so, Rinshan ladled a brimming bowl of hot soup, grabbed a few buns, and headed toward Lin Mo. The moment he approached, Lin Mo's expression chilled. Am not hostile, Rinshan said, lifting the food. Just something to warm you up. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Strangers' gifts were best left untouched. He shook his head. It's not poisoned, Rinshan protested with a half laugh. Why would I waste poison on a newbie? Look at gear worth stealing. Lin Mo stayed guarded. Rinshan raised his hands again. Come on, join our party. We're just trying to help. After Rinshan's repeated insistence, Lin Mo finally let himself be pulled into the group. The 4 team members turned to size up Lin Mo the moment he joined the party. What's your name? What level are you? You haven't passed the grand exam yet, right? Planning to go pro as a gold farmer afterward? Question after question battered him, but Lin Mo kept his silence. They traded glances and reached the same conclusion. The kid must be mute. Rinshan waved them off with a smile. Easy, you're scaring the rookie. He knew Lin Mo was always wary of strangers. Tomorrow morning we'll clear a dungeon together. 1 run, and you'll hit the next level. Rinshan clapped him on the shoulder. Lin Mo neither agreed nor refused, and Rinshan let it drop. At first light, Lin Mo was the first to wake. Last night's campfire had crumbled to gray ash, a thin thread of smoke curling up as the dungeon's cooldown ticked to 0. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the dungeon gate. Rinshan jolted upright, frowning. What's that noise? He sprinted off to investigate and returned a moment later, winded. Some gold farming crews are poaching players. The Survivng adventurer group upped the bounty last night 20,000 gold for the Heart of Frost. For real? A teammate gasped. Rinshan nodded, swallowing. A bunch of crews rushed over from the Cloud Chamber dungeon to get in on it. We'd better dive inside before they steal our rookie. They formed up at once, shielding Lin Mo in the center, and edged through the dew toward the portal. The entrance was already packed. Several brawny men in silver-grade gear glared around, eyes sharp as knives. One crew pointed to the middle of Rinshan's line. Him looks like the new guy. Instantly, the surrounding crews closed in. Rinshan stepped in front of Lin Mo, while the captain everyone called him head drew his sword and barked, back off. You don't snatch players like that. A huge man in silver gear lumbered out of the crowd, shoulders broad as a siege tower. Flexing his wrists, he sneered, I'm snatching him. What are you going to do about it? Rinshan tugged head's sleeve and whispered, Cap, that's the butcher from the Cloud Chamber crew skills without blinking. Maybe we stand down. Head's knuckles whitened on his hilt. Damn it, this stinks. The butcher's reputation cowed the others, and most crews backed away. He crooked a finger at Lin Mo. Hey, rookie, come with me. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. So they think they can trade me like merchandise? Arrogant. Rinshan nudged him, trying to push him forward. Brother, it's not that we don't want you. You'll level just fine with the butcher. Everyone held their breath as the butcher's gaze locked on Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped out of formation, but instead of joining the butcher any crew, he simply strode straight toward the dungeon entrance on his own. You'd better know your place, damn it. The butcher was furious. To him, Lin Mo had crossed an unforgivable line. He strode forward, and a black iron warhammer as wide as a door suddenly formed in his palm. The onlookers gasped. A knight's warhammer. That's a rare class. Someone shouted, and the crowd exploded. No wonder the butcher pushes everyone around. Rinshan raised a hand to shield his eyes, muttering, we're finished. As the hammer's shadow fell, nearly everyone squeezed their eyes shut, picturing nothing but shattered flesh. Boom. After the thunderous crash, an eerie silence followed. When they dared to look, a glittering slime general stood before Thema viscous golden colossus several meters tall, trident in its left hand, shield in its right, like a living statue. The once arrogant butcher was now flattened beneath it, a human pancake that sprayed blood 7 or 8 meters away. Lin Mo spared the corpse a glance, stepped into the instance, and tapped nightmare difficulty again. The slime general followed, dissolving into a streak of white light. Those left behind swallowed hard. 2 lost legs trembled as he grabbed Rinshan and stammered, what was that? Rinshan gulped. He summoned a giant slime and turned the butcher into meat paste. It took a moment for the crowd to recover. Someone pointed at the glowing portal and screamed, he's running a nightmare dungeon solo. Rinshan suddenly remembered last night's mockery and slapped himself. I'm an idiot. The butcher's body lay at the instance gate, and his teammates would surely come. Not wanting trouble, every gold farming team announced their withdrawal from the Frostlands. Move, move. We're not getting dragged into this. Keep quiet outside, none of us can afford enemies. Seconds later, the entrance was deserted. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Mo was on a killing spree. With experience from the first run, his pace was twice as fast. Frost White Ape slain. Experience 8,000. Frost White Ape slain. Experience 8,000. He entered the fractured snow ridge, where nearly 100 wind howler apes charged through the narrow cleft. Minotaur Lord, Wild Bull Charge. Boom! The Minotaur Lord became a rampaging bull, scattering the apes' formation. Lin Mo lifted a hand. Slime General, Divine Split. Golden Light Burst, and 300 slime hatchlings shot skyward. Starfall Convergence. Every ape within 50 meters was yanked into the air, forming a dense, writhing ball. One arm raised. Lin Mo slowly clenched his fingers. Leap Strike. Kaboom! 300 hatchlings crashed down at once like a meteor. Shockwaves rippled outward, the sky shook, and the air warped. When the roar faded, almost every wind howler ape had become red mist. Wind howler ape slain. Experience 3,200. Wind howler ape slain. Experience 3,200. His experience bar shot to 68%, yet Lin Mo could already feel the leveling pace slowing. After level 10, the experience required for each upgrade rises exponentially, so climbing the curve takes staggering amounts of XP. Lin Mo still levels at a frightening pace for one simple reason: solos every dungeon and keeps all the experience, gear, and materials, while most players have to team up and split the rewards, leaving their overall efficiency far behind. The icy wind screamed across Snow Ridge as Lin Mo trudged through the drifts and reached Frost City, the region's main hub. Inside the safe zone, he immediately filled every slot in his summon bar. General Slime appeared and opened with Gravity Starfall, yanking a large pack of monsters into a tight cluster. The Minotaur Lord lowered his massive shield and charged, stunning several stray mobs. The formidable Goblin Summoner kept calling in Goblin soldiers, locking blades with the dungeon's own Goblin Summoner. The Ice Mage herself stood behind Lin Mo, ready to provide additional firepower. Booms, crashes, and ringing spell effects blended into a chaotic symphony. In less than 5 minutes, every mob lay dead, without a drop of health remaining. The Ice Mage's Goblin Summoner dropped no rare loot this time, only common materials, but the XP was generous, pushing Lin Mo's bar to 82%. After a brief breather, he walked alone into the boss room. The Crystal Palace looked as familiar as ever, and so did the alluring Ice Mage. Her eyes locked on Lin Mo, then flicked to the figure behind him. A golden Ice Mage? Cursed gold, that's the color I hate most. Feel the Queen's wrath. I alone rule this palace. Lin Mo shrugged with a wry smile. Then die again. His gaze sharpened, and he let the two Ice Mages duel. The golden Ice Mage raised her gilded staff and whispered an incantation, frost spreading from her toes. The original Ice Mage boss refused to yield, her chant echoing off the vaulted ceiling. A heartbeat later, a burst of golden light erupted from the hall's center, sweeping across the room. Everything within 20 meters, elites and boss alike, was sealed in thick ice, frozen for 10 full seconds. When the ice shattered, shards flew everywhere, and every creature inside was pulverized, dead on the spot. System messages appeared in quick succession. Nightmare Ice Mage boss defeated, XP 50,000. Solo dungeon clear, XP 50,000. New personal best, XP 100,000. Record broken twice in a row, title earned. Frost King 20 immunity to ice damage. Record broken twice in a row, received 55 basic dungeon reset. Tokens resets cool down for dungeons below level 30. Congratulations, Lin Mo. Level up LV.14 LV.15. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Mythic Boss Summoner. Unique title, Frost King 20 Ice Resistance. Level, 15, 0.01. Strength, 150. Spirit, 160. Agility, 150. Constitution, 150. Combat Power Rating, 150. A Titlian actual title. Lin Mo arched an eyebrow at the panel, pleasantly surprised. Among job changers, titles can come from hidden dungeon quests, expedition missions, or city assignments, but those earned from hidden dungeons are the rarest and usually the most powerful. Lin Mo had accidentally completed the Nightmare level dungeon's hidden quest. The newly unlocked title, laced with a terrifying buff, floated at the top of his status bar, and every attribute skyrocketed. It felt like a gift from the gods. Even better, the reward list included a basic dungeon reset talisman, an ultra-rare item had only seen mentioned a handful of times in ancient manuals. Late-game leveling demanded massive experience, forcing players to grind the same instance repeatedly. A reset talisman refreshed a dungeon instantly, making it the best accelerator on the road to the level cap. Usually, it had to be forged by high-tier artificers using costly materials, and its market price was absurd. Finding one as loot was like winning the lottery. Lin Mo silently thanked his outrageous luck, suppressed his excitement, and dumped every material and piece of gear in his bag onto the summoning altar. The panel updated at once. Summon, Legendary Gold Slime General Feeding Progress 50, Divine Skill Research 10. Summon, Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord Feeding Progress 30, Divine Skill Research 80. Summon, Legendary Gold Goblin Grand Summoner Feeding Progress 10, Divine Skill Research 80. Summon, Legendary Gold Ice Mage Feeding Progress 20, Divine Skill Research 20. The progress bars crawled ever more slowly. The resource demands were growing geometrically. Exactly as Lin Mo had expected, the stronger the summon, the bigger its appetite. The sluggishly rising percentages seemed to remind him it was time to raid a higher-tier dungeon for fresh supplies. He glanced at his character level, 15, matching Ming Junshin's record back when that name still rocked the academy. In stats and combat power, though, he had long since left the former prodigy behind. Only 6 days remained before the grand examination, and at this pace he was confident he could gain at least 3 more levels. After a quick gear check and recovery, he chose to exit the dungeon. When the teleport glow faded, the training grounds lay silent and empty. Had gone only a few steps when an excited freshman team rushed toward the entrance of the Land of Frost instance. "We finally hit level 12. Time to farm a dungeon," someone shouted. Amid the commotion, Lin Mo instantly recognized that slender yet resolute figure Jin Mimi. The girl tightened her grip on her weapon, eyes blazing as she fixed on the dungeon gate, her fighting spirit almost tangible. "Lin Mo, I'm about to catch up to you." Lin Mo offered a faint smile and kept walking. First, he planned a quick trip back to Beijiang City. His storage space was crammed with loot that needed to be sold for funds before he set out for the Cloud Realm dungeon. The fading light stretched his shadow behind him as he turned away. At that moment, several girls in Jean Mimi's party pointed at the retreating figure and cried out in unison, "Mimi, it's Lin Mo." Jean Mimi looked up, and her resolute gaze turned momentarily dazed. "He's one step ahead of me again." During exams, she was always a point behind. In dungeons, always a level short, forever chasing the same distant back. The sting of so close, yet not enough weighed on her like a stone. But despair didn't swallow her. "Mimi, you okay?" A teammate leaned in, staff in hand, voice thick with concern. She drew a deep breath, steadying her racing heart until a stubborn light returned to her eyes. "I'm fine. One day, he'll surpass him." The teammate seized on her resolve. "Then let's grind more dungeons. The higher the level, the better the loot." The Xiangbing adventurers just posted a bounty. Whoever brings back a Heart of Frost can trade it for 200,000 gold. 200,000 gold could outfit the entire squad with new gear. The party hurried to the entrance of Frostlands, where a cutting wind hurled needle-thin snow against their faces. Jean Mimi stared at the deep blue runes flickering on the stone gate. One thought filled her mind. Higher-tier dungeons give more experience, so well pick the hardest one. Abyss difficulty. Even if it's just a trial run, we're going all in. Elsewhere, Lin Mo was walking the flagstone avenue leading to Beijiang City. A gate guard recognized him at once. "Back already, kid? How many levels did you gain this time?" The guard grinned, remembering how Head warned the boy to be careful only a few days ago. Lin Mo nodded politely, offering nothing more than a faint smile. "Quiet type, that one," the guard muttered, scratching his nose. Final exams were looming, every second precious. Lin Mo didn't linger. He cut through the bustling marketplace and headed straight for the auction hall in the city center. The hall was packed, mostly with gold farm crews who raided dungeons for materials, listed them, cashed out, and sprinted back for the next runetite industrial chain. Dust and cold iron mingled in the air, and weary faces were everywhere. Lin Mo found an unused crystal terminal. His fingertip brushed the surface, the interface lit up. "Welcome, slimes are my minions, to the auction house." After 2 prior visits, he knew the system well. Just then, the battered, armor-streaked, middle-aged farmer at the next terminal turned his head. "You're young, must be sitting the big exam soon, right?" The man's sunken eyes and stubbled jaw gave him the look of a miner who hadn't slept in days. Lin Mo frowned slightly. "What do you want?" "Name's Old Mo, veteran farmer from Frostlands," he rasped with a rough laugh. "Got some good stuff? Cheap for you." "A salesman, then." Lin Mo had no intention of wasting time. "Not interested." He returned to his listing window. Seeing the cold shoulder, Old Mo pressed on. "Kid, I'm the Frostlands expert. I like fish. What do you like to eat?" Clearly trying to bond. Unlike other farmers who sold their loot and bolted, Old Mo showed no hurry. Lin Mo shook his head again. "I don't need anything." Old Mo refused to quit. From a torn pack, he produced a milky white snow lotus. Its petals rhymed with frost. "Look, top-tier material from an abyss run friend price, just for you." Lin Mo cast it a single glance, then reached into his storage space. A moment later, 300 or 400 identical snow lotuses spilled out, forming a small mound. "You mean this stuff?" he asked calmly. Old Mo was utterly stunned. "Cough you." Before he could finish, Lin Mo reached into his storage space, his expression blank, and began pulling out item after item. In an instant, the stall was buried in ice hammers, frost crystals, robes, bracelets, and other rare materials and top-tier gear, their cold aura and shimmering light illuminating the auction hall like fresh snow. Top-tier bronze gear, the Hammer of Ice. Damn, those are frost crystals that only drop in nightmare dungeons. You've got over 100 of them? Old Mo's eyes bulged, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. Within minutes, his worldview had collapsed. A freshman who had just finished the entrance exams had a storage space crammed with loot that only appeared on nightmare difficulty. While he gaped, Lin Mo calmly tapped consign. Various rare materials, sold for about 200,000 gold. 2 silver-grade Mage of Ice bracelets, 60,000 gold total. 1 Mage of Ice blue Enchantress gossamer dress, 50,000 gold. A payment alert chimed. The total was 130,000 gold. That's enough for a batch of skill books, Lin Mo calculated, opening the purchase menu to search for them. A blue glowing scroll soon appeared. Beginner skill book, Arcane Blink. Cast time, 2 seconds. Effect, teleport to any spot within 10 meters. Price, 100,000 gold. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Steep, but worth it. Ordinary mages fear being caught in melee, yet Arcane Blink lets them chant for 2 seconds and escape instantly, making it a god-tier skill. Thanks to Together Through Thick and Thin, Lin Mo wasn't afraid of close combat so long as his summon survived. He was practically invincible. Still, after a moment's thought he bought it. Traveling across maps took too long, and the skill would cut his journey time drastically. If other mages knew he treated a god-tier spell as a travel shortcut, they'd flip the table on the spot. Purchase confirmed. Ping. 100,000 gold vanished, and the skill book landed in his inventory. A system prompt followed. Dear Slime General is my little bro, you've bought 2 beginner skill books at the auction house and used your quota. To buy more rare items, please raise your privilege level. Current rank, exam candidate. Even exam candidates have buying limits? Lin Mo rubbed his chin, puzzled. At that moment, a broad hand landed on his shoulder. Selling more loot? How much this time? Grand Mage Liang Yu appeared beside him, eyeing him with a grin. Just a few dungeon materials. Lin Mo nodded. Liang Yu arched a brow. It's been only 2 days already running the Frostlands dungeon? Lin Mo nodded again, without elaborating. Liang Yu glanced at the prompt and cleared his throat. Skill books aren't something you can buy whenever you want. Gear and materials can be farmed forever, but skill books drop on a long cycle, so they're far rarer. The auction house allocates gear according to each adventurer's clearance level. Archmage Liang Yu patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and smiled. Given your exam clearance, 2 beginner spellbooks are already a lot. None of this is in the textbooks. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. So how do I raise my clearance? By leveling up? Liang Yu chuckled and shook his head. Not that simple. Humanity built these towering cities to keep out the monsters that crawl from the void. Slaying those creatures is our ultimate goal. The only thing that matters for higher clearance is how much you contribute to our race. A new metric, merit points? Lin Mo asked, catching the hint. Liang Yu, as patient as a tutor, said, there are many ways to earn them, but the most direct is to head to the front lines and kill monsters. Doesn't running dungeons or grinding wild mobs count? Lin Mo pressed. Liang Yu's lips curved. Kid, the world isn't that simple. The quarantine zone 100 li outside Beijiang City is the real nest. The infernal pagoda, the cemetery of midnight whales, every step is a death trap. You're our future. Without the tempering of university, students are strictly forbidden to go to the front. He paused. But there are exceptions. What kind of exceptions? Lin Mo frowned. Liang Yu met his gaze. Pass the entrance exam first. If your score is high enough, they'll tell you. Left hanging, Lin Mo could only shrug. Night deepened. Realizing the trip to the Clash Chain Shrine would make him miss tonight's Cloud Realm dungeon, he returned to his rented room, studied the 2 spellbooks, and rested up for tomorrow's run. At the other end of the street, Zhen Mimi pointed at a distant figure. Dad, I think that was Lin Mo. Zhen Feng narrowed his eyes. Too far to see. Remember, Lin Mo is your target, but don't let him become an obsession. Stick to the plan. You dragged 7 or 8 freshmen into an abyss dungeon just to level faster today. Lucky no one died. Thinking of the danger, Zhen Mimi let out a long breath. I just want to catch up, not fall behind. Zhen Feng soothed her. Maybe that wasn't even Lin Mo, and the level gap might be small. Follow my strategy. Start with elite grade dungeons. Zhen Mimi nodded. With the beginner reset talisman you gave me, I can chain run dungeons. He'll outlevel him soon. Zhen Feng ruffled her hair, smiling warmly. I believe in you. Hey, race another gift. They entered the auction house. Zhen Feng scanned the listings and stopped at one item, a blue Enchantress Veil of the Ice Mage that Lin Mo had just posted, priced at 520,000 gold. Wow, great gear. He drew a sharp breath. Expensive, but worth it. An investment in my daughter's future. Buy? System prompt. Ding 520,000 gold spent. Zhen Mimi gasped. Dad, what did you buy? That's outrageous. A moment later, Zhen Feng handed her the veil. Try it on. The pale blue silk felt weightless. Once she slipped it over her shoulders, her skin looked even fairer, and the flowing cut highlighted her slender waist. Her presence shifted into that of a queen. Item stats popped up. Usable at level 12, 2 chance to dodge skill attacks. Zhen Mimi's eyes sparkled. It can dodge skills. Just then she noticed her father hunched over the auction panel again, tapping furiously. She grabbed his arm. Dad, please, don't get carried away. Shopping was pure bliss. Jin Feng sat before the wide holographic screen, tapping purchase at lightning speed. Gold coins vanished in streams, yet his grin only grew. Suddenly, his eyes froze on a line of tiny characters in the upper right corner. Huh, these two accessories are from the same seller? He expanded the listing. In the seller column, it read, Slime General is my little brother. Jin Mimi leaned closer. The moment she saw the name, her heart skipped a beat, and a clear face flashed through her mind. Lin Mo? Noticing his daughter's expression, Jin Feng gave her a puzzled glance, then scoffed. Come on, Lin Mo could never unload this much gear. Look this page, the next, the one after that. Over 20 pages of listings under that ID. Has to be a hardcore farmer, the kind that mass posts materials and equipment. Despite his certainty, Jin Mimi fell silent. She could still picture the slime general that Lin Mo had summoned during the class change ceremony. The identical nickname was too big to ignore. Unbothered, Jin Feng hit confirm without hesitation. Purchase confirmed, 640,000 gold. The synthetic voice had barely faded before he happily placed another order. The rapid-fire chimes jolted Jin Mimi from her thoughts. Dad, what are you doing, revenge shopping? Mom never even nags you about money. Watch it, girl. Jin Feng flicked her forehead. These two pairs of bracelets are top tier. 64 grand a pair is a bargain. The same ID still glowed on screen. Jin Feng pulled out a pair of silver bracelets. Their stats projected in midair. Silver grade Ice Mage's bracelets too. Level requirement, 12. Mana regeneration 30. Spirit 300. Strength 200. He stowed one and handed the other to Jin Mimi. One for you, and the other give it to Lin Mo. Jin Mimi slipped the bracelet on, shook her wrist, and pouted. Dad, you're totally playing favorites. Jin Feng sighed, softening his tone. He's my nephew. I haven't done much for him these years. A bracelet is the least I can offer. Staring at the seller's name glowing inside the band, her suspicion only deepened. Lights on, bed made, collapse. After 2 days of non-stop dungeon runs, Lin Mo pushed open the door, flopped onto his narrow but familiar single bed, and let out a long breath. His phone buzzed. Wang Jingwo's name flashed, and the call connected. Lin Mo, I'm level 10. I can finally grind with you. The shout nearly burst his eardrum. Mum. He answered blandly. Just mum. Do you know how hard I work to keep up? I even got Principal Gao to sign off on extra playtime, said my leveling was impressive. Half the school's still stuck in the newbie zone. Wang Jingwo rattled on, then added, right? Jin Mimi went to see the principal the day after you left. She didn't bother you, did she? Haven't seen her. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. Perfect. Meet me in the wilderness tomorrow. I'm sticking to you like glue. Beep, the line went dead. Lin Mo stared at the screen, helpless. Hung up on me again. A knock sounded. It was late, and few people knew his address. He opened the door. Jin Feng stood outside, eyes sweeping the Spartan room before resting on Lin Mo with a gentle smile. How are you doing these days, Xiaomo? Lin Mo lifted his gaze, his expression steady. Same old routine. Jin Feng chuckled and waved a hand. Mimi's been using you as her benchmark. She grinds levels every single day. Oh, I just spotted someone at the auction house who looked exactly like you. I went to consign a few items I don't need, Lin Mo answered simply. Only then did Jin Feng pull a crystal bracelet from his pocket, then froze. Isn't this the Ice Mage bracelet you just put up for sale? And I bought it back? What are the odds? Lin Mo didn't deny it. Jin Feng drew a sharp breath, clapping like a detective. Hood found the culprit. The slime general my crew's been talking about is you too, isn't it? Lin Mo gave a wry smile. Small city, isn't it? Shaking his head in amusement, Jin Feng said, I was about to gift you this bracelet. Turns out it was yours all along. So you cleared the Frostlands dungeon? Yeah. What level now? 15. A thunderbolt seemed to split Jin Feng's mind. You've already surpassed Ming Junshin back in the day, good lord. They chatted a bit more, mostly Jin Feng's exclamations. After seeing his uncle to the door, Lin Mo pulled a beginner spellbook from his pack. Magic blink. A flash of white light. Skill learned. The next moment, a booming system prompt rang out. Trash skill detected, automatically upgraded to divine. Skill temporal displacement ascended. No chant. Instant teleport up to 1,000 meters. 0 startup cost when paired with mana fountain. In theory, he could blink forever, drifting wherever he pleased. Power surged inside him. Countless possibilities flickered through his mind. He merely pressed his lips into a smiley, wasn't about to use it for anything shady. Another god-tier skill in hand, his mood soared. Across town, Jin Feng had barely stepped through his own doorway before he clutched his forehead with a vow. Mimi must never learn that Lin Mo and the Slime General are one, and the Samir pride would shatter. If she found out his level, she'd probably spiral into despair, the no-cure kind. Let the kids grow through healthy competition, he told himself, adopting the solemn look of a concerned father. At dawn, Lin Mo activated temporal displacement, becoming a streak of lightning that zipped straight to the Cloud Realm dungeon. Layered bamboo groves and swirling mist stretched ahead like an immortal's haven. The entrance lay deep among the stalks. The signposts would lead the way. His phone buzzed. Wang Jingwo was calling. Xiao Momo, where are you? I've got 2 girls with Malay's party up and grind. Lin Mo sent his location right outside the Cloud Realm dungeon. What, the level 15 already? You monster. And you didn't carry me? Damn it, you're my new target. Someday I'm catching up. Wang Jingwo roared before the call cut off with a string of beeps. Lin Mo shrugged and continued through the bamboo. Soon, amid the drifting mist, a few tiny silhouettes took shape the dungeon entrance. At that moment, several burly men barreled past him. One shot him a vicious glare and barked, "Move it! Out of the way!" Lin Mo clenched his fists, the urge to kill surging within him. As he sprinted after his target, 2 burly men streaked past, their steps as quick as a gale. Deputy Captain wants an emergency assembly. Move it! At the shout, Lin Mo turned his head slightly. The matching leather armor and shoulder insignia marked them as members of the Survivng adventuring corps. After a brief pause, he continued on as planned. Xiong Mumu and Lin Mo were both candidates in this year's grand examination, yet they had never met because they attended different academies. As Lin Mo neared the entrance to the Cloud Realm instance, the speck-like figures ahead grew larger, their details coming into focus. Outside the instance, several gold farming crews lounged against the cliff wall, smoking and eyeing the traffic. Farther ahead, 2 bamboo trunks as thick as a bowl thrust straight into the sky, forming a natural gate. Between them, the air shimmered like rippling water that was the teleport portal into the instance. At its mouth, a line of Survivng adventurers stood at attention, facing a young man clad in custom armor that glimmered with a cool sheen in the morning light. I've told you over and over, speed, speed, and more speed. Xiong Mumu's voice was as sharp as tearing silk. Do you want my old man to come and whip you himself? Deputy Captain, we were wrong. The group apologized, heads bowed. Xiong Mumu shot them a sidelong glance and spat. My old man's an idiot for keeping a bunch of useless trash like you. You've only managed to grab 1 frost heart so far. He patted the handcrafted armor on his chest. Without more frost hearts, how am I supposed to upgrade my gear? How am I supposed to farm mobs above my level? Watching the scene, Lin Mo finally understood. Xiong Mumu wanted the frost heart to upgrade his custom armor. Unlike instance drops, handcrafted sets required a smith, an alchemist, a master blacksmith, and other life class experts working together to tailor the stats to the user's build. The attributes were spectacular and the level range wide, but the cost in gold and labor was astronomical. Noble heirs usually waited until their 2nd or 3rd class advancement, once their role was set in stone, before splurging on such gear. Someone like Xiong Mumu, chasing top-tier equipment before even his 2nd advancement, was a rare sight indeed. Deputy Captain, Wu Gang says there's a guy named Lin Mo carrying 2 frost hearts, but he refuses to sell. Who's Lin Mo? Xiong Mumu's expression chilled. A gold farmer? Wu Gang said he's a newbie. A newbie? Xiong Mumu's face darkened. Did a door crush Wu Gang's brain? If a rookie won't hand over the frost hearts, then kill him. Every word reached Lin Mo's ears. So Xiong Mumu was as ruthless and arrogant as the rumors claimed. A cold smile tugged at Lin Mo's lips. It had been a while since he last killed anyone. If the deputy captain truly meant to take his life, Lin Mo would be happy to return the favor. But with so many eyes around the instance gate, an open fight would cause needless trouble, so for the moment he held his ground. Deputy Captain, we got it. A Survivng member sprinted over and hurriedly placed a gleaming black metal token into Xiong Mumu's hand. Xiong Mumu flashed a wicked grin. The pitch-black lump of metal in his palm caught the light with an icy gleam, and in his mind he was already smashing the level cap, storming into high-tier dungeons, cutting down hordes of monsters, and watching his experience bar soar. Who could possibly outlevel him then? Lin Mo's brow tightened as his gaze landed on the glossy black object, and his heart skipped a beat. That was a tool that removes a dungeon's level restriction. He had only seen a sketch of it in an obscure reference book and never expected to meet the real thing today. The item was supposed to be under the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau's control, far beyond the reach of ordinary class changers, because once activated it destabilized the instance and could trigger disastrous results. Clearly, Xiong Mumu had not yet reached level 15, yet he still meant to smash his way in with a forbidden item. Such audacity made Lin Mo even more alert. You lot, stop anyone who tries to enter, Xiong Mumu barked, waving at the players in front of him. He then led roughly 20 people through the portal and filed into the Cloud Realm dungeon. Outside the passage, a dozen gold farming crews scattered among the trees erupted in protest. Why aren't we allowed in? This is outrageous. The dungeon doesn't belong to your Vanguard guild. Complaints flew, yet the Vanguard guards only snorted. Silver weapons flashed in their hands. They were all above level 20, each clad in full silver-grade gear. Their presence alone crushed any thought of resistance. Those who had been shouting swallowed their anger as blades left their sheaths, backed off to the edge of the bamboo grove, and muttered in frustration. Slender green stalks swayed in the breeze, bamboo leaves whispering overhead. A few farmers leaned against the trunks, smoke curling around them, their gloom almost tangible. Kid, you look new around here, huh? A gravelly voice rasped. A middle-aged man with a pencil mustache clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and squinted at him. Here to farm some gold? Lin Mo shook his head. The man chuckled twice, then lowered his voice. Anyone showing up at this hour is usually here for cash. Don't tell me you're a college entrance candidate? Lin Mo neither confirmed nor denied it. The mustached man scratched his head. If the kid really was prepping for the big exam, he had leveled far too quickly, and the man could not pin down his identity. Damn it, looks like we're locked out today. What rotten luck, he cursed. My rent's due, and my family needs money. If they want to level, fine, but why seal the whole dungeon? Lin Mo felt the same confusion. In theory, every player received a private instance, so why keep others out? A light sparked in the man's eyes. He had found a chance to show off. You really are new. The Cloudream dungeon is a large-scale shared instance, he explained, pausing before pointing at the gray-blue portal that was slowly closing in the distance. Everyone enters the same space. The same one. Lin Mo echoed softly. Yep, but don't worry. The place is enormous, big enough to fit 2 Beijing cities side by side, the man said, spreading his arms to show the scale. We gold farmers have run it for years and still haven't cleared it. As far as I know, nobody's ever wiped out all the mobs. He raised an eyebrow, half teasing, half resigned. There's a ridiculous restriction time. A timer starts the moment you go in, and you get only 6 hours. When the clock hits 0, the dungeon boots you out. There's a dungeon like that? Lin Mo asked in a low voice. So the Cloudream dungeon has no difficulty settings? None, the man replied, then added, still, the monsters inside are split into zones by strength. Some monsters in certain zones are basically equivalent to elite, abyss, or even nightmare-level bosses. That explains why Xiong Mumu locked down the dungeon. Lin Mo instantly grasped his plan: use superior numbers to sweep the map and wipe out the limited monsters. Because the dungeon is a shared instance, if Xiong Mumu gets in first, Lin Mo won't have a single chance to level up today. With that in mind, he marched straight toward the entrance without hesitation. A moment later, a man with a handlebar mustache blocked his path. Hey, kid, where do you think you're going? Running the dungeon, Lin Mo replied calmly. A few gold farmers who had just bought food wandered over. They were obviously on the mustache man's team. The man's surname was Yao. Old Yao chuckled and explained, this new kid's probably here to farm gold too, so look after him. One teammate waved him off. Come on, we can barely feed ourselves. Old Yao pushed Lin Mo back onto a stone post and lowered his voice. Brother, don't mess with the Xiongbing guild. Their levels and gear are way out of our league. I saw a couple of them close to level 30, and they can really fight. Someone joked, nothing wrong with passion, just don't charge in blind. Yeah, I've seen this before, dodge it if you can, another agreed. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. He swept his gaze over the group, then stood up again. I don't like dodging. With that, he strode toward the Xiongbing guild. Old Yao reached out too late and could only give a wry smile. Stubborn kid. Won't listen to his elder shiz asking for trouble. He glared at his teammates. Quiet. The gold farmers who had been camping at the gate had already been driven to the outskirts by the Xiongbing members. Lin Mo stepped forward, and the crowd stirred. What do you want? Several guild members barked. I'm here to kill you, Lin Mo answered coldly. For a heartbeat the place fell silent. Then laughter erupted. Huh, big talk for a snot-nosed brat. Let's see if your mouth can cash that check. The leader waved a hand. Second, he's all yours. The man called Second hefted a broad sword and tower shield, sneering as he faced Lin Mo. Killing you will take only 1 hit. Before the words left his mouth, the sword was already crashing down. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and raised a hand. Divine summon. Light exploded. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, and the ground within 50 meters froze solid. Out of the swirling snow, a woman appeared, wrapped in gauzy gold and crowned like a queen. She lifted a hand. Clang. The broadsword struck what felt like steel and was flung aside, leaving her unscathed. The cold pierced to the bone. Sweat beaded on Second's brow. He shouted over his shoulder, Boss, Third, stop gawking, this kid's got something. The leader laughed. So what if he's a summoner? Ignore the summon and take him out. Second swallowed hard, tightened his grip on shield and sword, and his eyes went dark. Everyone knew a summoner's weakness: stake down the master, and the summon's fall. He'll parry the summoned strike with block, stun the brat, and finish him off. Inside his head, Lao Air ran through the combo at lightning speed, certain it would take Lin Mo's life. With that thought, he let out a bellow, slammed his foot against the ground, and hurtled toward Lin Mo on a gust of wind. Sure enough, as Lin Mo lifted his hand, the ice mage raised its arm. Frost flashed, and an attack crashed toward Lao Air. Oomph, everything's going according to plan. Joy surged through him as he vaulted upward, using his momentum to draw a perfect arc in midair. Even before he landed, a confident grin tugged at his lips. He hoisted his great shield and roared, block. Boom. The ice mage's palm wind solidified into an ice hammer. With one blow the shield cracked, then exploded into countless fragments. A slender, frigid finger punched straight through Lao Air's chest. Blood erupted from the gaping wound like water from a squeezed hose. His eyes bulged, his throat bobbed as he looked up, a single thought echoing in his mind. My plan failed. The next instant his life winked out, and he died in midair. A one-shot kill? Every gaze snapped to the emotionless ice mage at Lin Mo's side. Lauda and Lao San went deathly pale. What kind of summon was that? Terrifying. What are you standing around for? Get him. Lauda roared, forcing himself to rally the troops. There are more of us. Kill the summoner, and the creature is nothing. 5 warriors charged, shields interlocked to form a wall as they tried to smash through and disrupt Lin Mo's control. The moment they moved, the rear-line mages began chanting, elements surging. A freezing wind sliced the air, tongues of flame licked the bamboo leaves, and the verdant grove blazed with sudden light. Archers drew their bows, strings creaking, arrowheads fixed on the center of Lin Mo's brow. The assassin slipped into stealth, form melting into shadow, a flash of cold steel ready to strike. Now everyone had a single goal: kill Lin Mo. Die? Lauda bellowed. A torrent of spells thundered toward Lin Mo, followed by dozens of whistling arrows that seemed to tear the very air. At the same moment, the assassin's blade appeared like a ghost behind him, radiating lethal chill. Crushing pressure blanketed the field. Lao Yao tensed every muscle and muttered, "Kid, watch yourself." The other treasure hunters sucked in a sharp breath. Had that barrage been aimed at them, none would have survived. Yet Lin Mo's expression stayed calm. He made no move to dodge. It's over. The fortune seekers groaned, convinced there was no way out as death closed in. Lin Mo slowly raised his ice blue staff and murmured, "Frostlock." The sky darkened at once, heavy clouds pressing low. His breath crystallized on his lips, and the air turned leaden, cold, and oppressive. The nearer someone stood, the faster frost puckered their exposed skin, joints stiffened as though rusted, every movement grinding to a halt. A warrior from the Survivng adventurer group tried to lift his broadsword, only to feel as if he were trapped in quicksand, his boots glued to the ground. In that frozen heartbeat, an arrow drifted past his face. Before it could reach Lin Mo, it snapped into glittering shards of ice. Not only the arrow fireballs, ice lances, lightning bolts, every spell hurtling toward Lin Mo froze 3 meters from him, suspended like a paused frame. A line of system text flashed through everyone's mind. Frostlock freezes all creatures within a 20-meter radius for 10 seconds, dealing damage equal to 20 of their max HP over the duration. Almost no one reacted in time. In the blink of an eye, they were sparkling statues. 5 seconds later, the sculptures cracked from within, lives scattering with the ice dust. Only the group's leader had leapt beyond the 20-meter mark. Unharmed, he stared at the carnage and at Lin Mo's fearsome summon, scalp prickling. Swallowing hard, he rasped, "Since when are summoners this terrifying?" Shock lasted only a moment before rage took over. So many brothers had died, someone had to make Lin Mo pay. The leader thrust his silver-tier skull staff high and chanted madly. Black clouds boiled, draining all color from the sky. "Kid, don't think your pet can scare me. There's always a bigger fish. Come forth, reaper of the undead necro descent." A purple bolt split the heavens, tearing open a jagged rift. More than 100 skeleton soldiers wreathed in dark red flames spilled onto the battlefield, brandishing steel blades and charging at Lin Mo. Fire met ice in midair. Frostlock couldn't restrain the undead at all. Seeing his spell perfectly counter Lin Mo's control, the leader's eyes lit up and he cackled, "So much for your summoner tricks." Lin Mo's lips curved in a faint smile. "Skeleton soldiers?" He uttered 2 soft words, "Summon Slime General." A shaft of gold dropped from the clouds. The golden slime general appeared, trident in one hand, gleaming shield on the other, its semi-transparent body rippling with radiant patterns. The entire field fell silent, stunned yet again by Lin Mo's summons. He slowly lifted an arm, pointing at the still chanting leader, voice low and raspy, "Geostar collapse." With a thunderous roar, the slime general split into 300 tiny slimes, each no bigger than a soybean, all casting meteor cluster at once. A monstrous pull exploded outward from Lin Mo's stones, dust, even the air itself spiraled inward. Every skeleton soldier was yanked into a writhing mass. In the gale, the leader's face warped under the strain. He jammed his staff into the earth, clutching it with both hands, yet was still dragged forward. Wind howled as his coat ripped away. Hem, belt, pauldrons, piece after piece tore loose and vanished into the swirling vortex. When the maelstrom eased, only a single pair of underwear remained on him. Hair streamed in the howling wind. The gale filled his nose and mouth. Sand stung his face, and even keeping his eyes half open was a struggle. The captured member of the Survivng adventurers clung to the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs, "I'm not going!" Whoosh. An instant later, the crushing pull of Xingyun convergence tore him free, slamming him chest to face with a skeletal warrior, the 2 of them hanging in midair. The spinning Xingyun vortex above Lin Mo's head looked like a gigantic black funnel, sweeping every frozen Survivng adventurer off the ground. "Kill me, and you'll regret it." Their leader roared a final defiant threat as he was dragged into the air. A faint glow pulsed from the magic circle under Lin Mo's boots. He looked up and answered coldly, "I've never regretted a kill." Boom. 300 slime hatchlings triggered, jumping critical, in unison. Each one carried the slime general's full strength 700 points. With a 70-fold multiplier, that meant 119,000 damage apiece. 300 of them 35,700,000. Hundreds of slimes plummeted like meteors. The ensuing blast blossomed in the sky, a gargantuan firework that lit up the night. The mountainside shook for several seconds, and every structure, tree, and corpse was pulverized to dust. A crimson mist billowed over the bamboo grove, bathing the ground in sunset reds. Loot notifications cascaded down Lin Mo's interface like a waterfall, yet he found them worthless and didn't spare them a glance. With the work done, he turned away. His silhouette cut through the thin fog and slipped into the entrance to the Yunzhong instance. Only then did the gold hunters who'd been watching edge forward, shaking. "He just killed them all." Someone stammered. "Good grief. It was like a bloodstorm. There isn't even a scrap of corpse left. Since when could summoners get that strong?" Voices rose and fell, then the crowd fell silent again. "First things first, what do we do now?" Someone muttered. "So many from the Survivng adventurers died right outside Yunzhong Gate. Their captain will investigate." "Let him investigate. It has nothing to do with us. The summoner did it." Lao Yao stepped forward, voice booming. "Listen, if that young man hadn't stepped in, would have swallowed this insult again today. There was a first time, and there will be a second. Are you really willing to stay under the Survivng adventurer's boot?" "What are you getting at, Lao Yao?" "We leave Beijiang together," Lao Yao said firmly. "Linsheng has dungeons of the same level. The Survivng adventurers can't reach that far." "All right, let's do it. Don't let our hero down." At once, the army of gold hunters took flight like migrating birds, clearing out from the Yunzhong entrance in moments. Inside the Yunzhong instance, Lin Mo stood on a perilous cliff peak. Churning mists swallowed the mountain beneath, leaving him a lonely platform in the sky. The air was cool but thin. A system chime sounded beside his ear. "Welcome to the Yunzhong instance. Please select a parachute device to jump to a random area." A shaft of light materialized, revealing a giant kite hovering in front of him. "Interesting." Lin Mo glanced at the map, selected a valley, gripped the kite's frame, and leaped. High-altitude winds snapped at his robe as he plunged. Wind howled past during the glide. He trimmed his angle with precision and touched down in the chosen valley moments later. Night had fallen. The Yunzhong sky was deep and star-studded, silver-white moonlight scattering across the ground like fine sand. Suddenly, a menacing growl rumbled through the valley. A cutting wind slipped down Lin Mo's collar, leaving a damp chill at the back of his neck. Inside the Instance Monitoring Bureau, the mood was as heavy as the winter gusts outside. Director Bai Tianming stood rigid, his brow knotted and his face stone-cold. An analyst rushed over from the Cloud Dungeon station and reported, "We've detected a fissure in the Cloud Dungeon. One of the sealed monsters is about to break free." Bai Tianming's chest heaved. "If that creature escapes, how do I answer to the soldiers who fell 10 years ago?" He barked. "Seal the dungeon immediately and keep everyone else out." His voice rose. "What caused the seal to weaken?" The technician shook his head. "We're still checking. It will take time. Find the cause within an hour. If we don't know the reason, we can't fix the problem, and time is running out." "Yes, Director Bai." Far away, Lin Mo was already inside a large-scale dungeon. Fully aware of how unpredictable dungeon monsters could be, he decided to unleash his entire arsenal at once. 1. Minotaur Lord, main tank, over 3 meters tall, blocking the front line. 2. Slime General, a semi-transparent green gel that hovered protectively around him like an attentive caretaker. 3. Goblin Summoner, gray-green skin, ready to rally goblin warriors at a moment's notice. 4. Ice Mage, robes laced with frost patterns, mana flickering at his fingertips. The four-summon squad materialized in a flourish, already giving off the aura of a full-scale raid, and the goblin summoner had not even called in his troops yet. Alone, mournful howl drifted from deep in the trees, colder than the winter wind itself. Lin Mo pricked up his ears and caught the direction, left. An instant later, a dark blur wrapped in white mist tore through the air. Focusing, he saw it was a wolf shrouded in swirling cloud. Target locked. Moonlit Cloud Wolf Nightmare Class Elite, LV.16. Strength, 1800. Spirit, 1800. Agility, 2000. Endurance, 2500. Active skill, Razor Edge deals damage equal to 100% of strength to enemies within a 1-meter radius and inflicts continuous bleeding. Passive skill, Cloud Evasion 50% chance to dodge incoming attacks. Lin Mo drew a sharp breath. Great, an elite monster from the Cloud Dungeon right out of the gate. My luck is unbelievable. The real headache was that 50% dodge rate. Most attacks could simply miss. With its sky-high endurance, even the Minotaur Lord's thorn armor would need several rounds to whittle it down. Swish. While he calculated, the wolf's claws were already slashing toward his chest. His passive Share the Burden triggered instantly, all summons jolting as they absorbed part of the blow. Patting his chest, He silently thanked his lifesaver and gave the order. Slime General, go. The Slime General thrust its trident 7 or 8 times in rapid succession. Yet each stab met empty air as the wolf twisted away. Lin Mo's cheek twitched. Is that dodge rate even legal? He switched tactics on the spot. Minotaur Lord, take point. Moo. The Minotaur Lord dug furrows into the earth and launched a full bull charge. The moment impact seemed certain, the wolf blurred sideways, leaving the charge to crash into nothing. Lin Mo's frown deepened. How does a level 16 elite get skills this broken? Its dodge rate borders on absolute. Lin Mo refused to back down and ordered the ice mage to strike. The mage lifted his staff and murmured a spell, waves of frost radiating outward until a blue-white ice field 30 paces across formed in an instant. Yet the moment the ice brushed the moonlit cloud wolf, the silver-gray beast twisted aside and slipped through untouched. A wide area attack completely wasted. Lin Mo felt a chill. Something was clearly wrong. No ordinary level 16 dungeon monster moved like that. Its dodge rate had obviously been boosted to nearly 100%. It could not harm him, and he could not touch it. At this rate, how was he supposed to clear the boss? He narrowed his eyes, then inspiration struck. If it can dodge, they'll make it dodge nonstop. With a thought, the Slime General shot into the air and unleashed Starfall Convergence. Vortex-like gravity stacked layer upon layer, yanking hard at the wolf. Dodge successful. Dodge successful. Dodge successful. A magic spring kept Lin Mo's mana bar full, letting him cast the spell indefinitely. Every second the wolf was forced to trigger a dodge, dragged about like a captive in purgatory. One slip, and it would be hauled several meters. At last dodge failed. The wolf's bloody jaws opened in shock as its body skidded across the ice. Aowu. Dodge successful. Dodge successful. Dodge failed again. Aowu. The relentless tug-of-war drove the beast to despair. For the first time it realized that even a dodge skill could become a liability. Still, Lin Mo saw that relying on Starfall Convergence alone was too slow. He summoned the formidable Goblin Summoner. You love dodging? Once a second won't cut it. Let's make it 300. The summoner's chant ended in a flash of gold, and 300 goblin warriors sprang into formation, shields and blades gleaming like a miniature army. Lin Mo pointed ahead. Kill. The goblins charged as if pumped with adrenaline, roaring toward the wolf. Starfall kept the beast locked in place while the goblins became a whirring meat grinder. Several slipped behind it, plunging oversized steel blades into its flank. Blood sprayed. Despite the wolf's frantic dodges, sheer numbers told the story. Dodge successful. Dodge successful. Dodge failed. Aowu. The moonlit cloud wolf collapsed and died on the spot. Successfully defeated moonlit cloud wolf, a nightmare tier elite. Experience 30,000. Drops. 20 pieces of milky cotton, 10 wolf fangs, 5 wolf claws. Few such stingy loot, though the XP isn't bad. What really annoyed Lin Mo was the time Head spent for a few common materials. Still, the first kill taught him the ropes, so the next clears would be faster. With that thought, he headed deeper into the ravine. 7 or 8 more moonlit cloud wolves, also nightmare elites, burst from the shadows. Lin Mo skipped the testing phase, cast Meteor Convergence to lock onto the pack, and ordered the Goblin Warrior to hack away with his greatsword. In less than 30 minutes, every wolf lay dead. Moonlit Cloud Wolf, Nightmare Tier Elite defeated. Experience 30,000. Moonlit Cloud Wolf, Nightmare Tier Elite defeated. Experience 30,000. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly flared at the top of the gorge, burning with anger. Lin Mo tensed but kept up his DPS, cutting down another dozen wolves. His experience bar surged to 22% great pace. After only an hour, the valley was nearly cleared. Most players would struggle to kill even 2 or 3 in that time. Lin Mo managed it thanks to seamless skill rotations, but his stamina was drained. Mana recovered quickly, yet his body protested, so he sat cross-legged to recuperate. Meanwhile, the owner of those eyes stepped into view, a gigantic gray wolf with a collar of silvery mane and powerful limbs. It threw back its head and howled, the shrill cry echoing through the canyon and shaking loose stones. Before the howl faded, a jet-black streak slammed into the wolf's body. Dark mist seeped from its eyes as its frame swelled to 3 times its size. The beast leaped from the cliff, crashed down with a thunderous boom, and flattened a nearby mound with one swipe of its massive claws. Lin Mo sprang up as the system window appeared. Grey Wolf King Nightmare Tier Elite. Level 17. Strength 2,500. Spirit 2,500. Agility 3,000. Constitution 3,000. Skill. Wolf Howl briefly stuns enemies for 10s. Passive. Misstep Evasion 50 dodge rate. Misstep Evasion? So every monster in this dungeon comes with that broken passive. Casual players don't stand a chance, Lin Mo muttered, then shoved the thought aside and focused on the fight. The Grey Wolf King was not only strong but shrewd. Luckily, the 4 bosses under Lin Mo's command were anything but weak. Slime General, Meteor Convergence. Goblin Warrior, charge. Ice Mage, flank and suppress. Minotaur Lord, tank the front. All 4 bosses appeared at once, murderous intent surging. The Grey Wolf King used misstep evasion to dodge the opening salvo, then spun toward Lin Mo and unleashed Wolf Howl. A deafening roar ripped through the air. Lin Mo was stunned in an instant. All 4 bosses froze as if someone had hit the pause button. A heartbeat later, the Grey Wolf King lunged at him with a roar, its broad, razor-sharp claws raking across his chest. Splurt Shared Fate triggered at once, followed by the blinding flash of Bramble Armor. Every bit of damage was shifted onto his 4 summons, and the reflected spikes carved several bloody lines into the Grey Wolf King, forcing the mighty beast to pay for every blow. When the 10-second countdown ended, Lin Mo's vision cleared. He frowned. A few more stuns like that, and his summons would be ground to death. Fortunately, the Wolf King's howl was still on cooldown, giving him a rare opening. He ordered every summon to go for the kill. General Slime's meteor cluster hammered the wolf's spine again and again. The Goblin Warrior hacked whenever a gap appeared. The Minotaur Lord slammed forward behind a massive shield. The Ice Mage kept freezing the wolf's joints. Under the relentless barrage, the Grey Wolf King finally staggered, collapsed, exhaled its last hot breath, and shut its unwilling eyes. Staring at the enormous corpse, Lin Mo thought the beast hadn't been cut to death so much as run to death. It had to tank meteors while dodging steel blades at full speed. System messages popped up one after another. Grey Wolf King Nightmare Grade Elite Dungeon Monster defeated. EXP 45,000. Drop. Silver Tier Grey Wolf King Armor Set 1. Drop. Grey Wolf King Fong 1. Drop. Grey Wolf King Hide 1 Artisan Crafting Material. Grey Wolf King Hide. Perfect for forged gear bag at first. Lin Mo did a quick inventory. He still had 2 Frost Hearts, also crafting materials. A few more dungeon runs, and he could gather a complete set. With a bit of coin, he'd have his own custom equipment. After fighting both the Grey Wolf King and the Moonlit Wolf King, he was more convinced than ever that evasion was a god-tier stat. If he couldn't learn it from a skill book, he would have to stack it through crafted gear. The battle had eaten up a full 30 minutes, leaving only 4.5 hours on the dungeon timer. His experience bar sat at 28. Late-game leveling really was a sinkhole. The room was now completely cleared, so he fed every new piece of loot to his 4 legendary gold summons. General Slime. Feed Progress, 70. God-tier Skill Research, 30. Minotaur Lord. Feed Progress, 50. God-tier Skill Research, 100. Mighty Goblin Summoner. Feed Progress, 30. God-tier Skill Research, 100. Ice Mage. Feed Progress, 40. God-tier Skill Research, 40. A flash of dazzling gold, and the system chimed again. Minotaur Lord God-tier Skill Research complete. Divine Bull Shield. All allies Constitution 200 and control effects reduced by 50 for 10 seconds. Mighty Goblin Summoner God-tier Skill Research complete. Summon. Goblin Archers 100100. Lin Mo grinned. His biggest weakness had always been resistance to crowd control, and Divine Bull Shield filled that gap perfectly. The Archer's ranged firepower also meant his goblins no longer had to fight only in melee. If I meet another control-heavy boss like the Grey Wolf King, it should be much easier, he muttered. Chief Bai, we've got a problem. What? We can't get into the cloud instance? Bai Tiaming's brow nodded. Director Bai, there are still a lot of people trapped inside, his assistant added hastily. There was no time to lose. Bai Tianming headed for the instance monitoring center at a near run, his leather shoes clacking down the corridor. The control hall blazed with light. A wall-sized curved screen displayed a real-time hologram of the cloud instance green dots drifting through mist-shrouded terrain, each representing a class changer already inside. It's been an hour and a half since the first one entered, the duty officer reported, pointing at the screen. Look here, those dots were lit moments ago, now they're gone. Each vanished out meant a dead class changer. Bai Tiaming's eyes were sharp as blades. Do we know why? Yes. Someone smuggled in a banned sub-instance item. Those people who forced their way in? The officer brought up a report. Xiong Mumu, deputy leader of the Xiongбing adventuring party, made a scene at the gate and threatened to lock down the instance. Our people confirmed he led a squad inside. We don't know if other class changers slipped in with them. By the time we arrived, all the gold farmers outside had disappeared. Bai Tiaming's frown deepened. On the right side of the screen, an energy graph was climbing, its crimson line pulsing like a heartbeat. So far, the officer continued, the seal is only weakened. The leaked source of hell has boosted every monster by several tiers. In theory, if someone clears every mob, the cloud instance will reset, and we can reinforce the seal. Bai Tianming snorted in frustration. And who's capable of a full clear? The gate's locked, the mobs are buffed, and we can't even get anyone inside. If they stalled any longer, the legendary creature behind the seal might break through. Bai decided on the spot. Send Jinfeng and the city guard to the cloud instance. Get that gate open and wipe out every monster. And patch me through to Xiong Taibing now. The moment the call connected, the office reverberated with thunderous scolding. Sweat beaded on Xiong Taibing's forehead as he bowed and apologized. Yes, they'll handle it right away. Clear the whole map? Thadu. He hung up, bitter at heart. No one knew better than he did how outmatched the Survivng party was. Clearing a supersized instance was a fantasy. The cloud instance was enormous. Running the entire map took half a month, never mind killing every monster. But Bai Tianming had left him no way out. He had no choice but to scrape together manpower, and Praesian Feng could actually breach the gate. Deep inside the instance, Lin Mo expanded the cloud instance's holographic map. A pale blue grid spread across the rock wall. Beyond it stretched a gray, unexplored fog terrain that had to be charted on foot. Taking his current position as the origin, he marked 4 adjacent sectors, each with a 1-kilometer radius. He'll farm in a loop through these. With spatial shift skills, his movement was nearly instantaneous. Travel time was almost 0. By his estimate, the remaining 4.5 hours were enough to wipe out at least a third of the mobs. Plan set, Lin Mo drew his sword, stepped forward, and blurred into motion toward the first target area. Just as he was about to start his rampage, the air inside the instance vibrated. A low, amplified voice rolled in from every direction. Whoever's inside the instance, listen. I have an urgent announcement. Lin Mo halted, tilting his head. That voice was unmistakable. Uncle, the cloud instance has issues. The monsters inside are now several times stronger. The instance entrance has been forcibly sealed. We're trying to blow the doors open. Don't panic. Everyone inside the instance, head for Yunzhong Tinglang immediately. Hold out for a few hours, it's much safer there. The message kept repeating across the channel. The instance really was in trouble. Hearing the chatter, Lin Mo actually felt relieved. If no one else could get in, every monster inside belonged to him. Grinning at the thought, he kept farming. Outside the gate, Zhenfeng and a few teammates were frantically testing every way they could think of to break the lock. Yet his eyes never left the lone green dot on the monitor, the coordinate marking Lin Mo's position. Deep inside, Xiong Mumu's party had been battered beyond recognition. His painstakingly crafted gear was now covered in cracks. Exhausted, he slumped to the ground while the members of the Xiongbing adventurer group formed a ring around him, locked in a desperate fight with a giant gray wolf king. Vice Captain, hang in there. Yunzhong Tinglang is just ahead. Almost in tears, Xiong Mumu snapped. Do I need you to tell me that? Damn it. If my set weren't missing a heart of frost, would I be in this state? Remembering that Wu Gang had mentioned Lin Mo, he ground his teeth. Lin Mo, you screwed me over. If you'd handed over the heart of frost earlier, would I be suffering like this? Elsewhere, Lin Mo sneezed, oblivious. Boom, the last of a pack of reinforced grizzlies went down. They were elites, but far weaker than the moonlit cloud wolves had fought earlier, so he figured everything here was about that level. After a 1-second chant, he triggered spacetime shift. A violet streak ripped across the sky, dropping him into a new zone veiled in mist and thick jungle. The underbrush rustled. A yellow blur flashed past, accompanied by a powerful, musky fox scent. Ugh, what was that? Lin Mo pivoted, alert, and spotted more than a dozen foxes gleaming with golden light neatly lined up ahead. Target locked. Data streamed across his vision. Ghoul Fox Abyss Class Elite. Level 15. Strength 1,500. Spirit 1,500. Agility 2,000. Constitution 1,500. Active skill. Fox Charm induces hallucinations, causing the enemy to lose its target for 5 seconds. Passive skill. Cloud Step Evasion 50. Chance to dodge. Great. Another crowd control mob, Lin Mo muttered. He ordered the Minotaur Lord to deploy Bull King's shield. A golden barrier instantly covered all his summons, and he followed up by casting Thorn Armor on himself. The 10 ghoul foxes charged, the leader launching Fox Charm, a giant pink heart that shot straight at his face. Pop! Bull King's shield activated, cutting the control effect in half. His vision blurred for only 2.5 seconds, but he stayed rooted to the spot. While his sight wavered, the fox's claws slashed toward him and his summons. Screedalon scraped against Thorn Armor, and a moment later the razor-sharp claws rebounded, their edges curling from the impact. Shared Suffering activated. Spread across his 4 summons, the incoming damage felt like nothing more than a tickle. The Fox Charm shattered instantly, and General Slime puffed up its gelatinous body before springing into the air, stardust swirling inside its translucent core. Below, 10 spectral foxes thrashed in vain, their limbs glued down by the General Slime. Lin Mo raised a hand with a faint smile. Light flared across his palm, and 300 goblin warriors plus 100 goblin archers materialized, filling the forest floor shoulder to shoulder. A storm of arrows and short blades rained down, sending the 10 spectral foxes straight to the afterlife. Successfully killed Spectral Fox, EXP 20,000. Successfully killed Spectral Fox, EXP 20,000. System messages flooded the screen while Fox for 99, Foxtail 20, and assorted materials rolled from the corpses, turning the ground into a ribbon of loot. Lin Mo opened his experience bar. The progress sat stubbornly at 35%, still crawling forward. He exhaled, violet light flared beneath his feet, and with another spatial shift his figure vanished. Captain, look! Outside the dungeon gate, A city guard handed a pocket-sized instance scanner to Jinfeng. Fresh from the Dungeon Monitoring Bureau, the device showed nearly every green dot in the Cloud Pavilion instance clustered around the covered walkways, with only a few strays on the fringe. One lone light, however, raced far out on the rim, diving into gorges and tearing through the ghost mist forest at an absurd speed. Jinfeng frowned. Could the scanner be malfunctioning? The guard shook his head. Brand new equipment? No chance. Jinfeng grabbed the instance communicator. All transfer class personnel in Ghost Mist Forest, proceed to the Cloud Pavilion walkways immediately or stay put and do not move. Wait for rescue. Captain. The other scattered dots just vanished. The operator cried. Jinfeng drew a long breath, his mood sinking. He turned. Can we break the dungeon gate? The demolition tech lowered his head. These barriers form naturally. They're almost impossible to crack. Keep trying, Jinfeng ordered, while calling Director Bai with a full report. Bai Tianming paused, voice low. Rally everyone inside, stick together, and counterattack. They'll take this upstairs. Understood, Jinfeng replied. He knew all too well that grouping up for a counterattack meant the gate might never open. Their only path to survival was clearing every monster in the Cloud Pavilion instance. Captain Jun, that green dot is still alive, the operator exclaimed, pointing at the screen. The lone, wayward light not only remained at it grew even more active. Jinfeng's brows knitted tighter. Which idiot keeps ignoring orders? The self-rescue message spread through the Cloud Domain instance in no time. After their brutal fight with the Grey Wolf King, Xiong Mumu's party lay in ruins off more than 20 players. Only 7 remained alive. Vice Captain, Captain Jun just sent word. He wants us to clear as many monsters as we can. Xiong Mumu looked up, eyes bloodshot, voice blazing. Clear my ass. One Grey Wolf King wiped out most of us, and he still wants a full sweep? So what do we do now? Someone asked, voice quivering. Xiong Mumu jabbed a finger at the nearby Cloud Pavilion. Everyone hole up over there and wait for rescue. Head loved to farm for levels, but reality was merciless. The monsters roamed everywhere, and running into a nightmare tier elite meant certain death. The swagger they carried into the dungeon had long since turned to despair and regret. In a corner of the pavilion, Xiong Mumu hugged his knees, throat dry. Dad, can you hear me? Dad, save me. Trembling fingers traced one prayer gesture after another, all in vain. Outside the instance, a squad charged up, only to be blocked by Jinfeng's outstretched arm. Xiong Tiban's face was ashen. My son is still inside. We're working on it, Jinfeng said, keeping his voice low. Xiong Tiban stared at the rippling energy barrier, heart aflame, yet helpless. The city guard was an official force. No matter how strong the Xiongbing adventuring group was, they couldn't afford to cross them. After reporting to his superiors, Bai Tianming arrived in person. The moment he stepped on site, his cold gaze swept over Xiong Tiban. They'll deal with you later. Xiong Tiban stiffened and backed away. Flanked by staff, Bai Tianming approached the gateway and checked the monitor. One green dot on the screen shone unusually bright. How many people are still inside? Director Bai, 8 in total. 7 are stuck at the Cloud Pavilion, and 1 keeps moving. Jinfeng frowned. I told them to stay together and clear a few mobs along the way. Bai Tianming exhaled. With the monsters powered up, they're probably helpless. That moving though looks like the creatures can't touch him. Staring at the track, he muttered. Could that player really solo the whole instance? Jinfeng shook his head. Doubt it. He's probably just running for his life. Let's keep watching. Bai Tianming nodded, setting the idea aside for now. Inside the instance, Lin Mo strode forward, blade in hand, a small hill of monster corpses behind him. His experience bar had already climbed to 82%. Few, at least the loot's been decent. The Grey Wolf King's still the toughest thing in here. Apart from the Grey Wolf King, every other monster was cabbage in his eyes, one swing, one head. That cool confidence belonged to him alone. Xiong Mumu and the others were still huddled together, trembling as they waited, unaware of how long it would take. Lin Mo, meanwhile, had gone berserk. Blood and shattered magic cores piled up like mountains beneath his feet, and a steady stream of loot and feedable gear vanished into his storage space. Once it was full, he raised a hand and began a new round of feeding. Several soft chimes echoed as torrents of energy poured into his summoning contracts. Choose. Feat. 1. Summon. Legendary Gold Slime General. Feeding progress. 100. God tier skill research. 50. 2. Summon. Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress. 80. God tier skill research. 10. 3. Summon. Legendary Powerful Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress. 50. God tier skill research. 10. 4. Summon. Legendary Ice Mage. Feeding progress. 70. God tier skill research. 50. Congratulations, Lin Mo. God tier feeding has advanced. LV.5 LV.6. Class skill God tier feeding LV.6. Feed is summoned to grant it a 50-fold boost to all attributes. A burst of light swept through the area, completing the Slime General's feeding progress and raising its feeding level as well. Summon. Legendary Gold Slime General. Feeding level. 5. Strength. 2700. Spirit, 2,500. Agility, 2,500. Constitution, 2,700. Skill Leap Strike has reached God tier, dealing area crit damage equal to 100 strength. Skill Divine Split, 500,500. Split into multiple clones that inherit only strength. Skill Meteor Pull, forces every creature within a 200-meter radius to the slime's location and disarms them. God tier feeding finally leveled up. Progress slowed dramatically at higher tiers, but a sudden 50-fold bonus still left Lin Mo stunned. He continued to sweep the map, driven by the slime general's terrifying 2,700 strength. Planetary devastation ravaged the entire forest. Moonlit Cloud Wolf slain. EXP 30,000. Grey Wolf King slain. EXP 50,000. About an hour later, the familiar system prompt chimed. Congratulations, Lin Mo. Level up. LV.15, LV.16. He immediately opened his status panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, God tier boss summoner. Unique title, Frost King 20 immunity to ice element skills. Level, LV.16 0.01. Strength, 160. Spirit, 170. Agility, 160. Constitution, 160. Combat power, 160. Class skills. 1. God tier feeding LV.6 feed a summon to grant a 50-fold boost to all attributes. 2. God tier boss summoning LV.101 initially summon a boss without needing a boss core. 3. God tier summoning space LV.145. 4. God tier skill sharing LV.1 the summoner can cast God tier boss skills. Power scales with the summon's attributes. God tier passive. Share the burden the summon takes 100 of damage directed at the summoner. Skills. Mana Spring. God tier completed. Doubles mana regeneration. Spatial Shift. God tier completed. No chant required. Instant teleport within 1,000 meters. Apart from the God tier feeding skill, none of his other abilities or even his gear had shown the slightest improvement, and Lin Mo had no idea why. Ordinarily, a class holder advanced by visiting the proper trainer, but his was a 1EO fake and hidden class, so there was no mentor to consult. He had to figure everything out on his own. Luckily, the bosses he could summon were absurdly powerful, so the lack of progress was only a minor annoyance for now. In less than half an hour he had cleared almost a third of the Yunzhong zone, finishing his target quota ahead of schedule. The area lay close to the Yunzhong corridor, where Xiong Mumu's Xiongbing squad was probably still grinding mobs. Lin Mo remembered what Xiong Mumu had boasted before the dungeon began. You want my head? Come and take it. With a calm smile, he triggered time-space shift. In the span of a few breaths, a glittering speck blinked across the map and materialized beside the Yunzhong corridor. At the same time, Bai Tianming and Jin Feng, who were tracking that speck from afar, stared in shock. Jin Feng patted his chest and muttered. He finally realized he'd better stick with the group. I was starting to worry. Bai Tianming shook his head. He's not running. He's strong, crazy strong. He crossed half the map in minutes. If he's heading for the Yunzhong corridor, maybe he plans to pull off a rescue? Jin Feng thought for a moment, then frowned. High-level players rarely bother with low-tier dungeons, but he sure doesn't look ordinary either. Night deepened. Starlight glittered like scattered silver, and a pale moon left the Yunzhong walkway swathed in misty haze. Xiong Mumu's party huddled together, shivering in thin, frigid air, while distant wolf howls fueled their fear. It's been forever. Why hasn't anyone come to get us out of here? Someone chattered through clenched teeth. Whoosh. A lone figure landed without a sound in front of them. Lin Mo. He lifted his gaze, peering past the corridor towards several lurking shadows. Hope flared in Xiong Mumu's eyes. Our rescue? Squad Leah. He stopped halfway, surprise replacing relief. Wait, that's Lin Mo. At the name, rage shot through him. He sprang to his feet. You? I posted guards outside the dungeon. How did you even get in? A teammate stammered. Maybe he slipped through. The guys outside didn't hold the line. Xiong Mumu stamped in fury. Those useless idiots. He'll make them pay when I get out. He still didn't know the outside guards were already dead. Lin Mo's voice was low and even. You're not getting out. Xiong Mumu jabbed a finger at him, cursing. Scare tactics? Do you know who my father is? Xiong Taiben, leader of the Xiongbing adventure group. People in Beijiang treat him with respect. If I'm trapped here, they'll tear this place apart to save me. Lin Mo's lips curled into an icy smile. I meant that I'm going to kill you. For a heartbeat, Xiong Mumu stared, then he burst into laughter. The rest of his squad joined in, sneering. You? He lifted his chin, sizing Lin Mo up. There are plenty of us, and only one of you. No decent gear on your back, either. You think you can kill me with that mouth of yours? Xiong Mumu started showing off his handcrafted gear while he talked. He swept back his cloak, revealing leather armor stitched with gold thread, and boasted. This handmade set is on par with gold tier gear. The base stats alone give me 800 points. I don't care if you're a high-damage assassin or warrior, you won't break my defense. A few teammates backed him up, their jeers overlapping. Huh, a weak exam candidate thinks he can go up against our vice-captain? He's out of his league. Any one of us could wipe the floor with him. Lin Mo stood motionless, silent, and expressionless. To him, Any further talk was a waste of breath on the Walking Dead. These people were already corpses in his eyes. Just as he prepared to strike, a piercing wolf howl echoed from deeper in the dungeon. A gust of wind lifted dead leaves as a gigantic mutant gray wolf king big as a small truck burst through the black mist behind Lin Mo. Its brown-gray fur bristled. Blood-red eyes swept the crowd with feral malice. Xiong Mumu went pale, one teammate's knees knocking together. They had faced this monster before and knew its near-perfect evasion felt like cheating. Every fallen comrade had been clawed to death in gruesome fashion. Xiong Mumu exhaled shakily. Oddly relieved the beast was behind Lin Mo, not them. That kid's drawing the aggro. While the Wolf Kings focused on him, "We bail," he whispered. The group got the hint. Their feet were already angled toward escape. The Wolf King growled, fangs bared, and launched in a razor arc at Lin Mo's throat. In that heartbeat, Lin Mo calmly raised his palm. Summon. Pale blue light flared, and a viscous figure hit the ground. The slime general. Divine split. Starfall converge. 500 crystal slime hatchlings materialized like rain, spiraling into a vortex. A star-like pull locked onto the Wolf King, nearly tearing it apart. Lin Mo's gaze stayed icy. Leap crit. The hatchlings leapt in unison, a supersized planetary devastation crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. Evasion successful. Evasion successful. Evasion failed. 500 leap crits guaranteed one breach of the Wolf King's flawless dodge. Once its defense broke, each hatchling detonated for 2,700 damage times 100. 270,000 damage burst into a blinding sphere of light. Boom. A gaping hole blew through the Wolf King's torso, and the massive body thudded to the ground, instantly dead. Xiong Mumu and his teammates gaped, two of them gagged in fright. Holy's a summoner? That thing that was his summon? I've seen one as a dungeon boss. Before the dust around the carcass settled, Lin Mo's eyes locked on Xiong Mumu. The detached glance cut like a blade. Xiong Mumu's spine went cold, as if someone had seized his lifeline. He forced a shaky smile. Lin Mo, right? Earlier was a misunderstanding. Just joking around, you know. Lin Mo didn't reply. He only blinked, raised his arm, and clenched his fist. Planetary devastation. Outside the instance, Bai Tianming urged the monitors to pull up the dungeon's monster data as fast as possible. The technician's forehead was dripping sweat, as though he had just stepped out of a boiling shower. He hunched over the desk, fingers flying between the compact console and the keyboard, the rapid clatter beating out a frantic pulse. Almost done. Both displays flashed at once, and a panoramic map of the cloud instance filled the screen. Red dots marked monsters, green dots awakeners neatly divided. Bai Tianming and Zhen Feng leaned in and froze the moment they saw the live feed. Where are the monsters in Ghost Mist Forest? Zhen Feng blurted, swiping at the screen. Bai Tianming's eyes widened. That valley's empty here too, and here a third of the red dots are gone. The technician stammered. If they're gone, they must have been wiped out. A single thought exploded in both men's minds. That person. Almost simultaneously, a green beam flared an awakener at the Yunzhong corridor. The moment it appeared, the large red dot beside Ida Nightmare Tier Elite went dark. The technician wiped his brow, voice cracking. Those big red dots are the nightmare ones. He broke off with a squeal. Look, a bunch of green dots just vanished. Clusters of green markers winked out, yet only a handful of red dots moved nearby. Bai Tianming and Zhen Feng exchanged a look, straightened, and their pupils narrowed to pinpoints. Zhen Feng whispered, "Did that kid not only clear the monsters, but also take out the other awakeners while he was at it?" He gave a bitter chuckle. "Chief Bai, while he was at it hardly covers it." Bai Tianming's voice was grave. "When you erase a whole team in seconds, what else can you call it? Who's dead?" Xiong Taibing, stationed outside the monitoring room, had been watching every frame. The gem at his waist suddenly pulsed red. He lifted it with both hands, his face darkening. My son. My son." Bai Tianming narrowed his eyes. A soul gem? It held a sliver of an awakener's soul. If the owner died, the gem flashed a warning and, at a staggering cost, could resurrect them but only once. Soul gems weren't secret. Anyone with money and influence owned one. They were expensive, but cheaper than a life. Clutching the gem, Xiong Taibing swore that whoever had killed Xiong Mumu would pay in blood. He looked up at Bai Tianming and Zhen Feng. "Chief Bai, Captain Zhen, I'll take my leave. You three stay here." With that, he hurried off, reviving Xiong Mumu before the entrance exam would demand money, manpower, and speed. At that moment, Bai Tianming's phone vibrated an urgent call from above. "Do they have a solution?" Zhen Feng asked. Bai Tianming nodded, then shook his head. "We won't need it. I've already rejected their plan." Zhen Feng watched red dots vanish and green ones streak across the sectors. He drew a long breath and nodded solemnly. "I thought so. That person is too strong. At this rate, the monsters in the entire cloud instance would be gone within 2 hours." Everyone's eyes locked onto the last green dot on the screen. 2 hours later, boom. Deep in the dungeon, Lin Mo felled the final monster, clearing the entire map. Killing was never the hard part for him. It was the non-stop space-time shift that drained his stamina. He let out a long breath. Loot was spilling out of his nearly full pack, and his XP bar shot up to 86% time to feed his summons again. A huge instance really hits the spot. I've farmed so hard my arms are shaking, he muttered. Any other class would have fainted just from running this far, let alone wiping every mob. Most gold farm squads celebrate if they sweep a small corner of a map in a day. Lin Mo had wiped the whole thing clean. Choice feed. He dumped every piece of loot and material into the system. 1. Summon. Legendary Gold Slime General. Feed progress. 30. Divine Skill Research. 80. 2. Summon. Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord. Feed progress. 100. Divine Skill Research. 40. 3. Summon. Legendary Gold Goblin Arch Summoner. Feed progress. 80. Divine Skill Research. 30. 4. Summon. Legendary Gold Ice Mage. Feed progress. 100. Divine Skill Research. 70. Notice. Minotaur Lord feed progress maxed feed level increased. Ice Mage feed progress maxed feed level increased. One day in a mega dungeon and 3 of his summons had each gained 2 levels absurdly lucky. Minotaur Lord feed level 4. Strength. 4 400 Spirit. 3 950 Agility. 4 400 Vitality. 4 400. Skill Wild Charge Divine. Stun duration increased to 100s. Skill Thorn Armor. Reflects 200 strength as damage. Skill Sacred Bull Shield. All allies Vitality 400. Immune to control for 20s. Now that's a real boss. Lin Mo grinned at the near-doubled stats and 100-second crowd control. From now on, he could pop Sacred Bull Shield at the start, quadruple Vitality, and total control immunity, patching his only weakness in an instant. Ice Mage feed level 2. Strength. 3 600 Spirit. 8,000 Agility. 3,000 Vitality. 6,000. Skill Frost Freeze Divine. 100 radius. 20s duration. Drains 50 HP continuously. Passive Crystal Sleep Divine. While sleeping, allies within 50 crystallize, immune to all damage, cannot attack. The freeze radius and damage had multiplied. The moment he cast it, everything within 100 meters would vanish in 2 seconds, pure bug material. After a brief rest, he stood and looked around empty. Not a single monster left. Lin Mo frowned. Doesn't this cloud instance have a final boss? Command Center, Bureau of Special Affairs. The monitor read monsters. 0, yet the dungeon gate was still sealed. Zhen Feng scowled. What happens after a total wipe? Bai Tianming spread his hands. No idea. Nobody's ever killed every creature in a supersized instance. We'll have to wait. At that moment, the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet trembled. Crack. A fissure split open and raced dozens of meters across the floor. Deep below, molten lava churned, and a blast of scorching air shot upward. Damn. Tongues of flame chased Lin Mo like living serpents. Scorching waves laced with the stink of char, and smoke slammed against his back. Every brush of fire sent daggers of pain across his skin. One slip, and he would be reduced to cinders. Minotaur Lord. At his call, the hulking Minotaur Lord crashed into view, its giant axe cleaving open a path. Lin Mo vaulted onto the broad back of the great bull and, riding its unstoppable charge, forced his way through the woven tongues of fire. There's an open spot ahead. A jagged stone ledge lay untouched by the flames. He urged the Minotaur Lord into a headlong sprint. Shards of rock scattered, magma light danced across the stone, and they finally burst onto the platform. The instant his boots hit solid ground, Lin Mo exhaled a breath that felt as hot as the furnace around him. The Yunzhong dungeon was in ruins. The earth had cracked into countless ravines. Molten lava spewed upward, and every low-lying stretch was swallowed whole. Only a few high perches remained. Standing at the edge, Lin Mo looked down at the crimson flow roiling beneath him. The surface glided smoothly, yet vicious currents churned below. Without warning, a pillar of fire erupted. A colossal claw wrapped in flame punched through the magma, molten rock dripping from its joints in place of blood. What? The Lin Mo's pupils constricted. There's something under there. Inside the monitoring room, red lights flashed. Director Bai? Captain Zhen. It's here. The technician's voice quivered. Bai Tianming and Zhen Feng rushed to the screen. A blinding crimson signal pulsed. That signature, is it a boss? Zhen Feng blurted. Expert on bosses that he was, Bai Tianming's face darkened. The seal has been broken. The creature hidden in the Yunzhong dungeon is about to get out. Zhen Feng drew a sharp breath. He knew the monster was an officially shrouded secret. Compared with the great catastrophes of old, it was a lesser threat, yet its power was still horrifying. I fought it once, Bai Tianming said quietly. I know how lethal it is. Inform headquarters. By their plan, the outsider who wandered in won't stand a chance. Zhen Feng's brow tightened. We're not even going to try? Bai Tianming shook his head with a bitter smile. Pointless. Even drained by the seal, it outclasses anyone below second advancement. Deep in the Yunzhong dungeon, a silent force split the churning magma apart, revealing the looming figure of a giant wolf. Fangs glistened like molten knives, lava dripped between them with a constant hiss. Each casual breath spiked the surrounding temperature. Even the coldest spells began to melt. A system prompt flashed before Lin Mo's eyes. Infernal Flame Wolf. Hell Normal Boss. Level 2. Strength, 3,500. Spirit, 2,500. Agility, 3,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skill 1 Fire Burst. Burns all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Skill 2 Earth Rift. Tears open fissures in a 10-meter radius, spewing magma. Passive Fire Empowerment. Grows stronger in the presence of flame. Level 2 and stats this high. Yet it's only a Hell-class normal boss? Lin Mo's heart clenched. Hell, just what kind of place is that? It's only a level 15 instance. How can a boss this strong be here? The anomaly clearly needed an explanation, but Lin Mo had no time to dig for one. The Hellfire Direwolf's brutal stats and skills were nasty, yet manageable. Every one of his summons was just as fierce. After grinding the cloud dungeons for ages, this was his first real boss, and the thought made him giddy. If it dropped a boss core, the wolf would be his. The tougher the boss, the bigger the thrill. Anyone who knew what he was thinking would probably call him insane. At the center of the flame-shrouded stone platform, the direwolf fixed its blazing eyes on Lin Mo's slim frame and suddenly spoke in human tongue. Little human whelp. A talking wolf? Lin Mo froze for half a second. Flames wrapped its claws as the beast stepped forward with a cold laugh. Mind your tone, whelp. I am a hellfire wolf from the abyss. Ordinary mobs aren't fit to carry my shoes. Lin Mo lifted his gaze and asked mildly, carry your shoes? Do you even wear any? The comeback left the wolf speechless, fire swirling in its pupils. Insolent brat. Your aura is feeble. Your level can't be high. Just hit 16, Lin Mo replied with a smile. High enough to kill you. Arrogant. The wolf roared, hind legs coiling as its maw yawned wide. Boom! An incandescent fireball erupted, a tide of heat surging straight for Lin Mo's face. Flame burst. The scorching blast clawed at his skin as though to roast every cell. Any average class changer would already be charcoal, but the wolf had met the wrong opponent. Die, whelp. The blaze ballooned in Lin Mo's pupils, yet he merely looked up. In the next instant, an ice mage materialized soundlessly before him. The explosion struck with a thunderous crash, but the frost mist swirling around her body swallowed it whole, leaving her unscathed. 6,000 constitution made tanking the hit trivial, and ice naturally countered fire. She raised her hands, arms spread wide, and murmured, frost freeze. Dark clouds rolled over the ceiling in a heartbeat. Ground flames were devoured by biting cold. Probing tongues of fire froze into long icicles before they could retreat. The spreading frost was visible to the naked eye, racing toward the hellfire direwolf. Only when the chill brushed its fur did the wolf truly panic. It staggered back, pupils contracting. Damn it. Welp, what kind of monster is she? Just one of my summons, Lin Mo said calmly. The rift it had crawled through still gaped behind it, untouched by ice. Survival meant diving back into the Ceylon option that felt like humiliation. After finally escaping during the dungeon's chaos, was it really going to slink back now? Unthinkable. The ice mage's frost was spreading faster and faster, about to cut off its escape. If it didn't run now, when could it ever? The hellfire wolf swallowed its pride, spun around, and hurled its blazing bulk toward the fissure, surfing on a wave of scorching air. Up in midair, a wicked smile tugged at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. General Slime, Starfall Convergence. The golden slime general vaulted skyward, runes glowing across its belly before exploding into a crushing gravitational pull. Turbulent air twisted into a vortex, pinning the hellfire wolf in place. It flailed helplessly, like a husky being toyed with. Awudamu. Say your name if you dare. Even if I die, it'll haunt you. Lin Mo lifted his eyes lazily. Sure. Lin Mo. Come find me when you're a ghost. Awubastard. The howl dripped with humiliation. For the first time in its life, the mighty hellboss felt tears of frustration, beaten senseless by a human kid who hadn't even finished his second job change. Lin Mo pressed his palms together. Terra exploding star. In an instant, the slime general split into 500 hatchlings, a sticky tide that wrapped the hellfire wolf layer after layer, each one unleashing a leap strike. Boom. The air cracked like muffled thunder. A crimson mist blossomed, and the hellfire wolf burst apart on the spot. A few scorched hairs drifted down. Lin Mo caught them between two fingers and chuckled. Pathetic. System messages flooded his view. Killed hellfire wolf, EXP 100,000, drops. Hellfire wolf boss core 1, hellfire wolf soul 1, assorted enchantment materials. Lin Mo clicked his tongue. From fur to soul, the beast was pure loot. Its very spirit could be used in enchantments. Remembering its threat about revenge from beyond the grave, he shrugged. Poor mutt. It probably wouldn't get the chance. He stored the hellfire wolf soul in his backpack and sat cross-legged to meditate. In the distance, the rift of the Cloud Realm dungeon was closing. Magma, suppressed by the ice mage, sank back underground. Scalding steam froze beneath a crust of frost, and the world fell silent once more. When his status stabilized, Lin Mo opened his hand. A crimson boss core pulsed like a heartbeat in his palm. The fifth summon. With a snap, he crushed it. Scarlet light surged up his arm, and a system prompt flashed. Skill: Divine Rank Boss Summoning LV.111 Note. The first summon does not consume a boss core. Lin Mo barked, Divine Rank Boss Summoning. A blinding red pillar ripped through the clouds, bathing the sky in molten light. Scalding energy poured into Lin Mo, swelling muscle and spirit alike. Crimson veins arced across the heavens like inverted rivers. Boom. A colossal wolf wreathed in flame tore through the cloud sea and dove earthward. The ground quaked on impact, hurling stones into the air. A shaft of gold speared across the sky, striking the wolf. Crimson flames took on a faint golden sheen, each strand of fur gilded. Where bare flesh had been, a suit of golden armor now glinted in the sun. Summoned creature, legendary Hellfire Direwolf. Strength, 7,000. Willpower, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skills. 1. Inferno Cascade now at God tier. Engulfs enemies within a 50-meter radius in searing flames and blocks, all healing. 2. Earth Shatter Rift now at God tier. Splits the ground within a 100-meter radius and spews torrents of magma. Passive. Ember Empowerment now at God tier. Boosts all attributes by 200 whenever it encounters fire. Lin Mo coughed softly. He had never imagined the direwolf's attributes could become this terrifying. On paper, releasing it should end almost any fight in seconds. Still, he understood there was always someone stronger, and other class holders might be hiding cards even deeper than his own. Worse, he had just witnessed a hellspawn far more powerful than a dungeon MOBA, mere level 2 creature with horrifying stats. He dared not picture one at his own level. He recalled every summon into the pocket dimension, which was now completely full. If he wanted to call out another boss, he would have to upgrade his skill, and for now he had no idea how. Leaving the dungeon and figuring it out later was his only option. Outside the dungeon, after Bai Tianming's warning, the higher-ups were already on their way. Zhen Feng paced at the entrance, anxiety written across his face, while Bai Tianming folded his arms, forcing himself to stay calm. Stop pacing. Worrying won't help, Bai Tianming sighed. Zhen Feng muttered, we never should have pinned our hopes on that guy. Who knows what he's hiding? You blaming me now? Bai Tianming raised an eyebrow. Zhen Feng froze and scratched his head. I wouldn't dare. Bai Tianming managed a wry smile. One could have predicted the seal would loosen so suddenly. Director Bai? Captain Zhen. He just killed the monster. A shrill voice shouted. Both men snapped toward the monitor. The glaring red dots faded, then vanished, leaving a single green dot blinking. He killed it? What is he? At least second awakening. All monsters in Cloudvale Dungeon have been cleared, the technician stammered. He also eliminated the sealed creature. The instance is rebooting, and the bug is fixed. With a deep rumble, the massive gate swung open. Every eye turned toward the doorway. The mist thinned, revealing a slim silhouette Lin Mo. People had expected some famous powerhouse capable of soloing the entire dungeon and casually handling the sealed monster. The moment Lin Mo stepped across the threshold, Zhen Feng's mind went blank. Ellen Lin Mo. Lin Mo frowned at the crowd blocking the exit. City guards, monitoring bureau staff, and several members of the Xiongbing adventuring group. Those adventurers went pale at the sight of him and immediately turned tail, clearly racing back to report. Lin Mo ignored them. First, there were too many witnesses to take action. Second, he no longer feared the Xiongbing group in the slightest. If anyone came looking for trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to send them to the afterlife. Zhen Feng's expression changed in a flash, disbelief flooding his eyes. Bai Tianming, standing nearby, was so startled that he froze for half a second before blurting, you know him? Zhen Feng nodded so hard it looked painful, pride practically bursting out of his throat. That's my nephew. So you're the one who cleared the entire map. Zhen Feng threw an arm around Lin Mo's shoulders and shook him like a kid who'd just opened a jackpot prize. Lin Mo's face stayed calm, though he was thinking, it was only a full clear. Is it really that big a deal? He gently pushed Zhen Feng's arm away. Uncle, you're squeezing me. It hurts. Zhen Feng quickly let go, wearing a sheepish grin. Sorry. Bai Tianming took the chance to size Lin Mo up, offering a polite smile. Kid, you're pretty young. Have you already gone through your second-class change? From experience, anyone who could solo a Hellgrade monster had to be a second-tier professional at least. Lin Mo merely shook his head. I just hit level 16. I'm still gearing up for the grand exam. The smile froze on Bai Tianming's face. He stood there like a statue for several seconds, then yelped. What did you just say? Lin Mo enunciated every word. I am preparing for the exam. Buff Director Bai finally lost it. He shot Lin Mo a stunned look, then glanced at Zhen Feng for confirmation. Zhen Feng's mouth twitched. He could only give a bitter nod. Realizing it wasn't a joke, Bai Tianming felt a drum beating in his chest. Calm down. Stay calm, he told himself. Geniuses aren't rare, but slaying a Hellgrade boss right before the exam? This kid's not human, no. He's a little monster. Unable to stop himself, he stepped forward, words tumbling out. Kid, can you tell me how you did it? Lin Mo shook his head, voice cool. Sorry, I don't have time right now. Turned down, Bai Tianming cleared his throat and switched to an official tone. Perhaps you don't know who I am. I'm Bai Tianming, director of the Beijiang Instance Monitoring Bureau. Old Jun, and I go way back. You can call me Uncle Bai. Jinfeng opened his mouth. Our relationship isn't that close. Bai Tianming shot him a warning glare. What? We're practically brothers. I look after you all the time. Haven't you noticed? Lin Mo still had plenty of questions, but if he stayed any longer they'd probably dig up his entire ancestry. He decisively turned away. Uncle Bai, am exhausted and need to rest. I do have one favor to ask. Bai Tianming straightened, slipping into director mode. Name it. Uncle can handle anything. Please keep what happened today confidential. Bai Tianming frowned slightly. About that. Is it too much to ask? Lin Mo lifted his eyes. The calm gaze felt like ice water down by Tianming's back. He shivered and waved his hands. No problem. A lot of people were here, so someone might talk, but I can guarantee your name stays out of it. That's all I need. Lin Mo offered a faint smile, then asked, when the Cloud Realm instance resets, will it still be farmable? The Cloud Realm instance was just 2 Gudso mini monsters, so much experience. At this pace, I should be able to gain 2 more levels in the next 4 days. Bai Tianming gave a wry smile and shook his head. Restarting the instance will take at least a week. Lin Mo frowned. It was a shame. The Yunzhong instance was closed, and higher-level dungeons were out of reach, so the Frostlands were his only option. With that decided, he bid farewell to Jinfeng and Bai Tianming. In that case, he'll get going. Jinfeng nodded, and Bai Tianming raised a hand in farewell. But as Lin Mo turned away, a city guard shouted, "Wait. Captain Zhen, Director Bai, this guy wiped out everyone in the Xiongбing adventuring party. Aren't we going to do anything about it?" Lin Mo looked back calmly. They started the fight. I acted in self-defense. Self-defense? The guard scoffed. You killed 7 or 8 men and didn't even get scratched. Jinfeng rolled his eyes at his own hot-headed subordinate. The Xiongбing crew were no saints. Even if Lin Mo hadn't touched them, the mutated beasts in that dungeon would have devoured them sooner or later. And they were the ones who picked the fight. The guard still wouldn't let it go. Captain, you always tell us no one is above the law. He may be your nephew, but that doesn't mean you can shield him. Jinfeng's face darkened. Before he could speak, Bai Tianming stepped forward, voice low and cutting. The Xiongбing adventuring party used illegal dungeon items and crashed the Yunzhong instance. Lin Mo cleared the monsters by himself and saved the run. Without him, the instance wouldn't reset for a long time, and the sealed creatures might have broken loose. Still think he deserves punishment? The guard swallowed hard. No, sir. Good, Bai Tianming said, staring him down. With the matter settled, Lin Mo walked away, his lone figure fading into the street. Bai Tianming watched him leave and chuckled. Your nephew is impressive. Jinfeng managed a weary smile. He works hard. His name is Lin Mo, right? Right. Bai Tianming raised an eyebrow. He's Lin's son? Exactly. No wonder, Bai Tianming said. Like father, like son. Keep an eye on him, will you? My daughter's about his age. Jinfeng slowly turned to him. Hey, stay away from my nephew. Bai Tianming snorted. Relax, I'm practically family. In Beijiang City, Lin Mo entered the auction house, unloaded a pile of spare materials and gear, and walked out 30,000 gold richer. As he turned, a familiar figure appeared, the Archmage Liang Yu. Fancy meeting you here, Archmage, Lin Mo said with a resigned smile. Liang Yu sauntered over, grinning, and clapped him on the shoulder. Sold another batch? The entrance exam is in 4 days. Feeling the pressure? Not really, Lin Mo replied. A few unresolved questions came to mind. Liang Yu was well-traveled and knowledgeable. Why not ask him? Since the cloud dungeon was closed, there was no point trying to grind it anymore. Lin Mo's level had hit a bottleneck, and even a single level up felt impossible. He figured he might as well take a break, so he shelled out a few gold coins, bought 2 half-price milk teas and a handful of snack beans, and invited his buddy, Archmage Liang Yu, to relax at a drink stand on the corner. On the small wooden table sat one steaming milk tea, another identical half-price milk tea, and a pitiful scatter of snack beans. Such a sorry sight that Liang Yu's eye twitched. Ahem, Lin Mo, this is your treat? What's the matter? Too lavish for you? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, perfectly serious. Oh, please stop joking. You're stingier than ever. Liang Yu sighed, thinking to himself how this kid was already raking in gold at the auction house with dungeon materials. Who would have guessed a bleeding heart gesture from him amounted to a single gold coin? Man, you really know how to pinch pennies. Save the good steel for the sharp edge, Lin Mo replied blandly. A basic beginner skill book cost 20 or 30,000 gold, and rarer ones even more. He had better places for his money, so every coin counted. While sipping his drink, he suddenly grew serious. I've got a question. Liang Yu pushed aside his complaints and nodded. You're unusually chatty today, ask away. I'll answer whatever you've got. Without another word, Lin Mo projected a corner of his status panel onto the tabletop. Class skill, Divine Summoning Space LV.155. My class skill won't level up. What do I do? Liang Yu stared at it, swallowed hard, and barely managed a reply. This is your class skill? Lin Mo nodded. Problem? Other summoners are doomed, man. At level 1, you can store 5 summons at once. How are they supposed to compete? Lin Mo caught the key point. So other summoners also have a summoning space? Yeah, aside from the word divine, it's nearly the same, Liang Yu said. To upgrade it, you have to see a class mentor. Got it. Lin Mo nodded, thoughtful. With his answer in hand, he downed the rest of his milk tea and stood up. Hey, where are you going? To find a class mentor. Before the words finished, he was already gone. Liang Yu reached for a few more snack beans when a shadow suddenly fell over him. Old Wu. He jumped. Wu Gang's face was ashen, his eyes locked on Lin Mo's distant figure, teeth clenched. What's wrong with you? Oof, that kid again. Wu Gang jabbed a finger toward the street corner, seething. Lin Mo? Liang Yu was stunned. Wu Gang sat down and ordered a glass of ice water, murderous intent in his gaze. That punk killed our vice captain. The captain's gathering the crew to take him out. Liang Yu lowered his voice in a hurry. You're going after Lin Mo? Killers pay with their lives, debtors pay their dues. Why not? Wu Gang shot him a cold look. Liang Yu drew a sharp breath. Brother, for my sake, let him be. Wu Gang's eyes chilled even further. Liang, if you get in my way, we're done. I'm not asking you to help me, just don't ruin this. Lin Mo is a promising talent, and he doesn't seem the type to look for trouble. You're saying our deputy commander is the one picking a fight? Wu Gang's face darkened at once, fury bursting forth. That's not what I meant. Liang Yu hurried to explain, but Wu Gang, already livid, wouldn't listen. He sliced the air with his hand. Save your breath. If you insist on interfering, I won't go easy on you. With that, he turned and strode away, his boots pounding against the stone road. Watching Wu Gang's retreating back, Liang Yu let out a long sigh. He truly liked the kid, Lin Mo. If the Xiongbing Expedition Corps ever laid a finger on him, Liang Yu had already decided. Even if it meant cutting ties with Wu Gang, he would shield Lin Mo. Following a short cobblestone lane, Lin Mo reached the summoner class mentor marked on his map. A god-tier boss summoner was still a summoner, he figured, so seeking out a mentor couldn't hurt. The mentor who appeared made him pause. She was a curvy young woman in a black, hip-length bodysuit that hugged every line of her figure. An enchanted whip was lazily coiled around her fingers, and a fluffy rabbit familiar sat at her feet, its pink ears twitching adorably, yet giving off a faint sense of danger. Need any help? She asked, smiling warmly. Mentors chosen by the Job Change Sanctuary were there precisely to assist newcomers. Lin Mo got straight to the point. Hello, mentor. I'd like to upgrade my summoning space skill. Just call me Aisha. Her smile deepened. Mind if I run an advanced profession scan on you? Remembering that by Bing Bing's earlier scan had revealed only basic stats, Lin Mo nodded. With his consent, Aisha drew a slender black metal rod from her chest pocket, flicked it open, and swept it in front of him. Boss tier summoner? Nice legendary branch. She nodded, then frowned. But why are your attributes so low? Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. Seems I overestimated you. Aisha pinched her fingers together. You're only a hair stronger than an average summoner. Aisha, could we just talk about the upgrade? Aisha studied the data, her brow furrowing. After a moment she exhaled and looked up, solemn. You'll need a special quest. Complete it, and it'll give you a space stone. Its power is required for the upgrade. So much hassle? Lin Mo grumbled to himself, but agreed. Aisha suddenly flashed a playful grin. The quest is tough. I suggest you party up. At your level, you're probably grinding for some expedition corpse or gold farming? She clearly took Lin Mo for one of the countless exam washouts scraping by. Lin Mo only smiled, offering no explanation, and Aisha tactfully dropped the subject. Here are the details. Her tone turned serious. Within 1 hour, clear the Frostlands Abyss or any higher difficulty dungeon with no more than 6 people in your party. Pretty tough, huh? I remember the last team that broke the record. They finished in 2 hours and 56 minutes. That was Meng Junshin's squad last year. The memory of that name jolted him back to life. Meng Junshin. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. These days everyone in Beijing knew the name level 15 before the national exams. A perfect 5,000-point score, provincial champion. In just a few months had become synonymous with local pride. Yet Lin Mo already outranked him, and with 4 days left until the exams, he could still see room to grow. Any other quests? He asked. Mentor Aisha paused for half a second, then smiled. You think clearing the Land of Frost Abyss dungeon in under 3 hours is easy? Even veteran gold farmers wouldn't dare guarantee a 3-hour run, let alone a newcomer, she added. It isn't easy, it's effortless, Lin Mo said casually, unwilling to elaborate. If she upped the stakes again, it would only cause headaches. Got it. Go ahead and accept the quest then, he confirmed with a tap. A golden light formed an exclamation mark in his palm. Aisha pointed at it. When that turns into a question mark, you're done. Lin Mo nodded and walked off without another word. Watching him leave, Aisha shook her head, amused. He really thinks dungeons are child's play. Let's see how long that lasts. Grand Mage Liang Yu hurried over to find Lin Mo, but arrived too late. Aisha waved him down. Master Liang, what brings you here? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Yu asked about Lin Mo. Aisha replied calmly, your friend? He picked up the quest and left. Looking for him? It's no big deal. He can't be far. They'll catch up. Liang Yu turned to leave. Wait, Master Liang. Aisha was getting curious. Not many people could make Liang Yu this anxious. He looked back, puzzled. Aisha probed. What's your connection to him? You seem pretty concerned. He's a new transfer student with solid potential, so I'm keeping an eye on him. I'd appreciate it if you did the same. With that, Liang Yu hurried off in Lin Mo's direction. Aisha stayed where she was, absently rubbing her cheek. A transfer student? Taking the national exams this year? Yet she had clearly seen Lin Mo was already level 16, meaning had hit 16 in just 6 days. What on earth did I miss? She muttered. Needing to save time, Lin Mo used spatial displacement all the way, reaching the Land of Frost dungeon gate in barely 10 minutes. The entrance was packed, and a notice board displayed a frosty message. Dungeon full. Please come back tomorrow. He frowned. So many new level 12 students that even the dungeons had queues now. With no better option, he set up a makeshift camp to spend the night and planned to enter first thing in the morning. Head barely sat down when a cold hand suddenly closed around his throat. Every hair on Lin Mo's body stood on end as he sprang to his feet. Holy crap, Lin Mo. Only now did Lin Mo get a good look at the newcomer. It was Wang Jiangwo. 2 pitch-black daggers were tucked at an angle at his waist, their cold gleam flashing in and out of sight. He was decked out in a full set of bronze-tier gear, the etched runes catching the firelight with a glossy sheen. He looked full of energy. Even more eye-catching were the 2 healers at his side, both in priest robes. Their faces were merely average, but their curvy figures drew every pair of eyes in an instant. Brother Jiangwo, who's this? With sweet smiles, the 2 women draped their soft arms over Wang Jiangwo's shoulders, their flirtatious voices making the nearby boys gulp. Lin Mo's features twitched clearly. His buddy had fallen headfirst into a honey trap. This is my bro, Wang Jiangwo announced loudly. I mentioned him before, he an absolute beast, practically the top summoner in school, though still a hair weaker than me. He shot Lin Mo a teasing grin. Lin Mo knew Wang Jiangwo was showing off. He had no choice but to play along, shrugging with a sigh. Yeah, you're the strongest. The resignation on his face couldn't have been clearer. Wow, Brother Jiangwo, you're amazing. The 2 healers cooed in unison, snapping everyone's attention back to him. The 4 of them sat around the newly lit bonfire. There were an unusually large number of students tonight, the flames illuminating a sea of unfamiliar faces. Beijiang had several high schools, and reaching level 12 within 6 days was already rare. Once these students were split up, it was natural they didn't know each other. Lin Mo wasn't surprised. Wang Jiangwo, on the other hand, fit Lin Mo's expectations perfectly. An assassin was a rare and powerful class, and with 2 healers in tow, his grinding speed was on par with any party. During a lull in the chatter, Wang Jiangwo lowered his voice. Weren't you holed up in Cloud Citadel? What are you doing here? The instance is rebooting, Lin Mo said with a wry smile. Takes a week. Can't farm there for now. So the rumor's true? Wang Jiangwo raised an eyebrow. What rumor? Lin Mo asked back. Seriously, you haven't heard? Wang Jiangwo feigned shock, speaking rapidly. Word is a hell beast spawned in Cloud Citadel and swallowed every player inside. Then some insanely strong, mysterious class changer killed it. Lin Mo stayed silent, staring into the fire, while Wang Jiangwo grew more animated, waving his arms and drawing a curious crowd. Lin Mo cursed inwardly. Trust this clown to bring up the one thing he shouldn't. You know what else? Wang Jiangwo's voice rose. They say that mystery man was none other than Meng Junshin, already pre-admitted to the Imperial Academy. He went in for a school quest and casually took the Hell Beast down. Standing at the center of the group, he painted Meng Junshin as nothing short of legendary. Lin Mo, always a bit anxious in crowds, edged toward the perimeter, powerless to stop his friend's tall tales. I've heard a different version. A new voice cut in, and everyone turned toward the speaker. The newcomer spoke calmly. That Hell Beast appeared because the vice captain of the Ironfall adventurers maliciously used an instance IM. The Instance Monitoring Bureau and the City Guard tried to force the entrance open and failed. In the end, it was a freshman taking this year's entrance exam. He solo cleared the entire map and killed the Hell Beast. That's what actually ended the crisis. Wang Jiangwo's monologue was abruptly derailed, and the air went quiet for half a second. His spotlight had been stolen. Wang Jiangwo glared at the brash kid who had interrupted him, hatred flashing in his eyes. It's impossible. A freshman from this year's grand exam can't be that powerful. Your story is ridiculous. He snorted, dismissing the claim. The crowd promptly echoed his disbelief. Yeah, how could an exam candidate solo the entire Yunzhong instance? That's a mega-shared dungeon. A map alone is twice the size of North River City. The chatter swelled, but truth often surprises while rumors feed curiosity. Compared with an unknown rookie, people preferred to credit the feat to Meng Junshin, the man who once made history in Beijiang. So every whisper converged on his name. Meng Junshin is legendary. He's my goal, someone shouted, sparking a brief wave of excitement before the crowd fell quiet again. Just then, Lin Mo spotted a familiar figure, Jin Mimi. Her party had just pulled out of the dungeon, everyone injured. Wang Jiangwo jerked his chin toward her and muttered, Zhen Mimi's been trying to catch up to you, hoping to surpass you before the exam. She's entered the Yunzhong instance 3 times today on Abyss difficulty and crawled out each time. She's level 13 now. Lin Mo nodded. Ever since overhearing Zhen Mimi's conversation with her mother, his old dislike had faded. Maybe had simply grown. Zhen Mimi noticed him too. After a few words to her teammates, she walked over slowly. Lin Mo's brows knit together. Long time no see, Lin Mo. Wounds of every size marred her body. The girl who once obsessed over her looks still had dried blood on her face, the shallow cuts unhealed. Long time, Lin Mo replied evenly. She leaned against the thick tree beside him, eyes turned to the deepening night sky, a wry smile appearing. I saw you at the auction house the other day. General Slime is one of my guys. Did you give him that name? She glanced sideways. The secret was out, and Lin Mo didn't deny it. It took me 2 whole days to gain a single level. Inside the dungeon, there are no parents to shield me, only myself. I kept thinking how lonely and hard it must have been for you all these years with no family around. She drew a deep breath as if to press down a weight on her chest. The gear and materials you collect in a day would take me 3 or 4 to match. Our gap keeps widening. Sometimes it feels like I'm living in your shadow. Her words were calmer than before, tempered by Abyss runs. Suddenly she extended a mud-stained hand, earnest and steady. Let's call a truce. Lin Mo met her sincere gaze, and for a moment the old grudges dissolved. All right. He kept his tone flat as he clasped her hand. What are you two doing? Wang Zhangwo craned his neck, eyes round. Seriously? You two have history or something? Lin Mo shot him a glare. Buzz off. Lin Mo finally answered, and the stone pressing on her chest seemed to drop. When Zhen Mimi heard his words, the tension vanished from her face, but she still pumped a fist to psyche herself up. I'm still aiming to beat you, though? We're rivals. A genuine smile rare for Lin Mo touched his lips. Deal. Wang Zhangwo stuck out his tongue and jeered. If you two stay this polite, why not just start dating? A blush shot across Zhen Mimi's cheeks, and she backed into a corner without another word. Lin Mo hurriedly changed the subject. I'm free tomorrow. I'll run dungeons with you and power level. The moment Wang Zhangwo learned that Lin Mo would lead the run, his spirits soared. He glanced at the 2 busty healer girls beside him, and his enthusiasm died on the spot. You two, don't tag along tomorrow. I'm dueling with my bro. The girls froze for half a second, then each swung a hand. Smack, smack. 2 crisp slaps landed on Wang Zhangwo's cheeks. Pig, you use us and then dump us? Clutching his face, Wang Zhangwo gaped. Seriously? Without me carrying you, who would take plain class healers like you? Lin Mo, they're so ungrateful. Lin Mo only shrugged, choosing no side. Wang Zhangwo slapped his thigh in frustration. They're the ones using me. I can explain. Lin Mo didn't bother responding. Ignored, Wang Zhangwo turned to Zhen Mimi and complained animatedly. I'm totally innocent. Zhen Mimi shot back coldly. Playboy. Nothing else happened that night. Early the next morning, most examinees' dungeon cooldowns had expired, and the prime leveling window opened again. With her short staff slung across her back, Zhen Mimi frowned. Only 3 of us in a dungeon, won't that be too few? Wang Zhangwo nodded. Yeah, more people means faster runs, especially in Snow Ridge. The mobs there are insane. 3 of us might not break through. After several runs, Zhen Mimi had developed a healthy respect for Snow Ridge. Lin Mo simply shook his head. No need. The 3 of us are plenty. In truth, he knew that with him around, Zhen Mimi and Wang Zhangwo would hardly need to lift a finger. His confidence quieted their doubts. Lin Mo had never thrown teammates under the bus, and they trusted him. Not far away, several candidates held up a handwritten sign and shouted, Elite Team Recruiting. Combat power over 1,000 only. Trash keep out. We're going for the Nightmare Mode record. It was the first time Lin Mo had seen anyone advertise a hard combat power requirement. The number only showed a floor, but it was a rare filter during the newbie phase. They've been making noise since yesterday, Wang Zhangwo muttered, glancing at the trio. There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. Both men were tall, their silver-grade gear glinting in the sunlight, the kind that screamed pedigree, probably sons of noble families. The girl's kit was just as impressive. Her only bronze-grade piece was offset by a pair of bronze earrings. She wore an aloof expression and looked down on everyone around. Lin Mo tilted his head. Who are they? Wang Zhangwo lowered his voice. Candidates from second high. The tall, thin one on the left with the sharp brows is Qin Tianfu, level 14, legendary class Thunderlight Mage. The other is Yin Quan, level 13, rare class Iron Guard Soldier. The aloof girl was Guofeng, a level 13 rare class Saint Cantor. She stood beside a warrior and a mage, all 3 clad in silver armor that gleamed with a cold light, giving them an imposing presence at first glance. Rumor had it that this trio had just broken the record for the Frostlands dungeon, chasing the powerful title hidden behind a secret quest. Title? Lin Mo frowned slightly. The word stirred a vague memory. Just then, Yin Quan, a well-heeled playboy, shifted his gaze to Zhen Mimi. With deliberate nonchalance, he curled his lips and strode over. Miss, I hear you're a legendary class Frost Archmage as well? he asked, his voice dripping with practiced confidence. Very few students ever managed to switch classes and obtain a legendary one. After days of grinding dungeons, Zhen Mimi was already well known here. She gave a slight nod in reply. Yin Quan's eyes swept past Lin Mo and Wang Zhangwo beside her, open contempt flashing across his face. Join us for the record run, he offered. We'll clear it much faster. Mimi glanced at Lin Mo first, then smiled and shook her head. No thanks. Hardly anyone ever turned Yin Quan down. His face darkened at once, his tone turning icy as he mocked the two men at her side. Running a dungeon with 2 dead weights will only slow your leveling. Sometimes picking the right teammates matters more than your own strength. Wang Zhangwo exploded. Who the hell are you calling deadweight? Easy, Lin Mo murmured, still as calm as an outsider. Yin Quan flicked his chin disdainfully and, as he turned to leave, tossed back. I gave you a chance. If you regret it later, don't say I never looked out for you. Who do you think you are? Cut the superiority crap. Wang Zhangwo shouted after him, his voice echoing down the corridor. Lin Mo's expression remained untouched, a faint smile even playing at the corners of his mouth. Trash, they'll be waiting to watch you flounder, Yin Quan said with a casual wave, then went off in search of better teammates. Isn't that Zhen Mimi from number 1 high school, the girl who awakened a legendary class? The plaza outside the instance gate was packed. Dozens of student teams queued in front of the holographic screen, and a steady hum of chatter filled the air. Qin Tianfei's squad clears maps in no time. She actually turned them down? If I got a shot like that, I'd never pass it up. Word is they might break the nightmare record. Too bad. I'm guessing Zhen Mimi just wants to power level her classmates. That Wang Zhangwo guy, he's from their school too, right? Always sweet-talking girls into teaming with him. Fragments of gossip drifted past. Lin Mo cast Wang Zhangwo a sideways look and said blandly, sounds like your reputation isn't the best. Wang Zhangwo scratched his head and grinned. What do they know? Across the plaza, Qin Tianfei's party kept Zhen Mimi in their sights. Losing a legendary class would be a major setback. Yin Quan muttered, Boss Qin, if she won't join, forget it. One more or less won't matter. Think legendary classes grow on trees. Qin Tianfu shot him a glance. If we want that record, we need the absolute best lineup. While they fretted, Lin Mo and his 2 companions headed for the entrance to Frostlands. Whoosh. Qin Tianfu stepped in front of them, arm raised to block their way. Zhen Mimi, you really should team up with us, he said, voice lowered, a practiced smile on his face. The big exam's in 4 days. You're level 13, right? Wang Zhangwo stepped forward. Her level's none of your business. Yin Quan bristled, finger nearly in Wang Zhangwo's face. Watch your mouth. Qin Tianfu pressed a hand to Yin Quan's shoulder. Easy. Turning back to Zhen Mimi, he spoke in a patient, reasoned tone. Capital Academy standards say you need at least level 15 to have a shot at admission. Running with us gives you 2 perks. 1, we farm nightmare instances steadily way faster than any low-tier party you cobble together. 2 levels in 4 days is doable. 2, we're going for a record. The hidden title that comes with it will do wonders for your future. He let a sly smile slip. As for helping them level up, pointless. This exam is the biggest crossroads of your life. Think it over. They clearly thought she planned to babysit her classmates. In truth, Lin Mo had farmed Frostlands so long that few even knew his name. Gold farming crews had been pushed to outer zones to give exam candidates a clean field, so his exploits had gone unnoticed. Zhen Mimi answered calmly, sorry, I'm not joining you. Humph. Qin Tianfei's face darkened. Suit yourself. Trash like you will never get past the elite tier. Hands in his pockets, Lin Mo looked every bit the detached onlooker. His gaze swept over Qin Tianfei's group. Then he turned and walked toward the gate with Zhen Mimi and Wang Zhangwo beside him. Frostlands Ogden, he knew the place like the back of his hand. Had run it so many times he was sick of it. His power had grown, and clearing low-level dungeons was now child's play for him. Standing in the lobby, Lin Mo picked Nightmare Frostlands without a second thought. Hey, Lin Mo, what are you doing? The crimson word nightmare above the portal made Wang Zhangwo freeze, and Zhen Mimi's jaw dropped. Nightmare dungeons need, what, a dozen people at least? Zhen Mimi blurted. The 3 of us will be torn to pieces in there. Lin Mo just smiled. Follow me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he stepped through the portal and vanished into the frost. Zhen Mimi and Wang Zhangwo exchanged a look and shouted in unison, he's insane. But Lin Mo was already inside, so they gritted their teeth and went after him. Across the hall, Qin Tianfei's party was still gathering when they noticed Lin Mo's choice of difficulty. Is he putting on a show for us? Qin Tianfu sneered. The burly Yin Quan snorted in agreement. Trying to save face with Nightmare? He must have a death wish. He waved to his group. Grab another 7 or 8 people and hurry up. If someone else walks off with that hidden title, we're out of luck. The hidden title quest in the Frostlands only refreshes once a month. Nobody wanted to miss it. Yin Quan hurried off to recruit a few newly promoted players. Inside the Frostlands, nightmare difficulty. Isolated winds howled. The layout mirrored the Abyss map, but the air was colder and the pressure heavier. Every monster's stats had been cranked up several notches. The moment the trio left the safe zone, Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo spotted a frost-white ape near the cave mouth. Frost-white ape nightmare. Level 12. Strength 600 will 400. Agility 600 vitality 500. Skill Ice slow has target's attack speed. The numbers flashed across their HUDs, and both sucked in a breath. Holy crap, Zhen Mimi yelped. That's way tougher than anything in an abyss run. How are we supposed to kill it? Wang Jingwo's knuckles whitened around his daggers, his knees literally shaking. Lin Mo, maybe we should back out and find more people. The three of us don't stand a chance. Lin Mo stepped in front of them, perfectly calm. Stay behind me. Enough. With that, he crossed the boundary out of the safe zone. By rights, the ape should have lunged at him. But the moment it got a clear look at Lin Mo's face, it shuddered, yelped, and sprang 3 or 4 meters back. Then it turned tail and bolted, scrambling away like it had seen a ghost. What was that about? Lin Mo paused, utterly baffled. Are the monsters afraid of me? He had no idea that his record-setting clears had already become legend throughout the Frostlands, and every creature in the zone now saw him as the boogeyman. Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo edged forward, staring as the white ape vanished into the distance. They were dumbfounded. Monsters in a nightmare dungeon are this cute? Zhen Mimi muttered. Why won't it even attack? Lin Mo didn't quite know how to explain. Zhen Mimi's worldview began to crumble. Just days ago she had scrounged up 7 or 8 people to run an abyss dungeon, nearly suffocating under waves of mobs, fighting tooth and nail for every kill. So this is a nightmare dungeon? She murmured. Sounds terrifying, but the monsters are shy. Wang Jingwo looked as if he had discovered a new continent. His fear vanished in an instant. With a powerful push, Wang Jingwo sent snow spraying from his boots and tore across the open field before Lin Mo could even call out. Come on, you little freaks. Daddy's here, come bite me. He shouted, waving at the frosted white apes bolting in the distance. The apes froze, murderous light flickering in their ice-blue eyes. From behind snowdrifts and shards of ice, more of them rose, fangs glinting as they silently closed the circle. Think we're scared of you just because we fear Lin Mo? A guttural snarl seemed to echo in the air. In the span of a breath, 7 or 8 frosted white apes lunged at him. Only then did Wang Jingwo snap back to reality. Seeing the white tide crashing toward him, he spun around. Whoa, hey, why are you chasing me? I'm not carrying cough syrup. How come you didn't chase Lin Mo? Do I look that easy to bully? His voice was swept away by the wind. The commotion alerted Lin Mo. What's going on? Zhen Mimi frowned. Lin Mo shrugged. Looks like he's being overrun by monsters. Beyond a low snowbank, Wang Jingwo had already been driven into a dead end. Lin Mo, what do we do? Zhen Mimi cried. Lin Mo stayed calm. He raised an arm, golden light surging in his palm. Divine Summon Slime General. A gold-hued slime as tall as a grown man materialized, trident and round shield at the ready. It compressed, then sprang forward, landing with the force of a falling mountain. Snow exploded, and 3 frosted white apes were flattened on the spot. The trident flicked another into the air, and the shield swept 2 more aside, their bodies shattering ice spires before they crashed down. Only 2 apes were left. Realizing the danger, they turned to flee. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. Shared divine skill bull rush. He streaked through the blizzard in a flash of gold, covering more than 20 meters in an instant and stunning both apes for a full 100 seconds. The slime general nudged them lightly, and the 2 white shadows sagged into the snow, dead on the spot. They're actually dead? A moment ago Wang Jingwo's heart had been pounding. Now he was simply awestruck. He ran a hand over the slime's soft, golden surface and swallowed hard. That summon of yours is insane. What are its stats? To one-shot monsters this strong, they've got to be in the thousands. Lin Mo offered no explanation. Only then did Zhen Mimi truly grasp the gap between them and Lin Mo. Within a few seconds, 8 nightmare-grade dungeon monsters had been wiped out. But Lin Mo was still unsatisfied. Instructor Aisha had tasked him with setting a new record for the Frostlands dungeon. He had already broken Meng Junshin's mark twice. Now that the nightmare limit was 30 minutes, he needed to finish even faster. Let's keep moving, Lin Mo called. This time they were wiser and stuck close behind him. 3 sets of footprints stretched over the snow, monsters along the way falling to the slime general. 10 minutes later, they reached the shattered snow ridge. The valley was narrow, the cold wind howling. This is it. Every time we cross the ridge, we end up badly hurt, Zhen Mimi warned. She knew the ridge was always crawling with 30 or 40 powerful monsters, and on nightmare difficulty, there would only be more. Actually, there's a shortcut to reach the next zone, she added, pointing to a great chasm between the cliffs. I noticed it on my last run. You mean we go around? Wang Jingwo's eyes lit up. Both of them looked to Lin Mo. He simply shook his head and walked straight toward the valley. No need. As Lin Mo stepped into the ravine, a biting wind whipped snow grains against him, and the valley floor was so dark he could barely see his own hand. Suddenly, crimson pinpoints flared in the cracks of the surrounding cliffs. Hundreds of glowing eyes surfaced from the blackness that was a troop of wind demon apes, more than 100 strong, stacking front to back until the narrow gorge was completely sealed. The horde surged forward like a living tide. Good grief. Zhen Mimi sucked in a sharp breath and clapped a hand over her mouth. That's twice as many as the Abyss dungeon. She yanked on her partner's sleeve. Wang Jiangwo, should we help Lin Mo? Wang Jiangwo had been frozen in place. Her reminder snapped him out of it, and he swallowed hard. We have to. Even with a powerful summon, he can't one-shot 100 monsters at once. If even one slips through, both he and his pet are in danger. Unless he's got some massive AoE wipe, those are rare even for second-class elites. And these are nightmare tier mobs with insane stats. An instant clear is basically a fairy tale. Lin Mo, we're coming. Zhen Mimi and Wang Jiangwo started forward. At that moment, the wind demon apes shrieked and cackled, saliva dripping from their fangs as if they couldn't wait to rip the trio apart. Lin Mo merely smiled and raised a hand. Gravitational starburst. Buzz. The slime general split into 400 slime hatchlings that hovered in midair, glowing green. They unleashed starfall convergence, and a monstrous suction yanked every wind demon ape off the ground and into the vortex. Then came leap crit. Boom. A blood-red mushroom cloud erupted deep in the canyon. In a blink, nearly 100 wind demon apes became viscous mist. Snowflakes turned dark red as a sweet, metallic rain fell, filling the ravine with gore. System messages flooded the screen, skyrocketing XP, piles of gear, and materials. Because they were in the same party, Zhen Mimi and Wang Jiangwo received the haul even though they hadn't had time to cast a single spell. They exchanged a look, half embarrassed and half ecstatic. Free loot. So much XP. So much loot. While rummaging through the spoils, Zhen Mimi suddenly shouted, a silver-grade wind staff. After countless runs, she still carried only a bronze staff. The silvery glow of this weapon made her eyes shine. Lin Mo glanced at it casually. That junk. I wouldn't even feed it to my slimes. She had just raised the staff to equip it when he pressed her hand down. No point using that thing. This is junk. She couldn't believe it. Lin Mo nodded. The boss dropped a silver-grade ice crystal staff. That's the one for you. You're an ice mage, so the attribute bonus is better. The wind staff doesn't fit your class. Still reluctant, she cradled the wind staff. So what do we do with it? Sell it or toss it, Lin Mo said lightly. What? That's such a waste. And you killed the monsters. The gear and materials should be yours. Zhen Mimi wasn't being greedy. Take it and sell it. Lin Mo shook his head at once. Takes up too much space. I don't need it. Zhen Mimi swallowed hard. The words rolled off his tongue as if it were nothing at all. In an average dungeon party, a single piece of silver-grade loot would probably spark a fight over who gets it. Zhen Mimi followed Lin Mo's orders and quietly swept every drop into her inventory. The moment her fingers brushed the cold metal, a rush of inexplicable emotion welled up in her chest. She couldn't tell whether it was excitement or unease. On the other side, Wang Jiangwo snatched a full silver-white wind set off the ground, his eyes shining. Damn, look at these stats. This is insane. Assassins live for speed, so Lin Mo didn't bother to intervene. For Wang Jiangwo, the gear was perfect. Wang Jiangwo slipped on the pauldrons, greaves, and cloak in quick succession. The silvery light armor caught the firelight with a chilly gleam, lightweight, yet imposing. Lin Mo, check this out. Don't I look awesome? Yeah, not bad. Lin Mo replied with a faint nod. Wang Jiangwo scratched his head, swaggering yet unable to hide his delight. All I need now is a silver-grade weapon. I'm finally rich enough to rock a full silver set. Quit showing off, Lin Mo said with a sidelong glance. We're short on time, and still have 2 more stages. Lin Mo took the lead, and every trash mob that showed up was instantly wiped out by General Slime. The trio advanced without the slightest hindrance. At the top of the winding stone stairs, a massive wall of ice came into view. They had reached the frozen capital. Wang Jiangwo looked up at the walls rising into the clouds and couldn't keep himself from exclaiming, this place is huge. Zhen Mimi was already numb to it all. After running the dungeon this far, she had no doubt about Lin Mo's power. Any monster that dared to show itself was skewered the moment he lifted a hand. Inside the gate, the goblin summoner of the ice mage rose slowly from his throne, bellowing in guttural monster tongue, fury boiling over. Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi immediately locked onto the target and pulled up its stat window. Nightmare grade elite. Goblin summoner of the ice mage. Level 14. Strength 1000. Spirit 1500. Agility 800. Constitution 800. Skill. Summon 2020 can summon 20 goblin frost warriors at once, each with 100 of the summoner's own stats. Strength at 1000. Spirit 1500. And it can pop out 20 frost warriors as strong as itself in one go. Wang Jiangwo gasped. Zhen Mimi looked instinctively at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, do you need our help? No. Lin Mo's answer was as flat as ever, as though no monster in existence could make him frown. What worried him now wasn't killing the elite, but finishing the run before the timer expired. 10 minutes left, he muttered. They had wasted too much time traveling on foot. Doesn't look like we're setting a new record this run. Wang Jiangwo grunted, thinking something had gone wrong. Nothing. Just pick up the pace. Lin Mo waved dismissively, stepped forward, and willed. Planetary devastation. General Slime split into 400 slimelets that hung in midair. The moment the goblin summoner called out his frost warriors, an overpowering gravity yanked everything skyward and then it all exploded. Boom. The entire frozen capital shook violently, snow and dust filling the air. Another one shot? Wang Jingwo stared, slack-jawed. How busted are that summon stats? One planetary devastation, and the whole screens wiped years steamrolling the dungeon. A flood of experience notifications poured in. I leveled up. Wang Jingwo shouted as his level jumped to 13. At this rate, a couple more runs, and it'll be 15. Jin Mimi was engulfed in white light as warmth flooded her limbs. She couldn't help a small cheer. Akuf, I leveled too. While the two were still basking in the joy of leveling, the ground suddenly trembled. An instant later the earth split open, and all three of them fell. The final boss arena. Inside the Crystal Palace, the Ice Mage reclined against his throne as if waking from a nap. By reflex, Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo turned to Lin Mo in unison. Lin Mo stepped forward but looked back to warn them, stay in the back and keep your distance. The Ice Mage's area of effect is huge, and there are monsters hidden in the ice statues on either side that can ambush at any moment. Got it. They nodded frantically. Lin Mo directed General Slime to fall back and guard the two of them. Wang Jingwo froze. Your summon's protecting us, but what about you? Jin Mimi looked at Lin Mo with the same question in her eyes. Lin Mo turned around and spoke calmly. Who told you I only had one summon? In the next instant, as Jin Mimi and Wang Jingwo stared in shock, Lin Mo thrust out one hand. A warped green magic circle exploded into being, and a goblin summoner the size of a year-old calf landed with a thud. Muscles knotted beneath its skin, obsidian staff in hand, tusks protruding, it radiated menace. The staff smashed into the floor. Echoes still rolled when deep green witchlight flooded up through the cracks in the palace tiles. In a heartbeat, the crystal hall was crammed with goblin warriors and goblin archers, roughly 300 of them. Wang Jingwo froze, mouth open yet speechless. Veins stood out on the back of Jean Mimi's hand as she whispered, a summoner summoned a summoner that can summon more minions? Practicing tongue twisters now? Wang Jingwo finally managed, the corner of his mouth twitching. Jean Mimi shot him a glare. Before a single breath could pass, the goblin warriors charged the Ice Mage, howling, while the archers in back loosed their arrows in unison. In under 2 seconds, a storm of arrows and spears shredded the Ice Mage, scattering shards of ice in all directions. A pale blue bloom burst overhead. Its fragments tinkled to the floor, and the air turned frigid. Dazed, Jean Mimi stared at the ice crystals by her feet and sighed. With those two powerful summons at his side, even second-tier experts would give Lin Mo a wide berth. Would she ever catch up to him? Lin Mo, you're incredible. Wang Jingwo slapped Lin Mo's shoulder, showing off the trove of materials and top-tier gear in his system panel. No main weapon for me, but this silver-grade trinket is great. Oh, and what's this primary dungeon reset charm for? He waved a sheet of pale blue talisman paper. Your luck is ridiculous, Jean Mimi blurted, eyes wide. Luck? Wang Jingwo blinked. Jean Mimi drew an identical charm from her storage space. My dad had to pull strings and spend a fortune to get me one, and it just dropped for you. Wang Jingwo stuck out his tongue. Guess I really am lucky. Even without a reset charm, Jean Mimi's haul was impressive. Piles of gear and rare materials, plus the ice crystal staff, a top-tier silver-grade weapon that fit her build perfectly. She equipped it on the spot, then draped the blue enchantress cloak from the Ice Mage over her shoulders. In an instant she looked every inch an icy queen. Lin Mo gave her a once-over. Clothes really do make the woman, he thought. Jean Mimi had always been an 8. The new outfit pushed her well past a 9. Not bad, huh? Jean Mimi arched a brow. Lin Mo and Wang Jingwo nodded in unison. A sudden thought struck Wang Jingwo. We cleared the dungeon this fast, where's the record announcement? Jean Mimi also turned to Lin Mo. Finishing in under 40 minutes should have demolished Meng Junshin's old mark of 2 hours 56. Was the system lagging, or had someone beaten them to it? Lin Mo rubbed his nose apologetically. I sort of broke Meng Junshin's record earlier. You animal, Wang Jingwo groaned. So what's the current fastest time? Jean Mimi asked, curiosity lighting her eyes. Lin Mo spoke slowly. It should be 28 minutes. Be's easy. Jean Mimi's eyes locked onto him, and she suddenly understood why Wang Jingwo had called him a beast. You really are a beast, she said with a wry smile. Lin Mo spread his hands and shrugged. I don't want to be like this either. I just want to clear the dungeon quickly and level up. Jean Mimi sighed. I guess Qin Tianfu's squad will never earn that title. Deep in the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Qin Tianfu was bellowing orders. Have the cannon fodder distract the wind demonic apes. While circle around the flank. Gales whipped up shards of rock. A dozen wind demonic apes bounded through the canyon, their stats absurdly high. A frontal assault meant certain death, so Qin Tianfu clenched his teeth and sacrificed part of the team. Breaking the dungeon record is all that matters. Roughly half an hour later, only 6 players were left on the field. Just over 2 hours remained and only 2 stages left. We can still beat the record. Qin Tianfu panted, rallying his companions. Spattered with blood and grime, the 6 survivors pumped their fists and charged ahead as though pumped full of adrenaline. Elsewhere, Lin Mo sorted the loot, divided it evenly among his 5 summons, and fed them one by one. Summon, Legendary Slime General. Feeding progress, 40. God tier skill research progress, 85. Summon, Legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 10. God tier skill research progress, 45. Summon, Legendary Goblin Arch Summoner. Feeding progress, 90. God tier skill research progress, 35. Summon, Legendary Ice Mage. Feeding progress, 10. God tier skill research progress, 75. Summon, Legendary Infernal Flame Wolf. Feeding progress, 10. God tier skill research progress, 5. Because the loot was split 5 ways, their growth had slowed to a crawl. Lin Mo looked at the panel and sighed to himself. Nothing I can do about it. They'll figure something out later. Let's head out, rest up, and run the dungeon again, he suggested. The 3 of them chose to teleport. A flash of white light carried them outside. They hadn't broken the record, but Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi each gained a level, and their gear had improved. Wang Jiangwo grabbed Lin Mo in a bear hug and howled, "Lin Mo, thanks man. If you'd power level me earlier, I'd be 15 by now and already set for Capital Academy." Lin Mo rolled his eyes. "I tried, but every time I called you hung up first. You level slower than a snail." Wang Jiangwo scratched his head, remembering had been glued to streams of cute healers. Ahem, 4 days left. You have to carry me. Cloud Realm dungeons are on cooldown. I can only grind in the Frostlands, Lin Mo said, palms up. That's what brothers are for. Wang Jiangwo exclaimed, slinging an arm around his neck. Lin Mo wore a look of utter resignation. Being saddled with this friend had to be karmic payback from a past life. Back in the dungeon plaza, the examinees saw the trio return after only 40 minutes and buzzed with speculation. Only 40 minutes? Did the difficulty spike and force them out? Most remembered Zhen Mimi publicly turning down Qin Tianfu and couldn't help snickering. They figured she was simply getting what she deserved. What a shame they could have joined Qin Tianfu's party and taken a shot at the dungeon record. The adventurers around them packed up their gear while pointing and sneering at Lin Mo's trio. Zhen Mimi shot them a fierce glare, ready to snap back, but Lin Mo raised a hand to stop her. "Don't bother," Lin Mo said calmly. His eyes swept over the crowd as if the jeers didn't exist. Zhen Mimi muttered under her breath, "I don't know how you stay so calm. Why not set the record straight?" "I have nothing to do with them," Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. How could a sparrow grasp a swan's ambition? Let's just focus on our own path. She studied his relaxed expression, serene, detached, neither overjoyed nor upset. Only then did she realize the gap between them was not just in level, but in mindset and vision. In the rest area, everyone chewed their rations and downed water. Lin Mo, Zhen Mimi, and Wang Jiangwo spent over an hour recovering their strength. After finishing the last bite of jerky, they exchanged glances. "Ready to farm some more?" Zhen Mimi asked first. "I've been itching to," Wang Jiangwo said, cracking his knuckles. Lin Mo nodded and pulled a silver talisman from his pack. "Beginner Dungeon Reset Charm. No way you've got one of those too," Wang Jiangwo blurted out, then remembered Lin Mo's reputation and let it slide. "I used to solo dungeons a lot," Lin Mo explained. "Higher drop rates." "Freak," Wang Jiangwo grumbled, though his tone was full of admiration. "It holds 5 charges, mine still full." Lin Mo turned to Zhen Mimi. "What about yours?" She weighed her own charm in her palm, looking earnest. 2 charges left. I've used it a lot lately." Wang Jiangwo scratched his head. "What happens when it runs dry?" "Find an alchemist to recharge it," Zhen Mimi answered, recalling her father's advice. "But you'll need to bring your own rare materials." "Got it," Lin Mo said. "Well, clear the dungeon once more, rest tonight, and go again tomorrow. 4 days should get both of you to level 15. They agreed in unison. Lin Mo activated the charm, now 45 charges remaining. The silvery runes dimmed, the dungeon cooldown vanished, and a blue pillar of light appeared. The trio stepped inside once more. This time, Zhen Mimi and Wang Jiangwo stuck close to Lin Mo, content to watch the show. Determined to break the record, Lin Mo immediately called forth the Slime General and a high-rank goblin summoner. Corrosive slime splashed, goblins roared, and the entire map was cleared in seconds. In under 10 minutes, they reached the Crystal Palace. Frost traced lines across jade-colored tiles as the Ice Mage stirred within the magic circle. Lin Mo shrugged apologetically. "Sorry, going to one-shot you again." "Insects." The Ice Mage roared just as goblin warriors and archers surged in, blades and arrows weaving a deadly crossfire. Boom. The mage crashed to the ground, blue-white light erupting across the floor as loot and experience flooded the air. A system prompt appeared. Ice Mage defeated, new dungeon record. Time, 22 minutes. The biggest time sink in dungeon runs is all the traveling. If Lin Mo weren't looking out for his teammates, Zhen Mimi and Wang Jiangwo, he would have just kept blinking ahead with spatial shift and cut the travel time in half. That kind of insane efficiency would scare people. So he reined himself in, figuring he'd leave other players at least a slim chance of breaking the record. The thought made him feel downright charitable, though anyone who heard it would probably curse his entire family tree. Land of Frost. Nightmare difficulty new record. 22 minutes. Who could manage that? Only a monster like Lin Mo. At the other exit, footsteps echoed. Qin Tianfu, Yin Quan, and Guo Fong stumbled out, covered in blood and propping one another up. The rest of their party had clearly died deeper in the dungeon, yet all three looked exhilarated. Qin Tianfu's team is out. A spectator called, starting a timer. 2 hours 28 minutes. Faster than Meng Junshin ever managed. Yin Quan grinned as blood trickled off his shoulder guard. We lost a lot of brothers, but we did it, 3 of us alive. Boss down, new record set. Not bad. Qin Tianfu wiped caked blood from his face, joy shining through. Suddenly Guo Fong frowned, scanning the area. Weird. If we broke the record, why hasn't the system announced it? Probably a delay, Qin Tianfu said. Happened before tiny chance. Relax. A delay this long? Yin Quan muttered, uneasy. He opened the leaderboard. A second later he sucked in a sharp breath, staggered back, then dashed to the others. Meng Junshin's record was beaten ages ago or too late. By who? Qin Tianfu's eyes narrowed. A guy named Lin Mo. 28 minutes. Yin Quan's voice cracked. Damn. Qin Tianfu swore. Some second-tier, high-level player farming a low-level dungeon? No way. Second tiers are locked out, Yin Quan said, lowering his voice. He must have used illegal gear. Just then the portal to the land of frost rippled blue-white. Lin Mo, Zhen Mimi, and Wang Jingwo stepped out, armor almost spotless. An instant later, the skywide system broadcast boomed overhead. Congratulations to Lin Mo, Zhen Mimi, and Wang Jingwo for setting a new record in the land of frost, nightmare difficulty. Time, 22 minutes. 22 minutes? A brand new record on a nightmare run. The crowd fell silent, then exploded with shocked shouts. That's Lin Mo? No way. Players all around leaned forward, eyes wide. Qin Tianfu, Guo Fong, and Yin Quan were rooted to the spot, mouths hanging open, their faces frozen like masks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Tianfu stared at the bright red numbers on the notice board, muttering, he must have done something shady. Guo Fong sucked in a sharp breath. Yin Quan frowned, mind racing through every possible loophole. Wait, now that you say it, something just hit me, Yin Quan said in a low voice. Spit it out, Qin Tianfu urged. Yin Quan crouched down and sketched quickly in the dust. Hey, race the instance map. All the checkpoints are here. He jabbed one spot hard. Snow Ridge. There's a hidden trail that bypasses the wind demon ape. Cuts almost an hour. A gleam flashed in Qin Tianfu's eyes. Why didn't you tell us before? I only found it after our run. Yin Quan scratched his head, then circled the final checkpoint. We also underestimated the ice mage's burst. One person could draw aggro while the rest focused the boss. Shave off another 30 minutes. Guo Fong folded her arms. That would leave 30 minutes. Sprint the whole way, skip every fight we can, and we're down to about 22. Yin Quan tossed the twig aside and nodded confidently. Qin Tianfu and Guo Fong traded a look. The plan was solid. Heh, Yin Quan smirked. So that's the secret behind Lin Mo's record. We've cracked it. Night fell. Lin Mo's team finished sorting their gear and made camp. The fire popped and hissed, lighting a ring of tents. A shadow drifted up to the flames. It was Yin Quan. Hey, he lifted his chin and waved a finger in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Your little speedrun tricks don't fool me. Lin Mo looked up, met his gaze for a second, and said nothing. Yin Quan pressed on, relentless. Finding those bugs was clever, sure. But raw power wins. Tomorrow, we'll be the record holders. Wang Jingwo tied off a tent rope, gripped his dagger, and stepped forward. You looking for a beating? Yin Quan snorted. Rattled because I exposed your secret? Think you can keep that title? I'm telling you, no chance. His last words stretched out slowly. Veins bulged on Wang Jingwo's forehead. He glanced at Lin Mo, I'm done holding back. This jerk's asking for it. Lin Mo hadn't planned on swatting flies tonight, but the buzzing kept getting closer. Time for a warning. He rose, meeting Yin Quan's eyes levelly, a cold weight behind his stare. The pressure made Yin Quan step back, Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. What do you want? Lin Mo's voice was calm, each word like an ice pick. If you don't want to die, leave. Every syllable hit like a hammer. Yin Quan trembled, sweat beading on his forehead. There are people watching. Lin Mo suddenly took a step closer, their faces almost touching. Yin Quan's foot slipped. He landed on his backside and scrambled away, still cursing but retreating faster and faster into the dark. Lin Mo, are you all right? Wang Jingwo stared at him as if seeing him for the first time. Lin Mo glanced back and nodded. I'm fine. Zhen Mimi ladled soup into wooden bowls and beckoned them over. Steam curled upward, finally easing the frosty tension. On the other side, Yin Quan returned to Qin Tianfu and the others, still shaken. That guy is hard to deal with, he muttered. Qin Tianfu narrowed his eyes. He thinks he can compete with us? Dream on. We rest tonight, then break their record tomorrow as planned. After the meal, Lin Mo opened his palm. The golden exclamation mark had turned into a question mark, signaling Minter Aisha's quest was complete. He reminded himself to hand it, and once they finished farming. At dawn, the dungeon cooldown hit 0. Lin Mo, Wang Jiangwo, and Zhun Mimi exchanged a glance at the teleport pad, then stepped into the frostlands. Same routine? Wang Jiangwo asked. They'll go alone. You two stay put, Lin Mo replied. As long as you're inside, you share the experience and loot. With 2 runs behind them, the other 2 agreed without hesitation. Lin Mo summoned the slime general, strode out of the safe zone, and one-shot several frosted white apes. He murmured an incantation, violet light flashed, and he vanished, downing a few more monsters on the way. In the safe zone, Wang Jiangwo's eyes widened. That power's insane. Zhun Mimi silently agreed. Blinking across the map, Lin Mo killed anything in sight. Meanwhile, notifications for EXP, materials, and gear scrolled so fast the 2 spectators could hardly read them. About 10 minutes later, a white light whisked them out of the instance, notifications still rolling. Wang Jiangwo swallowed. That's it. Already? Way too fast. A system announcement boomed. Congratulations to Lin Mo, Zhun Mimi, and Wang Jiangwo for setting a new record in Frostland's Nightmare mode. Clear time, 10 minutes. Lin Mo again? Must be a bug. Did he awaken some holy class? He's a summoner from #1 high school. Since when are summoners this strong? The crowd buzzed. Wang Jiangwo grumbled. At this speed, we don't even get to play. Lin Mo looked calm. Solo it if you want the full experience. Wang Jiangwo laughed awkwardly. Kidding, kidding. Zhun Mimi rolled her eyes, so hard it almost hurt. Lin Mo glanced up. Let's run it again. One more clear should level you 2. I'm about to hit 14. Wang Jiangwo rubbed his hands. Zhun Mimi nodded. If she reached 15, she could test for the Capital Academy. 2 more days might even push her to 16, but the post-15 grind was brutal, and she knew it. Lin Mo checked his own bar, 92%. 3 or 4 more runs would level him. Grandmaster Liang Yu had promised to reveal how to earn merit points for high exam scores. Merit unlocked skill books, and skill books meant the provincial leaderboard. He needed speed. We move, Lin Mo said, and the trio re-entered the dungeon. At the same time, Qin Tianfu, Yin Quan, and Guofeng staggered out of their run, nearly spent. Following last night's plan, they dodged every fight they could, shortening the route, but their EXP and loot had plummeted. 50 minutes? No way. They stared at the results screen. Bitter after giving their all, they were still far slower than Lin Mo. Yin Quan glanced at the updated rankings and froze. Qin Tianfu and Guofeng nudged him. What is it? Check the newest dungeon record, Yin Quan said, voice trembling. Qin Tianfu and Guofeng stared at the dungeon record in panic. 10 minutes? Tell me how we're supposed to beat that. How are we ever going to refresh the record now? Qin Tianfu swore repeatedly, his face flushing with frustration. Yin Quan was just as despondent. The 3 of them sank to the ground, eyes vacant, their very breathing steeped in defeat. 8 minutes later, a teleport pillar lit up again. Lin Mo, Zhun Mimi, and Wang Jiangwo emerged from the frostlands, ice crystals still clinging to their gear, their breathing steady. A thunderous system notification followed. Congratulations to Lin Mo, Zhun Mimi, and Wang Jiangwo for setting a new dungeon record. 8 minutes. The crowd erupted. Are those 3 even human? That's the 3rd record they've broken in a row. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? My title after all that planning, it's gone for good. Yin Quan half knelt, covering his face as muffled sobs shook his shoulders. Zhun Mimi had burned through all her low-tier dungeon reset seals, so Lin Mo decided they should take a break and restock. As the trio passed the lounge, they met Qin Tianfu's group Hedon. Lin Mo gave them a cursory glance and was about to move on when he suddenly stopped. Qin Tianfu and the others glared, itching to tear him apart. Lin Mo, did you use an illegal item? I'm reporting you to the Dungeon Oversight Bureau. You'll get what's coming to you. Qin Tianfu growled through clenched teeth. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his voice indifferent. Feel free. Then, with a faint smile, he added, by the way, is this the title you wanted? A blue light flickered at his fingertips and the words Frost King hovered in the air, radiating an icy aura. Title, Frost King. Effect, 20 reduction in ice element damage taken. That's infuriating. Qin Tianfu jumped to his feet. Yin Quan and Guofeng's faces darkened, their fists creaking as they clenched. We'll settle this later, they shouted before slinking away. Lin Mo didn't bother explaining that Head actually earned the Frost King title on his very first run through the Frostlands. If they knew the truth, they would probably faint on the spot. With the mission complete, Zhun Mimi and Wang Jiangwo were both level 14, while Lin Mo was a sliver of experience away from level 17. Because of the dungeon's experience decay, he would need roughly 2 more runs. The system limited experience gain between levels to prevent high-level players from power leveling in low-tier dungeons, something Lin Mo knew all too well. During the break, he set out for Beijiang City to turn in the quest. All the way there, he felt as though someone was tailing him, footsteps flickering in and out of hearing. Lin Mo stayed alert, but the stalker never revealed themselves. Only after he crossed the Academy Plaza did he feel truly safe as he entered the Minter Tower. Inside, Minter Aisha, dressed in a white robe, greeted him with a bright smile. I heard you're taking the entrance exams this year. She puffed out her chest duong, before looking back at him. Lin Mo's expression remained calm as he gave a small nod. Are you here to turn in your quest? He opened his palm, and a golden exclamation mark shimmered into view. Aisha blinked, then her eyes filled with admiration. Reaching level 16 this quickly and breaking Ming Junshin's record impressive, as always. Well done. Your reward, a spatial stone, is yours. She drew a dark purple crystal from the folds of her robe. Its rough surface glowed faintly. Lin Mo accepted it, a surge of immense energy pulsing through his hand, as though it might burst from his flesh. The power was formidable indeed. Minter Aisha nodded. This was a coveted material sought after by every summoner. She explained that she had stumbled upon the spatial stone by chance while slaying a hellspawn, and that this lone piece was all she possessed, a treasure whose worth was beyond measure. Lin Mo listened in silent amazement. Who would have thought that an unremarkable pebble could be tied to creatures from the abyss? Recalling the level 2 Hellfire Wolf with its terrifying stats he had encountered in the Yunzhong instance not long ago, he immediately understood how hard-won Aisha's prize must have been. Thank you, Minter Aisha. I'm happy if I can help you. Aisha smiled faintly. If I have more questions, I'll come back. After turning in the quest and collecting his reward, Lin Mo took his leave. Finding a secluded corner, he drew out the spatial stone and pressed it into his palm. With a slight squeeze, a pale violet stream of light shot into his body. Buzz. Spatial stone activated. Divine grade summoning space LV.1 LV.2. Capacity 5, 10, 1010, doubled. Feeling the sudden surge in space, Lin Mo arched an eyebrow and smiled with satisfaction. His squad could grow again. Lin Mo, there you are. A familiar voice called from behind. He turned to see his good friend, Archmage Liang Yu. Archmage Liang, you again? Liang Yu glanced around, then dragged Lin Mo to a corner, wearing a rare look of solemnity. Don't go out alone for a while. Watch your back. Why? Lin Mo frowned. The Xiongming adventuring group wants you dead, Liang Yu sighed. Xiong Mumu had fallen in the Yunzhong instance. If Xiong Taibing had any sense, he would soon trace it back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo shrugged. If they want to come, let them. If they really show up, I don't mind sending them to respawn in a dungeon myself. Liang Yu was still uneasy. Better safe than sorry. Thanks for the warning. Lin Mo nodded and left. Watching Lin Mo's figure disappear, Liang Yu shook his head and muttered, such talent, but he's far too headstrong. The Xiongming lot isn't someone he can handle right now. Next, Lin Mo headed to the auction house and turned his dungeon materials into a heavy pouch of gold coins. When he saw newly listed skill books, his palms itched, but he had already used up today's purchasing quota and could only mutter, hurry up and start the exams already. Leaving the auction house, he made straight for the Cold Frost Realm instance. Somewhere along the way, the shadowy tail he had sensed suddenly vanished, and he noticed no one following him after that. In front of the dungeon monitoring bureau, Qin Tianfu and his two companions rubbed their hands nervously while waiting for the gate guard to return. You can go in, the guard said, poking his head out. The trio rushed into the office area. A clerk looked up at them and tilted his head. You're the ones claiming a candidate abused instance items and broke the record? Qin Tianfu nodded emphatically. Who else could clear Cold Frost Realm in 8 minutes? At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps approached. Director Bai Tianming pushed the door open. The staff member rose at once. Director Bai? This is our Director Bai, someone whispered. Qin Tianfu and the others hurriedly plastered smiles on their faces. Luck was on their side. They had run into a heavyweight. Shaoli, what's going on? Director Bai asked. Shaoli said the three of them were here to report someone for abusing side instance items to reset dungeon records. What? Bai Tianming's palm slammed onto the desk, making the documents jump. The last time something like this happened, the Xiong Mumu mess, the entire Yunzhong instance collapsed, and he had just imposed strict penalties. Anyone caught with illegal side instance items would be punished without mercy. He couldn't believe someone still dared to break the rules. Any anomalies in the dungeons recently? He asked, voice low. Shaoli nodded, then shook his head, looking uneasy. What's that supposed to mean? Bai Tianming demanded. Shaoli hurried to explain. Someone keeps breaking the speed clear record, but the monitors haven't detected any illegal energy signatures. The only trace is a basic instance refresh talisman, and that's perfectly legal. Bai Tianming cooled a little and turned to the three visitors. Who's the person you're accusing? Qin Tianfu stepped forward. Lin Mo, a trash summoner. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. So, Bai Tianming drawled. You're reporting Lin Mo? Exactly, Qin Tianfu answered firmly. Bai Tianming knew Lin Mo's strength all too well. An 8-minute clear was him going easy. If he really tried, 5 minutes wasn't out of reach. He rose slowly. Shaoli, don't these three look familiar? Shaoli squinted at them, then snapped his fingers. Director Bai, they did time before for using illegal side instance items. Perfect. Bai Tianming's smile was icy. Lock them up for 2 more days as a warning. Qin Tianfu and his friends froze. Director Bai, you've got it wrong. We're here to file a report, not turn ourselves in. Bai Tianming didn't spare them another glance. No one slanders his future son-in-law. 2 days later, light gathered and wrapped Lin Mo in a golden halo. Warm currents rushed through his meridians into every limb. Finally leveled up, he muttered, clenching his fist. Beside him, Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi also reached level 15. They stared at their panels, breathing hard. Lin Mo opened his status window. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Boss Summoner Unique. Level, 17 EXP, 0.00. Strength, 170. Spirit, 180. Agility, 170. Constitution, 170. Combat Power, 170. Class Skills. 1. Divine Feeding LV.6 Feed a summon to boost all its stats by 50. 2. Divine Boss Summoning LV.101 First summon of a boss requires no boss core. 3. Divine Summon Space LV.2510. 4. Divine Skill Sharing LV.1 The summoner can use any divine boss skill, scaled to the summon stats. Divine Passive. Shared Hardships summons absorb 100 of damage directed at the summoner. Skills. Mana Spring Divine. Mana Regeneration 100. Spacetime Shift Divine. Instant Cast. Teleport to any point within 1,000 meters. Equipment. None. At this level, I might have a shot at the provincial rankings. Ding suddenly, every phone buzzed with the same alert from each student's school. All students must return to Beijiang City immediately for assembly. Lin Mo closed the holographic screen and glanced at Jin Mimi and Wang Jiangwo. The 10D leveling period was over, and the final exam was just around the corner. Gratitude and a hint of awe filled Jun Mimi's eyes. Without Lin Mo leading her through the grind, she would have been stuck at level 14, nowhere near the threshold for the Capital Academy. Lin Mo, thank you, she said sincerely. He replied with a faint smile and a nod. The three set off for home at once. Meanwhile, outside Beijiang City, each school principal stood in a neat line at the gate, eyes fixed on the distant road. Every year, this day was their chance to show off. A familiar saying circled among them in a low murmur. 10 days of leveling, that's the only true test of a profession's worth. Principal Gao paced, tugging at the hem of his suit jacket. Relax, Lao Gao, another principal joked. You've got a legendary class, a rare class, and even a hidden class. Any one of those kids can make you look good. Gao shot him a glare. What do you know? Students from number 1 high are arriving. A teacher at the gate suddenly called. Please open your info panels and display your level and class. Wang Yao stepped forward first, his hologram flashing. Level 13, Advanced Class, Shadow Assassin. Excellent. Level 13 guarantees a spot in a top university. Principal Gao sighed in relief. Next came Lu Gangang. Level 12, Advanced Class, Healer. Acceptable, someone muttered. Record keepers hurried to log the data, soon confirming that most candidates this year fell between levels 10 and 13, with only a handful at level 14. Is no one breaking level 15 this year? Another Meng Junshin maybe? Someone whispered. Huh, a Meng Junshin shows up only once in a few years. Getting another one is tough. His words were cut short as a stir rippled through the crowd. Hey, look, isn't that Jun Mimi from number 1 high? All the principals turned their eyes to Jun Mimi. At the vast trial ground exit, the noon sun scorched the flagstones. Principal Gao wiped his sweaty palm and stared at Jun Mimi, the legendary class changer, and his last trump card. If the girl could reach level 15, North River First High just might send another prodigy to the Imperial Academy, and he would finally have something to brag about. To match Meng Junshin, you need both talent and luck, one principal joked, shaking his head. We had a legendary class student too, but he stalled at level 14. Principal Lu gave him a sidelong glance. Jealous, are you? With her qualifications, Jin Mimi might already be level 15. The teasing ended when Jun Mimi stepped forward. Principal Gao could no longer contain himself. Mimi, quick, show us your stats. Blue-white light danced from her fingertip, forming a pale gold panel in midair. Jin Mimi, level 15, legendary class Ice Archmage. The tension shattered. Principal Gao clapped and burst out laughing. Haha, we've produced another Meng Junshin. Applause and chatter swept the crowd just as Wang Jiangwo and Lin Mo reached the back. Principal Gao hadn't expected much from them. He waved casually. Flash your levels and get ready for tomorrow's final. Jin Mimi spoke earnestly. Sir, you might want a closer look. Wang Jiangwo grinned and raised his hand. Wang Jiangwo, level 15, rare class Shadow Assassin. Another 15? Several principals traded stiff looks. Excellent. Principal Gao's beard quivered with delight. Then Lin Mo lifted his arm, and a deep violet screen exploded into view. Lin Mo, level 17, hidden class unique boss summoner. The courtyard fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Wang Jiangwo added cheerfully, Principal, this year we didn't just get 2 more Meng Junshins, we got the guy who raised him. Shock, envy, and confusion converged on Lin Mo. 10 days to hit level 17. How? Principal Gao swallowed hard. The boy had barely noticed now sat 2 full levels above Jin Mimi. He straightened. You three, prepare for the exam. Aim for the Imperial Academy, all of you. The other principals could only sigh. Their playful ribbing had backfired. North River First High won the face-off, hands down. Wang Jingwo thumped his chest. Leave it to us. Principal Gao waved them toward the coach. Enough chatter in the bus. Once everyone's aboard, we head back. I still have pre-exam notes for you. At the city gate, the bus gleamed in the sunset. Lin Mo boarded with a calm expression, Wang Jingwo bouncing behind him. Zhen Mimi, eyes bright, pondered how to ace the test and secure an Imperial Academy spot. The bus rolled beyond the gate, its shadow stretching long in the evening light. Bright lights filled the familiar school auditorium. After 10 days of trials, North River First High's candidates sat upright and attentive. Principal Gao, invigorated, stepped to the podium, his gaze sweeping faces that were tired yet shining with excitement. You've worked hard these 10 days. I see fatigue and joy in your eyes. This experience has taught you much. Both paused. Voice steady, this isn't your destination. It's the starting line of your future. Tomorrow the national exam begins in earnest. The school has arranged coaches to carry every candidate from Jiangbei City to the neighboring provincial capital, Dihai. 10 years of honing the blade. And now it is finally drawn. The principal fully expects them to return victorious. In previous years the exam has always been held in provincial capitals, and at 3 or 4 times Jiangbei's size, Dihai welcomes tens of thousands of rookie class changers on this day. Personnel from the Huaxia Job Change Temple, the Huaxia Monster Management Bureau, and the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry will handle proctoring and security throughout. Back in his rented apartment, Lin Mo lay on his bed and silently organized his plans. His uncle called to invite him to dinner, but Lin Mo politely declined on the eve of the exam. He preferred solitude. At his current level, he had no rivals left in Jiangbei, yet he knew other cities might harbor greater talents. From past statistics, anyone who reached level 15 was already elite. Back then Meng Junxian had taken the provincial crown with level 15 and strolled straight into the capital academy. Thwack! The door suddenly quivered as if struck by a hidden weapon. Lin Mo rolled off the bed and checked. A gleaming dagger was buried in the door, its hilt pinning down a note. He scanned the corridor empty. The note said, "See you at the exam. Xiong Mumu." Showing off to me? Lin Mo frowned, tossed the slip into the trash, closed the door, and turned out the lights. The night passed without incident. At dawn, with a pale glow creeping across the sky, the air felt especially crisp. On campus the bus engines roared as though eager to surge toward Dihai. Lin Mo, sleep all right? Wang Jingwo dropped heavily into the seat beside him. Pretty well. Lin Mo nodded. Zhen Mimi climbed aboard, stole a few looks at Lin Mo, and seemed faintly aggrieved. The tires hissed over gravel, and 2 hours later the convoy rolled into Dihai. Skyscrapers and neon lights dwarfed anything in Jiangbei. The testing site was the city's largest arena. At its center towered a palace that looked as though it had been carved from a single block of crystal. From the front row the principal explained, "That is the glazed divine palace, one of Huaxia's greatest treasures. Don't judge by its exterior. The space inside can hold tens of thousands of times its own volume." Meanwhile candidates from every province were still streaming in. Zhen Mimi suddenly stepped in front of Lin Mo, a trace of heat in her voice. "Why didn't you come to dinner yesterday? I like being alone." Lin Mo shrugged. "Still mad at me?" He shook his head. "Is it my mom? I talked to her, she won't give you trouble anymore." He shook his head again. "I just wanted some quiet." She blinked and sighed. "All right, maybe I overthought it. Still, my mom and I do owe you an apology." "Let's drop it," Lin Mo said. Sensing his reluctance, she nodded and dropped her voice. Feeling confident? No sooner had she asked than she gave herself a rueful smile. "Forget I asked." When every candidate had stepped into the arena, a deep, authoritative voice boomed from the loudspeakers. "Please move to your designated areas." Lin Mo noticed that the hall had been divided into several zones, each marked with the name of a city. Candidates from all over the country stood in their assigned sections like chess pieces, waiting for the signal to begin the national exam. Murmurs suddenly rose from deep inside the crowd, colliding like undercurrents beneath a calm sea. "Who's most likely to get into Capital Academy this year?" "Who else?" "Lin Mo? I heard he's already level 17, unprecedented. How can a summoner level up that fast? Something feels off." "Hey, I just heard something big. Lin Mo's got a patron director buy from the Instance Monitoring Bureau. Rumor is buy swings that way." Took one look at Lin Mo and secretly boosted his level with banned items. "Seriously? Better safe than sorry." The whispers spread like thorny vines. Lin Mo frowned. Since when was director buy that way? The rumor was ridiculous, but it explained the chatter about his rapid rise. In a corner, Qin Tianfu and his 2 friends covered their mouths, snickering. A few days ago Lin Mo had sent them to the bureau for causing trouble, and now they were plotting revenge. Just a director? Well, drag both of them down. The rumors blurred truth and fiction so well that even the headmaster edged over and asked in a hushed tone, "Lin Mo, if you're being coerced, tell me." Lin Mo stayed silent, but Wang Jingwo couldn't hold back. "Headmaster, you actually buy that nonsense?" The headmaster didn't answer. Doubt had already taken root. Lin Mo, is it true? Lin Mo chuckled. If I deny it, will you believe me? Rumors don't vanish just because the target speaks up. The only real rebuttal would be to top the exam. The headmaster drew a long breath. A summoner even one who could call a boss, how could he reach level 17 so quickly? At that moment, a booming announcement rolled across the ceiling. Attention, candidates, silence immediately. The rules for the exam will now be read. Any violation will result in permanent disqualification. The voice was powerful, yet no speaker could be seen. Several students craned their necks, searching for the source. The next instant, two pillars of white light descended soundlessly, enveloping a pair who had been whispering. In a heartbeat, the two students vanished before everyone's eyes. Whispering is grounds for disqualification, the broadcast added coldly. A low hum of fear swept the hall, then silence fell so deep a pin could be heard dropping. Lin Mo was a man of few words, so the order didn't bother him. Wang Zhengwo clamped a hand over his mouth, determined not to let 10 days of hard training go to waste. The rules are as follows. The exam is divided by city, with each region competing against the others. Within the allotted time, the more stages a candidate clears, the higher their score. That score can be carried into future universities and even used as currency. Some rare items can only be bought with points. Lioli Palace tailors every stage to the profession a candidate has chosen. During the exam, all contraband is strictly forbidden, and every storage space is forcibly sealed. The proctor's voice boomed beneath the palace dome. Is that clear? More than 1,000 candidates nodded in unison, not daring to object. I now declare the examination officially open. A ring of 7-colored light flared around Lioli Palace, rising like a barrier across the sky. The glow swallowed every candidate, and a heartbeat later they vanished. Just before he disappeared, Lin Mo caught sight of Xiong Mumu, the deputy leader of the mighty soldiers' adventuring party. Xiong Mumu curved his lips in a wicked, provocative grin. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo landed in a vast empty space. A black stone platform lay under his feet, while viscous waterfalls of multicolored energy hung all around like frozen curtains. This isn't an illusion. Frowning, he thought of the anonymous note had received and linked it to Xiong Mumu's smile. The guy really had found a way to come back. Doesn't matter. If I killed him once, I can kill him again. Lin Mo drew a deep breath and refocused on his surroundings, refusing to miss any threat. Meanwhile, 100 meters outside Lioli Palace, an independent monitoring hall displayed the exam on more than a dozen holographic screens. The invigilation team was drawn from the Huaxia Transfer Temple, the Huaxia Dungeon Monitoring Bureau, and the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry Elite Forces all. Several burly, middle-aged proctors in warrior or mage armor were watching the feed for Lin Mo from Beijiang City. Lin Mo, level 17, unique hidden class boss summoner, one examiner said, sliding the screen to open his file. The Beijiang Transfer Temple just reported this class, so data's thin. Bottom line, he can summon a boss-level creature, stronger than an ordinary summoner. 17 levels in 10 days, not bad. High hopes, bigger disappointment. Let's see. They agreed. Set the test to legendary class difficulty. Inside Lin Mo's personal test chamber, he swept the area on high alert. Whoosh. A monster covered in barbs and shaped like a gigantic two-humped camel leapt out of nowhere and crashed onto the stone, blasting shards in every direction. A translucent panel appeared beside the viscous falls. Objective: within 30 minutes, slay the king of thorned camels. The beast roared and charged. The test had begun. General Slime, to me. Lin Mo clenched his fist, and a summoning array flashed jade green. A round, imposing slime landed in front of him. As the king of thorned camels barreled forward with both humps raised, Lin Mo gave a mental order. Jumping critical. Boom. General Slime rocketed skyward, its green mass wrapped in a wind blast, then slammed down from above. One strike flattened the king of thorned camel's armor, flesh, everything into a crimson smear that dissolved into black mist. One Lin Mo softly counted the first second. The interface had already registered. Target eliminated. In the monitoring hall, the proctors nearly sprang from their chairs. That's his summon? It looks like a rookie's own slime, yet it hits like that. Who rigged the test? No one. The monster's stats were set to legendary, and it was 3 levels higher than Lin Mo. Then how did it get one-shotted? The Lioli Shrine tailors each monster to the candidate's abilities, pushing them to their limit. By legendary class standards, the proctors assumed Lin Mo would need a drawn-out fight to bring down the Thornback King. Yet the instant the barrier fell, the beast was one-shot. We tuned it wrong. One examiner slapped the table. His summon hits like a truck. Max out the monster's constitution next time and run it again. The other examiners exchanged looks and nodded in unison. Inside the arena, Lin Mo was just as baffled. This was the grand exam. He brushed the dust from his palms and muttered to himself, this thing was weaker than starter's own mobs. Congratulations, Lin Mo, stage 1 cleared, the mechanical voice announced. Proceeding to stage 2. Ready for it. Lin Mo ordered the slime general to move to the front. According to his intel, The shrine recalibrated after each round. The further you went, the tougher the monsters got. A translucent barrier rose, isolating him from the creature about to appear. Commence test. The shield vanished with a boom, revealing a massive black bear, 2 stories tall, its fangs glinting coldly. I cranked the bear's constitution to 2,000 this time. One examiner thumped his chest to reassure the others. We're safe. Everyone nodded. Lin Mo merely narrowed his eyes and gave a silent order. Leaping critical. Boom. The slime general dropped from the sky and plopped squarely onto the bear's skull. Its death cry barely started. Rue. Before cutting off as the bear collapsed on the spot. Dead. Another one shot. The control room fell into awkward silence. The exam was meant to gauge reflexes and combat skill, but with Lin Mo deleting every target in a blink, there was nothing to evaluate. Lin Mo's from Beijiang City, right? I know Director Bai at the Beijiang Instance Bureau. Maybe we should ask him for advice. They whispered among themselves and eventually agreed. A moment later, Director Bai was ushered into the room. I'm invigilating on my end too, Bai Tianming said, glancing at the screen and perking up when he saw Lin Mo. Fine. He'll make an exception and help. The examiners bowed their heads in thanks. We've been setting legendary level encounters, but he keeps one-shotting them. Bai stroked his chin. You can't judge his class by the usual metrics. He relies entirely on his summons, and their skills hit absurdly hard. If we want to find his limit, we have to restrict the summons abilities. Handicapping his summons, is that fair? Someone hesitated. Bai had his own curiosity, wanted to see what cards Lin Mo still held once his summons were bound. You asked for my help, so follow my plan, he said. The examiners looked at each other and could only nod. And bump the monster up to the Saint tier while you're at it, Bai added. What? The Saint tier awards several times the points of legendary. Are we really supposed to award him points as if had chosen a sacred class? The examiners exchanged uneasy glances. By tradition, candidates who transitioned to a sacred class had to be evaluated by a specialized panel, and this year's group clearly lacked that authority. Bai Tianming cut them off with a wave. Stop overthinking. He'll take full responsibility. He'll supply the points. My self-scores are just numbers. Since he had volunteered to take the heat, the others could only nod. Thud. Lin Mo's interface lit up. Quest. Defeat the designated monster within 30 minutes. Note. Summon creature skills restricted. All attributes set to 2,000. A smile tugged at Lin Mo's lips. So this is the Glazed Divine Palace's trump card? The slime general is too broken, so they just banned him? Fine, let's see what I can do without him. The examiners held their breath. Bai Tianming's knuckles whitened as he stared at the screen. A flash of teleportation light. Same black bear monster. Its stats now capped at 2,000. The bear let out a low growl and lunged first. Divine skill, share leap critical. The slime general didn't move. Instead, Lin Mo kicked off the ground, arced through the air, and dropped straight down, slamming his hips onto the bear's skull. Boom. The air detonated, a visible shockwave rippling outward. The black bear exploded on the spot. Dead silence filled the monitoring room. How do we even score that? Someone muttered. We used sacred class metrics, and he still one-shot it. Bai Tianming swallowed hard. We'll leave it as is. He'll cover the points. Start round 2. Round 1 results. Name, Lin Mo. Rank 1. Time, 1s. Points, 1,000. Name, Jinmimi. Rank 2. Time, 16m. Points, 500. Name, Xiongmumu. Rank 3. Time, 16.5m. Points, 400. Jinmimi stared at her panel and gave a rueful grin. Looks like I'm fated to be runner-up. Wang Zhangwo, who was at a similar level but ranked 4th due to his class rating, wailed, Lin Mo, I'm only 4th. This is brutal. When he spotted the 1s clear time, he froze. You finished in 1 second? The hall erupted in chatter. He cheated. He's got someone pulling strings. Qin Tianfu jumped in to fan the flames, but security locked onto him at once. You 3 are suspected of spreading rumors and slandering a candidate. Come with us. Qin Tianfu and his 2 companions were detained on the spot, still howling. We're innocent. He used illegal gear. Their protests were quickly drowned out by the crowd. In a corner, Xiong Mumu glared at the leaderboard, grinding his teeth. Lin Mo, how can your score be that far ahead of mine? Just wait, we're not done yet. This place will be your grave. Was I being too harsh? Lin Mo muttered to himself. He stood in the middle of the vast testing arena, the glare of the lights forcing his eyes half shut while noise and impatience churned around him like stormy seas. He knew the exam was a single plank bridge. Only those who kept their footing would reach the other side. The first round had just proved it. Tens of thousands of candidates from Beijiang City were mercilessly cut off by a scoreline of 30. The moment the electronic leaderboard updated, wails and furious shouts rolled through the hall in waves, as if a tsunami had struck. But the disappointed had no time to catch their breath. The host's voice thundered through the speakers. Round 2 begins now. The Lioli Divine Palace will open 4 dungeon tiers: Normal, Elite, Abyss, and Nightmare. 1. Defeat a normal monster, 1 point. 2. Defeat an elite monster, 5 points. 3. Defeat an abyss monster, 10 points. 4. Defeat a nightmare monster, 20 points. The dungeons are packed with danger. Choose your difficulty according to your level and strength. The more you kill within the time limit, the higher your score. Rankings follow your score. Isn't this just grinding dungeons? Wang Jiangwo grumbled, bracing himself on a short dagger as he looked up at the giant screen. Lin Mo nodded. The only difference is that the monsters here have a much higher ceiling than anything outside. Zhen Mimi hurried over, her robe swishing. Lin Mo, which difficulty will you take? Nightmare, he answered without hesitation. In his mind, every one of those portals spelled the same thing, one-shot kills across the board. Zhen Mimi's brow creased. Nightmare monsters were fast, tough, and brutally strong. Letting one get close could be fatal. As an ice mage, close quarters combat was her worst nightmare. Then he'll take Abyss, she decided after a moment. Lin Mo nodded in approval. Across the hall, Wang Jiangwo pulled his hood lower and sighed. Assassins are built for single-target bursts. This phase is a disaster. Lin Mo glanced over. That's exactly why you should go into Nightmare. The point payout is the best. Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up. You're right. In a corner, Xiong Mumu clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. Lin Mo, you killed me once, and I was reborn. I'm not the man you remember. They'll show you what all those resources can do. His face twitched with barely suppressed malice, drawing a staff member's attention. Are you all right, candidate? Your face is twitching. Xiong Mumu quickly toned it down and scratched his head. Ah, I'm fine, just a little sore. Don't mind me. The staffer nodded doubtfully and walked off. Xiong Mumu's grin returned, and without a second thought, he chose the Nightmare portal. In the brightly lit control booth, several examiners pulled up files at once. Xiong Mumu, level 16, rare class rampaging warrior. Level 16 and a rare class. Never seen that. Deputy leader of the Xiongbing Adventuring Corps and a candidate this year. Look at that handcrafted set custom materials, practically gold tier, plus enhancements. Money talks. Rampaging warriors excel at area damage and get stronger the longer they fight. Looks like he barely showed his hand in round 1. On another screen, Zhen Mimi's profile took center stage. Zhen Mimi, level 15, legendary class ice grand mage, second place in round 1. She chose Abyss Smart. Under the lights, for teleportation gates slid open, pillars of pale blue, bright silver, deep violet, and pitch black reaching toward the unknown. The countdown clock ticked away, and the air grew thick with the scent of imminent battle. Mages thrive on area damage, but their frailty is a real drawback. Abyss-grade monsters should be the perfect match for them. Hearing this verdict, the examiners in the monitoring room shared a knowing smile. Their gaze soon zeroed in on the center of the screen, on Lin Mo, the high-ranked summoner. Will he steal the spotlight again this round? Someone murmured. In theory, summoners are great at pulling aggro but bad at large-scale clearing, so the suspense spiked. After some discussion, most examiners concluded that, dazzling as Lin Mo had been in the first round, a summoner's shortcomings would still hold him back. How could I possibly share a summoner's weaknesses? Lin Mo answered with a faint smile. He tapped the interface once and selected Nightmare mode. He really went into a nightmare dungeon? And as a summoner? Does he think he's invincible? The examiners exchanged baffled looks. Everyone knew summoners struggled in close combat, yet Lin Mo seemed unfazed. Chief Bai, that kid from Beijiang City, is something else, one examiner remarked. Bai Tianming chuckled. Didn't we just see it? Even with his summons limited, he could still one-shot monsters. Killing 1 or 2 is fine, but a dungeon spawns whole swarms. I'm not sure he can keep up, another examiner said, shaking his head. Promising, but a bit arrogant. Let's wait and see, Bai Tianming replied, ending the discussion. Meanwhile, Xiong Mumu, who had entered the nightmare dungeon first, was already swinging his giant axe in a frenzy. Blood sprayed as he cut down another 7 or 8 monsters in seconds. Confidence surged through him. At this pace, he'll leave everyone in the dust this round. Lin Mo, aren't you the cocky one? Several examiners nodded at Xiong Mumu's feet. Not bad. After falling behind in the first round, he's finally showing his real strength. The camera shifted back to Lin Mo. He had just stepped into the nightmare dungeon. Unlike the open-world dungeons, this space offered no cover, only a vast, empty plain. Ahead, a translucent barrier pinned in a horde of monsters. Lin Mo focused on the nearest target. Nightmare class monster, Raging Corpse. Level, 15. Strength, 15. Spirit, 1,200. Agility, 800. Constitution, 900. Skill, 1,200. Trait, scurvy. Blood contact with its blood causes continuous bleeding. So weak, Lin Mo muttered, barely interested. To make the exam fairer, dungeon monsters had been toned down compared with those in the wild. For most candidates, these stats were terrifying, but to Lin Mo they were meaningless figures. He glanced farther out. On the other side of the barrier, at least 1,000 raging corpses waited. Each kill was worth 20 points, 2,000 points per 100, 20,000 for the lot. Meng Junxing had once taken first place in the province with just 5,000 points. Provincial champions suddenly didn't seem so far-fetched. As the thought flashed through his mind, the barrier vanished. 1,000 corpses, their mangled legs dragging behind them, roared and charged. Lin Mo simply raised a hand and summoned the slime general, then pressed one palm to the air, holding it steady. In the monitoring room, every examiner locked onto Lin Mo's feet. What's he doing? Not taking cover? Planning to let a single summon pick them off one by one. No one could guess what was going on in the kid's head. Bai Tianming's lips curved into a faint smile. Go ahead and mock him, he thought. In a moment, you'll see how formidable Lin Mo is. Inside the dungeon, waves of ravaged corpses surged forward. Lin Mo raised his hand, splayed his fingers, then slowly closed them, murmuring 4 words: planetary devastation. The next instant, the slime general blew apart, scattering into hundreds of baby slimes that shot into the air, their green bodies gleaming. They activated meteor convergence, and an invisible force yanked every ravaged corpse off the ground. Leap strike. More than 100 blobs of slime plummeted, their impacts detonating overhead with thunderous rumbling. A searing shock wave swept out, and the ravaged corpses disintegrated into ash, swirling through the air. The panel of examiners fell silent. Several of them gaped in disbelief. Had he just wiped everything out? With a single skill again? Aren't summoners supposed to hide at the back and whittle enemies down? This was a one-shot map clear. System messages flooded the screen. 20 points. 20 points. The numbers streamed past until Lin Mo's eyes blurred. With the dungeon empty, the system forcibly teleported him out. Outside the arena, eliminated candidates noticed Lin Mo reappear in under 2 minutes and started whispering. Hey, why's he back so soon? Must been overwhelmed by the mobs. Serves him right. Summoners aren't built for AoE, but he insisted on showing off and threw away a winning hand. Principal Gao hurried over, worry etched on his face. Lin Mo, what happened? Why did you exit early? Nothing left to fight. So I came out, Lin Mo replied calmly. Principal Gao sighed. You and your recklessness. If you couldn't defeat even one monster in the second round, you'll be eliminated. Several nearby principals looked on with thinly veiled glee. Principal Gao, how many points did your student earn? Don't tell me he really failed to kill a single monster. Principal Gao could only force a wry smile and shake his head. Lin Mo offered no explanation. The results will speak for themselves. There's no point in arguing. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Xiong Mumu fought until his eyes were bloodshot. The ravaged corpse's scurvy debuff corroded his handmade gear. Dark red spots bloomed across his bracers, and metal plates creaked. 100 kills. That should do it. He wiped the blackened blood from his face and flashed a confident smile. System notice, second round complete. All contestants have been teleported out. Some were drenched in blood. Others lay unconscious, a testament to the round's brutality. Round 2 is over. We will now announce the results. Every eye turned to the information panel. Name, Lin Mo, rank, 1, time, 20s, points, 21,000. Name, Xiong Mumu, rank, 2, time, 30s, points, 2,400. Name, Zhun Mimi, rank, 3, time, 30s, points, 1,900. Lin Mo came in first again. He racked up more than 20,000 points. How did he do that? The moment the leaderboard appeared, the entire arena erupted. Lin Mo's 21,000 points towered over everyone else's scores. Inside the monitoring room, the proctors simultaneously wiped the sweat from their brows. What a prodigy! One of them exclaimed. In a corner, Bai Tianming curled his lips. Of course, he muttered. That's my future son-in-law. The second test had just ended, and more than 100 candidates were eliminated. That round was brutal. The monsters poured in like a tidal wave. I couldn't keep up. I only downed 2 of them before that scurvy debuff hit. After that, I could barely lift my blade. Lin Mo is insane. He cleared the whole map by himself. At that moment, Xiong Mumu strode out of the nightmare-level dungeon brimming with confidence. Huh, who can match my speed? He pulled up the leaderboard, then froze. What? 20,000 points? That's impossible. He remembered watching Lin Mo solo the Grey Wolf King in the Cloud Realm instance. With his own enhancements, Xiong Mumu could also do that now, so the score gap shouldn't be this huge. More than 20,000 points means killing 1,000 corpse fiends 20 points each in only 20 seconds. His knuckles whitened, sweat beaded in his palms, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. If I don't take Lin Mo out now, he'll be a real problem later. Jin Mimi had hoped to secure second place, but Xiong Mumu edged her out. Ugh, he pulled that far ahead. She muttered, biting her lip. I have to go all out next round. Then she saw Lin Mo's score and went rigid. 21,000 points? Unreal. Elsewhere, Wang Jingwo wailed as he squeezed up beside Lin Mo. This test was so unfair to assassins. I've slipped out of the top 10. Lin Mo glanced at the leaderboard and nodded. Wang Jingwo was a rare-class assassin who had only reached level 15 because Lin Mo carried him. Landing around 20th was already decent. Do your best in the next round, Lin Mo said, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Principal Gao, who had scolded Lin Mo earlier, now approached with excitement sparking in his eyes. Lin Mo, I thought. No need to say anything. Lin Mo interrupted with a slight shake of his head. Principal Gao got the message and fell silent. The third test was announced soon afterward, and the qualifying candidates filed out. Lin Mo scanned the crowd. Fewer than 100 people from North River City remained. This really is a one-plank bridge, he murmured. The arena's PA system boomed overhead, deep and authoritative. The third test is about to begin. You will face nightmare-class monsters with extremely high constitution. The longer you immobilize the monster with skills or basic attacks, the more points you earn. 1 second of stun is worth 20 points, 2 seconds 40, and so forth. Lin Mo stood still, instantly grasping the core of this trialet was designed to measure how fully each player could exploit their class. In theory, an unbroken combo could lock the monster down forever. In practice, every class has a ceiling to its skill chain. Whoever pushes their toolkit to the limit and lands the longest continuous control will top the leaderboard. Finally, it's here. Wang Zhangwo's eyes sparkled as his dagger whirled into a silver blur at his fingertips. Assassins thrive on ambushes and chain attacks. This round was tailor-made for them. Jin Mimi bit her lower lip, uneasy. A mage excels at area burst, not sustained combos. They'll have to kite with small spells, build momentum, then drop the ultimate she calculated at lightning speed. The pressure was real, but the fight wasn't lost. A nasal chuckle drifted from the corner. Xiong Mumu rolled his thick arms, his broad greatsword striking sparks off the floor. When it came to brute force warriors, no one matched their combo potential. With his handcrafted gear, he was sure he could lock a monster for 40 seconds, maybe 50, if he went all out. More importantly, he knew summoners could barely string together any real control. Their pet skills simply didn't chain well. The thought made him snort. Lin Mo, I've finally found your weak spot. Jin Mimi and Wang Zhangwo glanced at Lin Mo, a flicker of concern in their eyes. This stage was already tricky for them. For a summoner, it bordered on a nightmare. Yet Lin Mo's expression stayed as calm as still water, betraying no unease. They recalled his past performances. Even if he faltered here, his cumulative score was already streets ahead of everyone else, several times higher than Ming Junshin's legendary record. Begin the exam. The system's deep voice echoed through the arena. The contestants filed into the glazed divine palace, while the proctors in the monitoring room pulled up their data panels. I still favor the brawler, one examiner muttered. Sustained control needs a tight skill chain, and summoners don't have that. For them, this round is hell mode. Director Bai, what's your take? All eyes turned to Bai Tianming. Bai Tianming frowned slightly. He had long known that sustained control was every summoner's Achilles heel. Lin Mo probably wants score high this round, he admitted, then added, but his overall tally is already crushing the field, well above Ming Junshin's record back in the day. By all rights, he could walk away with the provincial top spot, maybe even the national title. The other examiners exchanged glances, silently agreeing, then fixed their eyes on the screens, waiting to see what trick Lin Mo would pull. Inside the testing grounds, crystal walls reflected towering halls of light, and a holographic panel rose in front of every candidate. The panel before Lin Mo lit up, projecting a single, lonely monster. He immediately locked onto the creature's stats. Nightmare-class monster, Dunshan grade. 15 strength, 500 willpower, 100 agility, 100 constitution, 20,000 skill points, with a defense multiplier that doubles when it is crowd-controlled. It looked as if Lin Mo's guess had been right. This stage didn't require a Kalani stagger or knockback would do. To Lin Mo, it felt tailor-made. With a thought, he summoned the Minotaur Lord. A thick, golden beam split the sky, and a Minotaur Lord the size of a delivery truck, its hide glowing with molten light, landed in the middle of the arena, filling the entire monitor. In the control room, the examiners exchanged stunned glances. Another summon, and clearly stronger than the slime. He actually has 2 summons? One short sentence sent every proctor's mood spiraling. With only a slime, Lin Mo had already toyed with the previous monster. Now he brought out a Minotaur that looked even harder to handle. Everyone had the same thought. Why do these tests keep walking straight into Lin Mo's sights? Expressionless, Lin Mo issued a silent command. Bull rush. As long as the monster was stunned, the stagger counted, and he knew the routine by heart. The Minotaur lowered its massive horns, tore furrows in the ground with its front hooves, and thundered straight at Dunshan. Boom. Dunshan was sent flying, and a huge crimson, stunned 100s floated over its head. 100 full seconds. The control room went dead quiet, then exploded in noise. During the stun, Lin Mo's score skyrocketed, as if on steroids, 2,000 points in that single 100-second stretch. But he clearly wasn't done. Eyes narrowed, he gave a sly smile. Divine skill share bull rush. Transparent horns appeared above his own head. Lin Mo became a charging bull himself, and smashed into Dunshan the moment the first stun wore off. Boom. Another 100 seconds. Fists pounded the tables. Some proctors looked ready to break the furniture. How do the other candidates even compete with this? Don't his skills have cooldowns? A timid voice replied. Even if they do, 100 seconds is more than enough. The counter hit 0 again. Lin Mo showed no mercy. Sorry, Dunshan, one more time. Minotaur, charge bull rush. The third boom blew away the last shred of composure in the room. The proctors stared, numb, as a third 100-second stun timer climbed the screen. Should we crank up the difficulty next round? Someone whispered. They scanned the live feeds of the other arenas and could only shake their heads. This round was already brutal for most. Elsewhere on the split screens, the remaining examinees were doing everything they could. The reckless warrior Xiong Mumu swung a giant axe in one endless combo, each skill timed to the next cooldown. Okay, time for this one. 5 minutes later, he was gasping for breath, having squeezed out a 50-second stagger. By normal standards, that was exceptional. Zhen Mimi juggled her cooldowns for a mix of crowd controls and settled for 30 seconds. The assassin Wang Jiangwo, known for chaining staggers, still only managed 40. After turning in his score, Xiong Mumu strode out, grinning at his 50-second result, but a quick look around told him the young summoner was nowhere in the rest area. Where's that Lin Mo kid? Meanwhile, Lin Mo was tearing up the testing grounds. Bull rush. Divine skill share. Bull rush. The instant the cooldown ended, he rammed forward again, the savage impact pinning Shield Mountain for a solid 30 minutes. The timer kept ticking 800 seconds, and counting while Lin Mo's score soared to 36,000 points. Inside the monitoring room, the examiners stared at the absurd numbers, nearly in tears. Come on, have a heart. Yet a public exam couldn't be halted at will. Its purpose was to push candidates to their limits, so the proctors could only watch the control chain continue. Bull rush. Each strike dealt modest damage, but half an hour of non-stop blows was enough to empty even a fortress-level health bar. At the 50-minute mark, Shield Mountain, boasting 20,000 constitution, finally crumpled. Its stats hit 0, it hit the floor with a thud, and foam bubbled at its mouth. Lin Mo scratched his head, embarrassed. Sorry, got a little carried away. He actually wore down a monster with 20,000 constitution, and the poor thing never hit back once. How long did it take? A full 50 minutes. The monitoring room erupted. This was the most blatant case of point farming in exam history, yet no one could flag a single violation. Outside the test arena, the waiting candidates were restless. Why isn't Lin Mo out yet? Did he wipe? In a corner, Xiong Mumu clenched his fists and sneered. Had better not die in there. I built a perfect trap for him. I want to gut him myself and let him taste death. Wang Jiangwo and Zhen Mimi stood behind the barrier, peering at the Liuli Divine Palace and growing more anxious by the minute. By all rights, this stage should have been quick, but more than 40 minutes had passed, and the proctors still told them to wait. Exit of the Liuli Divine Palace. Bathed in a faint golden glow, Lin Mo finally walked through the gate, looking oddly disappointed. Told you, someone whispered with glee. Summoners don't have chaining crowd control. He must have messed up. Just check his score. Wang Jiangwo hurried over. Tough run. Don't be discouraged. This round was stacked against you. Your total score is still secure. Zhen Mimi added. Right? Falling a bit short here won't hurt. Lin Mo sighed. Had wanted to farm more points now that the proctors said scores could transfer to university's points were even better than gold, but somewhere along the way he killed the monster, and that felt like a waste. New ranking list. Name, Lin Mo. Rank 1. Time, 50 minutes. Points, 81,000. Name, Xiong Mumu. Rank 2. Time, 50 seconds. Points, 3,400. Name, Zhen Mimi. Rank 3. Time, 30 seconds. Points, 2,500. Huh. Lin Mo took only 50 seconds? Dude, are you blind? That's 50 minutes. How are we supposed to compete with that? Xiong Mumu stared at the information panel, stunned silent. He could hardly believe it. Lin Mo had kept that monster under control for a full 50 minutes. Freak. Total freak. You damn monster, die. Xiong Mumu clutched his head, screaming until his throat burned. Overwhelmed by rage, he snatched up a knife and slashed toward his own arm. Stop. Don't hurt yourself. A staff member lunged forward and seized his wrist. The blade hovered just above the skin, flashing coldly. Fine. Gasping for breath, Xiong Mumu let the knife fall. It clanged against the floor and rolled away. Lin Mo glanced at Wang Jiangwo's leaderboard. His own name was now safely in the top 10. A single look confirmed what he already sensed. This round heavily favored assassin class candidates. When the first 3 trials ended, only 20 of the more than 100 examinees from Beijiang City were still standing in the arena. The 4th trial was announced. The proctor's voice cut through the silence. Danger ahead. You may stop now, keep your current points, and enter the final ranking, or advance for extra points. Be warned, the next test could cost you your life. He paused, eyes like knives. The first 3 rounds were a basic assessment. The true battlefield starts now. Roughly half the candidates chose to quit. The rest, knowing their scores were too low to advance, exited in turn. In the end, only the top 10 from Beijiang City moved forward. With a sweep of his arm, the proctor conjured a massive screen in midair. All right, you're about to enter the inferno forged by the Liuli Divine Palace. On the display, magma surged and pillars of fire roared skyward. Inside, you must withstand flames that can incinerate anything and confront boss monsters that appear without warning. Kill a boss and earn 1,000 points. Time limit, 10 minutes. Survive the full 10 minutes and gain an extra 2,000 points. Note: when one boss dies, the next spawns immediately. A wave of heat seemed to smack them in the face. Lin Mo grasped the intent at once. This was a test of survival in extreme conditions. Real battles rarely happen in comfort. If you can't stay alive, you can't fight. One detail leapt out. Only one boss would exist at a time, and killing it would summon the next. In 10 minutes, a normal candidate would never fight Heaton. Taking down even one could eat the entire window if it didn't kill you first. Better to dodge firestorms, stay alive, and pocket a safe 2,000 points. But Lin Mo had never been normal. Before the trial, Principal Gao had pulled Lin Mo, Zhen Mimi, and Wang Zhengwo aside. This round is about patience, he whispered. Only a fool goes toe-a-toe with the boss. One kill is worth just 1,000 points, and you might not even manage that. Go all out, and you'll burn out literally. Survive 10 minutes, and bank a sure 2,000. Clear enough? Zhen Mimi and Wang Zhengwo nodded eagerly. Lin Mo stayed silent, eyes dark and unreadable. Seeing this, Principal Gao jabbed him hard in the side. What's running through that head of yours? You've got talent and guts, but that mix can get you killed. This time, keep a lid on it, hear me? Fending off pillars of flame while battling a boss isn't something most people can do. Lin Mo stood at the front of the crowd, his expression calm as ever. The headmaster couldn't read his thoughts, but the warning was clear. The exam begins now. One by one, the candidates stepped into the portal, crimson light dragging their shadows into long slivers. In the corridor before the transfer gate, Lin Mo brushed shoulders with Xiong Mu. The passage was so tight, they could feel each other's breath. Xiong Mu let out a cold snort, her voice low and venomous. Lin Mo, they'll pay you back for the pain you caused me double. Lin Mo shrugged. Cross me, and I won't mind making you disappear for good. He strode away, watching him recede and finally vanish inside the pillar of light. Xiong Mu's knuckles whitened as she muttered, just wait. Testing grounds. Moments ago the arena was blank. Now it erupted as if drenched in molten paint. Cracks spidered across the ground. Jets of flame shot skyward, and waves of heat washed over everything. The air stank of char, and skin felt as though invisible fire needles were pricking it. Phew, it's scorching. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. The rock beneath his feet was so hot his soles felt ready to melt. In the monitoring room, every examiner's gaze locked onto Lin Mo's feed. This guy breaks the record every single time. Two choices. Hide for 10 minutes and take 2,000 points, or drop the boss within 10 and get an extra 1,000. I'm hoping for something surprising, one examiner said, tapping the desk. Surprise? What's he going to dope it out the entire inferno and farm the boss while he's at it? Another scoffed, drawing weary chuckles. Lin Mo stood atop a fractured boulder. Around him magma churned, bubbles burst with a hiss, and scorching steam shot upward. Boom. With a plume of smoke, a marmot wreathed in flames burst from the lava, tongues of fire licking its razor-sharp claws. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as a system panel appeared. Nightmare-class monster, blazing marmot. Level, 16. Strength, 2,000. Spirit, 2,000. Agility, 2,000. Constitution, 3,000. Skills. 1. Flame shield 50 chance to have incoming skill damage. 2. Flame crit attacks carry fire damage and have a 20 chance to deal critical damage. Flame shield can shave a 1,000-point hit down to 500, annoying for the average candidate, Lin Mo thought. Those stats are ridiculous, but for me? So easy. A smirk tugged at his lips. Fire is my favorite toy. The blazing marmot struck first. A roaring fireball hurtled toward Lin Mo, the blistering wind whipping up shards of stone and warping the air. Lin Mo frowned lightly, dropped his shoulders, and raised his palm. In the monitoring room, several examiners lurched forward, hearts skipping a beat. Dodge. Why isn't he dodging? Hide. Why would he hide? All Lin Mo could see were the points rushing toward him. Columns of lava roared on every side. Scorching winds whipped his face, yet he did not budge an inch. He raised a hand, cold blue mist curling in his palm, and murmured, God tier, summon ice mage. A burst of azure light erupted. A slender, golden-haired figure materialized in front of him. Her gauzy gown billowed in the heat, gold threads glinting where fire met frost. Her clear eyes looked as if they could pierce the depths of this inferno. The ice mage lifted her crystal staff, her voice like wind chimes. Frostlock. Boom. Within 100 meters, the searing heat vanished. Molten lava froze into glassy sculptures, fissures sealed under thick rime. Fireballs swirling overhead turned to spheres of ice that shattered with a musical clatter. A flaming groundhog dived at them, fangs bared. It froze mid-charge, its health bar plummeting before it burst apart seconds later. Successfully killed nightmare-grade monster, blazing groundhog. Points 1,000. The scene kept changing. Rivers of magma became ice carvings, and the entire hellscape looked as if a giant brush had repainted it with snow. Lin Mo surveyed the view and murmured, if this purgatory isn't fit for life, it'll just change the decor. The examiner's gallery was dead silent. A third summon. Where's his file? Bring it here. An aide flipped through folders and handed one over. Level 17 summoner. Only level 17. Yet he can field 3 summons at once? Another examiner stared at the ice mage and suddenly understood. That's the ice mage from the Frozen Realm dungeon. An uneasy buzz swept the room. In a corner, Bai Tianming watched quietly. He had known Lin Mo was special. Seeing it firsthand only confirmed it. Damn, I have to make him my son-in-law. Back on the field, everything was an icy wasteland. The flames were gone, but the boss spawns kept coming. Crack. Another groundhog boss popped up, took one step, froze solid, then shattered. Successfully killed nightmare grade monster, blazing groundhog. Points 1000. Lin Mo sat down cross-legged. The ice mage stood before him like a guardian goddess. Every boss that appeared was instantly frozen, its health ticking away until death. Thanks to Mana Spring, her energy never ran dry. Her spell was an endless loop. Well, looks like the plan's working. Lin Mo pulled out some rations and stretched his shoulders. Might as well grab a bite. Farming mobs can be exhausting. Muttering to himself, Lin Mo pulled a chunk of black bread from his inventory and ate it one bite at a time, as if he were on a picnic in the wilderness. The monitoring room erupted. The examiners slammed their desks, bristling with anger. This is an exam, not a vacation. Look at the others. Every one of them is fighting the boss for their lives. The feed jumped to another scene. Using her ice archmage class, Zhen Mimi rapidly froze the cracked earth shut, then blinked away from the blazing gopher to gain distance. Heat shimmered all around her. Her chest heaved, and sweat snaked down her neck into the bottomless crevice below. Too hot, just 5 more minutes, she panted. Elsewhere, Wang Jingwo tanked several fireballs heated. His clothes were scorched black, burns spreading across his skin. Luckily, as an assassin he was agile enough to dodge the worst of it, or the flames would have swallowed him whole. Damn it, this is brutal. Wonder how Lin Mo's doing's gotta be sweating too. Hang in there, Wang Jingwo, you've got this. He growled. Clad in handcrafted armor that gleamed like gold-grade gear, Xiong Mumu barely flinched as fireballs exploded against his plates. A wicked smile curled on his lips. He locked onto the blazing gopher. Killing you should net at least 1,000 points. The extreme heat barely affected him. He focused solely on the boss. A second later, the berserker's frenzy activated. Roaring, he charged with his blade raised. Die. In the monitoring room, several proctors nodded approvingly. Xiong Mumu's impressive. Gear is part of your strength. Compared with Lin Mo, he looks like what a normal class changer should be. The 10-minute countdown hit 0. New data flashed. Lin Mo had averaged 1 blazing gopher boss every 3 seconds, 200 kills in total. At 1,000 points each, that was 200,000 points. Is the kid using the boss as an ATM? I never saved that many points in 4 years of college, a few proctors muttered, wiping away jealous tears. When time expired, only 5 of the 10 candidates cleared the stage. The others were left badly wounded or half-crippled. Cruel, but necessary. Better to adapt now than die on a real battlefield later. The grand exam is a single plank bridge. Someone always falls off. Round 4 was officially over. Everyone spilled out of the Lioli Divine Palace's teleport light. Chin high and chest out, Xiong Mumu radiated confidence. Lin Mo, you finally can't catch up this time, right? He brushed embers from his armor and fixed Lin Mo with a cold, predatory stare. Lin Mo met his gaze calmly, face unreadable. Is everyone all right? Lin Mo looked at the battered Wang Jingwo and at Zhen Mimi, whose face was streaked with grime. The two had just tumbled out of the teleportation array leading from the infernal realm. Wang Jingwo's armor was scorched and full of jagged gaps, blood seeping through every seam. Zhen Mimi's face, fingertips, and bracers were caked with ash and burn marks, even her eyebrows smudged black by smoke. It was obvious this stage had pushed them to the limit. Zhen Mimi brushed the soot from her armor and shook her head. The conditions in there were brutal. I could barely keep myself alive, let alone take down the boss. Wang Jingwo grimaced, the torn flesh at the corner of his mouth twitching in pain. Hiss, if my class perks hadn't kept me afloat, I'd have been dead in there. That boss was insane. Principal Gao hurried over, his gaze lingering with concern on the student's wounds. You did well. Both of you earned 2,000 points. Then he turned to Lin Mo. What about you? Didn't you kill the boss? After several rounds of trials, Principal Gao's attitude toward Lin Mo had shifted dramatically. At first, Zhen Mimi had been his top prospect, but Lin Mo's string of breathtaking performances kept overturning his expectations. Lin Mo stayed calm and merely nodded. I did. You did? Principal Gao's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice. Your score is already enough to top the province. Killing a boss won't add much to your points, but it looks great to the university examiners. Every top school will be watching. Lin Mo offered no further explanation. At that moment, the holoscreen in the center of the arena flared to life, displaying the 4th round rankings. Name, Lin Mo. Rank, 1 survival time, 10 minutes points, 283,000. Name, Xiong Mumu. Rank, 2 survival time, 10 minutes points, 6,400. Name, Zhen Mimi. Rank, 3 survival time, 10 minutes points, 4,500. Name, Mei Qinggong rank. For survival time, 10 minutes points, 3,900. Name, Wang Zhengwo rank. 5 survival time, 10 minutes points, 3,800. When the numbers appeared, the hall fell silent. Lin Mo's score had skyrocketed by another 200,000. Principal Gao stared, then eyed Lin Mo suspiciously. You? Didn't you say you killed only one boss? Is the Lioli Shrine scoring system malfunctioning? Lin Mo's lips curved slightly. There's no mistake. No mistake? Then that means you slew 200 bosses in the Infernal Realm? Principal Gao counted on his fingers, then looked up, utterly shocked. Lin Mo neither confirmed nor denied it. But the answer was obvious. Without 200 boss kills, earning 200,000 points was impossible. He's cheating. No one can rack up 200,000 points, growled Xiong Mumu from a corner. His nails dug so hard into his palms that blood trickled between his fingers. A staff member offered him a bandage. Student, do you need a plaster? Xiong Mumu looked up and swallowed hard. I'm fine. The staff member remained polite. Please refrain from self-harm. Got it. Xiong Mumu gritted his teeth, murderous intent swelling inside him. A monster like Lin Mo could not be allowed to live. The commotion soon alerted the proctors. While the crowd questioned Lin Mo's score, the examiners smiled wryly, for they too would have doubted it had they not witnessed it themselves. To calm the hall, the chief examiner stepped forward, his voice amplified across the arena. Every contestant was monitored in real time during this round. The results are legitimate. Those few words provided Lin Mo with the strongest endorsement. Cheating during the grand exam was nearly impossible. The official statement quickly stifled the doubts. Seconds later, warning lights flashed, and the system announcement echoed under the dome. Attention, round 5 is about to begin. The difficulty is extreme and could be fatal. Contestants, consider carefully. The candidates murmured among themselves. I thought there were only 4 rounds. Where did a 5th one come from? Lin Mo likewise sent a questioning look toward Principal Gao. Gao narrowed his eyes, his tone steady. Everyone faces a 5th round every year. They just sign a non-disclosure agreement afterward, so no one talks about it. The first 4 rounds can be public, but the 5th stays classified. Since you've reached this point, it's no longer a secret to you, but when it's over you'll still sign that agreement. For the first time, Lin Mo frowned, genuine surprise flickering across his face. What on earth was hidden inside this 5th trial? You're about to step onto a battlefield of real carnage. The loudspeakers at the center of the podium boomed, and the examiner's words slammed into every heart like an iron hammer. Out there, vicious beasts lurk among shattered walls, while high-ranked class changers lie in ambush, waiting to strike. The mission can be summed up in 2 words: stay alive. Slaying a beast earns points. Driving off a high-level class changer or escaping from one awards points as well. Once you enter, everyone's coordinates will be shared in real time. You can form parties or roam alone. The trial lasts 6 hours, and whoever is still standing when time is up will gain immediate entry to the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry. The Dragon Cavalry is a badge of honor, but it also obliges you to keep growing stronger. Joining it won't conflict with college admission. It will merely give you a higher starting point. Standing in the crowd, Lin Mo finally understood why members of the Dragon Cavalry appeared at this exam. They were here to recruit future comrades. Seeing the realization in Lin Mo's eyes, the headmaster added, getting into a university isn't the finish line. In humanity's war against monsters, the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry is the sharpest blade. Once you join, you gain higher clearance. The word struck Lin Mo like a hammer. He recalled the Archmage's advice: score as high as possible in the exam, join the Dragon Cavalry, and earn more privileges. Privileges meant access to advanced skill books, the key to becoming stronger. More importantly, he had to uncover the truth about his parents' role in the war years ago. Every clue pointed toward Jingdu Academy, and the Dragon Cavalry had been a main force in that battle. Lin Mo, I'm sitting this round out. Me injuries from the last stage still hurt, Wang Zhengwo said, lifting his bruised arm and patting Lin Mo's shoulder, regret clouding his eyes. With his current points, Wang Zhengwo could choose almost any top university except Jingdu Academy. Take care of yourself, Lin Mo replied with a nod. Zhen Mimi bit her lip, hesitated, and finally shook her head. I'm an only child. Me dad will never agree. With 4,500 points, she already had a ticket into Jingdu Academy and everything she wanted. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. The countdown clock lit up 10 minutes to decide whether to enter the 5th trial or withdraw. Candidates who choose to continue, please gather in the center of the arena. The towering glass divine palace suddenly disintegrated, its shards swirling in midair before merging into a gigantic, golden teleportation array. Across the province, the remaining candidates stepped forward, their figures swallowed by golden light. Lin Mo never looked back. His posture was as straight as a spear. In the distance, a sly smile curled at Xiong Mumu's lips. Plan B. Activate this, saves us a lot of trouble. Amid the flash of gold, a cheerful boy suddenly appeared beside Lin Mo. He had a buzz cut and wore gleaming silver armor, obviously a warrior class. Lin Mo, want to team up? Only 3 of us are from Beijiang City. I can't stand Xiong Mumu, but you look all right. The speaker's voice was cheerful, his breastplate catching the light with a cold gleam. Lin Mo frowned slightly, his eyes calm. And you are? Mei Qinggong, fourth in the rankings. The name rang a bell. Let's talk inside. He neither accepted nor refused. With the battlefield still unknown, forging alliances too soon made little sense. 10 contestants in total would enter the slaughter arena, all standouts from their respective cities. Staff handed each of them a communicator, leaving the channel settings to personal choice. At the same time, proctors from every city gathered in the main monitoring room. On the central screen stood a man in white, hands in his pockets, expression ice cold. Gulong from Dihai City, level 16, legendary class Ice Spire Mage. He just racked up 7,000 points, 2,000 more than Meng Junshin back in the day. That kid's from the Gu family, remarkable talent. Last year Dihai lost to Beijiang. Now Gulong has finally turned the tide. A Dihai examiner called out, the provincial champion is practically his. Bai Tianming walked in with several Beijiang proctors. Well, how did Beijiang do this year? They exchanged a smile. Beijiang's results hard to say really. The Dihai examiner bristled. After last year's defeat, he wanted to hear them concede. Bai Tianming leaned against the wall, silent. Come on out with it. With no choice, the Beijiang proctor handed over the record book. One glance, and the Dihai staff were stunned. Ahem, 280,000 points? That can't be right. The Beijiang proctor managed a wry smile. Isn't that kid just a boss summoner? Better than average, sure, but still how? Old Bai, he's from your city? Bai Tianming gave a faint smile. Yes. Cheating. Then the words died in his throat. With such tight surveillance, cheating was impossible. With that score, he'll be the national champion without breaking a sweat. Let's keep the test going and see what he does in a real fight. Among the other 9 contestants, Lin Mo focused on a proud-looking man dressed in white. The man glanced back, eyes cold. The teleport circle is about to activate. Prepare yourselves. A burst of white light, and all 10 vanished simultaneously. No outside observer could see what happened inside the slaughter arena. Several proctors sighed in disappointment. Every year the 5th round of the exam is top secret. Only the higher-ups get to view the feed. All we can see are the shifting scores and a crude radar screen. That's it. The examiners could only sigh. A blinding white flash erupted before his eyes. Lin Mo snapped awake to find himself crouched in waist-high grass. The blades were razor-sharp, the dew icy, and the evening air reeked of damp iron. As he straightened, a dark shape burst from the brush. Instinct locked onto the targeted was a monster. Monster Infernal Common Beast, Night Wolf. Level 1. Strength, 1000. Spirit, 800. Agility, 1000. Constitution, 800. Skill Bite, deals double critical damage. The infernal tag made Lin Mo's heart sink. This was the real battlefield. He raised a hand and summoned the slime general. The viscous creature swelled from a magic array, hefted a trident that gleamed with cold light, and flicked the night wolf into the air. The blade punched through its belly, spraying black blood. Night wolf slain. Points 500. 500 points for a single kill. A faint smile tugged at Lin Mo's lips. Points, here I come. At almost the same moment, in an overlooked blind spot of the arena, the mouth of a cave hidden by weed, Xiong Mumu glanced around, saw no pursuers, and slipped inside. Torchlight flickered over a dozen high-level class changers from the Xiong Adventurer Guild. Deputy Captain, did anyone spot you? A teammate whispered. Xiong Mumu shook his head. Leading the group was his father, the guild master, Xiong Taibing, a rugged man with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Heaven favors us, Xiong Taibing growled. Our guild has been drafted into the slaughter arena to hunt examinees. Huaxiao is paying a bounty. High-level class changers were indeed being used to hunt the candidates, and Xiong Adventurer Guild was one of them. Xiong Mumu pulled up a shared light screen. Dad, this is Lin Mo's location. Excellent. Xiong Taibing's smile was icy. Leave Lin Mo to us. You focus on your own exam, make your old man proud. Xiong Mumu nodded hard. After a brief exchange, he was hurried back toward the entrance. Go on, stay too long, and they'll suspect something. Infernal beasts swarmed the arena. In barely 10 minutes, Lin Mo had encountered 7 or 8 of them. Each was dispatched in a heartbeat. Blood spattered the grass, and his score kept climbing. Suddenly, the undergrowth rustled. Lin Mo ordered the slime general to scout. Easy, brother, don't swing, it's me. A familiar voice called out. Mei Qinggong stepped from behind a tree, grinning, his weapon already stowed in his storage space. He edged toward Lin Mo with exaggerated care. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. I don't do parties. Find someone else. Mei Qinggong scratched his head, looking miserable. Come on, man, this place is a nightmare. Cut me some slack. In the monitoring room, the examiners noticed Lin Mo and Mei Qinggong closing ranks. Is Lin Mo teaming up with Mei Qinggong? Looks like it, but in the slaughter arena no one is trustworthy. A hidden rule remained. Killing another candidate allows you to claim all their points. Mei Qinggong had sprinted straight toward Lin Mo the moment he entered. His motives were anything but pure. Bai Tianming felt a stab of worry. Lin Mo, Doesn't know that rule, yet could he be in danger? On screen, the two young men stood side by side, neither widening the gap. By timing's anxiety grew. They've stayed together this long, and the kid still hasn't noticed the threat at his elbow. Get lost. Now. Lin Mo's shout cut through the roar of artillery and battle cries. On this field, every breath could be your last, and he had no intention of paying for someone else's mistakes. In his eyes, Mei Qinggong was mediocre at best, dragging along deadweight was suicide. A moment's mercy here would only hasten death. Mai's smile froze. His pupils contracted, and he stumbled back. Fine. I'm leaving, he rasped. Lin Mo turned away, ready to push deeper into the rubble. A sliver of cold light, silent as a viper, streaked toward his back, a polished silver dagger, aimed to kill. Die? Mei Qinggong growled. Steel rang. The dagger was flung aside. Lin Mo pivoted, his gaze locking onto Mei, and between them loomed the towering, translucent form of the slime general. Sorry, Lin Mo said flatly. I never show my back to strangers. Mei Qinggong gasped and bolted. With a mere thought, Lin Mo had the slime general raise its trident. The weapon flashed and punched through Mei's chest. A ribbon of blood arced through the air before spattering onto the ruined ground. Mei collapsed dead. Killed Mei Qinggong. Gained 3,900 points. The notification flickered across Lin Mo's interface, and his brows knitted. So the exam allows us to steal our teammates' points. The real test is a baptism of blood and fire, monster ambushes, hunts by high-ranked transferees, and even betrayal from your own squad. As long as locations are shared, anyone can turn on you at any time. In the monitoring room, the proctors stared at the vanished green dot and drew in a collective breath. This Lin Mo is ruthless, Bai Tianming murmured, secretly relieved by the boy's vigilance. Meanwhile, the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry headquarters erupted in excitement. A man in immaculate white uniform, 5 golden 6-pointed stars gleaming on his epaulets, a 5-star war marshal, holder of absolute authority, nodded slightly. Finally, someone's added a bit of spice to this battle. The notice of Mei Qinggong's death appeared on every candidate's panel, and eyes snapped to the missing green marker. The comms channel exploded. Mei Qinggong is down. Lin Mo from Beijing did it. We're already fighting monsters and elites. Why kill a teammate? Lin Mo's voice cut through, cold as ice. He struck first. Excuse, someone scoffed. Shut up, another snapped. Check the screen. Lin Mo took every point Mei had. The channel went dead. What remained in the air was the chill that follows broken trust. The proctors exchanged weary sighs. Last year, this sort of thing didn't erupt until the 5th round, and even then only at the very end when a handful of candidates were separated by mere points. This year, however, everything changed. Somehow Mei Qinggong had gotten hold of privileged information and struck first. The judges' gallery erupted. An early move meant the already brutal exam might end ahead of schedule. They murmured about who would claim first place. When Lin Mo's name came up, a few veteran examiners chuckled and shook their heads. If past years are any indication, he'll be the first one pushed out. In a corner, Bai Tianming listened, his face darkening by the second. Everyone knew that the higher your points, the easier it was to become a target. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was making his way through the ruin-strewn arena, a long blade in hand still dripping fresh blood. He checked the locator on his communicator while casually cleaving an onrushing night wolf. Their numbers were growing exponentially, howls echoing all around him. Suddenly, the silent public channel lit up again. Brothers, the monsters are multiplying, and high-level class changers are almost here. A booming voice announced. Ims with Tian, ranked 2nd in Dihai City. Anyone who wants to team up, head my way. I promise not to attack first. As the night wolves pressed in, several overwhelmed examinees drifted towards Watian. Watian keeps his word, we're safe. Gasps of relief filled the channel. Lin Mo sneered. He knew alliances like this were merely expedient. Soon 9 candidates split into 2 4-person squads, Watian's group and Gulong's. Gulong's name carried weight in Dihai City, so even Xiong Mumu chose his side. That left Lin Mo standing alone. Hey, there's still one guy without a team. Forget him, just kill the teammate. Let him fend for himself. Under the night sky, hundreds of greeny night wolves ringed Lin Mo. A quick count, 300 of them. They bared their fangs, growling deep in their throats. To Lin Mo, they were no threat. With a thought, the slime general rose into the air. Planetary devastation. At the low utterance, all 300 night wolves burst into blood mist, crimson rain splattering the ground. System messages flashed in rapid succession. Killed Hell Rank Common Monster Night Wolf, 500 points. Killed Hell Rank Common Monster Night Wolf, 500 points. A total of 150,000 points landed in an instant. In the monitoring room, several rookie examiners scrambled over their screens. Impossible. That power's ridiculous. The veteran proctors from Beijing City merely raised their hands for calm. Lin Mo exhaled and prepared to move on when space distorted behind him. 2 high-level class changers appeared, shoulder to shoulder, a divine archer and a grand mage. Well, kid, fancy meeting you here, the archer said, drawing his bow. 3 seconds. Run. Lin Mo looked up, expression calm. No need. Cocky, aren't we? The mage sneered. Let's teach him some manners. Before the words had fully left his mouth, both unleashed their skills. A torrent of arrows darkened the sky, while a massive fireball trailed a crimson tail as it plummeted from above, boxing Lin Mo in from two sides. Lin Mo's lips twitched ever so slightly. Judging from how smoothly the two hunters unleashed chain arrows and flame burst, he estimated their level to be at least 25. Without hesitation, he signaled General Slime to swell up and shield him, then raised his massive tower shield above his head. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows poured down like a sudden gale, thudding into the slime's elastic shell, leaving only faint ripples before they were flung away. Lin Mo had expected this. With 2,700 points of constitution, General Slime could shrug off the damage from two advanced class users with ease. A moment later, a soccer ball-sized fireball slammed into the shield, but the runes on its surface absorbed the flames instantly, dispersing them as harmless heat. Not a single scorch mark reached Lin Mo. What kind of summon is that? The two hunters blurted, stunned. Lin Mo's gaze remained calm, but his tone brooked no argument. 3 seconds. Run. They exchanged a glance and bolted. System messages flooded his interface. Successfully repelled advanced class pursuers. Points 1000. Successfully repelled advanced class pursuers. Points 1000. Although the pair had come to hunt him, they still observed the unspoken rule of granting 3 seconds before combat, and clearly had no wish to fight to the death. Lin Mo likewise refrained from finishing them off. Killing them would earn more points, but repeated slayings of high-level players would draw even fiercer hunts, and he was not yet ready for that. The target fought off his pursuers? That hasn't happened in decades. The conference room of the Huaxiao Dragon Cavalry erupted. In front of the monitoring screen, a white-robed 5-star war general narrowed his eyes and murmured, interesting. Just my style. Meanwhile, as the beast tide receded, green dots on the battlefield map flashed rapidly. Zhuotian has slain Wang Hao. Points 4,200. Zhuotian has slain Lu Bing. Points 4,500. Zhuotian has slain Su Fan. Points 4,000. Gu Long has slain Liao Dong. Points 4,800. Gu Long has slain Lu Yun. Points 4,500. Haha. Those idiots. Zhuotian is on a rampage. A chilling laugh echoed through the public channel. Damn it, that brat Xiong Mumu got away. Gu Long growled, frustrated. Boss Gu, don't target me. We're both from Dihai City, cut me some slack. Xiong Mumu pleaded over the channel. Gu Long snorted. No one gets away from me. Before the words were cold, Xiong Mumu switched to a private channel. Boss Gu, I'm worth next to nothing, but Lin Mo's sitting on nearly 300,000 points. Kill him, easy money. Just as Lin Mo had foreseen, Zhuotian and Gu Long had only teamed up with the others to use them as shields against the beast tide and the high-level hunters. Once the cannon fodder outlived its usefulness, it became prey. Using the location data Xiong Mumu had uploaded earlier, another squad quickly locked onto Lin Mo's coordinates. Listen up. This kid is tough. Don't give him any chance to hit back, Xiong Taibing warned in a low voice. Yes, Captain. The radar-style live map on the monitor was crystal clear. Across the circular green screen, pale blue dots raced forward. Gu Long, Zhuotian, and Xiong Mumu were converging in a pincer formation, drawing ever closer to Lin Mo's coordinates, while scattered red marks the hunters blinked nearby. The examiners' faces tightened, confirming their earlier suspicion. Lin Mo had become everyone's target. Did Xiong Mumu leak Lin Mo's score to Gu Long and Zhuotian? Someone muttered. Is he really willing to hand over such a big prize? Xiong Mumu is outmatched on his own, another examiner replied. He's hoping the other two will fight to a standstill so he can swoop in afterward. As they spoke, several of them glanced at the records from round 5. One of them whispered, if this kind of slaughter ever became public, the backlash across Huaxiao would be unimaginable. This is what a real battlefield looks like. It would be a real shame if that kid Lin Mo falls here, a few examiners sighed. Watch your mouths. Bai Tianming shot to his feet, shoving past his colleagues and sweeping the room with a frosty stare. Director Bai, in this situation Lin Mo has almost no way out, someone explained timidly. Even if his summons can hold off Gu Long and Zhuotian, there are still all those hunters. Bai Tianming said nothing, his brows knotted. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Riders conference room, several senior officers stared at the same feed, shaking their heads. One murmured, a cornered beast. A dead end. But a 5-star war general kept his eyes on the screen and said in a low voice, not necessarily. On the far side of the battlefield, Lin Mo wrapped a small cut and checked the tracker on his wrist again. The icons for Gu Long, Zhuotian, and Xiong Mumu had formed a fan-shaped perimeter around him. Lin Mo's lips curled into a frosty smile. Trying to gang up on me. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. If I strike first, I have to worry about appearances, but you've come right to my door. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. When the distance fell to 500 meters, the hunters from the Mighty Soldiers Guild crept into range. Xiong Taibing raised a hand to halt his squad and whispered, hold up. Xiong Mumu's in there, too. The group paused, instantly grasping his meaning. Xiong Taibing licked his cracked lips and chuckled. Lin Mo's a dead man. The other candidates will drive him into a corner. When the time comes, cut off every escape route. Don't let him slip. Yes, Captain. The bushes rustled, and Gu Long stepped out first. One hand in his pocket, he wore a crooked, mocking grin. You're Lin Mo? The trash summoner? Lin Mo's expression did not change, he merely lifted his eyes. Zhuotian followed, striding forward in a black leather jacket that clung to his muscles. His dyed yellow crew cut blazed in the light. He dragged a war hammer taller than himself, a single swing of which could split a hill. Xiong Mumu appeared last, neither hurried nor slow, the sunset glinting warmly off his tailored gear. Unlike the first two, his eyes flicked between Lin Mo and the others, keenly cautious. Lin Mo, we meet again, Xiong Mumu said, drawing out each word. The three of you plan to gang up on me. Lin Mo's voice was so calm it was almost cold, though he already saw them as walking bags of points. Gu Long raised an eyebrow and flipped his palm, revealing a handcrafted staff etched with dim golden runes. The Gu family had wealth and influence to spare, so forging a near-legendary weapon was a trivial favor. With gear like this and a legendary class, Gu Long always looked down on his peers. Zhuotian hefted his hammer, muscles taut. Xiong Mumu drew his weapon as well, yet beneath his outward readiness he knew a hard truth. The world had not seen the full extent of Lin Mo's power. 3 against 1 was no guarantee of victory. Everyone, don't underestimate Lin Mo, Xiong Mumu warned. What better wait a little longer? Gu Long and Zhuotian turned at the same time, amusement flickering in their eyes. Getting cold feet? Gu Long cocked an eyebrow. Me? Afraid? Xiong Mumu waved his hands. I've fought him before. His summons are insanely strong. So what? Gu Long sneered. He's just a summoner. Hold off his creatures, and I'll cut him down myself. Wait. We should at least wait for the pursuers. What are you thinking? Zhuotian shook the heavy hammer in his hand, its head buzzing. Once the pursuers get here, we won't have time for him. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Someone reported quietly. Captain, the young commander seems to be waiting for us. Xiong Taibing's eyes darkened. He nodded. Move. Even if the higher-ups realize something's wrong, they won't have proof. Whoosh. A dozen pursuers burst from the ruins and alleys, blades and spell circles glinting. Boss Gu, fall back. Zhuotian sensed danger and dragged Gu Long with him. Gu Long's brows knitted. The pursuers were here, they had to retreat at once. Xiong Mumu planted himself in their path, throwing an arm out. Their target is Lin Mo, trust me. Gu Long and Zhuotian exchanged a baffled glance. The pursuers showed no hesitation. Every weapon swung toward Lin Mo in the distance. In that instant Lin Mo understood the so-called pursuers were members of the Xiong soldiers' adventuring corps. So that's it, he thought, clarity flashing through his mind. Everyone attack. Xiong Taibing roared. Boom. Fireballs poured down like a storm, while an ice-dipped arrow sliced through the air. Smoke, flames, and shards of frost erupted, energy raging in every direction. Several warriors brandishing greatswords lunged in, sealing off Lin Mo's escape. Binding field. A circular sigil flared beneath Lin Mo's feet, luminous chains wrapping his legs' movement speed cut in half. Summon, goblin warriors. An enemy summoner raised his staff, unleashing 5 goblin fighters who charged forward with steel blades. At the same time, Gu Long and Zhuotian made their move. If they killed Lin Mo, the points would be theirs they weren't about to let go. Arc strike, lightning rend. Crackling purple light enveloped Gu Long. He became a bolt of lightning that tore a trench across the ground. Zhuotian lifted his hammer. Warhammer of shock. The air itself shattered under the hammer's roar. Murderous intent closed in from every direction. Lin Mo felt each elemental ripple, registering them one by one. Suddenly he opened his eyes, voice calm to the point of eeriness. The wind is rising. Very well, let it all be wiped out. He slowly spread his palm. Divine summon Minotaur Lord. Frost Mage. Grand Goblin Summoner. He paused, holding back the Hellfire Derwolf's final trump card. For summons would be more than enough to crush everything ahead. Boom. Icy winds howled, and the world turned white. A massive, bull-headed titan planted itself in front of Lin Mo, steam curling around its body. Sacred Bull Shield. A ring of golden light surged outward, canceling every control effect. Lin Mo and his summons saw their attributes quadruple. The Minotaur Lord's physique now neared 17,600. Next, the Goblin Summoner appeared, staff raised, chanting in a guttural tone. SHFF, SHFF, SHFF. 200 Goblin warriors marched into formation, while 100 Goblin archers drew back their bows, arrowheads forming a chilling net of steel. Frost crept over the ground as a giant crystal bloom unfurled beneath Lin Mo's feet. The Frost Mage materialized, dancing with ethereal grace while chanting in a low voice. Within 100 meters, everything froze over. Cold mist rolled outward, and a thick crust of ice covered the ground. Lin Mo stood at the center while 4 summoned creatures, the Minotaur Lord, the Frost Mage, the Slime General, and another hulking behemoth surrounded him like raid-level bosses. 4 of them. He actually has 4 summons. Members of the Survivng adventurers cursed. Damn, what kind of monster is he? Yet their complaints could not smother their fighting spirit. Focus fire burst down the Minotaur. Dozens of skills slammed into the Minotaur Lord, fireballs, arrows, and psionic beams weaving together as explosions shook the air. The Minotaur Lord merely shuddered, then triggered Thorn Armor. Blades of mana lashed out, reflecting the damage. 4 or 5 adventurers dropped instantly, their health bars wiped clean. Survivng went pale, but still roared, "Charge! Cut off the head, and the body will die. Whoever brings down Lin Mo gets double the bounty." The crowd surged toward Lin Mo. The rich reward had indeed lured brave men, but they had grossly overestimated themselves. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, eyes like ice. The 4 bosses shifted with him as if they shared his breath. Frost freeze. The frost mage flicked its staff, and an area spell detonated. 7 or 8 players who had just stepped into the circle were encased in rime, dying with their weapons still raised. Gulung and Zwetian felt a chill in their bones. They had never seen carnage like this. Shivering, they edged backward, already plotting their escape. Lin Mo's sharp gaze caught the movement. "Since you came, you might as well stay." Their former arrogance collapsed in an instant. "Damn it! Who wants to stick around with a psycho like you?" "I'm done." Gulung bellowed, sprinting away. Zwetian turned and ran as well. "Run? Too late." Lin Mo raised his hand. Starfall convergence. The slime general shot into the air, a whirlpool of suction, yanking both men back and dumping them at Lin Mo's feet. "Brother, we were wrong. We're sorry." Zwetian begged. Gulung screamed, "In the son of the Gu family, in Dihai City. Touch me, and my father will hunt you down." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? Die." The slime general flicked its trident, skewering them like candied hawthorns. System messages rolled in. Lin Mo has slain Gulung, 16,000 points. Lin Mo has slain Zwetian, 20,700 points. Only Survivng and his son Xiong Mumu remained. They watched from afar, faces etched with despair. Lin Mo, spare us. From now on we owe each other nothing." Survivng pleaded, his voice trembling. Lin Mo turned toward them, a playful smile on his lips. "Do you really think I'd leave a loose end?" Survivng swallowed hard, heart hammering Lin Mo meant to kill. Lin Mo slowly raised a hand. With a thought, every other blip vanished from the battlefield radar, leaving only his own. He wiped them all out? A 5-star war general muttered in the distant control room. His gaze was complicated as he turned to the others. "That boy must never join Dragon Rider Corps. He revels in slaughter." After a moment, he murmured to himself, or did he lure them in on purpose? Thoughts churned behind his eyes. Right then, dark clouds boiled over the killing fields. Lightning split the sky like silver serpents. The storm opened, revealing a fiery rift, and a crimson glow flooded the land. No hellspawn are invading the arena. In an instant, the crust of the battlefield of carnage split open and thick black smoke gushed out. Ominous clouds blotted out the sun, plunging the land into pitch-black darkness. From the rift, a monstrous arm wreathed in sinister light groped forward, its knuckles flexing as the surrounding space crumpled like paper. Boom. The air was torn apart, and several figures suddenly appeared beside Lin Mo fellow exam candidates who moments ago had been inside the arena. They looked around in bewilderment, terror etched across their faces. "What's going on? We were waiting for the 5th round. How did we get dragged in here? Let us out." Their shouts went unanswered. Lin Mo immediately dismissed all his summoned creatures and went on alert. Survival came first in an unknown environment. Suddenly, a pillar of blinding white light shot skyward. An illusory white silhouette swelled 1,000-fold, standing like a mountain before the evil radiance. "Sumo, you can't stop me." The demonic arm kept reaching forward, molten red fluid sliding down its bones like lava. A colossal fanged head burst through the darkness, twin horns inscribed with runes, blazing with murderous fire. "A hell demon!" Someone screamed. The white silhouette crashed against the demonic arm, ripples of force rolling outward as if heaven and earth were overturned. Moments later, the two powers shattered into ash, as though they had never existed. The candidates had barely breathed a sigh of relief when boom, a house-sized fireball materialized and plummeted, trailing flames as the hell demon's manic laughter echoed. The white silhouette morphed into a gigantic hand and met the fireball heat. Bang! The palm clamped around the flames, billowing smoke in all directions. Shatter! With a flex of its fingers, the white hand crushed the fireball into sparks. Yet a wad of pitch-black mist slipped through the gap and descended, swallowing the candidates whole. "Cough, what is this? Are you looking to die?" Lin Mo and the others coughed violently, while the white silhouette lunged at the demon's head. A blade flashed. Across the sky, a boundless white arc sliced down with a hiss, cleaving the demon's skull in two. "Go on, kill me. This is only an avatar. Even if you destroy me, you still can't save your precious human brats." The raspy laughter faded away. But the battlefield of carnage was already corrupted, black mists roiling everywhere, the peril greater than ever. At that moment, several towering figures appeared above the field, standing on clouds with overwhelming presence. The white-robed man in front, the master of the white silhouette, was none other than Sumo, a five-star war general. Sumo gestured, and the powerhouses beside him dived to investigate. After a brief inspection, they reported, the battlefield has been tainted by the Hell Demon. Its spatial laws are broken. General, all the candidates are trapped inside. We can't get in and they can't get out. It will take at least 2 hours to restore it. Sumo answered gravely, understood. He clenched his fist in his palm until the knuckles turned white. Meanwhile, inside the arena, principals and examiners stared at the giant screen in agony. They had watched every candidate sucked into the battlefield, yet could do nothing. The sinister power seemed able to distinguish strength, targeting only the students. Old Bai, something was definitely wrong. That surge of power had to be from hell. Bai Tianming stood at the proctor's platform, his brow knotted in a hard frown. He had already checked every testing center and confirmed that all candidates had experienced the same disturbance. Those Hellspawn picked this moment on purpose. They want to sever Waxia's future, he growled through clenched teeth. The examinees are our next generation of pillars. Damn those filthy bastards. Before his voice faded, a thunderous broadcast swept across every exam arena in the nation. Everyone, this is Sumo. The voice was deep and steady. The slaughter battlefield has been tainted by demons from hell. I've driven them back, but some slipped through. Their target is every Huaxia candidate. Spatial laws are shattered and will take at least 2 hours to mend. Protect yourselves. As children of Huaxia, fear nothing. I believe in you and in the blood we share. If the enemy comes, we Huaxia people will destroy them. Five-star war General Sumo's order ignited the crowd. If the enemy comes, we'll destroy them. If the enemy comes, we'll destroy them. Tens of thousands of young candidates roared in unison, blood boiling, murderous intent soaring. In the crush of bodies, Jin Mimi and Wang Zhengwo spotted Lin Mo. The three met eyes. Lin Mo didn't join the shouting, but he clenched his fists, gaze resolute, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing this, Bai Tianming's blood surged as well. Sumo's word was law. Proctors, he barked, turning around. Assist General Sumo prepare the slaughter battlefield. The proctors nodded hard and divided tasks on the spot. The candidates assembled quickly. As the black mist closed in, blades, spears, staves, and crossbows came up, cold light flashing. Wang Zhengwo and Jun Mimi pressed in beside Lin Mo, only then saw the lineup behind him. 4 towering summoned beasts stood shoulder to shoulder, muscles corded, killing intent rolling off them. Lin Mo can call out for it once. That's insane. Nearby candidates drew sharp breaths. Someone suddenly asked, hey, where are Gu Lung and Zhuotian from Dihai City? Haven't seen them. But with the black mist advancing, no one had time to investigate. The air grew icier by the second. Lin Mo arranged his summons into a guard formation, eyes locked on the darkness ahead. Jin Mimi whispered, my dad says hell's monsters are brutal. Even level 1 or level 2 fiends are beyond us. So what do we do, just wait to die? Wang Zhengwo clung to Lin Mo's leg. If a demon can go head-to-head with a 5-star general, its lackeys must be even nastier. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. High-level monsters won't come. Sending them here burns too much energy and exposes them. General Sumo would intercept. At most we'll see low-level grunts. His guess was right, excessive energy in transit would be cut off mid-route. The tension was suffocating. Suddenly, a candidate in the front row pointed into the depths of the black mist, voice shaking yet brimming with fight. Look there. They're coming out. Several exam candidates pointed at the swirling black fog ahead, their faces pale with panic. A gray-white wolf's head pushed out of the haze first, crimson sparks flickering through the gaps in its bony shell. A shrill howl followed, slicing through eardrums like a knife. Every gaze snapped to the creature as personal status panels materialized before their eyes. Hell Elite Monster, Bone Wolf. Level 2. Strength, 3000. Spirit, 3000. Agility, 3000. Constitution, 3000. Skill, Rend consumes flesh and deals double damage. Passive skill, Fire Affinity grows stronger when exposed to flames. So this is Hell's big threat? One lousy bone wolf. Someone scoffed. There are plenty of us, let's cut it down. Brothers, charge. The words froze in his throat as more scarlet eyes ignited in the fog. Dozens, then hundreds, finally thousands. Bone wolves stepped through the mist, ivory skeletons clacking in the dark. In seconds they fanned out, pinning the candidates into a tight circle. Damn it, how do we fight that? Panicked voices cried. What's wrong? Scared already? A hoarse, sinister laugh exploded overhead. Huaxia humans claim to fear nothing. Care for a little game? The speaker was the Hell Demon. Its body was still blocked by Sumo and the battle generals, yet a sliver of its mind lingered here. I've heard Huaxia is famed for unity. Let's see if that lasts when death is on the line. The pack advanced in lockstep, claws sparking against stone while the demon announced its terms. Choose one person to duel me. The rest may leave, no matter whether that person lives or dies. The frigid words bored into their bones. So we pick a sacrifice and everyone else survives? Someone whispered. Suspended in the air, Sumo and several generals exchanged grim looks. Lord General, what now? One asked. Sumo snorted. The demon's playing with them. Even if someone volunteers, it won't spare the rest. Then what? It's attacking their will, Sumo growled, fists clenched. Trying to make them crumble. Could throw away their life for others. A guard muttered. Someone will, Sumo said, eyes like blades. Don't listen to it. A candidate shouted, stepping forward. A deal with a demon is never fair. A bone wolf shot out like lightning, fangs severing his carotid in one bite. Blood spurted high. He fell without a sound. He's dead? The crowd fell silent. The hell demon chuckled. All of you die, or one of you dies. Choose. Jin Mimi clutched Lin Mo's arm, trembling. Lin Mo, what now? These bone wolves are terrifying. Lin Mo stayed silent, eyes sweeping the pack. Hell beast's min experience points. A horde this size was a leveling jackpot. The thought hardened his gaze. Free experience had come knocking worth the risk. He'll do it, the usually quiet Lin Mo said, stepping forward. Who's that? Saw him in round 5 North River City, right? Someone whispered. Is he crazy? Jin Mimi dashed after him. Lin Mo, don't. You'll die? This isn't a normal test. Wang Jingwo followed, jaw tight. Lin Mo, don't be stupid. Lin Mo turned, eyes calm. Relax. He'll be fine. Lin Mo had made up his mind, and Jun Mimi and Wang Jingwo no longer knew how to stop him. If we can't hold you back, we'll stand with you. Jun Mimi bit her lip and lifted her chin. Wang Jingwo's legs were still shaking, but he forced his chest out. Lin Mo glanced at them and gave a helpless smile. These two, if I can't send them away, I might as well take them along. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, their resolve spreading like wildfire. The surrounding test takers raised their thumbs in approval, but the praise was soon laced with sneers. Showing off with your lives, huh? Bold move. There are so many hell fiends, those three will be crushed in seconds. They're rich for sure. They must bought soul stones so they can respawn after they die. Another group fired back. Big talk. Those stones cost a fortune. If you're so good, why aren't you out there? Jealous much? If I had a soul stone, I'd be charging in too. Someone snorted. You don't get it. With War General Sumo backing them, even if they die once, they'll still rake in endless rewards. They're using their soul stones to gamble for something bigger. Most of the candidates still thanked Lin Mo, yet the jeers kept coming. Go, Lin Mo. You are the coolest guy in Beijing City. Drop dead, Lin Mo. We can see right through you. Hope the hell beasts kill you fast, die early, and reincarnate sooner. The noise rose and fell like waves. Wang Jingwo scratched his head and muttered. Lin Mo, saving these people suddenly feels pointless. Jin Mimi exhaled and nodded. There are plenty who cheer you on, but just as many who can't stand it. Lin Mo spread his hands and shrugged. Had never been doing this for them. He was after experience points. Over 1,000 hell beasts, how much XP and loot will they drop? He calculated. Not even angry? Respect. Wang Jingwo gave him a thumbs up. Jin Mimi quit trying to talk him out of it. Pack of bone wolves was less than 50 meters away, far too late to retreat. So someone really stepped up? The hell demon high above let out a mocking laugh. Then my children will keep you entertained. Lin Mo's gaze was locked ahead, for massive beasts behind him pawing at the ground. Jin Mimi guarded his left, Wang Jingwo his right. Above the shattered battlefield, Sumo and the other war generals' eyes flew open. Someone had actually answered the challenge, and it was a name they knew. Lin Mo? Why is he out there? I never thought that bloodthirsty maniac would step up to protect others. With skills that good, courage comes easy. Sumo shot them a glare. A 4-star war general shook his head. He's shown in the killing field, but he's nowhere near strong enough to stand against this many hell beasts. No matter how broken his summons are, they won't outclass bone wolves by much. This is going to be a brutal fight, with a high chance of casualties. The general who had mocked Lin Mo earlier didn't dare say another word. Sumo drew a deep breath. Judging by Lin Mo's earlier performance, 200 or 300 bone wolves might still be manageable. But now the battlefield space was still twisted. Until it returned to normal, anyone who tried to break in would be crushed by spatial forces. They couldn't break the barrier, they couldn't rush inside, they could only pray for a miracle. If Lin Mo could hold out a little longer, the other candidates might yet survive. Go, tear those three to shreds. The hell demon bellowed. Nearly 1,000 bone wolves lunged forward, an icy wind howling behind them. Amid the blizzard, Lin Mo wasn't afraid at all. In fact, his eyes narrowed with excitement. He focused and shouted, Divine Bull Shield. The Minotaur Lord beat its chest, and a dazzling suit of golden armor wrapped around the trio, multiplying their constitution fourfold. Wang Jingwo's eyes bulged. Damn, my constitution's almost 3,000. Jin Mimi felt suddenly light on her feet, the black mist around her thinning. A grin spread across Lin Mo's face. He slowly extended his right hand and clenched it. The spectators exchanged baffled looks. Was he raising his hand to ask a question? Poof. The slime general burst from the ground and instantly split into exactly 500 glowing slime hatchlings. Heaven-shattering starfall. 500 bone wolves were yanked into the air by some invisible force, tongues lolling, fangs bared, howling in panic. The hatchlings formed a tight sphere around them and unleashed a synchronized leap strike, 2700 strength, 100-fold critical, 500 units. A jaw-dropping 135 million points of damage flickered across every info panel. In less than a second, that entire wave of bone wolves disintegrated into dust. Boom. Scorching air exploded outward, warping the faces of the onlooking students. So strong. Holy crap, that's insane. Now I know how he racked up so many points. Give me summons like that, and I'd do it too. The remaining 500 bone wolves hesitated for a heartbeat, then charged again. Lin Mo's will flared. The mighty goblin summoner raised his staff and chanted. 300 goblin warriors and goblin archers formed into neat ranks, every stat copied from their summoner. Goblin warrior, strength 2500, spirit 3000, agility 2500, constitution 10,000, divine bullshield 4. Goblin archer, strength 2500, spirit 3000, agility 2500, constitution 10,000, divine bullshield 4. With constitution that high, the bone wolves' fangs felt like puppy nips. Even their skills peaked at only 6,000 damage. In a single exchange, the goblin warriors and archers could wipe them out. Just as Lin Mo had foreseen, the battle unfolded in his favor. 200 goblin warriors charged ahead, brandishing cleavers longer than their bodies. With a piercing whistle, the blades hacked at the oncoming bone wolves. A wolf bared its fangs, only to have its head sliced clean off by 2 quick strikes, collapsing before it could even howl. Farther back, the exam candidates who were cheering suddenly fell silent. Several summoners with the same class as Lin Mo glanced at their own goblin warriors, which were standing protectively at their sides, and spat in disgust. Huh, useless trash. Look at Lin Mo's summons now, that's the real deal. Explosions and screams overlapped. Under Lin Mo's relentless spell bombardment, nearly 1,000 bone wolves were wiped out in less than 5 minutes. Then came a flood of system notifications. Killed Hell Elite Monster. Bone Wolf, EXP 30,000. Killed Hell Elite Monster. Bone Wolf, EXP 30,000. Loot. Bone Wolf Fong 999. Loot. Bone Wolf Skull 999. Loot. Bone Wolf Incisor 999. Loot. Silver Gray Bone Wolf, set 100 feetable. Loot. Ashwhite Bone Lattice Crafting Material 20. Congratulations, Lin Mo level up. A flash of white light shot from his feet to the crown of his head as his stats refreshed. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Tier Boss Summoner Unique. Level, 180 12. Strength, 180. Spirit, 190. Agility, 180. Constitution, 180. Combat Power, 180. Sweet, Lin Mo muttered. The candidates who had mocked him were now speechless, while everyone else glared daggers at the Tonturso, eager for Lin Mo to die a moment ago, yet suddenly silent. On the battlefield's edge, War General Sumo also turned his gaze to the center. 3 slender figures and 4 massive summons stood amid scorched earth littered with bone wolf corpses. Sumo drew a quiet breath and smiled. This kid has a bright future. The hellish creatures in this sector were gone, yet other zones remained mired in danger. Lin Mo checked his new stats, then looked at Jun Mimi and Wang Jiangwo. How are you two doing? They beamed. Leveled up. Almost ready for another. We hit the jackpot. Satisfied, Lin Mo tilted his head toward the gray sky and shouted, Hell Fiend, this round is mine. The heavens went still for a heartbeat before the rasping voice returned. Very well, let the game continue. In the next instant, every bone wolf from the surrounding battlefields was forcibly teleported to their location. A black tide of more than 30,000 wolves stretched to the horizon, their collective howl rumbling like an earthquake. A chorus of sharp intakes sounded among the candidates. We're doomed. I knew Lin Mo's showboating would get us killed. Someone cried in panic. Shut up. Another ward. We celebrate together, we suffer together. Lin Mo's got enough on his shoulders. If we're dying, we die at his side. As children of Huaxia, we fear nothing. That's right, children of Huaxia, fear nothing. Almost every candidate gathered behind Lin Mo, tense but resolute. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at the crowd, a slow smile creeping across his face. Good. If you're still so eager to feed me more experience, I'll take it all. Before the words had fully left his lips, he raised his hand and closed his eyes. In the depths of his summoning realm, a savage behemoth slowly opened its blood-red eyes, rousing from its slumber in the abyss. What's happening? All the hellspawn have pulled back. Are our candidates safe? The on-duty commander barked. Contact the other testing grounds at once and confirm their status. Reports poured in over the comms. On every surveillance feed, the creatures that had been swarming the slaughter zones evaporated in the same instant, leaving not even a whiff of sulfur behind. Good. Excellent. The commander slammed his palm on the desk. Open the exits and get the candidates out now? At the same moment in the monitoring room of Dehi City's arena, the proctors stared at a tracker where scarlet dots erupted across the screen, the signature of hell monsters, and their numbers were still rising. Several proctors gasped aloud. Bai Tianming hurried to the display, inhaling sharply at the carpet of red. Instinct told him the truth. Every creature that had vanished elsewhere was now converging on Dihai City. Have the demons gone mad? Are they changing tactics? He muttered, hand on his chin, brow knotted. The rules of the slaughter field weren't fully repaired yet. The timing was far too strange. High above the battlefield, Sumo hovered in the wind, his gaze as cold as frost-coated steel. They've got no choice but to shift tactics, he said softly. There's someone down there, even the hell demon of my tier fears. The battle captains followed his line of sight to the center of the field, where a slender figure crackled with explosive power. Lin Mo. Where's the repair team? How long? Sumo's voice carried rare urgency. 10 minutes, the adjutant replied. 10 minutes, Sumo clenched his jaw, staring at the swarming mass of more than 30,000 bone wolves below. Can they hold out that long? On the ground, the pack bared its fangs, a tide of menace that crushed the candidates' wills from earth and sky alike. Someone snapped, collapsing to his knees in the bloody mud. I don't want to die, please. I haven't lived enough. Others trembled, propping one another up on legs of rubber, teetering on the edge of breakdown. A third voice turned fear into accusation. If it weren't for Lin Mo, we could maybe handle 1,000 bone wolves. But 30,000? We're dead. Across the field, a stubborn few still squared their shoulders. Believe in Lin Mo. Believe in us. Believe him? With only 4 summons? 1,000 wolves, maybe. But 30,000, 30 times the number. How are we supposed to believe that? The doubt rolled like distant thunder, smothering most of the candidates in a heavy silence. Suddenly, Lin Mo, seated cross-legged, snapped his eyes open. Golden light burst from his palm and unfurled into a blazing vision. A volcanic column of fire roared skyward, magma spattering, boulders flying. Scalding streams coursed through the ravines like burning branches crawling outward. Beneath the molten surge, a beast wreathed in living flames slit open its eyes, pupils streaking across the heavens like falling stars. In the next heartbeat, it crouched low and howled toward the sky. Boom. Mountains quaked, heat waves rolled. Roar. Lin Mo's 5th summon had arrived. The Hellfire Wolf stood revealed. Summoned creature, Hellfire Direwolf, legendary grade. Power, 7,000 spirit, 5,000 agility, 6,000 constitution, 10,000 skill. Flame Cascade has reached God tier. Enemies within a 50-meter radius are set ablaze and lose all healing effects. Earth Shatter has reached God tier. Tears open fissures within a 100-meter radius, sending lava surging from the depths. 5 summons stood shoulder to shoulder, confronting the Bone Wolf horde that poured in from every direction. The Hellfire Direwolf was twice the size of a Minotaur Lord. It threw back its head and roared, white fangs bared. The Bone Wolves, sensing a true alpha, recoiled several steps. Some even bowed under the crushing aura. Terror etched on their skulls. Though they shared infernal blood, the gap in rank was immeasurable. You dare treat my child as a pet? Human wretch, die? The infernal demon bellowed, swinging a spectral arm. 30,000+ bone wolves howled and charged. Lin Mo allowed himself a faint smile and gave a silent command. Hellfire Direwolf, Earth Shatter. Boom. The ground for 100 meters split open, molten lava gushing out to form a ring-shaped trench. At once Lin Mo issued a second order. The Ice Mage raised a crystal staff. Frost freeze. White frost instantly sheeted over the lava. Fire and ice intertwined, building a barrier of contrasting flames and chill. Bone wolves reached the trench, scorched by fire and shackled by frost, shrieking in agony, yet unable to cross that deadly line. Lin Mo vaulted onto the direwolf's back and pointed ahead. Go. The direwolf sprang skyward, sailing over the lava. When its paws hit the fiery terrain, the passive skill Fire Affinity activated. Strength, 14,000. Spirit, 10,000. Agility, 12,000. Constitution, 20,000. All 4 stats doubled. Experience pinatas, here I come. Lin Mo laughed. The direwolf landed like a war hammer, sweeping its massive claws and felling bone wolves in swaths. Killed Infernal Elite Monster, Bone Wolf, EXP 30,000. Killed Infernal Elite Monster, Bone Wolf, EXP 30,000. System messages blurred past, yet the tide of bone wolves kept ripping forward. Seeing wounds multiply on the direwolf, Lin Mo pressed a hand to its back. God tier skill Share Divine Bull Shield. A burst of golden light detonated, and the direwolf's constitution quadrupled. Constitution, 80,000. Divine Bull Shield 4. Lin Mo plunged into the pack while 4 other summons circled in support. Several bone wolves clambered over their comrades' corpses to force a crossing. They were roasted by lava, then flash frozen by the Ice Mage, turning into frozen kebabs on the spot. Witnessing this, the once despairing examinees felt hope reignite. They snatched up their weapons and threw themselves into the fight. Compared with Lin Mo, their power was worlds apart. It took 2 or 3 of them working together just to bring down a single bone wolf, while Lin Mo could face an entire pack alone. The sight was enough to crush anyone's morale. How on earth was he doing it? The battle raged for a good 7 or 8 minutes. Bone wolves flooded in without end, and even Lin Mo saw no path to victory unless he eliminated the mastermind. Human whelp, you'll pay for this. From high above, an indistinct demonic head bellowed, shaking the sky. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, locked onto the voice, and allowed a cold smile to cross his lips. Hiding up there? Perfect time to die. At his command, the golden slime general bounced to his side. Buddy, I'm going to throw you. Make it count. The slime general quivered with excitement. Lin Mo signaled the Inferno Flame Wolf, and the wolf clamped its jaws around the trident in the slime's hands. With a fierce whip of its neck, it launched the golden figure like a comet toward the clouds. High above, the massive spectral demon shuddered. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Too late. God tier split. Midair, the slime general burst apart into 500 squeaking slime hatchlings. Leap strike. 500 golden streaks rained down, blasting into the demon's image, dealing 135 million damage. A blinding flash split the sky like a falling meteor. You'll regret this. He'll remember you. Badly wounded, the hell demon shrieked, its form collapsing as it withdrew into the rift. With the source gone, every bone wolf dissolved into black smoke and drifted away. The roiling clouds broke apart, and warm sunlight poured over the land once more. Lin Mo recalled his summons and let out a long breath. Is it finally over? The examinees were still frozen in the despair of moments before. When they realized the demon had fled, their emotions exploded. Some hugged each other, laughing and crying, even kissing in relief. Others threw back their heads in wild laughter that quickly turned into tears. Only Lin Mo remained quietly on his feet. Jin Mimi and Wang Zhengwo rushed up, voices trembling. Lin Mo, we won. He sighed in genuine disappointment. Yeah, but I didn't kill enough bone wolves, only a bit over 2,000. That's a huge loss in experience. They stared at him, speechless. Everyone else was celebrating being alive, and he was upset about the monster count. Jin Mimi rolled her eyes. You're unbelievable. Wang Zhengwo could only shrug in agreement. Victory. We did it. In the distance, Bai Tianming grabbed a call. What's the situation? The battlefield is stable again. The kids are safe. Only then did he breathe easier. How did they win? No details yet. Inside the restored arena, Sumo rubbed his temples. Without Lin Mo, every one of them would be dead. The battle officers nodded, still shaken. A surprise attack by a hell demon without someone to hold the line. The examinees would have been torn apart. Sumo swept his gaze around. Who called Lin Mo a bloodthirsty killer earlier? Silence. He snorted. That's bloodthirsty? When things went bad, he saved everyone. How many people can claim that? No one dared argue. Lin Mo was undeniably the hero of the fight. Kids, the slaughter arena is back online. The proctors will bring you out shortly. Sumo announced, then began compiling the exam rankings. Lin Mo and the others were expelled from the kill zone at the same time and reappeared in the arena of Dihai City. The principals surged down from the stands, their footsteps nearly rattling the floor, and surrounded the candidates. Are you all right? What happened in there? The still shaking students exchanged looks, then raised their hands together and pointed at the silent boy from Beijiang City, Lin Mo. A babble of voices erupted as they described everything that had taken place. Him? A summoner can be that strong? When the principals finished listening, their eyes reddened with emotion. That their own students were almost unscathed left them astonished and grateful. Let the kids rest first. The final evaluation is about to start, someone reminded them. The national exam was sacrosanct. No matter what twists occurred, its procedures had to be followed. This year the results were split into two parts. 1. Raw points, reflecting a candidate's basic combat power and carrying the greatest weight. 2. A performance assessment, in which the invigilators scored several criteria and averaged the results. Ordinary universities cared only about point rankings, but for elite institutions like the Capital Academy, the assessment was decisive. Candidates with middling points but dazzling performances were often admitted on that basis alone. The examiners in charge of the Dihai site were running themselves ragged. How are we supposed to grade the assessment this year? Does that crisis count? Has headquarters said anything? Bai Tianming clutched the latest leaderboard and inhaled sharply. First place is basically locked in. He stared at Lin Mo's outrageous score and shook his head with a wry smile. The board read, Lin Mo, 512,000 points. No one's ever going to top that, the examiners said in unison. Shortly afterward, higher-ups issued new orders. 1. The candidates' actions during the battlefield incident would be included in the assessment. 2. All arena footage was to be shared with the judges. Finally, we get to see what actually happened, Bai Tianming said, pressing play. The holographic screen lit up, and everyone held their breath. On screen, 5 summons appeared beside Lin Mo: the thunder-winged lion, the blood-marked wolf, the frost crystal spider, the jade shadow eagle, and a dragon-like creature. Each one looked fiercer than the last. Lin Mo again. Bai Tianming's jaw hung open while his heart pounded. He's unbelievable. When the footage ended, only one thought remained in his mind. Sweetheart, you have to listen to your dad and marry Lin Mo. This is my final request. Meanwhile, by Bing Bing, who was in class, suddenly sneezed for no reason. Rubbing her nose, she wondered, who's thinking about me? Unable to find an answer, she went back to her lesson. The judges gathered around the conference table once more. How should we rank them? Lin Mo has the highest points, stepped forward during the crisis, and scored full marks in both skill and character. Giving him an outstanding is a no-brainer. Agreed. Everyone nodded. They looked at the rest of the scores. Jin Mimi, for 1,500 points. That's way too low. Don't forget last year Meng Junshin was hailed as a genius, and he only had 5,000. After reminding one another, they suddenly realized the problem wasn't that the others had low scores. Lin Mo's total was simply so high that everyone else looked pitiful by comparison. Then let's rate her as excellent as well. The examiner scribbled a quick note on the form, then looked up. By the way, the file on that candidate named Xiong Mumu has completely disappeared. Bai Tianming waved dismissively from the edge of the crowd. Leave it. Any list made public has already been filtered by the Huaxia Dragon Riders. We just follow procedure. At his words, the other examiners nodded. Every year a few fifth-round candidates had their records sealed, and everyone accepted it. Also, fail every candidate who disrupted morale on the battlefield instead of helping, Bai Tianming added calmly, brooking no argument. Across the arena, the candidates whispered to one another, hearts hammering while they waited for the final results. Soon the examining team emerged from the far tunnel, moving slowly with a thick bundle of score sheets. The hall fell instantly silent. Only then did Lin Mo notice Bai Tianming walking with them. Director by himself had come. Attention everyone, the lead examiner called. Scores are ready and have been synced to your info panels. Please check them now. First place, Lin Mo. Points, 512,000. Rating, excellent. BZZZT. The figures burst across the light screen, freezing the entire arena in stunned silence. After several seconds the uproar exploded. 512,000. The system's bugging must have added 2 zeros. Principal Gao stared at the display, hands shaking so badly he nearly toppled. Nearby students rushed to steady him. Provincial Champiano contest. Forget provincial, that score's unbeatable nationwide. Who could match numbers like that? Congratulations, Principal Gao. The other principals smiled through a haze of envy. Principal Gao patted his belly and laughed. Haha, looks like we've snagged another top spot. My apologies, everyone. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Last year Meng Junshin had been called a genius. This year Lin Mo might as well be a god. Over 500,000 points far beyond Meng Junshin's. One principal spread his arms wide as if to measure the gap. Beijiang No. 1 High's name now rang louder than ever. How are we supposed to compete with that? Several candidates clutched their chests, struggling to breathe. Jin Mimi fixed Lin Mo with a stare. You're unbelievable. Lin Mo stayed calm. If the Hell Demon hadn't crashed the test, his score would have climbed higher. Points were money, knew that well. Head leveled up by slaughtering so many hell beasts. That was enough. The latecomers could split the leftover experience. Quit while you're ahead. Next score, the examiner said, turning the page. Second place, Jin Mimi. Points, 4,500. Rating, excellent. A guaranteed ticket to the Imperial Academy, someone murmured, though the number paled beside Lin Mo's. Jin Mimi ducked her head. My second place feels flimsy next to you. Lin Mo shrugged. I wasn't even trying that hard. The gap just happened. Jin Mimi blinked. Then her cheeks bloomed pink. Smiling like a peach blossom, she tapped Lin Mo's chest with her fist. So you do joke. I thought you were all ice. Your playful side isn't so bad, you know. Ahem. Wang Jiangwo, standing beside them, wore a dark expression. Could you two tone it down? I'm still right here. You two are getting way too cozy, have a little shame. Drop dead. Jin Mimi swung her arm in a full arc and drove her fist into Wang Jiangwo's arm, without the slightest courtesy. The punch cut straight to the bone, making Wang Jiangwo suck in a sharp breath as his face contorted in pain. Aha, special treatment really is something else. The principal of Beijiang No. 1 High School was beaming. When he saw the freshly posted rankings, he nearly jumped off the ground. First place belonged to his school, and so did second. Instantly, a dozen pairs of eyes, brimming with envy, jealousy, and a touch of fury, shot in his direction. If not for basic professional decorum, the other principals might have grabbed the nearest mugs and folders and gang-tackled their smug colleague. The names in third and fourth place flashed next, both complete unknowns. Someone in the crowd muttered, huh? Where's Gu Lung from DI? And Zwation? Their scores weren't low. Confused looks spread through the hall. The examiners clearly sensed the unrest. One of them picked up a loudspeaker and explained, every candidate who took part in the 5th round has already been screened by the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry. If a name isn't on the list, the Dragon Cavalry has taken their file and will handle the follow-up. So have they been recruited? Many people nodded thoughtfully, but someone quickly countered, then why is Lin Mo still on the list? Despite the murmurs, the phrase Dragon Cavalry Archive was enough to silence most of the audience. Sites suggested decisions made at a much higher level. Suddenly a harsh voice cut through the noise. The candidate who had spent the entire battlefield taunting Lin Mo jabbed a finger at the giant screen and roared, why is my evaluation a fail? Why? You kept undermining morale and gave the monsters openings. Don't play dumb, an examiner replied coldly. I refuse to accept that. Veins bulged on the candidate's neck. Acceptance isn't your choice, the examiner said, his voice utterly flat. On the killing field you repeatedly backed off and sowed discord. That's going on your permanent record. From now on, any academy with a ranking will bar you from admission. The hall erupted in whispers. The candidate turned ashen and collapsed on the spot. No one sympathized. Instead, they snickered softly it was his own fault. The screen finished scrolling, settling Wang Jiangwo at number 20. For him, that was dazzling. Any academy in the top 20 was his to choose. Overwhelmed, he threw himself into Lin Mo's arms and wept like a child. I didn't make the capital academy, but this is more than enough. An examiner surveyed the hall, his voice steady and resonant. Next, the provincial top scorer. A brief pause. Everyone held their breath. It is Lin Mo. In an instant, applause and cheers flooded the room. Lin Mo had crushed the competition by a wide margin, and his bravery on the battlefield was already the stuff of legend. Lin Mo, Lin Mo, Lin Mo. The chant rose in waves, each louder than the last. Amid the feverish roar, several examiners exchanged glances. One of them answered a call, and his expression changed in an instant. Quiet. Everyone, we've just received extremely important news. The final national rankings for this year's candidates in Huaxia have been released. Lin Mo has earned the title of national top scorer. As soon as the loudspeaker finished, the auditorium erupted. A wave of shock and excitement rolled through the crowd, and the applause nearly lifted the roof. Students from Beijing No. 1 High School surged forward, hoisting Lin Mo into the air. Their chant rang out in unison, Lin Mo, Lin Mo. Below the stage, Principal Gao was trembling so badly he almost lost his balance. The other principals stared in disbelief. Last year, Beijing No. 1 had already produced the provincial champion, Meng Junqian. Everyone thought that was their peak. Who could have imagined they would produce the national champion this year? Where on earth did this kid come from? Someone muttered. By a pillar in the corner, Bai Tianming stood with his arms crossed, a satisfied smile on his face. The kid really did inherit his parents' mantle. Old Bai, what do you mean? A few examiners turned toward him. What's his surname? Bai Tianming asked casually. Lin, isn't it? They still hadn't caught on, but when they met Bai Tianming's gaze they suddenly understood. He's their son? No wonder. When the ceremony ended, students began boarding the coaches. Bai Tianming reached out to stop Lin Mo. Wait a minute. Jin Mimi and Wang Jiangwo were eager to rush home with the good news, so they waved goodbye. Lin Mo, we're heading off first. Call us later. Lin Mo nodded, waited for the bus doors to close, then turned to face Bai Tianming. Director Bai, I was asked to keep you back by the Huaxia Dragon Riders. They're the ones who want to talk, Bai Tianming said, patting his shoulder. Xiao Mo, once you enter university, things will be different. They'll keep working hard, Lin Mo replied earnestly. Bai Tianming blinked, then gave an awkward laugh. That's not what I meant. I mean, you're grown, now it's time to get yourself a girlfriend. Lin Mo stared. Don't look so shocked. You're a guy proactive. Bai Tianming waggled his eyebrows. Got anyone in mind? Lin Mo shook his head. Perfect. Bai Tianming brightened immediately. My daughter goes to Capital University. Keep in touch when you get there. He slipped a small, pre-written note into Lin Mo's pocket. Her number's on it. Remember to call. I want metal young people should handle their own affairs. Before he finished speaking, he was already striding away. Just then an intense white light sliced through the air, as if space itself had been ripped open. A crushing pressure descended. The air felt as heavy as lead, and every inch of Lin Mo's skin strained beneath it. A tall, straight-backed man appeared without a sound. 5 gold 6-pointed stars gleamed on his epaulets. A 5-star war general, one of Huaxia's most elite class changers. The overwhelming aura made it hard for anyone nearby to breathe. Lin Mo clenched his teeth and stayed on his feet, shoulders squared. The man looked him up and down and nodded with approval. You must be Lin Mo withstanding my aura. That's impressive. You're General Sumo, aren't you? Lin Mo ventured. Sumo frowned slightly, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. How did you know it was me? Lin Mo eased up a little and said calmly. Chief Bai just told me the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry asked him to keep me here. Sumo raised a hand and chuckled, his voice low and firm. Good. I'm here to talk about the Dragon Cavalry. How much do you really know? Lin Mo fell silent, turning his gaze to the gray-blue sky outside. Countless records flashed through his mind. Every brutal battle against monsters, the dragon-shaped insignia was always there. Even during the cataclysm 10 years ago, the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry had been the main force. If he wanted to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance, both the Imperial Academy in Jingdu and the Dragon Cavalry were indispensable. A spark lit in his eyes, and Sumo caught it at once. The 5-star marshal narrowed his eyes, half smiling. Thinking about the battlefield 10 years ago, a hum went through Lin Mo's heart, but he quickly composed himself. In front of someone this strong, any ripple of emotion was a weakness. Yes, he admitted. My parents vanished in that war. Sumo drew a long breath, his tone softening. We wouldn't have come to you without running a background check. I know your story. Join the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry, and you'll gain higher clearance enough to dig into those old files. That was exactly what Lin Mo wanted. He nodded hard. I'm willing to join. Sumo smiled approvingly, then tempered the praise. Your scores are dazzling, but Huaxia never lacks prodigies. To become a true Dragon Cavalry soldier, you still have to pass an assessment. The 5th round of exams, the one for recruiting Dragon Cavalry, doesn't that count? Lin Mo frowned. That's only the preliminary screening. Sumo gestured for patience. After the national exams, you'll have 5 days off. Report to cavalry headquarters then. Only by clearing the final trial can you be formally enlisted. So that's how it is, Lin Mo thought with a wry smile. Had been too optimistic. I'm not here to discourage you. While speaking, Sumo drew 2 slim manuals and a black card from his spatial ring and handed them over. A national champion deserves his rewards. Lin Mo glanced down. 1 beginner skill book, 1 intermediate skill book, both swirling with runic light, and a black card that gleamed like metal. The skill books let you learn extra class abilities, Sumo explained. The card holds 100,000 merit points, double rewards for topping the nation and your province. It's nothing compared to the 582,000 you just earned, but consider it Waxia's recognition. With those points, his total shot to 682,000, practically a fortune. His examiners had warned him. Once he entered a higher academy, merit points mattered far more than gold. There's one more reward. Sumo reached into his coat and produced a soft, rectangular strip of silk. Its color was so deep it seemed to swallow the light. A pass to the realm of illusion, he said quietly. The silk felt cool and faintly trembling under Lin Mo's fingertips. He recalled Bai Bingbing working herself to the bone just for a chance to enter that realm. Clearly, it wasn't a place ordinary people could walk into easily. He simply handed over an admission pass, an unexpected bonus. Normally, freshmen would never be granted such privileges, but you're different. As the national top scorer of Huaxia, you naturally receive special treatment. One more thing, Sumo said, raising his teacup with a calm yet proud look. I, too, graduated from Jingdu Academy and now serve as its honorary dean. Lin Mo drew a sharp breath. So the war general Sumo had yet another identity. The reward is yours. Get a good night's sleep. They'll send someone for you in the morning. After their parting, Lin Mo left the military headquarters. The night streets glimmered with scattered lights as he climbed the familiar steps to his long vacant rental apartment. He opened the door. A dim bulb lit the cluttered yet cozy living room. Shrugging off his coat, he headed straight to the bedroom. The mattress, untouched for weeks, felt cool, but he merely closed his eyes to steady his breathing. Once calm, he took a deep breath and opened his storage space. A broad holographic screen unfolded, packed with materials and gear shimmering faintly, the spoils from earlier clashes with battlefield fiends and hellish monsters. Had been rushing around and never had time to feed his creatures. Now was perfect. Switching to the summoning panel, he saw 5 summons curled inside their own cocoons of light, breathing evenly. Lin Mo smiled like a fond father. Daddy's home, little ones. Select. Feed. Whoosh. 1. Summon. Legendary Gold Slime General. Feeding progress, 80. Divine Skill Research, 100. 2. Summon. Legendary Gold Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 60. Divine Skill Research, 80. 3. Summon. Legendary Gold Mighty Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 100. Divine Skill Research, 65. 4. Summon. Legendary Gold Mage of Ice. Feeding progress, 70. Divine Skill Research, 100. 5. Summon. Legendary Gold Infernal Flame Wolf. Feeding progress, 60. Divine Skill Research, 50. Alright, let's do this. At his command, torrents of materials poured into them as rivers of light. Slime General. Divine Skill Research completed. Gained Divine Skill. Titanic Expansion body size increases 100-fold. Mage of Ice. Divine Skill Research completed. Gained Divine Skill. Absolute Ice Wall creates an ice wall 10 times tougher than the mage's own physique. Twin pillars of blue-white light shot skyward as the 2 summons achieved divine evolution, their auras soaring. Meanwhile, the mighty goblin summoner's feeding bar maxed out. Divine Feeding Upgrade. LV. 6 LV 7. Class Skill. Divine Feeding LV. 7 feeding grants a 100-fold boost to every attribute. Even the usually composed Lin Mo was shaken by the absurd numbers. 100-fold stat boost outrageous. Summon. Legendary Gold Mighty Goblin Summoner. Feeding level, 3. Strength, 7,500. Spirit, 8,000. Agility, 7,500. Constitution, 7,500. Skills. Summon Goblin Warrior 500500 Divine Tier. Creates warriors with 100 of the summoner's stats. Divine Skill. Summon Goblin Archer 300300 creates archers with 100 of the summoner's stats. Incredible. Lin Mo stared at the panel, heart pounding. His goblin army had doubled. In ordinary dungeons, he could practically sit back and watch. The thought vanished as quickly as it came, and his smile faded. Beyond dungeons lay the threat of hell itself. His first two skirmishes had involved only Tier 2 Hellspawn, and their crushing stats were already terrifying. To repel an invasion, he had to keep growing stronger. Clenching his fists, he remembered the basic and intermediate skill books Sumo had given him. He drew out the basic tome, pressed a fingertip to the cover, and sent his mental power inside. Light flashed, and the skills data surfaced. Basic mage skill chains of the heart. Effect, briefly restrains a target's movements. A control skill easily on par with most intermediate books, he murmured, eyes gleaming. Huaxiao really spares no expense. Eagerly, Lin Mo sat down to study. Runes and insights flooded his mind. When the glow subsided, he closed the cover and shut his eyes to digest the knowledge. What would Chains of the Heart become once it evolved to the divine tier? Skill learned, Shackles of the Heart. A blazing white beam shot into Lin Mo's body, exploding through his limbs like electricity. An instant later, a familiar robotic female voice echoed in his ears. Subpar skill detected. Auto-upgraded to divine tier Shackles of the Heart. The next prompt nearly made his jaw drop. Extra skill unlocked. Soul Rend. Note: inflicts direct trauma to the soul. The higher the spirit attribute, the greater the damage. This is downright divine. Lin Mo stood rooted to the spot, breathing hard. Countless ancient texts described soul-rending magic, yet it had been taboo even then and is now long lost. Ordinary mages could not even approach it. The elites had to hone themselves for years just to grasp a fragment. Yet by merely opening a beginner skill book, he had obtained Soul Rend. He knew he must never reveal it lightly, especially since his current stats meant its damage was still modest. It would be wiser to wait for his second-class advancement, raise every attribute, and unveil it then. Forcing down his excitement, he pulled a mid-tier skill book from his pack. As his hand reached out, a cold light screen blocked him. So mid-tier books require the second advancement, he sighed. The level 25 threshold was still far away, so there was no need to rush. His present skills would suffice. After regaining his composure, he opened his inventory. It was crammed with random materials and low-grade gear that took up space and could not even be fed to his pet. He headed straight to the auction house and listed the lot in bulk. The rare materials others would die for were nothing but baggage to him. Once the clutter was gone, only a few treasures suitable for crafting remained, and he finally felt satisfied enough to leave. He had just turned around when loud chatter reached his ears. All the mats lately are being monopolized by someone called General Slime, is my sidekick. Our party was desperate for supplies, but every listing in the auction house came from that guy. Damn, who on earth is this big shot? A few seasoned adventurers lounged in a corner, puffing away as smoke swirled under the lights. Lin Mo happened to pass by and glanced over, only for one of them to grab his shoulder. Hey there, kid. Came to buy something? Find what you need? Tell Big Brother what you're missing, he'll give you a bargain. These old hands usually funded themselves by flipping rare materials between quests. Now that Lin Mo's flood of listings had tanked their business, they were grinding their teeth at General Slime, is my sidekick. Lin Mo waved him off. No thanks. Seeing a rookie-looking kid, they refused to let go. While tugging at him, one rambled on, don't be shy. Just finished your college entrance exam? Did you do well? Get into a top university. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. These guys were as chatty as a gaggle of nosy relatives. He kept silent, but they took his silence as an admission of poor grades and grew even more enthusiastic. Lin Mo cursed silently, yet still said nothing. They gave him a once-over and sneered. Look at him, no decent gear at all. His scores must have been trash. Even if he squeaks into some random college, so what? He'd be better off joining our Wang Dana adventure team. Hey kid, interested? Cack out your tongue? Skacting all high and mighty. No wonder you couldn't get into a top school. Lin Mo stood at the street corner, expressionless, neither talking back nor moving away. Quiet by nature and crippled by social anxiety, he couldn't bring himself to hit these slick hustlers or even argue with them, so he simply froze. Right when the tension peaked, he happened to notice Grand Mage Liang Yu wandering over from the job change temple. Liang Yu wore the temple's standard robe, the silver civil service badge on his chest glinting in the sun. He waved cheerfully. What a coincidence, Lin Mo. The hustlers' faces changed at once. A civil servant from Beijiang City's job change temple Grand Mage Liang Yu wasn't someone you casually offended, especially when he greeted this penniless kid so warmly. Relieved, Lin Mo slipped past them and met Liang Yu. Thank goodness he showed up, he thought. Liang Yu draped an arm around his shoulders, lowering his voice just enough that everyone behind could still hear. Heard you ranked first in the entire country. Congrats. Lin Mo stayed calm and merely nodded. Just luck. Luck? Liang Yu laughed. You scored 580,000 points first place. Last year's top scorer, Meng Junshun, had only 5,000. Your spare change beats him by multiples. And why haven't you been consigning any more materials or gear? Didn't you hear? The auction house is buzzing. Your catchphrase, the slime general is my lackey, is practically their new slogan. His laughter echoed down the street as they walked away shoulder to shoulder, quickly disappearing from view. The hustlers stared at one another, Adam's apples bobbing. Did Grand Mage Liang, you just say that guy's the national champion? Sounded like it. And I heard he's the one who started that slime general line. They cut through a quiet alley. Liang Yu raised an eyebrow. You take the national crown and won't even buy me a meal? Lin Mo sighed. Here he goes mooching again. Half an hour later, a snack shop table gleamed under a single steaming bun and a tea egg set before Liang Yu. He stared for 3 seconds, incredulous. Bro, you top the nation and all I get is one bun and a tea egg? Lin Mo frowned slightly freeloaders, yet picky. He beckoned the waiter. Add a bowl of egg drop soup. Liang Yu could only force a wry smile. You really pinch pennies. Guess he'll never score a bargain off you. Lin Mo, meanwhile, winced the humble breakfast had cost a full 2 gold coins. One glance at his card millions of gold too and he nearly choked on the bun. When they'd finished, Lin Mo let out a quiet burp. Grand Mage Liang, it'll be off. After a few polite words he turned away, leaving Liang Yu alone in the morning breeze. Watching him go, Liang Yu finally smiled. Kid, may your future be bright and your road safe. The night passed uneventfully. Early next morning Lin Mo opened his door to find War General Su Mo waiting to escort him. Clad in spotless white, Su Mo stood in the dawn light like a sword yet to be drawn. He spared Lin Mo's spare, lonely lodging a single glance. He thought that perhaps only those who could endure loneliness under such harsh conditions became truly resilient and strong. Come on, he'll take you to the headquarters of the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry Corps, Su Mo said softly. Where is the headquarters? Before Lin Mo could finish, an intricate teleportation array lit up beneath his feet. Blinding sigils spun and burst open, yanking him into a shattering pocket of space. The scenery stretched into blurs of light that stung his eyes. Deep breaths, eyes forward. Sumo's steady reminder rang in his ears. Lin Mo clenched his teeth and fought for balance. So this is what spatial travel feels like. People said only elite class changers could manage it. Hold on for another hour, and well reached Jingdu. Sumo's voice echoed through the warped corridor. The relentless pull felt like an invisible hand wrenching at his organs. Lin Mo locked every muscle just to stay conscious. At last a flash of white exploded, and the two landed on an island ringed by water. Mist rose in humid veils all around. In front of them loomed a jet-black gate. 2 golden dragons coiled around its pillars, each scale so vivid it looked ready to come alive. This is the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry Corps, right next to Jingdu Academy, Su Mo said with a note of pride. They stepped through the gate. A supple membrane pressed lightly against Lin Mo's cheeks, making his heart jolt. What was that? Security field, Su Mo explained. Your data was uploaded in advance, so you passed safely. An intruder would be shredded instantly. Lin Mo nodded to himself. So the gate is both entrance and ultimate defense. Su Mo chuckled. Quick on the uptake. Come, let's get you registered. Inside the hall, an elderly man leaned on a cane, his slow steps firm. Well, if it isn't War General Su Mo, he greeted. This is Mr. Qian Shu, the logistics chief who will handle your daily needs, Su Mo introduced. You flatter me, Qian Shu said with a hearty laugh. His curious gaze shifted to Lin Mo. Anyone escorted by a 5-star general must be someone special. So you're our new recruit? Don't worry, we'll see to everything. Not a member yet, Su Mo corrected. He's here for assessment. Show him the dorm shall be staying 5 days. Qian Shu's smile faded as he studied Lin Mo understood. 5 days from now the trials begin, Su Mo added. Do whatever it takes to reach level 20 by then. Why? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Su Mo only smiled and walked away. Qian Shu turned to him. Where are you from, young man? Jiangbei City, Lin Mo answered. Follow me to choose your room. Everything here runs on points. 8-person dorm, 1,000 points. 4-person, 2,000. Double, 4,000. Single, 10,000. Luxury villa, 20,000. Lin Mo was introverted and dreaded crowds, so anything with a roommate was out, but a villa felt extravagant. He thought for a moment. Single room. Qian Shu blinked, then chuckled. Young people do love their comfort. I know you earned some points after the entrance exams, but this is just the beginning. Don't burn through them on a bed, you'll need them later. Lin Mo nodded politely, yet held firm. He'll take the single. The old man's frown deepened. Suit yourself, but spending everything at once will make life tough. Lin Mo stayed resolute. Single room, please. Seeing he couldn't sway him, Qian Shu sighed. Very well. Hand me your points card. Qian Shu took the points card Lin Mo handed over. The moment he swiped it, the balance flashed on the display more than 600,000. The number was so outrageous that he froze, eyes glued to the screen. Wait, you're a grand examination candidate. He stammered. Lin Mo nodded. Is that a problem? 600,000 points, how did you even get that? I've never seen so much in my life. Qian Shu blurted, then coughed to regain his composure. Sorry, lost it for a second. After a brief pause, he forced himself into a professional smile. Payment received, you're all set. He sped through the paperwork. By the way, the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry quarters are linked to Jingdu Academy. When you report to the academy, show them your housing voucher, and they'll put you in a room of the same tier, no extra points needed. Really? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering about the connection between the academy and the Dragon Cavalry. He recalled that Marshal Sumo was the academy's honorary headmaster. There had to be a story there. Hey, race your ID card, room 606 in building 6. Qian Shu handed over a digital card and added in a low voice. Keep conversation with your neighbors to a minimum. Rough bunch. Thank you for the heads up, sir, Lin Mo said. Off you go. Qian Shu waved him along and buried himself in his work. Following the directions, Lin Mo made his way to a 6-story building painted white with gold trim and found room 606. The light over the neighboring door was on. Another newcomer had already arrived. Just as he pulled out his key, a buzz cut had popped out next door. Hey, you must be the new guy. The speaker was about his age, tanned and muscular, arms and chest clearly shaped by long hours in the gym. I'm new too. Name's Wang Hao. Let's be friends, he said, striding over. The scene gave Lin Mo a sense of deja vu. Back when social anxiety kept him from making friends, only Wang Jiangwa Big Heart Goof had pushed his way into Lin Mo's life and become his best friend. The same opening line, the same surname, stirred a trace of warmth in him. Hi, I'm Lin Mo, he replied calmly. Wang Hao laughed. Huh, you look stiff. Social anxiety, right? Don't worry, I've got your back. He slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and barged inside. They'll help you straighten up, then we'll hit the cafeteria. We're both rookies, so we should stick together. You're easy enough to talk to. That jerk next door is so stuck up it makes me itch. Lin Mo, overwhelmed by the man's enthusiasm, stepped aside to let him in. The room was roughly 80 square meters, with a spacious living area and a small south-facing balcony. White curtains gave it a clean, elegant feel. Treating the place like his own, Wang Hao grabbed a rag and mop and swept through the apartment at lightning speed. Piece of cake, he declared, wiping sweat from his forehead. Lin Mo couldn't help thinking, this guy really knows how to put on a show. Lin Mo, right? Wang Hao grinned. Lin Mo set his luggage down and nodded. Let me treat you to lunch in the cafeteria. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Hao threw an arm around Lin Mo's shoulders and half dragged, half carried him toward the dining hall. Ma'am, 2 steaks and 2 meat dishes, please. The lunch lady in a hairnet beamed and heaved a giant ladle, dumping a mountain of rice onto the tray. The heroic portion made Lin Mo's pupils shrink. That much. Wang Hao stayed silent, staring at the spoon. A beat later, her smile never changed, but her wrist buzzed like a phone on vibrate, and the ladle shook violently. Half the rice avalanche tumbled back into the pot. Here you go, kids, enjoy. Lin Mo was speechless. Sure enough, cafeteria aunties all come with selective Parkinson's. They carried their trays to a table. While tearing into his steak, Wang Hao launched into a monologue. I only got here yesterday, knew nothing, spent the whole day figuring things out. The China Dragon Cavalry and Imperial Capital University share the same roots, so the rules are basically copy and paste. Everything here revolves around points. Points can be exchanged for rare items. You can trade points for gold at 100 to 1, but gold back into points? Forget it. He tapped his plate. A meal like this bay with gold. Points are way too hard to earn. Lin Mo filed that away. Wang Hao went on. Most people who get early access to this place are headed for Imperial Capital University, so we'll be classmates. Gotta watch each other's backs. The resemblance between Wang Hao and Wang Jiangwo put Lin Mo slightly at ease. When they were almost finished, Wang Hao wiped his mouth and got to the point. In a bit, they'll take you grinding for points. The more you have, the bigger the perks. Also, he lowered his voice. You'd better hit level 20 within 5 days. Sumo had warned him about that too, but Lin Mo still hadn't understood. Hearing it again only deepened his confusion. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow with confidence. Word is, there's a rank assessment in 5 days. The cutoff is level 20. Who wouldn't want a dragon cavalry rank before college even starts? Lin Mo frowned. Just for a rank? Would the dragon cavalry really mobilize all the nation's top candidates for something so small? Wang Hao seemed to read his mind. It's not just a shiny badge. The rank makes you official dragon cavalry. We're technically a student corps, go to college first, but the moment they call, we report in. Now Lin Mo understood fully. After lunch, Wang Hao towed Lin Mo to a massive teleport array. Concentric rings of light overlapped like an upside-down star chart. Dragon Cavalry exclusive dungeon, Wang Hao explained. Cost a fortune to build, but the leveling speed is insane. For an elite force like the Dragon Cavalry, hardware like this was hardly surprising. Scattered around the array stood a handful of veteran members. Those must be the newbies' fresh blood. We'll see if they last past the assessment in 5 days. My money's on Lu Feng. Kid's a prodigy. Lu Feng, the capital's top scorer? A legendary destiny mage outclasses every other caster, even some holy classes. Snippets of conversation drifted to Lin Mo's ears. He turned to Wang Hao. Are they talking about Lu Feng? Wang Hao smiled mysteriously. He'll be here any minute. I'm introducing you two today. Lin Mo's heart jolted. What? Before long, a boy of about 18 approached from the distance. He wore a blue leisure suit threaded with gold. Under the lights, his Polita gold hair shimmered, phoenix eyes deep and sharp beneath ruthless straight brows. Every line of him looked cold and austere. Brother Lu. Ha ha, Brother Lu, you're here. Wang Hao sprinted over as if greeting his long-lost father. Lu Feng's face remained impassive, thin lips pressed tight, aloof as ever. Close behind trailed two boys his age and a girl in a healer's outfit. The girl clutched a staff, her gaze slicing toward Wang Hao. Here to sponge experience again? I carried you through dungeons all day yesterday, now you're back? Wang Hao chuckled ingratiatingly. Brother Liu's just too good. I had to watch him in action again. I even brought a friend who wants a taste of the real thing. At the mention of an extra tag-along, the two boys behind Lu Feng showed open distaste. Rats and snakes never ends, sneered Luo Gang, his hair spiked like a rooster's comb. Lin Mo stood blank-faced, eyes lowered. Lu Feng lifted an eyebrow, swept Wang Hao and Lin Mo with an icy glance, and said coolly, "Want a level? Follow me. Know the drill? Sure. 500 points per run, I've got it." Wang Hao swiped 500 from his card, offered it with both hands, and nudged Lin Mo. "Your points? Running with Brother Lu is pure profit." Lin Mo, calm until he heard the fee, frowned. "We have to pay just to party up?" Wang Hao cut him off. "Don't talk nonsense. The mobs in there are brutal. If we want level 20 in 5 days, we need Brother Lioha's an 18-level fate-bound archmage." The others tossed out mocking lines. "What? Can't scrape up the points." Lin Mo could afford it. He just hated spending it. "Do we really have to team with them?" he muttered to Wang Hao. Wang Hao rolled his eyes in panic. "You and me two-man it. These instances dwarf regular dungeons. Normal mode needs 6 or 7 people. With Brother Lu we can farm elite. 2 of us alone. Normal at best, don't risk it." After a moment's thought, mostly for Wang Hao's sake, Lin Mo transferred the points to Lu Feng. The card beeped. Lu Feng's lips twitched into a contemptuous smirk, as though watching two beggars beg for scraps. At the dungeon gate, Lu Feng snapped, "Introduce yourselves." Inside, everyone pulls weight, no freeloaders. Wang Hao raised a hand first. Wang Hao, level 16, legendary class, Fist Emperor tank and DPS. Lu Feng spared him a glance and said nothing. The healer girl spoke lazily. Ning Kaier, level 17, legendary class, Priestess of Holy Light main healer. Rooster-headed Luo Gang shrugged. Luo Gang, level 17, legendary class, King of Curses stacking debuffs. Last, the crew-cut boy lifted his eyes. Rin Dong, level 17, legendary class, Radiant Crusader damage soak. Lin Mo noted that aside from himself and Wang Hao, everyone here carried a legendary class. No wonder they'd made the Dragon Riders trainee list each one a provincial top scorer. At last, it was Lin Mo's turn to speak. Everyone was just going through the motions. Except for Lin Mo, who had reported in only today, the rest had arrived a day early and had already flipped through one another's files. Lu Feng drew the most attention, been recognized as a full member of the Dragon Rider squad the moment he showed up, and word that he was number 1 among the freshmen spread instantly. Lin Mo stood before them, voice even. Lin Mo, level 18, unique hidden class boss summoner, summoning type. Summoner? Wang Hao blinked. Whoa, isn't the national top scorer a summoner too? Faces shifted. Even the usually aloof Lu Feng glanced over. Lin Mo merely grunted. Wang Hao sucked in a breath and slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. "No way you're the national top scorer? Why didn't you say so?" Lin Mo stayed expressionless, while Wang Hao grew more and more excited. Ning Kaier looked him up and down, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. "So what? There's a national top scorer every year. Once they're in an academy, plenty of them can't even match city champions. A title is just a title, a strong class is what counts." She wasn't entirely wrong. Many top scorers slipped after enrollment, picked poor second-tier paths, or even became laughingstocks. Wang Hao tried to defend Lin Mo but didn't dare challenge Lu Feng Heden, murmuring, "But Lin Mo's class is unique, and he topped the nation. He can't be weak." "Huh." Luo Gang sneered. "Hidden classes these past few years have been trash, one worse than the last." "Summoner? Garbage." Lu Feng raised a hand to stop the squabbling. "Enough. Forget classes and rankings. In the dungeon, don't drag us down. This isn't the college exam." He turned pointedly toward Lin Mo. "Especially you. Keep your summons on a leash." Lin Mo gave a faint smile. Lu Feng's veiled contempt didn't bother him. Their barbs were little more than kids throwing tantrums. What mattered now was sizing up the dungeon. If it looked manageable, he might even clear it solo. Lu Feng's hostility had roots. Had been the odd-son favorite for top scorer until Lin Mo from Beijiang City stole the spotlight. The capital was usually Wuxia's cradle of champions, and losing the title stung. "Remember," Lu Feng repeated, "once we're inside, no one acts alone. Work together." His gaze settled on Lin Mo again. "And don't let your summons screw things up." Lin Mo stepped forward, eyes narrowing. A cold pressure pressed against Lu Feng's chest like a dull blade. Their gazes clashed for an instant. Lu Feng's heart skipped, and he reflexively backed away, tearing his eyes from Lin Mo's face. That feeling just now was bizarre, a crushing pressure that made it hard to breathe. "Come into the instance with me." Lu Feng drew a long breath and stepped onto the stone teleport pad first. A pale beam of light rose from the center and pulled everyone into a blank white void. Inside the light curtain, Lu Feng brought up his menu, fingers flying across the translucent panel. Before level 20, the only option is Broken Arm Isle, he reminded them in a low voice. The place swarms with level 18 to 20 cannibalese fireball-flinging mages, stealthy assassins, even heavy-armored warriors, so the danger speaks for itself. A quick look passed among the group, and they nodded in silent agreement. They would ally for this run. Once inside, flawless cooperation was their only hope of clearing it alive. Lu Feng tapped the final command. Broken Arm Isle, elite difficulty. Enter. A deep hum sounded as 7 figures turned to streaks of light and vanished into an energy vortex. Fragmented images flashed by like a movie on rewind. Lin Mo noticed that the scene was identical to the time Sumo, a battle general, had used teleportation. That first experience had conditioned him well. Now his breathing and heartbeat stayed almost mechanical. Lu Feng caught the look on Lin Mo's face and raised a brow. Even after repeated transfers, he still felt dizzy, and Wang Hao was clutching his stomach, nearly vomiting. Ugh, this is brutal. Wang Hao gasped, face red, then saw Lin Mo standing steady and gaped. You're fine? Lin Mo only shook his head. The others noticed too, exchanging puzzled glances. Did this kid use teleporters all the time, or was his mental fortitude just that high? After about 3 minutes the light faded, and they found their feet on damp sand. Ahead loomed a towering black iron gate, its surface scarred and weather-beaten, 2 monster heads dangling from the top, still dripping blood. Sea wind howled past, carrying a briny tang, and a gust from the hills brought the stench of rotting flesh, so strong it made them gag. God, that stinks. Wang Hao wrinkled his nose. It always smelled before, but never this bad, right? The odor's random. Stay focused. Lu Feng cut off the distraction with a wave, sweeping his gaze over the team. Let me run through the rules again, newcomers. Don't screw this up. He fixed on Lin Mo, voice firm. Broken Arm Isle has 3 stages. Stage 1 is a blockade by countless ordinary cannibals, and we have 30 minutes to break through. For every extra minute we take, the Stage 2 boss, the Boarhead Butcher, gains 1% to all stats. He threw a meaningful glance at Wang Hao. You know this better than anyone. Wang Hao scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Last time, yeah. Sorry, I had no idea it worked like that. Lu Feng opened his mouth, but Ning Kaier cut in coldly. Exactly. Your sorry cost us 10 extra minutes, and the boss stats jumped 10%. If Lu Feng hadn't carried us, would have been chopped to pieces. It wasn't that bad, was it? Wang Hao mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. Not that bad. Ning Kaier snorted. Those 10 minutes slowed our kill on Stage 2, and the Stage 3 boss stats nearly doubled as a result. While they bickered, Lin Mo pieced the information together. In this instance, time is the lifeline. Every hesitation snowballs into a harder fight. In other words, they had to clear the dungeon as fast as the clock allowed. If we stall for too long, the monsters behind them will only get stronger. Enough talk. Time short, start the dungeon now. Lu Feng barked, raising his hand. Rindong. Wang Hao, you're on point. Rindong, the Holy Crusader, was born to tank all toughness and damage resistance. Wang Hao, nicknamed Fist King, could soak hits just as well. Each man grabbed a door handle, muscles tensing as they shoved. A slim gap split the doors at once. Through it, Lin Mo saw a tide of monsters surging in the first room. The cannibals' features were rotten and twisted, skin smeared with ragged flesh and dripping blood as they brandished cleavers, axes, and sledgehammers. Lin Mo instantly pulled up their stats. Dungeon Minion, Cannibal Beast. Level, 18. Strength, 1,200. Willpower, 800. Agility, 1,200. Constitution, 1,200. Skills, none. Their attributes are higher than the usual fodder, but still manageable, he judged. Don't open the doors all the way. Lu Feng hissed. Leave a slit, thin the herd, then push through. Wang Hao and Rindong opened the doors a third of the way and fell back. A heartbeat later, countless cannibals squeezed through the gap and lunged forward. Luo Gang dropped the slow debuff. On it. Luo Gang raised his shaman staff overhead. A green sigil hummed down, blanketing the mob. Speed reduced by 20%. Lu Feng called out. Rindong. Wang Hao, hold the line. Kaier, keep those heels coming. Ning Kaier swept her staff, a rain of white light washing over the 2 frontliners. Lin Mo noticed she was clearly favoring Rindong, but let it slide. Inside he grumbled. If it were me, I'd send in 1 slime general, pop gravity implosion, and wipe them instantly. What's with all this fuss? Boss Lu, something's off. Rindong yelled from the front. They're way stronger than before. The cannibals slammed harder, iron weapons booming against shields as the impact climbed. Lin Mo checked again. Dungeon Minion, Cannibal Beast, Black Blood Infection. Level, 18. Strength, 1,200, 800. Willpower, 800, 800. Agility, 1,200, 800. Constitution, 1,200, 800. Skills, none. They've mutated. His pupils narrowed. Lu Feng refreshed the stats, face draining of color. Blood Tidehole Dungeon, just leveled up. Boom, a doors shattered, splinters flying. A dense mass of cannibals filled the doorway, weapons raised, locking eyes with the party for a split second. Rindong, Wang Hao, fall back. Lu Feng commanded. Luo Gang, keep the slows coming. He lifted his staff and chanted, Art of Ice Frostfall. The sky dimmed, snow flurries swept in, and white frost crusted the monster's shoulders, arms, and legs. Slow stacked to 80%. Boss Lu, you're a legend. Lu Feng wiped sweat from his brow. I can hold it for 10 seconds. In that window, we either lock them down or break through. No breaking through, Luo Gang said with a bitter grin. I burned every control spell just now. So do we bail, or try to wipe them? Lu Feng growled, eyeing the 300+ mob ahead. Killing them all, that'll be rough. While the team hovered between fight and flight, Lin Mo stepped forward calmly. Let me give it a shot, he said. Seriously? You? Ning Kaier laughed at Lin Mo while channeling another healing spell into Rindong. The rest of the team wore the same look of contempt. No one believed Lin Mo could turn the tide on his own. Lin Mo didn't bother to argue. He sneered inwardly. They might not deserve saving, but Wang Hao was fighting for his life. Wang Hao clenched his teeth and smashed a cannibal beast's skull with one punch. Blood streamed over his knuckles, bits of flesh sticking between his fingers, the stench choking. No sooner had he dropped one monster than several more lunged at him, forcing him to stagger backward. Rindong was just as hard-pressed. Only Ning Kaier's constant bursts of holy light kept him on his feet. Hey, healer out of juice already? Gasping, Wang Hao glanced back and saw Ning Kaier dumping every heal into Rindong. Fury flared. Am I invisible to you? I'm about to get torn apart over here. Seeing the crisis, Lu Feng shouted, we can't hold them. Rindong, fall back now. Rindong nodded, gulped down a few more heals, and used the opening to pull away. That left Wang Hao completely surrounded. He bit his lip until it bled and roared, I'm dead for sure. Just then, Lin Mo raised a glowing hand. As long as I'm here, you want die? Divine Summon Slime General. The air warped, and a massive golden slime general slammed onto the ground, its surface rippling with light. A slime? That's weaker than a goblin. Mocking laughter rang out. Ignoring them, Lin Mo directed the slime general to block the cannibal horde. Wang Hao, fall back. Wang Hao eyed the newcomer doubtfully, but still sprinted to Lin Mo's side. That thing won't pop like a balloon, right? I heard. Before he finished, the slime general leapt skyward. Lin Mo barked, Gravity Nova. Boom. The slime general exploded, splitting into 500 fist-sized golden slimelets that rained down like liquid sunlight. The cannibal beasts swung their weapons, trying to smash the slimelets. Too late. In unison, the 500 slimelets triggered Starfall Convergency, and overwhelming pull locked every monster in place. Weapons clanged to the ground. Rarark. More than 300 cannibal beasts thrashed in midair, arms and legs flailing uselessly. Each slimelet outmuscled a fully mutated beast by 700 strength points. The gap made resistance pointless. Bounce Assault finished them. Wham! The slimelets shot up together. A 1,000,000-point damage burst thundered outward. The horde vaporized into a crimson mist. Cannibal beast slain, EXP 8,000. Cannibal beast slain, EXP 8,000. A flood of notifications scrolled past. Blood fog rolled overhead. Foul droplets rained down. A few splattered across Wang Hao's face. He coughed violently. What are you, some kind of monster? The rest of the party was drenched in gore, noses wrinkled in disgust. Lin Mo, however, stood unmoved. The slime general snapped back to normal. It wobbled over to Lin Mo, raised its gleaming golden shield, and held it overhead like a sturdy umbrella. The fetid, bloody rain that fell from above splattered harmlessly against the shield. Not a single drop touched Lin Mo's clothes. 300 monsters were reduced to pulp in an instant. Silence swept the field, followed by a collective gasp. Every pair of eyes locked onto Lin Mo. His summon just vaporized 300 monsters in one hit. Seriously? That's insane. A muscle twitched at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth. Jealousy flared in his chest. This punk had stolen all his thunder, and he couldn't stand it. He sneered, Humph, what's so great about that? If we hadn't weakened those cannibal brutes first, you think you could have killed them, kid? Lin Mo only spared him a glance, losing, and then making excuses? Not worth his time. Seeing Lin Mo ignore him, Lu Feng coughed to hide his embarrassment, slipped back into captain mode, and coolly surveyed the group. From here on, you still follow my lead. I saw everyone's effort that round, especially Luo Gang and Rindong. Ning Kaier, your healing was well-timed too. He began critiquing everyone one by one, and all but Wang Hao nodded along. Luo Gang's debuff had indeed crippled the monsters. Lu Feng's ice spells had slowed them and dealt good damage. The cannibal monsters were already low on HP. There had just been too many of them, and their attacks were brutal. All they needed was one AoE finisher, and Lin Mo's summon just happened to have one, so he picked up the scraps. Let's nature. Ning Kaier threw Lin Mo a scornful look. Wang Hao, who had been on the front line, finally snapped. He knew exactly how much health those monsters still had low, but nowhere near one casual AoE, and they're gone. You're all lying through your teeth. Do you really not know who saved us? Ning Kaier stared. Wasn't this guy usually a pushover? She glared coldly. Still want to level with us or not? TCH. The lure of fast leveling weighed on Wang Hao, but one glance at Lin Mo hardened his resolve. Enough of this crap. Lin Mo, let's drop the party. I'm done taking their abuse. Give me my points back. His outburst froze the air. Lu Feng walked over, voice low. That's enough. You're in this team, so stay put. If you want out, wait until we finish this run. Wang Hao shot Ning Kai'er and the others a glare. A six-man dungeon missing 2 people would crawl clearing it at all was doubtful. Lu Feng knew that perfectly well. They'd finished the first phase in under 20 minutes, so the system hadn't buffed the enemies for phase 2. The group pushed through a dense forest. Iron drums on either side burned with chaotic flames. The sky suddenly darkened, day turning to night in a heartbeat. Orange firelight flickered across their faces, highlighting their grim expressions. They might have breezed through stage 1, but the boss of stage 2 was still going to be trouble. In a moment, Rindong and Wang Hao will kite, Lu Feng said, then paused, casting a meaningful glance toward the back of the line. And you, Lin Mo. Lu Feng glanced at Lin Mo, who had remained calm at the rear of the group. Your summon only does AoE damage, which won't help much here, he said, his tone unhurried yet final. AoE on a single target gets scaled down hard. Push it to the front and let it soak some hits for the tank. Lin Mo didn't argue. He knew Lu Feng had become the capital's top scorer for good reason. His dungeon strategies were sharp, even if his character left much to be desired. Me tanking again. Wang Hao complained, wiping sweat from his forehead while shooting Ning Kai'er a sideways glance. Can you quit playing favorites? Ning Kai'er snorted and plucked her bowstring with a sharp twang. Depends on my mood. Seriously, Wang Hao muttered, but he still followed the group. They advanced along a passage lined with braziers, firelight flickering across pitted stone. At the far end a blast of heat met them, and a hulking elite monster blocked their way. The creature dragged an oversized wooden maul in its left hand and cracked a chain with its right. Its bloated frame brushed the ceiling. Folds of fat oozed dark grime, and a rusty kitchen cleaver jutted from its shoulder. A massive boar's head panted above a gorslick maw, twin tusks gleaming. The stench of rot and blood filled the air. Lin Mo focused and identified the target. Dungeon Elite, Cannibal Butcher Black Blood Infection. Level, 19. Strength, 2,800. Willpower, 1,800. Agility, 1,800. Constitution, 2,800. Skill. Death Hook throws a hooked chain that disarms the target for 10 seconds and inflicts bleeding, draining 2 health per second. The blood tide's still up, so all its stats are boosted. Lu Feng warned. Rindong. Wang Hao, can you hold? Sweat beaded on Wang Hao's brow. Give me a few buffs and non-stop heals, and I'll manage. Same here, Rindong said after a deep breath. Just don't drop the heals. Lu Feng nodded, uncorking a potion. He'll chug this now enough for 2 skill rotations. If we survive its first burst, my cooldowns come back and I can finish it. He paused. But 2 tanks alone still feels risky. His eyes snapped to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, Lu Feng said with a thin smile. Send your summon in first. If it can't hold, Wang Hao and Rindong will switch. Lin Mo instantly saw through the ploy use his summon as the main tank, and if it died, his slot would stay empty. Wang Hao scowled. Lu Feng, who lets a summon main tank? If it dies, Lin Mo's build is shot. Lu Feng snorted. Given the circumstances, it's the safest approach. He swept his gaze over Ning Kai'er and the others. Thoughts? Ning Kai'er curled her lip. It's just a summon. He can always get another. Rindong nodded. A pet isn't worth as much as a real player. Luo Gang chimed in. Boss Liu's right. The summon tanks, they'll stack a few debuffs on the boss. Majority rules, Lu Feng said, spreading his hands with a mocking drawl. Your call. He flashed a charming, predatory smile, forcing Lin Mo to decide. Wang Hao grabbed Lin Mo's arm. Bro, this is all on me. He spoke in a rushed whisper. They're obviously trying to get your summon killed. Lin Mo gave him an indifferent glance. It's fine. I don't care. What? Wang Hao's jaw dropped. Ignoring him, Lin Mo walked up to Lu Feng's group. I understand what you want. If my summon's going to be the main tank, at least show some goodwill. Lu Feng folded his arms and smirked. What do you want? After a moment's thought, Lin Mo pointed at Ning Kai'er. Have her apologize to Wang Hao. Realization dawned on the crowd. Ning Kai'er squared her shoulders, bristling. Why should I? What did I do to him? Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. Apologize. Come on, Lu Feng. You really want me to say sorry? Ning Kai'er spread her arms, still putting on a brave face. So what if Rindong and Wang Hao tank? My heals are plenty. She even puffed out her chest for emphasis. Lu Feng leaned in and whispered a few words. Ning Kai'er's face stiffened. She finally turned to Wang Hao. Sorry. Lin Mo shook his head. Not sincere enough. Fury flashed across Ning Kai'er's face, but Lu Feng's stare pinned her down. She muttered again, I'm sorry. Wang Hao waved it off. No hard feelings. Lu Feng looked at Lin Mo happy now. Lin Mo nodded. Let's go. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he headed deeper into the dungeon. Lu Feng's group trailed behind to watch the show. Wang Hao hurried after him. They're digging a pit for you, and you're really jumping in? How are the 2 of us supposed to clear this? Clear it first, talk later. Lin Mo shrugged, unfazed. Staring at the elite monster ahead, Wang Hao lowered his voice. Don't be reckless. Its stats are insane. Your summon can't tank that. What if it dies? I know what I'm doing. Lin Mo waved him off. Seeing the two still advance, Lu Feng said coldly, Wang Hao, let him handle it. Wang Hao jabbed a finger at him. You're disgusting. I'm never running another dungeon with you. Lu Feng finally showed a sinister smile. Never? Huh. Who else can hit level 20 in 5 days? The kid's strong, but this is where he stops. He turned to Ning Kaier and the others. You know what to do. The three exchanged glances, wicked grins spreading across their faces. The slime general now stood face-to-face with the cannibal butcher. Roar. The butcher flew into a rage, swinging his heavy hook chain straight at the slime general's face. With 2,800 strength, a direct hit would be catastrophic. Lin Mo reacted first, activating the divine skill Shared Fate and overlaying the Minotaur Lord's Godbull shield onto the slime general. Vitality quadrupled on the spot. The slime general now boasted 10,800 vitality. But the butcher's hook ignored vitality, yanking the slime general close. The Godbull shield negated the bleed but couldn't stop the 10-second disarm. Seeing the summon dragged in and about to be pummeled, Wang Hao all but jumped. He shouted to the backline, move it. Luo Gang, where's your debuff? Ning Kaier, heal. Don't hold back. Lu Feng let out a cold laugh and shot Luo Gang a knowing look. Luo Gang strolled forward at an unhurried pace. Here he comes. Wang Hao half teased, half cheered, but Luo Gang merely raised his hand, twirling the shaman's staff as blue light gathered at its tip. Time for a little slow debuff. Whoosh. A blue beam sliced through the air, locking perfectly onto the slime general's translucent shell. What the hell? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Wang Hao exploded. You debuffed Lin Mo's summon? Are you blind? Luo Gang covered his mouth in mock surprise. Oops, my bad, yes I missed. Heal it. You bitch, heal it now? Wang Hao stomped in panic. Lin Mo stayed perfectly calm, as though everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Ning Kaier shot Wang Hao a glare, tapped her staff, and a pale yellow glow slipped into the slime general, restoring 10 hit points. Wang Hao's hope evaporated. My task is complete, Ning Kaier declared unhurriedly. It was all just as Lin Mo had foreseen. Driven by jealousy, Lu Feng forced Lin Mo's summon to tank the damage yet refused to give real support, clearly intent on getting the slime general killed. With the slime general pinned down, the cannibal butcher swung his blood-soaked club straight down. Boom. The deafening impact splintered the club into shards, but the slime general suffered only minor damage. The butcher panicked. He stomped a thick leg, tightened his chain, and yanked a curved blade from his own shoulder, black blood spurting. Squelch. He slashed. Clang. The blade bounced away, spinning high into the night. The slime general remained unscathed. The butcher's beady eyes shrank to pinpoints, fangs bared in helpless rage. 2 critical hits had done nothing. Lu Feng and the others froze mid-sneer. They stared at the unharmed slime, swallowing hard. Rin Dong's voice quivered. Since when are slimes this strong? Impossible. A summoner can't be this powerful using illegal items. Luo Gang shook his head like a rattle drum. Ning Kaier's jaw dropped wider and wider. Cheating. Lu Feng clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. The 10-second disarm finally ended. A faint smile curved Lin Mo's lips. He sent a silent command. Your turn. Leap strike, critical hit. The slime general catapulted skyward, then crashed down like a boulder, flattening the cannibal butcher with a wet smack. Boom. A wave of scorching air rolled outward. All player panels refreshed simultaneously. Notice Lin Mo has solo killed the dungeon elite cannibal butcher. EXP 80,000. Drops. Cannibal butcher's black iron cleaver, artisan armor materials. Cannibal butcher's pig head 1 tasty ingredient. Killed already. In barely 10 seconds? Everyone's minds went blank. Snapping out of his shock, Lu Feng's eyes turned murderous. He cannot be allowed to live. A few dozen seconds after the butcher fell, a giant black-furred porcupine plummeted from the sky. Boom. Oil barrels flew apart. Sparks flickered in the night, flashed one last time, then died. The gigantic, black-furred porcupine had broom-like bristles running down its back. Each quill stood upright, hard as steel, glinting coldly in the shadowed ravine. It roared at Lin Mo, the thunderous blast whipping up a wave of scorching air. Before the echo faded, orbs of light burst into existence around it. When the glare subsided, a dozen smaller, humanoid porcupines appeared, some wielding staves, others gripping blades and spears, a few masked in black, so only their savage eyes were visible. They varied in size, yet every one of them radiated lethal intent. This is the final boss. Wang Hao's voice trembled, but he still planted himself in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo merely nodded, his gaze steady. Meanwhile, on the mountain's severed peak, Lu Feng shot Ning Kaier and the others a look. They exchanged cold smiles. Lin Mo, national champion? Don't make me laugh. Die for me. Once you're gone, I'm number 1. Lu Feng's taunt echoed through the valley, carried on magic. Unfazed, Lin Mo raised a hand and locked onto the creature. A status window materialized. Guards, stats equal to standard elite mobs. Main boss. Name, Cannibal Porcupine Blackblood Infection. Type, Elite Dungeon Boss. Level, 20. Strength, 3,800. Spirit, 2,800. Agility, 2,800. Constitution, 3,800. Skill Tail Spike Barrage. For 5 seconds, fires 10 tail spikes per second, each spike dealing 0.1 damage. Too weak, Lin Mo concluded. Not even worth summoning a second creature. General Slime would be enough. Lin Mo, can you handle it? Wang Hao stared up at the giant beast, knees shaking. The colossal silhouette blotted out the sky, sending a chill through him. Lin Mo gave a light nod. Wang Hao forced a grin. Looks like Lu Feng and his crew have no intention of helping. Doesn't matter, Lin Mo said coolly. At that moment the ravine rumbled. Both men turned. The entire Broken Arm Mountain was shaking, and from its summit a torrent of black blood surged, cascading like a furious tide. Black blood, Wang Hao shouted. If that stuff covers us, we're dead. Lin Mo spotted Lu Feng and the others on the ridge and understood instantly. They're trying to bury us alive with black blood. Those bastards. Wang Hao roared. Fall back. But Lin Mo shook his head, calm as ever. Finish the dungeon first. Lin Mo, don't be crazy. We can't withstand the black blood. Wang Hao stamped his foot in panic. Lin Mo turned to him slowly. Can't we? In the next instant he opened his palm, and a pillar of golden light shot into the sky. God tier summon. From his perch on Broken Arm Mountain, Lu Feng looked down at Lin Mo and Wang Hao, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Black blood plus the final boss, none of you are getting out of here alive. The words had barely left his mouth when a blinding shaft of golden light thundered down, lighting up their faces. Startled by the glare, Ning Kaier flinched so hard she almost dropped her healing spell and threw an arm over her eyes. When the brilliance faded, a bull-headed chieftain as massive as a city gate stood before the giant porcupine. Its horns crashed against the beast's tusks, the deafening clamor drumming across the field like war drums. To everyone's shock, a second bull-headed lord materialized beside Lin Mo, sheathed in golden radiance, fiercer and more imposing than the slime general had ever been. Wang Hao's throat went dry. This one, it's even stronger than the last. Unwilling to back down, the porcupine flared its tail. Barbs exploded outward like steel needles, slicing through the air toward Lin Mo and Wang Hao. Before the blades could reach them, the first bull lord threw itself in the way. Amid a rapid metallic clang, every needle bent and fell. The porcupine froze. Its strongest attack had done nothing. It hurriedly ordered the surrounding elite mobs to concentrate fire, but Lin Mo didn't give it the chance. One thought-raging bull charge. Both lords pawed the ground and shot forward like twin golden meteors, plowing into the horde. In the thunderous impact, every monster was hurled skyward and dropped into a 100-second stun. The porcupine's rear armor shattered to pieces, and it howled in agony. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, the black blood broke loose like a flood, sweeping away rock and debris as it surged downward. Lin Mo knew he had to finish the fight quickly and brace for the black blood. Wang Hao, get behind me. Got it. Wang Hao didn't ask questions. He darted behind him. Lin Mo raised his hand and pinched his fingers. Planetary devastation. A blinding pillar of light tore the earth apart, obliterating the stunned monsters and the boss in an instant. The shockwave ripped across the slope, even forcing the raging black blood to pause for a heartbeat. Elite Dungeon Boss slain. Cannibal Porcupine, Black Blood Infection. EXP 50,000. Elite Dungeon Mob slain. Cannibal Cannoneer. EXP 8,000. Elite Dungeon Mob slain. Cannibal Mage. EXP 8,000. A torrent of EXP notifications flooded his vision, but Lin Mo had no time to read them. The black blood could swallow the mountainside at any moment. Damn it. He one-shot the boss. On the summit, Lu Feng's grin froze and his face darkened. Even after seeing the terror of Lin Mo's summons, Ning Kaier still ground her teeth. It's just 2 summons. The others were equally recent fuel and nobody from some backwater. How could he possibly compare to Lu Feng? Luo Gang and Rin Dong exchanged glances. Lin Mo was, at best, a summoner. His potential after the second advancement was limited. Lu Feng, however, was a Destiny Archmagivery. Destiny holders' power skyrocketed after their second class change. Boss Lu, don't worry, Luo Gang muttered. Even if he can wipe the boss, that black blood will be more than enough to finish them off. Rin Dong nodded in agreement. Once the black blood covers them, they're done for. Lu Feng nodded. This time, he was as good as dead. As soon as the porcupine boss went down, Lin Mo ordered the bullhead lord to refresh a second layer of divine ox shield. First priority, max out constitution. Then he positioned the bullhead lord and the slime general on his left and right. Their towering frames formed 2 moving walls that completely hid him and Wang Hao. Walking fortresses. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. With these 2 tanking, how could they not be safe? A heartbeat later, a waterfall of black blood thundered down. The reek hit them in the face, making both men cough. The blood splashed onto the summons, raising wisps of white smoke as their HP bars began a steady decline. Where it touched, skin blackened and shriveled. This stuff is corrosive, Wang Hao shouted. While they can still hold, head for the exit. Lin Mo barked. He urged the summons forward with a thought, but the instant they moved he felt their speed crash, as if they were wading through mire. The black blood slow effect was kicking in at this rate, they'd melt into empty husks long before they reached the portal. Summon a third or a fourth. Useless. Corrosion and slow strong enough to eat through Divine Ox, shield wouldn't simply disappear. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, recalling a trump card he had stuffed into the back of his mind. If the blood was pouring from the summit, send it right back. Wang Hao blinked, baffled. What? Before the word faded, Lin Mo issued a silent order. The slime general's surface flared with eerie blue runes divine level expansion, a god-tier skill it had recently devised. In a blink, the slime general swelled 100-fold, its gelatinous bulk nearly level with Broken Arm Mountain, its surface astonishingly elastic. Duong. The giant slime smashed into the torrent, bouncing it back wholesale. The black flood flipped skyward like a reversed waterfall, forming a vast curtain that roared toward the peak. Back to cinder. At the summit, Lu Feng and the other three had no time to react before the blood crashed down. You've got to be kidding me. Lin Mo, he'll remember this forever. The four were swept off their feet, clawing at rock and dirt to avoid sliding with the tide. In seconds they were drenched, bodies gleaming black as their HP bars nosedived. Ning Kaier, heal Menno. Ning Kaier, encased in black-red slime, gasped, heal yourself. I'm jelly all over, I can't move. At this rate we're all going to dissolve. Despair filled them, yet they were helpless. While the blood was fully repelled, Lin Mo recalled his summons, grabbed Wang Hao, and exited the instance. A flash of teleport light deposited them safely on the return pad. Still shaken, Wang Hao thumped Lin Mo's shoulder. Bro, you're unbelievable. You saved my life. Breakfast is on me from now on. Lin Mo looked at him calmly, then nodded. Wang Hao frowned slightly and gave a wry smile. Hey, we just went through life and death together. He glanced at Lin Mo beside him. You look like you couldn't care less. For Lin Mo, that bit of danger really was nothing. He hadn't even tapped into his real strength. The area around the teleport array was in an uproar. Party up. Party up. Provincial champion leading, anyone in? Only 98 points. Top 10 in the country farming dungeons. Gained 20 levels in 5 days. 300 points per slot. Banners and holographic screens filled the entire plaza, and the tightly packed newcomers formed a moving wall. Most were standouts from the 5th round exam handpicked by the Dragon Riders of Huaxia. The rest were special recruits drafted on short notice from the provinces. There are a lot more people today, Wang Hao said, scratching his head as he remembered how empty the place had been yesterday. Looks like everyone got the same memo. Lin Mo nodded but muttered to himself. The Dragon Riders were certainly odd. If they had such generous leveling benefits, why not announce them in advance? On second thought, maybe it was a deliberate test to see whether the rookies would keep pushing after the entrance exam. In previous years, plenty of new recruits had coasted after the big test, their levels stagnating as their motivation dried up. The entrance exam was not the finish line. Constant improvement was the only way to grow strong enough to reach the summit that was the first threshold in the Dragon Riders. With that in mind, Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. In the internal assessment 5 days from now, he had to place highly, become a full member, raise his clearance, and chase down the truth from 10 years ago. What are you thinking about? Wang Hao waved a hand in front of his face when he saw Lin Mo spacing out. Nothing, Lin Mo said, snapping back. Let's rest a bit, then hit another run. Dungeons came with cooldowns too. Luckily, his basic instance cooldown talisman still had 2 charges left, enough to last the rest of the day. After that, he would have to find an alchemist to recharge it or pray for a new one to drop. With everyone racing for levels right now, going without items simply wasn't an option. Grumbling, Wang Hao slowly fished another cooldown talisman out of his storage space and held it like a precious gem. My dad paid a small fortune for this reward. Lin Mo could only shake his head at his friend's pitiful expression. Just then 3 figures burst from the dungeon exit, stumbling and filthy. A nauseating stench drifted out with them. It was Lu Feng and his 2 teammates. How are they still alive? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, silently marveling at their luck. Damn, who fell into a cesspit? This reeks. I'm gonna puke. The nearby players scattered, covering their noses. Lu Feng, however, ignored his appearance. Brimming with resentment like a cat with its tail stepped on, he locked his eyes on Lin Mo, his jaw practically grinding. Lin Mo, you despicable bastard. How dare you ambush us with black blood? Cursing, Lu Feng and his 2 companions charged forward. Lin Mo slowly looked up, a cold flash in his eyes. He let out a chilling laugh. I was merely pushing back the black blood. What's that got to do with you? Wiping you out is another matter entirely. Lu Feng was left speechless. His face went from pale to green, and just as he tried to defend himself, Wang Hao stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise. We teamed up to clear this dungeon, and you released black blood to kill us? That's beyond shameless. Hey, isn't that the capital's top scorer Lu Feng? A newcomer blurted out. The name spread instantly, drawing an even larger crowd. If Lu Feng was branded a team killer, his reputation would be finished. Panic flashed through him, and he hatched a plan on the spot. Wiping the black blood from his face, he put on a calm smile. Everyone, I am indeed Lu Feng, the capital's top scorer. A ripple of gasps followed. People had heard of him not only for that title, but because he was a heaven-blessed archmage who could command all 5 elements. So it really is him. How did he end up like this? Someone wondered. Keeping a victim's smile, Lu Feng explained, it's all because of these two. The 4 of us kindly took them through the elite Broken Arm mountain run. Deep in the hills lies cannibal black blood, and they used it to trap us so they could keep the loot for themselves. The place erupted. Lin Mo merely lowered his head and chuckled, as if the tale were ridiculous. Wang Hao, however, exploded. That's a lie. You tried to destroy Lin Mo's summon. If not for him, would be dead already. Oh, really? Lu Feng had been waiting for that. He flicked a sleeve slick with black slime. Everyone, look at what's on us. A few freshmen had run Broken Arm Mountain before shouted, black blood. Highly corrosive black blood. Lu Feng nodded, seizing the moment. See, if I hadn't blasted it away with my water spell torrent, the 4 of us would be corpses. His certainty, plus the evidence spattered on him, convinced the onlookers, and fingers started pointing. TSK, who tries to kill their own teammates. Disgusting. Could ever party with them again. Lin Mo's expression stayed calm. Wang Hao scratched his head in panic. Bro, they're slandering you. Aren't you going to fight back? Lin Mo shrugged. Fight back over what? Clearing dungeons matters more. Rumors never bothered him. Better to run a few extra instances than waste breath. To everyone else, his indifference looked like arrogant provocation, stirring more criticism. Look at him. With no party, he'll be eliminated in 5 days anyway. Their scheme working, Lu Feng and his friends snickered, almost squealing. Lu Feng shot Lin Mo a cold glance. Lin Mo, this isn't over. He then strolled up to a nearby team, putting on his friendliest smile. Hey guys, any chance you can take the 4 of us on your next run? The capital's champion had spoken, and parties hurried to welcome him. Come on over. Having the champion is a dream for us. A relatively weak squad rushed forward, eager to escort Lu Feng and his crew. No one had expected the illustrious Lu Feng to choose our party. We were genuinely stunned. We're riding on his coattails now. With 11 players on the roster, we finally qualified for an Abyss dungeon. The experience payout there was almost double that of an elite run, and the monsters were twice as vicious. Everyone felt the pressure. Reaching level 20 within 5 days was the bare minimum, and most of us were desperate to push even higher. The Abyss dungeon was the universally acknowledged shortcut. Wang Hao jabbed Lin Mo in the ribs. Bro, what do we do? Nobody's willing to carry us. Elite runs are considered low tier now. Everyone's gunning straight for Abyss runs. Lin Mo only nodded. It's fine. Wang Hao grew anxious. With all due respect, the Abyss dungeon will eat us alive. Lin Mo glanced at him calmly and repeated, it's fine. Wang Hao could only roll his eyes. Lin Mo then sorted through his inventory. The drops from the elite instance were mediocre, hardly worthy of feeding to his summons. When he came across the porcupine boss Korean elite trophy frowned, shoved it back, and decided to deal with it later. Once everything was in order, Lin Mo stood up. Lu Feng's group had also finished patching up, their gear finally free of the black blood. Let's go clear another dungeon, Lin Mo said blandly. Another elite run? Wang Hao asked in a whisper as he caught up. Lin Mo shook his head and strode toward the teleportation pad. Lu Feng's team stepped onto the same platform. Lu Feng sneered. Heading to a normal run, are you? Just a Riminderno won even dogs for that kind of XP. Unfazed, Lin Mo opened the map in full view of everyone, tapped Nightmare difficulty, and confirmed. Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out. Dude, no? Nightmare difficulty is a death sentence. Before he could finish, 2 pillars of white light swallowed them. As they vanished, Lin Mo tossed back a single line. Only a dog wants Abyss Run XP. The light faded, leaving Lu Feng's group gaping on the platform. Did that kid misclick? How do you misclick a difficulty? Hell chicken out in seconds. Seen that type just showing off. Lu Feng snorted. They have no idea what they're in for. Nightmare, Severed Arm Mountain. A full moon hung in the night sky, blood-red mist coiled around the peaks, and the stench of decay filled every breath. Lin Mo immediately summoned the Slime General and the Minotaur Lord. Their silhouettes loomed in the fog like clawed shadows. Wang Hao's heart pounded. Why didn't you ask me before choosing Nightmare? People die in here. I've researched this Nightmare adds a 4th phase, and the blood mist causes constant chip damage. Lin Mo hadn't actually planned for that. He scanned the surroundings without a word. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao pulled 4 crimson vials from his stash, their only safety net. This is a basic healing vial. It regenerates health every second, so it should keep the blood mist from shredding us. Lin Mo accepted the tiny bottle, no thicker than a thumb and entirely crimson, like a polished chunk of red agate glowing between his fingers. Had seen it in an alchemy manual. Continuous regeneration, crafted only by alchemists or herbalists. 10 gold apiece, an extravagant lifesaver for the average adventurer. He had 4 of them and hoped they would be enough. Beside him, Wang Hao kept harping on how expensive the potion was, clearly fishing for a share of Lin Mo's coin. Hey, man, say something, he prodded. Lin Mo glanced at him and replied flatly, "I'm broke." For real? You know that's not what I meant. Wang Hao almost blew a fuse. Quit wasting time, let's clear the dungeon before the clock runs out. Ignoring him, Lin Mo motioned for his summons to head toward the gate of Broken Arm Mountain. As he walked, he popped the cork and downed the potion in one gulp, tasting a faint sweetness. Wang Hao winced at the sight and muttered through clenched teeth, "Stingy as hell makes me look generous." They stopped at a massive stone door. Lin Mo peered through the crack and caught sight of the shambling corpses inside the same elite pack from earlier, still oozing forward. Wang Hao tightened his grip on his wooden staff and whispered, "Plan? I tank, you dish out damage?" "No." Lin Mo shook his head and pointed to a pale boulder nearby. "Sit there and watch." "You sure?" "Quit yapping." Lin Mo shot him a glare. Deflated, Wang Hao shuffled over, perched on the rock, and began doodling circles in the dirt with a twig. Under his breath, he grumbled, "Lu Feng, I hope you get 0 loot and next dono experience." Lin Mo knew a nightmare-level instance wasn't to be taken lightly, so this time he held nothing back. He raised a palm skyward. A column of golden light erupted, flooding the grove. An instant later, a towering goblin summoner, nearly 3 meters tall, materialized behind him. Its dark green skin stretched over corded muscles, and blue lightning danced around the crystal atop its staff. Wang Hao's twig slipped from his fingers. "Bro, how many summons do you have? No wonder you dare two-man a nightmare run." He jabbed a finger at the goblin. "How many minions can that thing call? We're up against a whole mob." Lin Mo's ears buzzed as if a hive of bees had settled there. With a thought, he gave the order. The goblin summoner lifted its staff, azure light flashing. "Summon, goblin warriors." The air tore open. 500 spheres of light appeared, arranging themselves in 5 perfect ranks. Inside each sphere loomed a goblin warrior clad in armor, fangs bared, blades drawn a seamless, emerald tide of steel. Wang Hao stared at his pitiful wooden stick, tossed it aside, then stood at attention, hands clasped in solemn salute. "Bro, this is insane. Between you and your summons, which one of you is the real summoner?" Rows upon rows of goblin warriors filled the field. The sight made Wang Hao's blood boil. He blurted, "That's insane," and gave a thumbs up, too stunned to say anything else. Lin Mo quickly ordered 2 goblin warriors to throw open the gates. Behind them, the cannibal beasts had no idea how outrageous the incoming enemy really was. When the gates crashed open, more than 300 cannibal beasts roared in unison, baring their fangs as if they would swallow Lin Mo and Wang Hao whole. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and pulled up one monster's stats. Nightmare Dungeon Normal Monster, Cannibal Beast. Level, 18. Strength, 3000 Spirit, 1500. Agility, 3000 Constitution, 3000. Skill Black Blood Infestation, deals 0.1 damage per second on contact. Almost simultaneously, Wang Hao opened his own panel, stared at the bloated numbers, and whistled. "That's more than double what we saw in the elite run. You sure we've got this?" He shot Lin Mo a nervous look. Lin Mo merely gave him a sideways glance. With a thought, 500 goblin warriors charged, blades raised. Cold steel flashed, swallowing the 300 cannibal beasts in an instant. The scene turned rated fast foul. Black-red blood spattered everywhere, and the monsters collapsed after only a few spasms. A few goblin warriors got so excited they kept hacking at the corpses. Wang Hao was dumbfounded, itching to pull them back and say, "Guys, chill, they're already dead." In less than a minute, the field was clear. "You have slain a nightmare dungeon normal monster, Cannibal Beast. EXP 20,000. You have slain a nightmare dungeon normal monster, Cannibal Beast. EXP 20,000. Drops. Cannibal Beast Large Intestine 99. Drops. Cannibal Beast Fangs 99. Drops. Cannibal Set 5. The haul for more than 300 kills shot their EXP past 6 million. A pillar of light rose around Wang Hao level up. Lin Mo's bar climbed to 98.2. At this pace he would hit 19 by the end of the run. Bathed in light, Wang Hao groaned with delight. "Oh yeah, that feels good. Level up, baby." Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Stage 1. Cleared in a single minute. On to Stage 2. The monster's stats hadn't climbed any further. This wasn't their first encounter with the cannibal butcher, and familiarity breeds contempt. Lin Mo bent at the waist and offered a polite bow. "My apologies, but this time you're getting one shot." With no Lu Feng around to slow him down, his speedrun only accelerated. Target locked. Nightmare Dungeon Elite Monster, Cannibal Butcher. Level, 19. Strength, 4,500 Spirit, 2,000. Agility, 2,000 Constitution, for 1,500. Skill Death Hook. Throws a chain hook that disarms the target for 10 seconds and deals 2 HP loss per second. Skill Black Blood Infestation. On contact, deals 0.1 HP loss per second. As expected of a nightmare level, the stats really do dwarf the elite run, Lin Mo remarked. Wang Hao, already used to winning while lying down, just grinned. As long as I stay flat, the EXP keeps rolling in. Stick with a top player, and leveling becomes effortless. Just lie back and relax no matter how fearsome the creature. Lin Mo can one-shot it. The outcome is never in doubt. Lin Mo lifted a hand and motioned for a goblin warrior to step forward. The little fellow only reached the cannibal butcher's knee. It tilted its head up, looking almost foolish. The butcher glanced down, then burst into heavy pig-like snorts, his huge belly shaking. A heartbeat later, the goblin shot upward. Taut green muscles flexed, a short dagger flashed, and the blade buried itself in the butcher's chest. Splat blood fountained, hot and steaming. The cannibal butcher's eyes went wide. For a full second, he simply stared. Then the 7-foot body crashed to the ground, stunned to the last that such a tiny thing had unleashed such power. Successfully slew Nightmare Tier Elite, Cannibal Butcher. EXP 50,000. Drop. Butcher's Blade Artisan, Crafting Material 1. Drop. Cannibal Black Blood Soup Alchemy Reagent 200. Damn, an artisan material. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed as he checked his loot, another butcher's blade. Lin Mo only frowned slightly as storage already held a dozen similar items. Is this stuff that hard to get? He asked offhandedly. Wang Hao nearly jumped. You don't know? Artisan gear materials and alchemy reagents have the lowest drop rate in any dungeon. Crafting handmade equipment takes ages, tons of resources, and a lot of manpower. The hardest part is gathering these materials. Lin Mo nodded, remembering how Xiong Mumu had rallied an entire adventurer squad just to complete one set of artisan parts. Alchemy reagents were always pricey, high demand, low supply, eternally scarce. He glanced at the 200 portions of black blood soup in his inventory. Scarcity was something he knew all too well. Okay, let's keep clearing. The fighting itself hadn't taken long. Their chatting had cost them 7 or 8 minutes instead. Right then, boom, the ceiling exploded. A giant beast covered in black barbs plummeted to the floor, iron hooves shattering the stone. Nightmare Tier Boss, Cannibal Porcupine. Level, 20. Strength, 6,500. Spirit, 4,000. Agility, 6,500. Constitution, 6,500. Skill 1. Tail spike extends steel hard quills per second for 5 seconds. Each quill deals one of the target's max HP. Skill 2. Black blood infusion in hit or contact inflicts 0.1 max HP damage per second. The raw stats were terrifying. Wang Hao, who had been fairly calm, shot to his feet, face tense. Bro, this thing won't go down easy. Lin Mo frowned as well. With numbers like that, an ordinary awakened team would need at least 15 members and flawless coordination to win. But a single goblin warrior already outclassed the Porcupine's panel, and the Slime General and Minotaur Lord stood by as well. They hadn't even acted yet. If his 3 summons struck together, the boss would still be insta-killed. Make it quick, he said lightly. Wang Hao gave a wry laugh. I'm convinced now. You're an absolute monsterno, a super monster. No wonder you took first place nationwide. A thought struck him. Right, I never asked. How many points did you score when you won the national title? Lin Mo glanced at Wang Hao and said offhandedly, just a little over 600,000. Just? Before the words had even faded, he strode forward and waved his hand. 500 goblin warriors snapped into formation and charged. Their steel blades flashed like a tide, crashing toward the man-eater porcupine ahead. As the weapons closed in, the porcupine's quills burst outward, hundreds of metal spikes screaming through the air. Several goblins instinctively raised their swords, the clash of steel ringing out in a steady clang. While the goblin line scattered, the porcupine sprang back, its blood-red eyes locking onto the defenseless Wang Hao. Wang Hao was still reeling from the number 600,000, counting on his fingers in a daze. A cold gleam streaked toward him. The porcupine had launched another volley. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Wang Hao, dodge. The warning came too late. In that heartbeat between life and death, a massive figure barreled in. The Minotaur Lord crossed its hooves over its chest, the divine bull shield flaring to life. Ting ting ting. The spikes shattered on impact, falling away as metallic dust. That was terrifying. Wang Hao shuddered, sweat trickling down his spine. Lin Mo wasted no time. He ordered the Slime General to cast Meteor Stasis, a viscous field of starlight that pinned the porcupine in place. The goblin warriors surged again, blades weaving a lattice of steel. After only a single slash, the porcupine wailed in frustration and crashed to the ground. Nightmare Dungeon Lord defeated. Man-eater porcupine. Experience 200,000. Loot. 2,000 units of cannibal black blood broth. Loot. 1 cannibal porcupine hide. 2,000 portions of black blood broth. Damn, we hit the jackpot. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled at the pile of materials. Lin Mo merely frowned. The missing boss core meant this porcupine wasn't the final boss. He crouched to inspect the corpse and confirmed it was only a Lord-grade monster. A chill crept up his spine. There's a 4th stage, he muttered. Don't relax yet, we're not done. At his words, Wang Hao scanned the area nervously but saw nothing. Suddenly Lin Mo's hair stood on end. Unimaginable force was descending from above. Boom. The sky darkened and the ground convulsed. Broken Arm Mountain shook violently, rockfall raining from the summit. Lin Mo shoved the Minotaur Lord forward. The giant bull squinted as debris bounced off its broad muscles, even picking its nose as if to say, too easy. With the Minotaur shielding them, Lin Mo and Wang Hao finally spotted the source of the tremor. A nearby peak spewed torrents of black, blood-like sludge that rolled and melded into a towering humanoid. Wang Hao's jaw dropped. His gaze traced the creature's missing arm, and realization hit him. So that's why they call this place Broken Arm Mountain, he stammered, pointing at the stump. The monster took a step, oily black blood writhing over its skin, each footfall burning a dark imprint into the ground. Its enormous eyes fired crimson beams, and its mouth, glued shut by slime, parted just enough for strands of ichor to drip. Roar! It exhaled a wave of putrid stench. Lin Mo locked onto the monster, and its full stats appeared before him. Nightmare Instance Boss One-Armed Black Blood Fiend. Level 20. Strength 7,000. Spirit 6,000. Agility 5,000. Constitution 8,000. Skills 1. Blood Surge transforms into a torrent of black blood for 60 seconds, dealing 8 damage per second to all enemies. 2. Black Blood Penetration attacks ignore 10 of obstacle blocking. After reading the numbers, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. The creature could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with his own divine rank Hellfire Wolf. Not bad, he murmured. Across from him, Wang Hao had gone pale. Lin Mo, this thing is ridiculous. Who knew the instance was hiding an ultimate boss? At our level we can't beat that. Maybe we should run. Lin Mo stroked his chin, eyes glinting. Perfect. That's our target. Huh. Wang Hao blinked. Perfect? Are you kidding? We should focus on staying alive. No need to run. Lin Mo stepped forward, revealing his trump card. He pressed his palm into the air. Divine Summon Hellfire Wolf. The sky darkened at once. Clouds churned while scarlet lightning tore the heavens into blood-red rifts. A shaft of golden light pierced the clouds, illuminating the ground. The earth shook, web-like cracks spread, and molten lava surged from the fissures. A golden giant wolf strode out of the flames, its body wreathed in scorching fire. It landed beside Lin Mo, lowered its head in salute, then unleashed a world-shaking roar at the one-armed black blood fiend, warning it not to move. Wang Hao swallowed hard, staring at the 4 towering creatures beside Lin Mo for summons, each stronger than the last. He no longer knew who the real boss was. So this is the national top score? Damn, last year's champion wasn't anywhere near this crazy. He silently congratulated himself for never becoming Lin Mo's enemy and mourned for anyone who might. If you face a monster like him, what's the point of resisting? Just commit seppuku and keep some dignity. In the center of the battlefield, the one-armed black blood fiend stood alone yet fearless. Its broken body remained upright, its will unshaken. It threw back its head and roared, then charged the 4 summons. Lin Mo nodded again, unyielding in the face of Dangera-worthy boss. Which means time to die. At his command, the 4 summons lunged. Just before they clashed, the fiend's body burst, turning into a tidal wave of black blood that swept across the ground. Damage notifications flickered nonstop. Lin Mo stayed calm. An AoE? Fine Earth Rift. The Hellfire Wolf slammed its paws into the soil. The faint fissures ripped wide open, sending pillars of lava skyward. The boss, still a tide of black blood, was dragged into the cracks and swallowed by the molten rock. At this rate, its health would hit 0 long before the summons did. Cornered, the one-armed black blood fiend hastily reformed, its body now almost 1/5 smaller than before. He glared furiously at the Hellfire Wolf. Without giving the enemy a chance to breathe, Lin Mo barked out a command. Slime General shimmered with viscous silver light and shot into the air. Starfall cluster rained down at once, dozens of dark blue meteors slamming into the one-armed black blood fiend's skull. Although Slime General's stats were lower than the fiend's, the heavy slow on every hit was more than enough to open a path for the rest of the team. An instant later, Minotaur Lord shattered the floor beneath his hooves and unfolded a massive divine bull shield. Like a heavy tank at full throttle, he launched a rampaging charge. The original 100-second stun was partly negated by the curse inside the fiend's body, leaving only 30 seconds still more than deadly enough. During that window, 500 goblin warriors shrieked as they swarmed the giant, clinging to him like a horde of green monkeys. Daggers, hatchets, and bone spears hacked down in flurries, flaying the fiend's hide 10 cuts a second. At the same time, Hellfire Wolf bared its fangs. Flameburst Torrent. A pillar of molten fire erupted from its throat, engulfing the target from waist to chest, while burn stacks climbed wildly. In less than 20 seconds, the one-armed black blood fiend collapsed with no strength left to fight, dissolving into a bubbling pool of gore. System messages flashed. You have slain the nightmare-grade dungeon boss one-armed black blood fiend. EXP 500,000. White light wrapped around Lin Mo, and his level jumped. LV.18 LV.19. Loot notifications poured in. 1. Boss Crystal of the One-Armed Black Blood Fiend 1. 2. Nightmare Grade Dungeon Record Refreshed. 3. Black Blood Crystal 3 Alchemy Material. 4. Cannibal Tribe Black Blood Soup 5000 Alchemy Material. 5. Silver Grade Black Blood Chess Piece 1. 6. Silver Grade Black Blood Leggings 1. Black Blood Crystal. I actually got one. Wang Hao cradled the dark red shard in both hands, his breathing uneven. Man, I'm rich. It's the power core for a low-tier dungeon reset scroll. A few more gold, and ITLL be fully charged. Mid-celebration, he turned and saw Lin Mo casually holding up 3 identical crystals. Wang Hao froze, looked at his single shard, then at Lin Mo's trio, and howled inside. Why does he get 3 uk? The thought only lasted a second. Lin Mo had done all the damage. Wang Hao had just watched from a safe distance. Landing even one crystal was pure luck. Who needs a watch? Who needs a bike? His nose stung with gratitude, and he threw his arms around Lin Mo's head, planting a smacking kiss. I love you. Ugh. Lin Mo jerked back, wiped his face, and the awkward moment passed. After cleaning up, Lin Mo opened his storage chest, sorted every material, and fed them into the growth panel. Material feeding initiated. Summon, Legendary Gold Tier, Slime General. Feeding progress, 100. Divine Skill Research progress, 20. Summon, Legendary Gold Tier, Minotaur Lord. Feeding progress, 90. Divine Skill Research progress, 90. Summon, Legendary Gold Tier, Mighty Goblin Summoner. Feeding progress, 10. Divine Skill Research progress, 70. Summon, Legendary Gold Tier, Ice Mage. Feeding progress, 75. Divine Skill Research progress, 5. Summon, Legendary Gold Tier, Hellfire Wolf. Feeding progress, 70. Divine Skill Research progress, 60. As the aura around Slime General flared, the system chimed again. Slime General's feeding level has increased. Feeding level LV.5, LV.6. Summon creature, Golden Legend Slime General. Feeding level, 6. Attribute strength, 5700. Spirit, 5500. Agility, 5500. Constitution, 5700. Abilities God Tier Leap Strike. Unleashes an area critical hit equal to 200 times the creature's strength. God Tier Fission, 1-0-0-0-1-0-0-0. Instantly splits the Slime General into strength-only clones. Starfall Pull. Drags any creature within 500 meters to its side and forces disarmament. God Tier Inflation. Enlarges the body 200-fold. God Tier Fission lets the Slime General spawn a full 1,000 slime hatchlings in one go, effectively fielding 1,000 strength-only clones at once. After Leap Strike advanced to God Tier, its multiplier was pushed to 200 times, so every jump and landing detonates devastating area damage. The rest of its abilities also leveled up across the board, giving it an endless repertoire of attacks. With 5,700 strength, single target damage is 1.14 million, Lin Mo calculated, sucking in a sharp breath. Multiply that by 1,000 hatchlings, total damage hits 1.14 billion. If those hatchlings don't get wiped instantly, even a god would think twice. With that, he shoved the boss crystal back into his storage space. Wang Hao was still inside the instance, and although Lin Mo trusted his teammate, the secret of a god-tier summon could wait until they were out. Break's over. Let's go, Lin Mo said, lifting a hand. 2 beams of white light flared, and the pair were teleported to the entrance of the Broken Arm Mountain dungeon. In the plaza, other teams were waiting for their members. When they saw Lin Mo and Wang Hao return early, the chatter started at once. TSK, those two bailed halfway. Nightmare mode must scare them stiff. Serves them right for showing off. The mockery had barely begun when a system announcement blazed above the teleport array. Congratulations to players Lin Mo and Wang Hao for setting a new Broken Arm Mountain Nightmare record. Clear time, 18 minutes. Buzz. Silence swallowed the plaza. The people who had been sneering clamped their mouths shut faster than anyone. Is that for real? Nightmare mode. 2 players, 18 minutes? Damn. At the same time, Dragon Cavalry Headquarters, Huaxia. Conference Hall. Several star-ranked generals sat around a table in heated discussion when an alarm suddenly blared. An adjutant forced his way in under the crushing atmosphere, voice stiff. Report the nightmare version of Broken Arm Mountain has been cleared in 18 minutes. Whoosh. It felt as if the air had been sucked from the hall. The instance was designed for recruits, and no one had broken the record for decades. The news hit the officers like a bomb. The only one who could manage that is the capital's top scholar Lu Feng, right? He's practically a holy-level Destiny Archmage. Exactly. Who else could it be? Sumo sat at the head of the table, tapping his knuckles. Do we know exactly who it was? He asked, voice low. The adjutant shook his head. No detailed investigation yet. The monitoring system was triggered, so we reported immediately. Find out at once, Sumo ordered. The adjutant saluted and hurried off. Discussion flared again, almost unanimously crediting Lu Feng. Yet Sumo's brow stayed furrowed, his gaze deep. It could be Lu Feng, or it could be. Another name floated in his mind. but he kept it to himself for now. Lin Mo and Wang Hao instantly became the center of attention. A hiss of collective shock spread through the crowd. Those two actually cleared the dungeon? And it was just the two of them on nightmare difficulty? People began to reassess Lu Feng's earlier boasts. If these guys could farm a nightmare run, who would still worry about an elite instance? Right then, Lu Feng and his party tumbled out of the teleport array on the opposite side, filthy and out of breath, as if something were chasing them. Hot on their heels were the teammates who had entered the Abyss dungeon with them. They ran while cursing at the top of their lungs. Damn it, those bastards stole our loot. The moment the shouting started, every gaze snapped to Lu Feng. Before the run they had agreed. All drops belonged to the team. Lu Feng would split them fairly, and everyone would roll for them. Instead, Lu Feng's group had made off with a black blood crystal and a full 100 portions of black blood soup. Holding his chin high, Lu Feng sneered. The loot's in my hands, what are you going to do about it? The black blood crystal is top-tier alchemy material, and it can recharge low-level dungeon reset tokens. Opportunities like this don't come twice. He gave a cold snort. Without me, you'd never have cleared the Abyss dungeon. The swindled players exchanged helpless looks. To be fair, Lu Feng had done most of the heavy lifting inside, but rules were rules. Someone muttered, you can't keep everything for yourself. At least leave us some black blood soup. The weight of the crowd stares finally pressed on Lu Feng. Grudgingly, he pulled 50 portions of black blood soup from his storage ring and dumped them on the ground with a clatter. That one's mine. First come, first served. After a brief scramble, the anger in the air eased a little. At that point, Wang Hao couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. All this fuss for a few bottles of black blood soup? His voice naturally carried, so everyone heard him loud and clear. What's that supposed to mean? Black blood soup only drops in Abyss-tier dungeons. One bottle sells for a fortune. Who the hell are you to look down on us? Yeah, weren't these two the unlucky guys every party kicked out? They went into a nightmare run, right? Back so soon did they wet themselves in there. Laughter echoed around the teleport array. A few onlookers who knew the truth shook their heads and tugged on the sleeves of the loudmouths, pointing up at the golden announcement floating above the portal. Read it, buddy. The heckler blinked and read aloud. Congratulations to Lin Mo and Wang Hao for setting a new nightmare dungeon record. Clear time, 18 minutes. He froze. Who are Lin Mo and Wang Hao? Someone pointed at the two men they had just been mocking. Them. The air seemed to be sucked out of the plaza. You could hear a pin drop. Lu Feng looked up at the announcement, went rigid, and felt a dull roar in his head. How is that possible? Wang Hao threw back his head, drinking in the stunned gazes around him, a grin plastered across his face. Then he casually opened his storage space. Thousands of portions of black blood soup spilled out like a small mountain at his feet, and on top of the pile, he placed the gleaming black blood crystal. Man, after that whole run, we only pulled in this little pile of loot? Pathetic, barely a few thousand drops. Wang Hao cradled the spoils in his arms, wearing a look of deep regret. Lin Mo, standing next to him, had to fight the urge to punch the show-off right in the face. The group of players who had just come out of the Abyss dungeon were just as greenied. Their meager handful of black blood broth looked miserable next to Wang Hao's small mountain of treasures. Seriously? All he did was set a new dungeon record. Someone in the crowd cursed. Lu Feng clenched his fists, growling, "Why am supposed to be Waxia's prodigy, the next leader of the Dragon Cavalry." Ning Kai'er, Rin Dong, and Luo Gang were swept up by his anger and actually considered heading straight for the nightmare difficulty. Boss Lu, have you lost it? Nightmare isn't a playground. His teammates wavered. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already switched gears. Wang Hao stashed the loot. Let's strike while it's hot. Huh. Wang Hao blinked. We're going back in. My basic dungeon reset talisman still has one charge left. Got it. Wang Hao hurriedly dumped the spoils into his storage space and lined up with Lin Mo at the teleport pad. The onlookers exploded. No way, those two maniacs are heading back in. Nightmare again? Lin Mo pulled out the basic reset talisman and activated it on the spot. The dungeon cooldown vanished instantly. Difficulty nightmare. Instance broken arm mountain. 2 flashes of white light, and they were gone. Inside the instance, Wang Hao's vision went dark. He rubbed his temples. All this teleporting is making my head spin. Save the dizziness for later and clear the place, Lin Mo said calmly. Move. Right. With a thought, Lin Mo summoned all 5 of his companions. General Slime, the Ice Mage, and the Goblin Summoner took the rear, while the Infernal Flame Wolf and the Minotaur Warlord charged up front, forming a shield around the duo. Wang Hao's jaw dropped. You've got summons? 5 of them at once. Okay, I officially believe no freshman can beat you. Lin Mo's face didn't budge. Planetary devastation. Bull rush. Call Goblin Warriors archers. Frost freeze. Explosions rolled through the dungeon, and in less than 10 minutes every monster lay dead. Nightmare mob. Cannibal beast killed, 20,000 XP. Nightmare elite. Cannibal butcher killed, 50,000 XP. Nightmare boss. Cannibal porcupine killed, 200,000 XP. Nightmare elite. Cannibal mage killed, 50,000 XP. Nightmare elite. Cannibal warrior killed, 50,000 XP. Nightmare final boss. Broken arm black blood demon killed. 500,000 XP. Lin Mo's experience bar climbed to 25%, and Wang Hao was only 20% away from level 19. The rush felt incredible. When they stepped out of the teleport pad again, every eye in the plaza locked onto Lin Mo and Wang Hao. The dungeon record board beside the teleport array flickered again. A line of golden text burst across the holographic screen. Congratulations to Lin Mo and Wang Hao new nightmare level record. Clear time, 18 minutes. 8 minutes faster than the previous best. How did that kid pull it off? The onlooking hunters drew sharp breaths, and Lu Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He stared at the record, knuckles creaking as his fists tightened. Why are the records falling one after another? Just because of those two summons? Rage churned inside him. Trying to steal my thunder? You're dead. Keeping his voice low, he pulled out his phone. It's Lu Feng. I need a favor. After a few curt orders he hung up, then left the teleport area with his 3 companions, faces stormy. Meanwhile, Lin Mo closed the display and opened his storage. His summons appetites had grown so much that 1 dungeon's worth of materials could no longer satisfy even a single feeding, so he sealed everything he had collected. The basic dungeon reset scrolls are gone. Let's call it a day? Yeah, back at it tomorrow. Wang Hao nodded enthusiastically. They said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Night fell. Instead of returning home, Lin Mo chose a stretch of empty wasteland. A dry wind carried dust across the silent ground. He opened his palm. A deep red boss crystal lay there, pulsing faintly. Sorry to keep you waiting, divine summon. The crystal dissolved into a bloody streak and sank into his body. A thick shaft of golden light split the clouds and slammed down like a heavenly pillar, swirling with dark red energy that hummed through the air. Boom. A torrent of interwoven gold and crimson flooded the earth, pooled into a winding river of blood, then rose and condensed into a towering humanoid form. Lin Mo instantly called up the summon panel. Golden Legend, Crimson Gold Blood Fiend. Strength, 18,000. Mind, 16,000. Agility, 15,000. Constitution, 18,000. Skill 1 Crimson Gold Blood Tide Divine. Transforms into a raging tide of crimson gold blood for 120 seconds, dealing continuous damage equal to 20% of the Blood Fiend's stats, while healing allies for the same amount. Skill 2 Scarlet Rainbow Divine. After a 20-second chant, forms a gigantic piercing bloodblade that delivers a critical strike for 500% strength and ignores all buffs. Lin Mo swallowed hard. It was his first summon with Group Hilinga Mobile Field Hospital for the entire party. The 20-second windup on Scarlet Rainbow was steep, but the power was obliterating. Satisfied, he stored the Blood Fiend in his summon space and opened his own status panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Tier Boss Summoner. Unique title, Frost King 20% reduction to ice damage. Level, 192 25%. Strength, 190. Mind, 200. Agility, 190. Constitution, 190. Combat power, 190. Class skills. 1. Divine Feeding LV.7 feeds a summon, granting a 100-fold boost to all attributes. 2. Divine Boss Summoning LV.101 first-time boss summons require no crystal. 3. Divine Summon Space LV.2610. 4. Divine Skill Sharing LV.1 the summoner can cast a summon's divine skills directly, scaling with the summon stats. Divine Passive Share the Burden. Summons absorb 100% of damage intended for the summoner. Skills. Mana Spring Divine, doubles mana regeneration rate. Spacetime Shift Divine, instant 1,000 meter teleport with no cast time. Soul Break Divine, attacks the soul directly, damage scales with mind. Equipment, none. Dragon Rider Core Briefing Hall, Huaxia. A duty officer scanned the latest intel, shot to his feet, and shouted, "What? Someone broke the record again? 10 minutes this time." The entire Huaxia Dragon Rider Corps had erupted into chaos. Inside the operations hall, several generals with 4-star epaulets sat around the table, their expressions mixed. Impossible. One of them slammed the desk. A recruit clearing a raid of that difficulty in 10 minutes? He must have cheated. Investigate it. Seated at the head, Sumo tapped his fingers on the tabletop, his face calm. The world is vast and full of surprises, he said evenly. Maybe this year we really do have a few prodigies. Cheating in the Dragon Rider Corps is suicide. Have we found out who set the new record? He asked, glancing up. The staff officer straightened. Yes, sir. Both records were set by the same person. The other generals leaned in at once. Was it Lu Feng? If it's him, maybe it's legitimate. The officer shook his head with a wry smile. No, sir. The logs show a young man named Lin Mo. We've confirmed he was the national top scorer. Lin Mo? The officers exchanged looks and drew sharp breaths. Not Lu Feng from the capital? Why does that name ring a bell? A 4-star general who had accompanied Sumo to the college exams slowly stood. I know him. He's from Beijiang City, a summoner. He's genuinely strong. A summoner? Old Yao, you're joking, another general scoffed. Even Lu Feng, the heaven-favored archmage, Wouldn't dare claim he could break the record that fast. And you're saying a summoner did it? Old Yao only smiled. Throughout history, summoners are the weakest combat class. Once their summons are controlled, they're dead. Old Yao spread his hands. The problem is, this kid's summons are hard to control. Ridiculous, the others muttered, still unconvinced. No summon can outperform a proper combatant. Seeing their obstinacy, Old Yao stopped arguing. Sumo, however, seemed intrigued. A rookie like Lin Mo turning the Dragon Rider core upside down suited him just fine. Elsewhere, Lin Mo finished his assessment and stopped a few veterans. Excuse me, where can I find an alchemist? You're new, right? Replied a girl. Her black, pleated skirt swayed with each step, white stockings outlining long legs above glossy ankle boots. She wore her hair in a bun with two loose strands framing a delicate face, and her playful smile was warm. Lugia, why do you need an alchemist? Lin Mo took out a low-tier dungeon reset talisman. I need it recharged. Reset talismans are standard leveling tools for students, and even more common in a high-level unit like the Dragon Rider core. Sure, it'll take you, she said. But a heads up, recharging costs at least 20,000 merit points, 200,000 gold, plus the alchemist materials. It's pricey. That much. Lin Mo froze. Just for a recharge? Seeing his stiff expression, Lu Jie covered her mouth, her smile curving like a crescent moon. Scared already? You haven't even begun spending. Forging high-grade gear and brewing advanced potion stats when the money really flows. Lin Mo gave a helpless laugh. Had thought the tens of thousands of points Head saved would last all 4 years of college. Now one recharge alone would eat up 20,000 of them. As expected, anything to do with alchemy costs a fortune. Lu Jie led Lin Mo around asking questions and quickly realized that the real drain wasn't the alchemy itself but the charging materials. If you provided your own, the handling fee was only 1,000 to 2,000 credits. She sighed. Too bad. For a rookie like you, finding those materials is almost impossible. Lin Mo thought of the black blood crystal sitting in his storage and nodded. Please, lead the way. The Huaxia Dragon Cavalry had a special marketplace for its members. Stalls stretched in a long row, vendors shouting over one another. Handcrafted gear, best price in town. Consignment materials, honest trade. Newbie guidance, clear the road for you. The place bustled like the old Beijiang Bazaar. A few hawkers zeroed in on Lin Mo, trying to sell him all sorts of Asia something, Euro something, Japan something, but Lu Jie snapped, scram, and dragged him through the crowd. She pointed to a wooden counter farther in. That one. He's the fairest. Lin Mo nodded his thanks. Lu Jie waved him closer. Stick with me, or he'll skin you alive once he sees you're new. The vendor, a man in his early 20s, was bent over a ledger. Lu Jie slapped Lin Mo's basic dungeon reset talisman on the table. Recharge this. He looked up, spotted Lu Jie, and curled his lip. You again? Keep shepherding newbies over, and how am I supposed to make money? She crossed her arms. I'm saving your soul. Cheat a rookie, lose karma. Help one, gain karma. Got it. He raised both hands in surrender. Fine market price. 20,000 credits, 200,000 gold, and a splash of black blood solution. Deal? Lu Jie frowned. He sighed and amended. 15,000 credits, 150,000 gold. Better? She nodded. That's more like it. It's hard enough for a rookie to farm materials. You were gouging him. My bad, Auntie, the young man grimaced. Lin Mo reached into his storage, pulled out a pitch-black crystal that gleamed from within, and set it on the counter. I have this. Can you cut the price? The black blood crystal caught the light, and veterans at nearby stalls all turned to stare. Holy, did he clear abyss-level Broken Arm Mountain? A rookie? Not bad at all. Even Lu Jie was stunned. Why didn't you say you had one of these? The vendor hurriedly cradled the crystal, eyes sparkling. Ahem, with this, just 2,000 credits, nothing else. Frugal as ever, Lin Mo fell silent the moment he heard he still had to pay credits. How can I shave off those credits too? The vendor read his mind and slapped the table. Look, kid, you seem decent, so I won't chew you out. But I need to make something, right? Why else would I sweat under this sun? For fun. For you to say, thank you. Your kindness warms all 4 seasons? Lu Jie exhaled, thinking Lin Mo had gone too far. While not paying any credits does seem unfair. Lin Mo waved his hand. You've got me wrong. So, can I trade these in for points? No sooner had he spoken than Lin Mo pulled 200 portions of Hei Shui soup from his storage and dumped them in front of the young man with a crash. The place fell silent. Everyone craned their necks, eyes wide with shock. Holy crap, this kid's loaded. The young man and Lu Jie stood frozen. Thinking it still wasn't enough, Lin Mo waved his hand again. 800 more portions piled up. Is that enough now? The mountain of soup swallowed the young man until only one arm was flailing outside. Enough, enough. More than enough. The stuff was useless to Lin Mo had picked it up while farming dungeons, and over 10,000 more portions were still cluttering his storage. Lu Jie drew a sharp breath and licked her lips. How do you have this much? Dungeon drops, Lin Mo answered evenly. Oh, that's not farming. That's wholesale, Lu Jie muttered. The line rang a bell. Grand Sorcerer Lian Yu had said the same thing. Lin Mo just shrugged. The young man hurriedly swept the 1,000 portions into his bag and chuckled. I'll recharge your gear right away. Hands on her hips, Lu Jie shook her head. 1,000 portions aren't even worth 2,000 points. You shouldn't burn materials like that. I didn't give him everything. I've still got more than 10,000 left, Lin Mo said, one brow rising. More than 10,000. Lu Jie nearly fainted, pressing a slender hand to her forehead. Are you new here? He nodded. Got here yesterday. She gave him a once-over and, at last, believed it. By then the young man had finished recharging the item. Lin Mo accepted it and nodded in satisfaction. Time to hit the dungeons again. All done. Thanks, Lin Mo said, cupping his fists. Lu Jie returned the gesture. Lin Mo suddenly opened a trade window. Here are another 1,000 portions of Hei Shui Su payment for your help. Lu Jie waved both hands. Helping newcomers is our job. You really don't have to. I don't like owing favors, Lin Mo replied with a faint, unmistakably final smile. She had no choice but to accept. Watching him walk away, she and the young man muttered in unison, what a freak. Just then, a breathless Dragon Rider's squad member dashed up to Lu Jie. Sister Lu, your brother's in trouble. Her brows snapped up. What happened? He got pushed around in the Broken Arm Mountain dungeon. He said he's heading to the teleport array tomorrow to ambush the guy. Lu Jie froze. Someone bullied my brother? They must have a death wish. Late at night, the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry's executive meeting was still underway. Harsh overhead lights cast restless shadows, and every face around the round table was solemn. Does anyone have more thoughts on the rookie, who keeps breaking nightmare-level records? Sumo asked, scanning the room with a deep voice. A staff officer spoke first. Commander, this concerns the cavalry's future. I propose we go to the teleportation array tomorrow and investigate in person. Sumo raised an eyebrow. Didn't we already send someone? The record breaker is named Lin Mo. Another officer adjusted his glasses and added cautiously, Commander, we suspect he used a special item to interfere with the instance rules. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop. Sumo knew Lin Mo's strength and wanted to dismiss the idea outright, but he held back. The Dragon Cavalry was never a one-man show. After a flurry of opinions, he gave his verdict. Very well. Tomorrow a few of you will discreetly check the array. The night passed without further incident. At dawn gray clouds churned outside. It was not yet 4 o'clock when heavy knocking echoed in the hallway. Lin Mo? Boss. Breakfast time. The early bird gets the worm. Wang Hao shouted while bouncing at the door. The door opened. Bleary-eyed, Lin Mo glanced at his wristband. 4 a.m.? Are you crazy? Who serves breakfast now? Someone does. Wang Hao nodded earnestly. First shifts at 3:30 can still make it. He half-dragged, half-pushed Lin Mo to the cafeteria. Inside, bright lights revealed several tables of official members eating with the precision of a drill. Lin Mo was stunned. This truly was one of Huaxia's strongest forces. Everyone worked this hard. Wang Hao loaded his tray and muttered, these people aren't human, they're workhorses. Leveling up before dawn. Brutal. Lin Mo shot him a look. You're pretty brutal yourself. Wang Hao scratched his head, grinning. I'm average. After breakfast, at 5:50, they reached the teleportation array. A sudden stir ran through the crowd. Wang Hao jabbed Lin Mo's side and whispered, Lu Feng's here too, and he brought a Dragon Cavalry member. Lin Mo kept calm. Ignore them. Focus on us. Best if we hit level 20 today. Deal. Wang Hao brightened. I stocked up on reset talismans last night. 5,000 merit points, 100,000 gold, plus 1 black blood crystal. He thumped his chest with pride. Lin Mo shook his head. What a sucker. Come on, dungeon first. As they stepped toward the light curtain, a dark figure landed silently in front of them. He wore a Dragon Cavalry uniform, tall, lean, close-cropped hair. One long arm shot out, blocking their path. Newbies know the rules? Lin Mo looked up. From the corner of his eye he spotted Lu Feng's cold smirk and understood at once Lu Feng had called in help from the official ranks. What rules? Lin Mo's tone was flat. The man snorted. Everything you get in the dungeon handed over. And if I refuse? Lin Mo didn't move an inch. Wang Hao tugged his sleeve, whispering, he's a full member, don't fight him. The man glanced at Lin Mo with disdain. Your friend's right. You'd better not fight me. At that moment, Lu Feng beckoned to the towering man nearby. Brother Lu Kai, what's the holdup? A job this small can't be that hard, right? Lu Kai glanced back, voice steady. Leave it to me. Before the words had faded, Lu Feng's older sister, Lu Jie, appeared behind him, arms folded, her gaze on Lin Mo. So he's the one giving you trouble? Lu Feng perked up, pointing. That's him. The punk who played dirty in the dungeon. Because her eyesight was poor, Lu Jie had to step closer before she made out Lin Mo's face, and the moment she did, unease flickered across her features. Meanwhile, Lu Kai strode forward, fist already cocked. Hold on. Lu Jie reached out and stopped him. Lin Mo and Lu Jie locked eyes and almost spoke in unison. It's you? Outwardly, Lin Mo stayed calm, but his thoughts spun fast. Lu Jie, Lu Feng, the clues lined up. Pressing a hand to her forehead, Lu Jie told Lu Kai, don't move. He's a friend of mine. Lu Kai froze, fist hanging in midair, utterly confused. Lu Feng rushed over. Sis, why aren't you hitting him? She shot her brother a glare. Yesterday she had guided Lin Mo part of the way, and he had repaid her with 1,000 servings of black blood broth, enough to gauge the kind of young man he was. Unwilling to drop it, Lu Feng jabbed a finger at Lin Mo and spat. Lin Mo, my sister's right here. You're dead. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. With people like this, you either kill them or ignore them. Surrounded by onlookers, he chose the latter. Lu Jia, though, weighed her options. Feng was her brother. She couldn't just stand by. Lowering her voice, she asked Lin Mo, your name is Lin Mo, right? He nodded. As for what happened before, let's call it a wash. But Feng is my brother, so I need to defend him. Still you and I? Lin Mo cut in. I said yesterday, I don't like owing favors. You showed me the way. I gave you 1,000 servings of black blood broth. We're square. His calm resolve startled her, and a mix of disappointment and guilt surged up. I'm sorry. Lu Kai and Lu Feng stared at her. Sis, have you lost it? Why apologize to him? The commotion drew a crowd. A fight? I heard Lu Feng's sister is a full Dragon Rider squad member. Lin Mo screwed. Clearing her throat, Lu Jia steadied herself. Let's settle it with a match. If you win, Feng will apologize in public and pay you 10,000 points. If you lose, all you owe him is an apology. Lin Mo nodded. What's the format? The elite instance of Broken Arm Mountain, Lu Jia replied evenly. Fastest clear time wins. She lifted one finger. They'll run it solo. You can bring anyone you like. The crowd erupted. Solo an elite instance? Almost no one could manage that. So this was the strength of a true Dragon Rider. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Was soloing a dungeon really that shocking? The hall was brightly lit, and dozens of squad members clustered around a massive screen, chattering nonstop. When the cries of surprise broke out, Lin Mo merely lifted his eyelids, his expression flat. Beside him, Wang Hao arched a brow, a faint smile on his lips. These people had no idea what it looked like when Lin Mo entered a run nightmare or not. He breezed through it, setting new records in the process. The truth was, Lin Mo carried the whole raid while Wang Hao lounged in the safe zone snacking, almost dead weight. Across the room, Lu Feng tugged on his sister Lu Jia's sleeve. Remembering how Lin Mo and Wang Hao had shattered the nightmare record, he started doing the math. Either Lin Mo had some heaven-defying ace, or he was using banned gear. The latter felt more likely. Jia, that punk's hiding contraband gear, Lu Feng hissed. He's broken the instance record twice already. Lu Jia frowned, her gaze settling on Lin Mo's carefully blank face. No wonder he's swimming in alchemy mats. Why didn't you tell me? You never asked. Lu Feng stomped. So what do we do? Lu Jia pondered, her eyes turning icy. 2 straight nightmare records? Impossible without cheating. If the charge stuck, the enforcers wouldn't hesitate. Lin Mo wouldn't just be kicked out of the Dragon Riders. His account would be wiped. Whatever goodwill Shed had for him evaporated. Spill it, she said, chin lifted, voice frosty. If I catch you using banned items, I'm reporting you to the marshals, and you're out of the Dragon Riders for good. Every gaze locked on Lin Mo. He stayed unruffled. Fine, but I want to sweeten the deal. Huh. The crowd blinked, then burst into laughter. Bro, quit the show. Next to Lu Jia, Lu Kai stifled a snort. Feels like we're in a movie, he muttered. The taunts rolled on, but Lu Jia remained serious. She stepped forward. Name it. What's the bet? Lin Mo's voice stayed steady. Solo. Nightmare difficulty. The words hit the hall like a hammer. Lu Jia hesitated for several seconds. She was higher level than Lin Mo, yet she had never dared to tackle Nightmare alone. The death rate was brutal. But if Lin Mo was raising the stakes, backing down meant surrender. Deal, she said. Pick your team first. I'll match it. But one more warning, no banned items. I don't want an edge, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. Onion. The hall erupted again. A rookie challenging a formal squad member and insisting on a Onion solo Nightmare run? He had to be crazy. Lu Jia rubbed her temples and sighed. Nightmare can kill you. I just want to defend my brother, not get you killed. I'm looking for a fair solution. To me, this is fair. Lin Mo opened the instance interface and selected the difficulty. The screen flashed, and 2 vortex-like portals rose into the air before vanishing, the chosen dungeon ID hovering between them. Nearby, several 4-star marshals disguised as newcomers exchanged looks. They sent out a thread of energy and slipped into the instance after the portals. Grinding his teeth, Lu Feng muttered, Kai, is my sister out of her mind? Why not just take him down now? Lu Kai drew a slow breath. If it were me, I'd give that punk a taste of reality first. Still, your sister really knows how to make a bold move, and that's exactly the kind of personality I like. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. Under his breath he muttered, a toad dreaming of swan meat. With that, he and the others stepped into the instance. Since he planned to solo the run, Lin Mo stopped holding back. All 6 of his summons manifested at once. The hulking beasts formed a tight circle around him like personal bodyguards, leaving no gap in their defense. With them doing the heavy lifting, Lin Mo didn't bother to fight himself. He simply glanced at the viewing boulder Wang Hao used to favor near the edge of the map and took a seat. Ah, that's more like it. He crossed his arms and controlled the summons with nothing but a thought. The dungeon was small enough to sit entirely within his mental range. At an unspoken command, the 6 creatures rolled forward like battle tanks, slamming the city gate off its hinges. The cannibalistic mobs inside looked up to see 6 towering deities and instantly turned ashen, weapons clattering to the ground. As usual, the Minotaur Lord led the charge. Hot-tempered as ever, it bellowed and leapt, pulverizing an entire cluster of trash mobs with a single hoof and sending Lin Mo's experience bar rocketing upward. Not to be outdone, the goblin summoner threw up its arms. Waves of goblin soldiers poured out and flooded the entire map. A few quick-witted goblins scaled the walls, yanked down the cannibal banner, and waved their cleavers in celebration as if the place were their own backyard. Watching his minions fool around, Lin Mo could only pinch the bridge of his nose and sigh. Hopeless. On the far side of the dungeon, Lu Jie was having a rough time. High-stat monsters pressed in relentlessly, and her confidence wavered. After felling her 5th enemy, she was nearly exhausted. I wonder how that guy's doing right now? The thought flickered by, then she shook her head at herself. Focus on your own problems first. With that, she gritted her teeth and cut down 2 more. Roughly 5 minutes later, all 6 summons unleashed their ultimate skills in unison. The nightmare boss, the one-armed black blood demon, never even raised a hand before it was deleted. Notifications popped up one after another. Successfully slew the nightmare boss, one-armed black blood demon. EXP 500,000. New solo clear record for a nightmare dungeon. EXP 1 million. Consecutive nightmare record broken. EXP 1 million. 3 consecutive record clears of nightmare broken arm mountain achieved. Title earned. Demon of Black Blood, 20 resistance to corrosive skills. Record-breaking clear rewards. Black Blood crystals, 5 alchemy material. Cannibal Black Blood broth, 10,000 alchemy material. Silver grade Black Blood chest piece 5. Silver grade Black Blood leggings 5. Congratulations, Lin Mo. Level up. LV.19 LV.20. A pillar of white light descended and wrapped around him. Warm energy rushed through his body, and he could feel his stats soaring. Leveled up? Soloing really is lucrative, and I even broke the record. He laughed, checking his interface. Who knew a casual bet would net me an entire level? His inventory was piled high with materials, so Lin Mo immediately began feeding them to his pets. Summoned creature, legendary slime, general feeding progress, 20. Divine skill research, 40. Summoned creature, legendary Minotaur Lord feeding progress, 100. Divine skill research, 100. Summoned creature, legendary goblin arch summoner feeding progress, 30. Divine skill research, 90. Summoned creature, legendary ice mage feeding progress, 95. Divine skill research, 25. Summoned creature, legendary hellfire wolfing progress, 90. Divine skill research, 80. Summoned creature, legendary crimson gold blood demon feeding progress, 10. Divine skill research, 10. The Minotaur Lord's feeding level and skill research bar shot straight to max. 2 batches of materials sent its progress soaring in a way you could practically see. Congratulations, Lin Mo. The Minotaur Lord's divine skill has been unlocked. The system message popped up without warning. New skill Mountain Breaker causes mountains and other large obstacles to collapse is now available. Summoned creature, legendary Minotaur Lord. Feeding level, 5. Strength, 9,400. Spirit, 8,950. Agility, 9,400. Constitution, 9,400. Although these numbers still trail the latest few bosses he summoned, they are a quantum leap from the creature's original stats. By current standards, this 4-stat profile can one-shot most peers at the same tier. Lin Mo's only real weakness remains his own base stats, but the Divine Team Share skill shared burden evens things out and gives him far more tactical options. As for his personal growth, he pinned his hopes on the upcoming second-class advancement, quietly looking forward to that moment. He was already level 20, exactly the threshold for the Dragon Rider core assessment, in 3 days. Lin Mo opened his character panel for a quick glance. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Divine Boss Summoner. Unique title, King of Frost, 20 immunity to ice damage. Title, Demon of Black Blood, 20 immunity to corrosive damage. Level, LV.20.02. Strength, 200. Spirit, 210. Agility, 200. Constitution, 200. Combat power, 200. With another brand new title in hand, he was more than satisfied and decisively exited the instance. Blinding white light erupted around the teleport array, followed by massive golden letters from the system. Congratulations, Lin Mo. Solo Nightmare Dungeon cleared. New record 5 minutes. The spectators on the perimeter exploded. He's back already? No way, another record? Monster, absolute monster. 5 minutes. You've got to be kidding. He must have used an illegal dungeon item. Report him to the commander now? Amid the uproar, a 4-star commander hidden in the crowd discreetly retracted his detection wave, eyes wide in shock. 5 minutes. All legitimate. Are we really about to welcome a monster-level genius into the Dragon Rider Corps? The warlords who had doubted Lin Mo fell completely silent. Meanwhile, still battling inside the dungeon, Lu Jia had only just cleared the first stage. Once she entered the second stage, there was only a single monster left, and the pressure dropped sharply. She dispatched it in barely 5 minutes. That would have to do for now. Lu Jia knew that getting this far was already her limit. Without illegal items, that guy probably couldn't even clear the first stage, she thought. With that silent calculation, she nodded and decisively exited the dungeon early. The moment she stepped out of the teleportation circle, she saw a crowd tightly surrounding Lin Mo and froze mid-stride. Her eyes then landed on the giant light screen above the array nightmare level. Dwanbi Mountain, clear time, 500. The bold text hit her like a hammer, and her mind went blank. 5 minutes? He cleared a nightmare dungeon? Hurry up. Hand over the cheating item you used. The loudest voice belonged to Lu Feng. Staring at Lin Mo, he yelled, finishing that fast? You must have used contraband gear. Lu Jia pushed her way forward, anger flaring. Didn't we agree not to use illegal items? Wang Hao stepped in front of Lin Mo like a wall. Lin Mo doesn't need any tricks, all right? Where's your proof before you smear him? Proof? Give me a break, someone sneered. Even full Dragon Rider members can't solo a nightmare run. Yet this rookie breaks the record? Cheating that blatantly? He's right. Lin Mo didn't use any items. The deep voice cracked like thunder over the crowd. 3 men in plain long robes strode forward from the back of the throng. Someone snickered. Who are these guys? Because they say so, we're supposed to believe him? Lu Feng jabbed a finger at one of them and cursed. Did Lin Mo hire you to play defense? You think we're idiots? Beat it. The 3 men snorted and raised their arms, beams of light bursting from their wrist devices. A heartbeat later, the dazzling 4-star insignias on their shoulders came into view. 4-star war generals. The air froze as heads bowed in unison. Those who had been shouting moments ago began to sweat, wishing they could vanish. We've investigated. Lin Mo used no illegal items. The 3 generals spoke as they walked up to Lin Mo. Lin Mo lifted his head, eyes steady and unafraid of the officers. The trio exchanged glances and nodded. Excellent, a promising talent. Before the words had fully fallen, they vanished like phantoms, leaving only a rush of wind. Lin Mo frowned slightly. So fast, this is what a war general is, true power. With the war general's endorsement, every doubt evaporated. Lu Jia bit her lip, realizing she had wronged Lin Mo, and clasped her fists before him. I'm sorry. I spoke without checking the facts. Lin Mo merely nodded, clearly not inclined to hold a grudge. Lu Jia spun around and yanked Lu Feng by the ear, dragging him to Lin Mo. Apologize. Didn't you claim Lin Mo bullied you? Why would someone who can solo a nightmare dungeon bother bullying you? Sis, ease up, that hurts. Lu Feng grimaced. Apologize. Under his sister's roar, he lowered his head. I'm sorry. A single apology wasn't enough. Lu Jia produced a points card and held it out to Lin Mo. There are 20,000 points on this. The extra 10,000 is my compensation. Lin Mo glanced at it, but didn't take it. Wang Hao, let's keep farming. With that, he turned toward the teleportation array. In the brief lull, Lu Feng clenched his fists so hard the veins stood out. Humiliation and jealousy churned like poison in his chest. Suddenly he lunged forward, raising his staff and chanting rapidly, Lin Mo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered all this. Die thunder, celestial light. In an instant the world changed color. Black clouds roiled across the dim sky, and countless violet bolts of lightning crashed down, all streaking toward Lin Mo. This is the celestial archmage's elemental skill. The crowd fell silent at once, every eye fixed on the swirling violet thundercloud overhead. Only Lu Feng could drive lightning to such a terrifying degree, and everyone knew it. Lu Jia had just released her brother's ear when she sensed disaster. The spell was already formed, far too late to stop. Lin Mo, look out! She shrieked, hurling herself forward, but she was half a step too slow. A thunderclap exploded above them, purple light carving every face like a blade, exposing their stunned expressions. Boom! The lightning crashed down, dust billowed, and Lin Mo vanished in the glare, leaving only a blurred silhouette. Hearts sank. Just as everyone prepared to mourn, the unexpected struck. Lu Feng's features twisted as if hammered by an invisible force. He spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed. When the dust cleared, a towering golden figure stood revealed. A Minotaur Lord, colossal and solid, its black greytax dragging over the stone, armor entwined with thorns, planted before Lin Mo. At the instant the lightning fell, Lin Mo had summoned the Minotaur Lord and cast thorn armor 100% damage reflection. Every volt rebounded, slamming straight into Lu Feng. He now hovered on the brink of death. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Lu Jia rushed over, but Lu Feng, panting, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Mo's back. Sis, kill him. Smack. A sharp slap cracked across Lu Feng's face. Sis, I'm already half dead, why hit me? He cried. You asked for it. The duel was settled, and you still tried to ambush him. Lu Jia snapped. Blood streamed down Lu Feng's chin as he cursed his rotten luck. He thought a lightning strike would win sympathy, earned a slap instead. Ahead, Lin Mo paused, turned, and spoke in a voice hard as midnight iron. Try me again, and you die. The air froze. No one dared whisper. A summoned beast had just shrugged off the Archmage's thunder and crippled Lu Feng. Only when Lin Mo reached the teleport array did hushed voices rise. He's unbelievable. It's that summon. How did he raise it? Among new recruits, he's the only summoner, right? Summoners start weak, yet he's the opposite. We faced the assessment with him in 3 days. Headache. Relax, every summon has a weak spot. Yeah, every class has a flaw. Lu Jia exhaled as Lin Mo disappeared into the distance. Was that Minotaur Lord how he smashed the dungeon record? That golden beast was no gentle spirit, and she suddenly found herself intrigued by Lin Mo. On the ground, Lu Feng writhed. Sis, why stare at him? Look at me. I'm dying. Lu Jia frowned, wound up, and smack. Ow, why at me again? He wailed. Remember this. Cause trouble once more, and he'll flatten you. She growled. But, sis Maxib, sob, so you're still trying to deny it? Just watch me teach you a lesson. Lu Feng was devastated. Having a sister like this could drive anyone to drink. At that moment, the light screen in the center of the instance plaza flickered. Lin Mo paused in front of the Broken Arm Mountain difficulty interface and tapped confirm. Warning. Lin Mo's qualification for the Broken Arm Mountain instance has been revoked. What? Lin Mo froze. What happened? He muttered. Beside him, Wang Hao scratched his head, equally puzzled. Maybe you're too strong, and the system thinks you're cheating? Hardly. Lin Mo frowned, full of doubts. While they speculated, a dazzling white light erupted in the distance. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A figure in snow-white armor sliced through the screen, haloed in faint radiance wore General Sumo. Greetings, General. Players bowed in unison, the plaza falling silent. Lin Mo also cupped his fists. Under the crowd's gaze, Sumo walked straight to Lin Mo, smiling lightly. Come with me. This place no longer suits you. A collective buzz filled everyone's minds. A 5-star war general had come in person? Lin Mo hesitated. Why? I'm leveling just fine here. Whoa, he actually asked General Sumo why. Someone whispered. Wang Hao tugged Lin Mo's sleeve, nervous. Bro, stop asking and go. Still, Lin Mo refused to leave in the dark. He looked up, determined. Please tell me the reason, General. Sumo didn't get angry. Instead, he offered a near-paternal smile. I need your help with something. The onlookers were stunned all over again. All right, I'll go, Lin Mo agreed at once. Sumo rested his palm on Lin Mo's shoulder. Twin pillars of white light flared, and they vanished from the plaza. Did General Sumo just smile at him? Sure looked like it. A 5-star general, that approachable? Approachable? He's only different toward Lin Mo. Wang Hao stared at the fading glow and sighed. Guess he'll be grinding alone again. Huaxia Dragon Cavalry Squad, 5-star war general's residence. It consisted of a single bedroom and a sitting room, simple, spotless, clearly seldom used. Noticing Lin Mo's glance around, Sumo handed him a cup of warm water. When we're not training, the Dragon Cavalry is always on the move. To the front lines? Lin Mo accepted the cup. Sumo nodded. It's every Waxian's duty, our responsibility. Yes, sir, Lin Mo answered solemnly. Sumo got straight to the point. You reached level 20 early, so your assessment mission is also being issued ahead of schedule. A jolt ran through Lin Mo. I thought I still had 3 days. You did, but you're special. Sumo's gaze was steady. Why? Lin Mo asked again. There is no why, Sumo replied calmly. In this world, we don't ask why that often. The Dragon Cavalry is the same, you just carry out orders. Lin Mo nodded silently. Tracing a line in the air, Sumo conjured a virtual scroll. Text appeared. Tomorrow, head to the ancient city secret realm and collect the heart of the charmed fox. I've assigned 3 full-time members to accompany you. He handed Lin Mo a slip of paper. 3 names, IDs, and contact codes were listed. When he saw the first name, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Knew that person better than anyone. What a coincidence. Lu Jia, female, level 23, legendary light mage, contact 666666. Zhou Shui, female, level 23, legendary soul priest, contact 888888. Song Yongnan, male, level 24, legendary titan king, contact 999999. Lin Mo spread the 3 personnel cards across the table, his fingertip lingering on the native flamboyant contact numbers. The corner of his mouth twitched. Commander, do all Dragon Rider recruits pick phone numbers this dramatic? He asked, glancing at Sumo. Sumo froze for half a second, then scratched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment. Ahem, that's just my little quirk. I see, Lin Mo replied, nodding thoughtfully. So they were chosen for their phone numbers? Sumo let out an awkward laugh. Not exactly. Mainly, they were already headed to the ancient city ruins for a mission. We're just tagging along. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, unconvinced, but he let it go. He stood. He'll get ready. Wait. Sumo called after him, suddenly serious. You'll be representing the Dragon Riders on this mission. When you return, we'll tally your contribution points. At the words contribution points, Lin Mo's expression sharpened. So if I finish the job, I become an official member? If you impress us, maybe, Sumo said with a shrug. Lin Mo offered a wry smile and stepped outside. First things first, finish the mission. Contribution points didn't just boost clearance. They could be exchanged for critical resources. Even if he failed to join the Dragon Riders, he couldn't pass up this chance. He messaged the trio at once, suggesting they meet at the Dragon Rider training grounds and depart for the ruins together the next day. 30 minutes later, Dragon Rider training grounds, Huaxia. The broad drill field was paved with smooth stone, ringed by massive target dummies and assorted gear. Evening light spilled over 4 figures as they gathered. Lin Mo arrived last. Lu Jie waved, her smile warm. You made it. Lin Mo nodded, eyes sliding to the right. The woman in the blue robe, legendary soul priest, Zhou Zua, tilted her chin, studying him from head to toe. Her cool gaze couldn't hide a natural air of nobility. Beside her stood Song Yongnan, a burly man in heavy black gold armor. His face was dark with irritation. Had planned to show off for the two women. Learning a newcomer would join them soured his mood. So you're Lin Mo? Song Yongnan narrowed one eye, contempt clear. Lin Mo simply nodded. Had just a level 20 summoner. Whose strings did you pull? Lu Jie's brows knitted. Enough. He's not an ordinary rookie. The renowned Lu Jie defending a newcomer stung Song Yongnan's pride even more. Rookie is rookie. Don't slow me down tomorrow. Zhou Shui crossed her arms, voice icy. We're a team. Save the posturing. She wasn't thrilled about Lin Mo either, but public bullying annoyed her more. With both women against him, Song Yongnan's temper flared. He jabbed a finger at Lin Mo. Hold us back tomorrow, and you'll regret it. Lin Mo's expression never changed. Where do we meet? Lu Jie answered quickly. There's a portal at the south gate that leads straight to the ruins. We'll rendezvous there. Bring plenty of potions. The monsters aren't many, but they're tough. Understood. Lin Mo inclined his head, said nothing more, and left the field. Ancient texts draw a clear line between secret realms and instances. Instances are self-contained spaces that form spontaneously when energy pools together, packed with monsters of similar attributes. Secret realms are different shards of Blue Star's original plane, torn loose when the game world collided with it. The creatures inside once lived on Blue Star, but have since mutated into formidable beasts. Rare resources litter these fragments, yet their scarcity fuels fierce competition among awakeners from every nation. The Old City Secret Realm, newly reported by Huaxia yesterday, carries a recommended level range of roughly 20 to 25. The monster count is low, but each one's stats are frighteningly high, so officials advise at least a 3-person squad. Lu Jie had reminded everyone to stock up on potions. Because it would be his first time inside a secret realm, Lin Mo took no chances. He visited the market stalls, spent 1,000 contribution points on 10 small potions, and clicked his tongue. Alchemists really did make a killing. At dawn, a sharp wind scattered dry leaves across the paving stones. Fully geared, Lin Mo waited alone at the south gate of the Dragon Cavalry compound. Lu Jie, Zhou Shui, and Song Yongnan arrived one after another. Lu Jie's tone was crisp. Let's move out. Other teams picked up the heart of the Enchanting Fox quest too, so we're not the only ones hunting it. The same quest can be taken by multiple teams? Lin Mo asked, frowning. Sure, Lu Jie answered, pressing her crystal red lips together. We've only been with Dragon Cavalry for a year, and our contribution points are low. These quests help us catch up, so competition is inevitable. Across the square, another squad headed for the same secret realm waved. One member bellowed. Hey, isn't that the stunning Lu and the stunning Zhou? Going for the heart of the Enchanting Fox too? Let's see whose drop rate wins. Lu Jie rolled her eyes. Worry about your own party first. Zhou Shui glared coldly without a word. Song Yongnan muttered, damn it. They're dragging dead weight away there fast. Only 3 hearts drop a month. At least 5 or 6 teams are after them now, maybe even some foreign awakeners. Zhou Shui silently weighed the odds. Lin Mo was only level 20 and a summoner at that. He might slow them down. Lu Jie spun around. Eyes sharp. Song Yongnan, quit whining like an old woman. You're fussier than I am. Song choked, then snorted, hump, just wait and see. The 4 stepped onto the teleportation array. White light flared beneath their feet and swallowed them whole. Inside the spatial tunnel, ribbons of twisted light streaked past. Lin Mo stayed calm, his breathing steady, while Song Yongnan's brows tightened and his stomach churned. Noticing, Lu Jie teased, holding up there, noodle boy? Song Yongnan thrust his fist into the air. Piece of cake. The teleportation array was still collapsing in a halo of light, yet Lin Mo remained unruffled. His detached expression made the crowd see him differently. Even Zhou Shui, who spent her life hopping from one teleportation gate to another, felt a little dizzy, but Lin Mo didn't bat an eye. A few breaths later, the crowd squeezed toward the entrance of the ancient city instance. Job changers hoping for a quick score packed the area. The dungeon had just been uncovered, treasures were everywhere, and one run could make you rich. Teams from every nation streamed in, and Lu Jie urged, move, now. The 4 of them pressed their palms against the shimmering barrier that covered the dungeon, and a ribbon of light whisked them away. When they landed, a moss-covered stone city loomed before them. Crumbling walls and crooked steels reeked of decay. Lu Jie pointed to the nearest one. That's the guide steel. They laid their palms on the stone, and a screen of light offered for difficulty settings. The higher the level, the better the loot. Abyss difficulty should be enough, Lu Jie suggested. Song Yongnan shook his head. No way. The drop rate's trash on Abyss. Go straight to Nightmare. We've got a deadweight with us, fights will take longer, and if we don't crank up the difficulty, we'll never finish the quest. Lu Jie's eye twitched. Nightmare wasn't something ordinary people could clear. Song Yongnan arched an eyebrow, flashing a confident grin while flexing his biceps. Relax. With me here, what's to worry? My silver gear would be wasted on anything less. After one more check, Song Yongnan gave a firm nod. Lu Jie looked to Zhou Shui. She didn't object, clearly worried that Lin Mo would slow them down to higher difficulty was the only way to balance the drop rate. Lu Jie offered a helpless smile and glanced at Lin Mo. It seemed no level of difficulty made any difference to him. Fine. Nightmare it is. The guide steel flared with black-violet light, and the four were transported straight into the ancient city. Inside the instance it was midnight, a mix of darkness and rot pressing in from all sides. A cat's cry cut through the gloom. A black shadow streaked past their feet. Lu Jie yelped and, on reflex, dove into Lin Mo's arms. She curled up against him, eyes darting frantically around. The girl in his embrace felt soft and warm, and Lin Mo caught the faint fragrance lingering in her hair. Realizing what she'd done, Lu Jie sprang away, hastily smoothing her hair. Sorry. Lin Mo lifted his hand. A trace of her scent seemed to cling to his palm. Zhou Shui stayed calm as always, while Song Yongnan's face darkened. If it hadn't been for Lin Mo, the person Lu Jie would have jumped on was him. This useless tagalong was not only dead weight, he was stealing his girl. It was just a cat. Quit jumping at shadows and start farming. Song Yongnan strode forward with a grunt. In the eerie street ahead, a pair of yellow eyes suddenly lit up. Stop. Lu Jie, you're a light mage, right? Got anything that can brighten this place? Lu Jie immediately stepped up, raised her staff, gathered mana, and called out in a clear voice, Yawang technique. Boom. A blazing white sphere detonated in midair, its surging radiance shredding the darkness. Sheer rock, dead trees, and scattered rubble snapped into view along with a pair of hovering yellow beast eyes. As the light settled, a snow-white fox nearly 3 meters tall appeared, twin tails arched high, ready to pounce. The pressure forced Song Yongnan back several steps. He stomped the ground and activated Titan Shield. A golden barrier flared out, instantly doubling his health bar. He raised the massive shield. Get behind me. The four of them focused on the fox, and its data panel floated into view. Nightmare-grade Secret Realm Common Monster, two-tailed White Fox. Level, 21. Strength, 7,000. Spirit, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Constitution, 7,000. Skill 1 Charm. Paralyzes the target for 20 seconds. Skill 2 Fox Stench. Corrosive Poison Mist. Drains 2 HP per second for 10 seconds. Lu Jie muttered. Normal mobs in this realm are stronger than bosses in a nightmare instance. Good thing there aren't many. Song Yongnan cracked his knuckles, voice quivering with excitement. Perfect chance to show off. One monster, I've got this. Zhou Shui, keep me healed. Lu Jie, cover me, and Lin Mo slow us down. If that thing targets you, no one can save you. Lin Mo lifted his eyes. For an instant icy killing intent swept over them. Song Yongnan's chest tightened. He cut himself off. Those eyes he's killed before. Swallowing hard, he turned back to the fox and charged. Titan strike. Boom. The shield morphed into a hammer and slammed into the fox's chest. The dull crunch of metal on bone echoed as dust flew, yet the fox didn't budge. Its twin tails flicked, as if taunting him. The brief exchange rattled Song Yongnan. The creature was absurdly tough. At best he could fight it to a draw. Suddenly the fox attacked. A semi-transparent, pink, heart-shaped sigil streaked toward him. Charm dodge. Lu Jie shouted. Too late. Song Yongnan's chest lurched, his face flushed, and his mind went blank. His hands slackened, and the silver shield clattered to the ground. Zhou Shui thrust her staff forward. Clarity. Silvery light washed through Song Yongnan's mind, breaking the charm. As his senses returned, razor-sharp claws were already at his face. He sprang back, shield forgotten. Damn. My silver shield. Forget the gear, kill the thing. Lu Jie barked. Zhou Shui cast a buffing sigil. Stats up 10% for 10 seconds, finish it. Their momentum surged, but before they could close in, 2 more pairs of yellow eyes lit up beyond the spell's glow. Whoosh. 2 more snowy shapes streaked out, flanking the first. 3 two-tailed white foxes now blocked the exit. Lu Jie's blood ran cold. Heads up. They scattered. Song Yongnan stood dumbstruck. Seriously? 1 was bad enough, now 3, are we dying here? Zhou Shui's voice was ice. You wanted nightmare difficulty. Live with it. Song Yongnan flushed. I was thinking of the team. With deadweight like. Enough. Leave them to me. A deep voice rose behind them. Lin Mo stepped forward. As soon as Song Yongnan realized it was Lin Mo speaking, he burst into laughter. You? If you can kill those 3 monsters, they'll drop to my knees and kowtow 3 times. With lives on the line, Lin Mo ignored him and gave a silent command. In an instant, a blinding beam of gold exploded in front of the 3 two-tailed white foxes, tearing the night apart. A gigantic Minotaur Lord, as tall as a 2-story building, plummeted from the sky. Boom. The impact made the ground hum. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and the creature's bulk overwhelmed everyone's vision. Is that his summon? Zhou Shui, who had been silent, stared wide-eyed. Most summoners would be ecstatic to pull out a goblin caster or a slime before their second job change. Yet Lin Mo had called forth a boss-level Minotaur Lord. She drew a sharp breath, reconsidering everything she thought she knew about him. Lu Jie, however, looked unsurprised. She had already seen the Minotaur's defensive stance during Lin Mo's standoff with Lu Finjit had nearly crushed the man. She knew this was Lin Mo's trump card. Even Song Yongnan, who had been mocking moments before, stumbled back a step. How is it this big? Did he pump it full of steroids? The moment the Minotaur appeared, the 3 foxes opened their jaws, releasing rings of pink charm energy. Lin Mo flipped his palm. Divine Ox Shield. His stamina stat quadrupled, and he became immune to any control effects. A golden barrier flared out, blocking the charm waves entirely. Wild Bull Charge. With a low bellow, the Minotaur pawed the ground, and then became a rampaging blur, toppling all 3 foxes at once. Though the 2-tailed white foxes were formidable, their overall stats lagged behind. They were slammed into a 100-second stun, completely helpless. The instant crowd control reversal swung the tide so fast that Lu Jie couldn't stop herself from marveling. Who says summoners aren't strong? Lin Mo didn't stop there. Locking his gaze on the pinned foxes, he let battle intent blaze in his eyes. Shared God tier, skill leaping critical. He shot skyward in a streak of light and hung above the motionless foxes. What's he doing? Lu Jie blurted. Song Yongnan clenched his fists and snorted. Thinks he's a hero? A summoner leaves the command post to charge in himself? He's asking to die? Zhou Shui fired back immediately. Why don't you try it, you skinny mutt? A golden comet smashed down with terrifying force, carving a crater into the ground. Several sections of the already crumbling ancient wall collapsed outright, dust billowing everywhere. Through the swirling smoke, Lin Mo emerged, his shoulders dust-covered but unbowed. Ding! Everyone's interface lit up with kill notifications. Successfully killed Nightmare Tier Dungeon Normal Monster. 2-tailed white fox. EXP 50,000. Successfully killed Nightmare Tier Dungeon Normal Monster. 2-tailed white fox. EXP 50,000. Loot. Fox Hide Crafting Material 1. Loot. Fox Tail Crafting Material 2. Loot. Fox Heart Alchemy Material 1. The shared party split diluted the experience, yet Lin Mo was thrilled to see that nearly every drop was a rare material, each worth a hefty sum on the market. No wonder people flocked to clear dungeons. Lu Jie spun around to face Song Yongnan, who had just been mocking Lin Mo, and demanded, "Didn't you say you'd get on your knees for him?" Song Yongnan's eyes darted. He snorted. "Please. I never said that." Hands on her hips, Lu Jie frowned. "So you won't admit it?" "I never said it." Song Yongnan shot back, full of swagger. "Lu Jie, we're members of the Huaxia Dragon Riders. Stop taking an outsider's side. Who is he? Just a level 20 summoner who got lucky. If we meet an elite or a boss, guess who tanks? Me. Think he can be the main T? In your dreams." Lu Jie gave him a cold glance. Lin Mo hasn't said a word. You're the one flapping your mouth, looking down on people. Now that the danger's gone, you pretend you've forgotten everything. What a snake. Blame that punk Lin Mo. The more she scolded, the angrier Song Yongnan grew. WHYD, he have to steal my spotlight. The more she cursed him, the more he resented Lin Mo. Rage boiled in his chest. Finally, he stepped back and raised his voice. Fine. You back him up, right? Then pick. In this party, it's him or me. No tank in a dungeon, you all die. Everyone knew how crucial a tank was. Without one, monsters tore the party apart, mages lost casting space, and the wipe was instant. It happened all the time. Zhou Shui cut in, voice low. Song Yongnan, enough. We're a team. Song Yongnan curled his lips into a contemptuous grin. Can't do without your tank. Can you, Zhou Shui? Then boot Lin Mo. If he stays, I'm out. Make up your minds. He looked as if he held all the cards. Lin Mo, silent until now, stepped out from between Lu Jie and Zhou Shui. His dark eyes churned like thunderclouds. Leave. The single word was deep and icy, cutting through the night. Song Yongnan frowned. What? I said leave. Lin Mo repeated, even colder. Song Yongnan leapt to his feet, lip twitching. He jabbed a finger at Lin Mo. Fine. When you can't handle the monsters later, don't come begging me. Leave. Lin Mo gave him nothing else. He fought down the killing urge in his heart. If this man weren't a fellow dragon rider, he'd already be dead. You'll regret this. Song Yongnan spat, then spun on his heel. Plenty of teams want me. With that, he quit the dungeon. He was the legendary Titan King, the pinnacle of tanks. Finding a new party would be easy. The Ristone Summoner, 1 mage, 1 priest were 3 fragile glass cannons. If they met another wave of monsters, they could be wiped in seconds. Toss me out, will you? Song Yongnan sneered as he left. Fine. Die for all I care. At that moment, Zhou Shui glanced at Lin Mo. A sudden tightness gripped her chest. She couldn't tell whether he was bluffing or genuinely capable. Banking on a single summon to reach the end of the rift felt reckless to her. Let's step out and find another teammate first, she whispered, offering a reason for retreat. Song Yangnan's right, without a main tank, we won't make it. Lu Jie's brow was knit as well. She knew what Lin Mo could do in regular dungeons, but a rift was on a whole different level. Both women fixed their eyes on him. No need, Lin Mo said lightly. Stand behind me. He'll handle it alone. A low hum seemed to rattle their eardrums. Lu Jie blurted, what did you just say? Zhou Shui sighed in frustration. Stop showing off, okay? We're a team, not your solo act. Those trash mobs back there didn't prove anything. Lin Mo gave her a sidelong glance and kept walking. Lu Jie shrugged helplessly. Maybe he really can do it? Zhou Shui wasn't convinced and warned, if it gets dangerous, pull him back. He knew he has no idea how nasty rift creatures can be. While they talked, the trio moved through the ruins of a collapsed ancient city. Gray stones littered the ground, broken walls jutted everywhere, and waist-high weeds grew in damp, mold-scented air. Suddenly the grass ahead thrashed, and a white blur larger than the two-tailed fox they'd met earlier leaped out. It wailed like a newborn, round eyes gleaming with soul-grabbing light, a seductive aura spreading with the sound. 3 fluffy tails trailed behind it. 3 tails. Lu Jie gasped. Zhou Shui raised a hand, ready to heal at any time. Stay sharp. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he pulled up its stats. Nightmare Class Rift, Elite Monster, 3-tailed white fox. Level, 22. Strength, 8,000. Spirit, 8,000. Agility, 8,000. Constitution, 8,000. Skill 1 Enhanced Charm. Incapacitates target for 40 seconds. Skill 2 Enhanced Musk. Corrosive Poison Mist. Deals 4 HP per second for 20 seconds. Zhou Shui's scalp tingled. Its stats are 1,000 higher than the two-tailed one. Even with a tank, an average party couldn't kill it. Fall back. Lin Mo stayed calm. With a thought, the Minotaur Warlord was wrapped in a divine bull shield. After 4 upgrades, the towering summon almost 8 meters tall had attributes nearing 10,000, more than enough for this fox. He positioned the Minotaur in front of the beast. The colossal body blocked the faint light, and the fox's ferocity collapsed in an instant. Its fur bristled as it trembled. White vapor burst from the Minotaur's nostrils, and a massive hoof slammed down. The fox shrieked, rolling away with its agility while spamming Enhanced Charm, but every pink beam shattered against the Minotaur's shield, never getting close. The mismatch looked like an older brother teasing a toddler. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui watched, slack-jawed. Since when are summoners this OP? Zhou Shui muttered, glancing at Lu Jie. Equally stunned, Lu Jie coughed. First time I've seen it, no clue. In under 3 minutes the fox was cornered. Desperate, it tried one last charge. The Minotaur instantly cast Thorn Armor, barbed vines wrapping around the fox, and killing it in a single heartbeat. System messages popped up in quick succession. Nightmare Class Rift Elite, 3-tailed white fox defeated. EXP 100,000. Drop. 3-tailed fox hide, crafting material 1. Drop. White fur of the 3-tailed fox 99. Zhou Shui froze in place. That's it. It's already dead? Lin Mo noticed the disbelief on Lu Jie and Zhou Shui's faces and gave a small shrug. Let's keep moving, he said calmly, then sent the Minotaur Lord to the front, its hooves smashing the loose rubble to clear a path. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui walked behind him, unable to take their eyes off the towering Minotaur. As they went, they waved their arms in exaggerated gestures. Hard to believe someone that quiet can summon something this strong, Lu Jie murmured. Their time together had completely changed Zhou Shui's opinion of Lin Mo. She nodded. At first I thought he was bluffing, but that Minotaur Lord is the real deal. Exactly. Lin Mo is way more reliable than Song Yongnan, Lu Jie agreed. Song Yongnan. Zhou Shui's face twisted in disgust. That guy's a snake. If Lin Mo hadn't helped us, who knows how much trouble we'd be in. Lu Jie nodded vigorously. Few would guess that the usually cool, reserved Zhou Shui could gossip non-stop once she started. When a girl flips the gossip switch, her mouth fires like a Gatling gun. The road ahead stayed clear, the crumbling ruins of the ancient city fading behind them. Dawn split the clouds, and the first golden light touched the ground. A chain of mountains rose in front of them, blocking the winding trail. Is that the edge of the realm? Zhou Shui asked, looking up. Lu Jie propped her chin on her hand and shook her head. Probably not. We haven't met a real lord or boss-level monster yet. No way we're at the finish line so soon. Lin Mo's senses caught the disturbance first. He suddenly turned toward the ancient city, his gaze slicing the air like a blade. The space there looked as though it had been torn apart. 2 zones have been forced together, he said quietly. Following his cue, Lu Jie and Zhou Shui examined the boundary. The textures where the city met the mountains were warped and mismatched. So we have to cross this range to reach the next area, Lu Jie concluded. They were about to move when Lin Mo raised a hand. Wait. He squinted into the mist-shrouded peaks. A figure stood atop one of them. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui followed his gaze and saw a man wearing a forehead protector and dark gray ninja gear. An Earth-style ninja from the Sakura Nation. Zhou Shui recognized him at once. Another team? Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The realm is unstable, Lu Jie explained. Multiple teams can end up in the same sector, so it's common to bump into each other. Earth-style ninjas manipulate stone, she added. This out-of-place mountain range is probably his doing. They spotted us early and want to stall us with it. The apparent spatial fracture was actually their skill earth flow wall, which could last 20 minutes. In the distance, the earth ninja glanced back at his teammates. The earth flow wall will hold for 20 more minutes. That's plenty. Our top priority is to blast this mountain open, Lu Jie said, stepping forward and raising her staff. Let me try first. As a light mage, she packed the most destructive power in the group. She took a deep breath, gripped her crystal staff with both hands, and began a low chant. Golden patterns flared in the air. O light, grant me strength skill, divine ray. A thick beam of light streaked toward the distant mountains. The blast, wrapped in a roaring gale, shredded every flower and blade of grass in its path, scattering petals across the ground. Zhou Shui's eyes sparkled as she blurted, "That power is incredible." The searing backlash tossed Lu Jie's long hair, and her light skirt whipped about like something a beast had ripped apart, her pale, slender legs flickering in and out of sight. High on the summit, Earth-style ninja Jieshan Ruishu looked down and curved his lips into a cold smile. Huaxiao fighters, so naive, reinforced earth flow wall. Ochre chakra surged from him like cooling lava, forging a massive rock barrier in an instant. The divine column below finally bored through the mountain, tearing open a pitch-black fissure. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui's eyes shone with delight. We did it. The gap lasted only a heartbeat before fresh rock sealed it shut. Nicely done, Jieshan Ruishu. Another Sakura country ninja gave him a thumbs up, then hurried off. It closed again? Damn. Lu Jie's pupils tightened. Her spell wouldn't last much longer. Her mana was draining fast. In Waxia's system, Sakura country Earth-style ninjas ranked near the sacred Tiran, this one was clearly high level. A weight settled on her chest as she gasped for air. The Mystic Fox heart drops only 3 times a month, and the last 2 are even rarer. Missed the first one, and we're out, she muttered, exchanging a glance with Zhou Shui before turning to Lin Mo. Lin Mo had been ready for some time. Head held back only to gauge the enemy's limits. To him, an Earth-style ninja's value lay in reshaping terrain. In a dungeon that might be ordinary, but in war, terrain could double a team's firepower. No wonder they were called Sacred Tier. Think you can run wild on Huaxia soil? Lin Mo smiled and signaled. The Minotaur Lord head summoned strode forward. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui followed, whispering, "You're not really going to have the summon ram the mountain, are you?" That's Lin Mo simply shook his head. Jieshan Ruishu also spotted the massive Minotaur Lord clad in black gold scales. He arched a brow, then scoffed. A mere summoner wants to overturn heaven? Huaxia brats still children. Golden light erupted from the Minotaur Lord as Lin Mo pointed at the mountains. Shatter them. Boom, the ground convulsed. Rock layers pulverized as if struck by an immense hammer, and the entire mountain range collapsed in an instant. Dust geysered high into the sky. Even Lin Mo hadn't expected the Minotaur Lord's new skill to be so devastating. No, impossible. Jieshan Ruishu lost his footing and fell into the abyss with the tumbling rubble. Where's my earth flow wall? The mountain that had stood moments before was now drifting dust. Clutching her crystal staff, Lu Jie felt a surge of mixed emotions compared with Lin Mo's summon. Her own class seemed feeble. Zhou Shui stared for several seconds. The mountain's gone? Fury ignited every nerve in Jieshan Ruishu's body. His mission had to succeed. He could not let these Huaxia fighters advance another step. His hands blurred through a storm of seals, fingers moving so fast they left afterimages. Classic Sakura style maximized earth release, earthen rampart. A cloud of ochre dust billowed out without a sound, swallowing Lin Mo and the others in an instant. When the haze cleared, a massive earthen wall had erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky and blotting out the sun. Behind it, Kiyama Ruishu curled his lips into a wicked smile. If you can break my technique, I'll disembowel myself on the spot. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to answer. He simply lifted a finger. In the next heartbeat, the Minotaur Lord lunged at the wall like a rabid beast unleashed, golden light erupting from its horns. Boom. The ground quaked, and the freshly raised barrier disintegrated into dust. A chill shot through Kiyama Ruishu's chest. No way are all these Huaxia freaks monsters, or what? Frantically forming signs, he summoned wall after wall. Yet no matter how thick he stacked them, each one shattered beneath the Minotaur's charge at Lin Mo's casual command. A barrage of crashes turned the earth walls into a storm of rubble. Baka, do your skills not have a cooldown, or what? Ruishu sputtered in broken Huaxia. Okayasan, save me. I'm done with this bully. Wiping the dirt from his miserable face, he scampered after his retreating teammates, whining all the way and sneaking a fearful glance back at Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned to Lu Jie and Zhou Shui. Come on, let's catch up. Both women nodded vigorously and fell in behind him. Watching the Earth Ninja get pummeled to tears had impressed them, but it also sparked a new worry: what if the rest of Sakura Kingdom's team was even stronger? As they raced through the forest, Lu Jie whispered, that Earth Ninja was strong, yet he was only the rear guard. There must be someone even scarier up ahead. Zhou Shui nodded silently. Lin Mo answered with a shrug. We'll worry about that later. The simple reply somehow cemented him as the team's anchor, and the two women instinctively moved to guard his flanks. They pushed through the ancient forest until crumbling gray stone reappeared in sight, the next cluster of ruins. The hidden city was a patchwork of such compounds, each crawling with monsters. Boom. A mushroom cloud blossomed ahead, the blast snapping trees like twigs and filling the air with splinters. The view suddenly opened up. Lu Jie tensed. That kind of blast means they're fighting a boss. From a distance, they spotted Kiyama Ruish's silhouette vanish into the explosions, heartproof that the Sakura team was engaged with a boss-level creature. A chain of detonations ripped the forest apart. When the dust settled, Lin Mo spotted 5 Sakura combatants surrounding a colossal white fox. The demon beast was the size of a small hill, flaunting 5 tails, each crackling with snowy foxfire that radiated lethal intent. Lin Mo locked onto the target, data streaming across his vision as the monster's profile filled his interface. Nightmare grade instance boss, 5-tailed demon fox, level 23. Strength 10,000. Spirit 10,000. Agility 10,000. Constitution 10,000. Skills. 1. Enchanting Whisper forces enemies to attack their own allies for 20 seconds. 2. Fox Swamp creates a 20-meter corrosive mire that lasts 20 seconds and deals 8 damage per second. A lore tier monster with every stat maxed at 10,000. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui stood close behind Lin Mo, staring at the fox shrouded in violet flames. We've never seen numbers this high, they gasped. That heart of the fox has to drop from this boss, Lu Jie said, clutching her staff. We have to beat the Sakura players to it, or the quest is over. Both women looked at Lin Mo. Got a plan? No plan. We charge. What? Before the word left her mouth, Lin Mo had already leapt a dozen meters toward the battlefield. So direct? Lu Jie and Zhou Shui exchanged a wry glance, unease flickering in their eyes. The enemy had to be numerous. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered ahead. Sparks and demon aura churned across the swampy ground. 4 figures came into view, one of them the same Koyama Mizuki who had blocked them earlier. The Huaxia players are here again, Koyama shouted. Nanny, you didn't stop them? Couldn't even slow them down. The 4 Sakura players had the 5-tailed fox pinned in the center of a glowing violet on Myoji array. Charms whirled into a wall of light, locking the demon aura in place. The grand array is set, finish it. The Onmyoji called, purple light flowing over his robes. The fox's shriek shook the air, and both Enchanting Whisper and Fox Swamp were instantly suppressed. Lin Mo arched a brow. One Onmyoji can seal that fox? Not bad. Outside the array, a fire ninja gathered heat, his belly swelling as molten energy rolled around him. We're running out of time, we have to stop them, Lu Jie urged. Lin Mo nodded and ready to dash forward, but a dark blur suddenly swept in front of them. The newcomer curved a gleaming black katana with a sly grin. Sorry, this fox is ours. That's a deicide class from Sakura, Lu Jie warned softly. Watch his blade. Lin Mo's expression stayed calm, eyes unreadable. Kudo, kill them, Koyama barked. Kudo's smile widened. With pleasure. A flash of black light, Kudo launched. In that instant, Lu Jie yanked Lin Mo behind her while Zhou Shui sidestepped and lifted her staff, casting a Regan spell on both of them. Lu Jie then thrust her staff forward, releasing a pillar of searing white light straight at Kudo. Clang. A shadow-thin arc of the katana split the beam in two. The meter-wide column sheared apart, whipping past Kudo and crashing dozens of meters away in a chain of explosions. He cut through a spell? Lu Jie stared at the katana in disbelief. So this is what a Godslayer can do. Hey, Kudo, quit messing around and help us already. Someone in the Sakura squad shouted, his voice edged with panic. A cold gleam lit Kudo's eyes. He ran his fingers over the blade, the air turning icy. If you're that desperate, Chinese scum, they'll stop playing now, die. The sword shot forward like a hurricane, ripping the air with a chain of sonic booms. The blade went straight for Lu Jie, moving so fast she could barely blink. She raised her staff by reflex, but there was no time to chant. The frigid edge hung above her head, ready to deliver the verdict. Bang! A massive force knocked the blade aside. Lu Jie opened her eyes to see Lin Mo standing in front of her, his body wrapped in golden light. In a flash he had warped through space, then used the divine skill share to summon the Minotaur Lord's Ox Shield. Kudo's sword slammed into the shield as though it had struck solid steel, and the rebound numbed his hands. Impossible. Kudo staggered back. Jeshan Rueshu pointed at Lin Mo, voice trembling. That's him. That's the one. The words tumbled out in a mix of languages. Seeing his attack fail, Kudo dragged Jeshan toward the 5-tailed fox. The remaining two from Sakura Nation cursed, idiots. Can't you handle a few Chinese? Kudo grimaced. The other two are fine, but that summoner is ridiculous. Fool. We take down the five-tailed fox first. The fire ninja roared. Lin Mo, they're going after the fox, Lu Jie warned softly. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and gave a silent command. The fire ninja opened his mouth wide, gathering scorching flames into a giant fireball that blasted toward the bound fox. Fire shield. Flame art. Boom-searing heat swept across the clearing, sweat sliding down Lu Jie's and Zhou Shue's necks. A heartbeat later, a towering golden Minotaur Lord raised the ox shield, planting himself in front of the fox. The firestorm smashed into the shield, hissing into steam before fading to smoke. Shameless Chinese. The fire ninja spat. At that moment the Onmyoge's talisman expired, and the five-tailed fox shrieked, bolting into the woods in a flash. Their prey escaped, and fury consumed the Sakura team. You ruined our plan, now die. The fire ninja roared. Kudo, who had already tasted Lin Mo's strength, whispered, he's a summoner, don't take him lightly. The fire ninja snorted. Strong to you maybe. To me, he's an insect. Flames burst from his body. Die. He streaked toward Lin Mo like living fire. Lin Mo issued another mental order, and the Minotaur Lord blocked the path. Clang. The fire ninja slammed straight into the Minotaur's groin, the impact echoing like a gong. In the next instant, he was flung backward and smashed into the ground. Searing pain exploded through him. He staggered to his feet, clutching his bleeding head, eyes wide with disbelief. What did I crash into exactly? Why does it hurt this much? It's killing me. Pathetic. The silent Onmyoge from the Sakura Nation moved forward, wooden clogs crunching on the gravel with a sharp, grating sound. His tall, conical hat threw a long, narrow shadow in the moonlight, and he wore a modified Huaxia-style robe whose sleeves, embroidered with jet-black talismans, swayed with every step. Stopping across from Lin Mo, he lifted his head. His icy gaze seemed to slice straight through flesh and bone, his murderous intent laid bare. A Huaxia summoner? He gave a short, disdainful laugh. All you can do is call in a few cute little pets. Compared with the Onmyoge of the Sakura Nation, you're miles behind. The scorn in his voice swept over the crowd like a winter wind. After watching for a moment, Lu Jie murmured, judging by his aura, he's the strongest of their 4 transferees. An Onmyoge from the Sakura Nation can not only set up talisman arrays, but also summon Shikigami. Shikigami? Lin Mo knew little about foreign classes, and a hint of puzzlement crept across his brow. I know this class best, Zhou Shui cut in, her expression suddenly grave. My father once fought an Onmyoge from the Sakura Nation. The talisman array couldn't slow him down. Then the man called forth a powerful Shikigami. After only 20 rounds, my father lost. Bitterness tinged her voice. They're stronger even than your summons. The light in her eyes dimmed at the memory. Lu Jie continued her analysis. Within Huaxia, Onmyoge are considered a sacred tier class. They have 4 people, we have 3. To play it safe, we should fall back for now. Live to fight another day. She knew Lin Mo could tie them up with the Oxhead Lord, but the rest of them simply couldn't hold the line. They were outmatched, pure and simple. Both Lu Jie and Zhou Shui were clearly ready to retreat, yet Lin Mo remained silent. Sensing their hesitation, the Onmyoge's lips curled, and he let out a mocking chuckle. So this is all Huaxia can muster? Is that so? Lin Mo finally looked up, his eyes steady as iron. The Onmyoge snorted. He raised his right hand, pinching a talisman of black paper traced with golden lines between 2 fingers. Scarlet sparks licked along its edges. That's the spell for summoning a Shikigami, Zhou Shui whispered. Lin Mo gave a slight nod, his voice low and unshakable. Then we'll see whether his Shikigami is stronger or my summons. Shikigami, reveal yourself. The Onmyoge's talisman ignited at once. The paper charm was swallowed by violet flames, and a towering apparition burst out of thin air, arms locked across its chest, head buried in the crook of an elbow like a slumbering giant. After a brief stillness, its joints cracked, it slowly raised its head, then flung its arms wide. Purple light detonated, and white smoke curled through the air. Shikigami Enma? Zhou Shui's face drained of color. Enma was infamous for brutal crowd control. Lin Mo, watch out, he'll cast a debuff cleanse on you. Lin Mo nodded, and with a thought moved his Minotaur Warlord to the front. As a Chinese summoner, he knew the fatal flaw of summoned creatures. Without autonomous will, they relied entirely on their master's commands. The opposing Onmyoge understood this too. He curled his lip at Lin Mo. If I lock you down, your pet is useless, isn't it? Try controlling me first. Lin Mo advanced instead of retreating. Bewitchment. Enma spread its arms, purple energy coalescing in its palms before blasting toward Lin Mo. At the same time, Zhou Shui's cleanse descended. Boom system prompt. Buff failed. What happened? My cleanse didn't register. Zhou Shui cried out. Shikigami are spirits. Their crowd control is psychic. Lin Mo realized instantly. Enma's shackles locked his mind, leaving him immobile for 10 seconds. The Onmyoge laughed. Little boy, you never learn until you hit a wall. Lin Mo was frozen on the spot, and Lu Jie and Zhou Shui were forced on the defensive. Kudo charged with blades gleaming coldly. Kaya Mizuki raised a hand-earth flow wall. Massive earthen walls clamped shut, imprisoning the two women. Sheep who strut before wolves end up on the chopping block. Kudo swung his sword, murderous intent blazing. The moment he was controlled, inspiration flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Spirit form Soul Rend. A basic spell had learned that dealt direct damage to souls. He muttered the incantation. A heartbeat later, Enma beside the Onmyoji shuddered, its purple outline flickering. The control snapped. Nanny? The Onmyoji gaped. It worked. He couldn't one-shot the Shikigami, but it was enough to break the skill. Minotaur charge. Lin Mo commanded mentally. The Minotaur warlord bellowed and lowered its massive horns. Kudo was sent flying with a howlarg. Damn it. His sword torn from his grasp. Earth-shattering stampede. Golden light exploded from the Minotaur. The ground split, and the earthen walls shattered instantly. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui were freed. Kaya Mizuki had no time to react. The same charge sent him flying, dissolving into a speck of light. Ding'll be back. In the blink of an eye, only the stunned Onmyoji and a fire ninja boiling with rage remained on the field. Chinese boy, what are you trying to do? The Onmyoji asked, voice quivering as Lin Mo closed in. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. I want you to crawl back to wherever you came from. The Onmyoji's taunt hit like a slap as she hurled a paper talisman into the air. Pathetic. Keep dreaming. Did you really think I had only one Shikigami? The talisman burned to ash, and she curled her lips in a ghostly smile. In a flash the sky went black. A blood-red giant hand thrust out of the clouds, a chilling crimson blade dangling between its fingers. Shikigami Utaheim. The massive sword screamed through the air, cleaving straight at Lin Mo. He drove off his back foot and leapt away. The edge skimmed his chest and gouged a long trench in the ground. Haha, you have just one summon, but I have two. Die, Chinese worm. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui trembled. One Shikigami was hard enough, a second felt impossible. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Oh, who told you I only had one creature? A heartbeat later he raised his hand and shouted, Divine Summon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Snow tumbled from the heavens while magma churned below. A huge jelly-like body plummeted from the clouds, kicking up a storm of dust. Right behind it appeared a formidable goblin conjurer, bone staff in hand, taking position at Lin Mo's back. At the horizon, a cascade of scarlet and gold came crashing down. Moments later 6 colossal summons stood in perfect formation, golden light blazing off them like 6 towering mountains behind Lin Mo. 6. He actually has 6 summons. The despair in Lu Jie and Zhou Shui's eyes caught fire, their gazes blazing. They counted on their fingers, naming each one. 1. A golden slime, general rank, far bigger than normal. 2. A powerful goblin summoner terror of the Frostlands dungeon. 3. An ice mage in shimmering gauze, the one they'd admired in the bestiary. 4. A hellfire wolf, an inferno tier beast now tamed. 5. A scarlet gold blood fiend, the nightmare-level boss from Severed Arm Mountain. 6. And the earlier slime general, making 6 in total. Is he a summoner or a collector of action figures? They muttered, why died? The Onmyoji and the fire ninja were crushed. Screw this, we can't win. Retreat. The fire ninja nodded at once. Before leaving, the Onmyoji pointed at Lin Mo and snapped, I really need to pee. Let me hit the bathroom, then I'll come back and finish you. She dropped a smoke bomb and vanished with Utaheim. You're an escape? Lin Mo frowned. Those Sakura country brats love that trick. Chasing her wasn't worth it. He still needed the charming fox's heart. When he turned, Lu Jie and Zhou Shui were already rubbing themselves all over the slime general. So soft. So springy. I wish I could use it as a bed. Lu Jie poked the slime, sending ripples across its surface, shivering with excitement. Zhou Shui circled the ice mage, eyes sparkling. She's gorgeous. If someone bought me an outfit like that, I'd marry him on the spot. Lin Mo watched them, a vein throbbing in his forehead. He spoke up with a sigh. Hey, are you two done fooling around? Lu Jie and Zhou Shui spun around at the sound. Lu Jie scratched her head and grinned sheepishly. Sorry, I just think it's too cute. Zhou Shui tried to look indifferent, smoothing her long hair as she muttered, I was only curious. Lin Mo spread his hands. We're running out of time. Let's find the demon fox and finish it off. With that, he hoisted Zhou Shui and Lu Jie onto the broad back of the Hellfire Wolf, swung himself onto the Minotaur Lord, and recalled the rest of his summons. The wolf's hooves blazed, the Minotaur Lord brandished its war axe, and they charged forward, leaving a cloud of dust and smoke in their wake. Before long the ground turned to sludge and a gray-green marsh stretched out ahead. The 3 dismounted. Through the mist a pale silhouette flickered in, and out of view the 5-tailed demon fox. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui clung to the Hellfire Wolf's mane, eyes blinking wide, reluctant to set foot on the ground. Lin Mo frowned. You're not coming with me? Lu Jie gave a wry smile. You're more than enough on your own. Lin Mo led the Minotaur Lord to the edge of the swamp and told it to stand guard, then summoned the slime general. Mud churned around him as he strode into the marsh, the lone hero's silhouette unshakable. His Demon of Black Blood title activated, granting 20% corrosion resistance, and the fox's Demon Fox Swamp carried exactly that debuff. With the Divine Bull shield layered on top, the swamp's penalties were rendered meaningless. The mist parted, revealing the fox in full. 5 snowy tails curled into a ring as it lay coiled at rest. Crimson eyes fixed on Lin Mo, pupils narrowing. Lin Mo raised a calming hand. Don't be afraid. It will be quick and painless. The next instant a seal formed in his palm. Planetary devastation. Boom. A thunderous blast split the sky above the pocket realm. A roiling mushroom cloud erupted, the shockwave hurling mud in every direction. In the distance, Lu Jie and Zhou Shui, still astride the Hellfire Wolf, swallowed hard in unison. Nightmare Grade Dungeon Boss 5-tailed Demon Fox defeated. Experience 300,000. Drops: Enchanted Fox Heart 1. 5-tail Fox Hide 2 crafting material. Jewelry Chest 1 rare. Demon Fox Crystal Shard 1 collect 3 to synthesize a full crystal. Only a shard? Lin Mo raised a brow. So we have to run it 2 more times? Stingy. Meanwhile, Lu Jie and Zhou Shui were already cheering at their effortless victory. We've got the Enchanted Fox Heart. We can turn in the quest now. We are never running a dungeon without Lin Mo again. Lin Mo walked back and called out, let's leave the instance. All 3 stepped through the portal at once. Outside the entrance the crowd had thickened. Song Yongnan had already joined a well-rounded party, one of whose members was a rare class from Sakura Nation, the Cherry Blossom Blade. The Cherry Blossom Blade lifted his chin. Our Sakura Nation on Myoji are unmatched, especially their Shikigami. Song Yongnan nodded. Huaxiao has summoners too, similar in principle, but I doubt they can compare. Naturally, the Cherry Blossom Blade replied with a confident smile. At that moment Lin Mo's party emerged from the dungeon. Song Yongnan's gaze locked onto them immediately. They're back already? It's been barely half an hour, looks like they came out empty-handed. The Sakura swordsman frowned slightly. What are you muttering about? Song Yongnan sneered. A few pitiful losers. Are they friends of yours? Feel like teaming up? Song narrowed his eyes and nodded. Folks out so soon? I'm guessing you got nothing, right? Lin Mo and the others were looking for a place to rest when Song Yongnan suddenly blocked their way, flanked by several adventurers from the Sakura Kingdom. Lu Jie's brows knitted. Song Yongnan, when did you sink this learning with people from the Sakura Kingdom? Song let out a cold laugh. If I don't stick with them, should I follow you? I told you already. Without a tank you'll never clear the dungeon. The Sakura swordsman stepped forward, sizing up Lin Mo's team. Ladies, for Mr. Song's sake, I don't mind squeezing 2 more into our party. But this guy, a lecherous grin spread across his face. He can stay out. I hear he's a summoner? Huh. A Chinese summoner can't compare to one of our Yin Yang masters. This place is lethal. 1 extra burden is 1 extra risk. Lu Jie fired back. Did we ever say we wanted to join you? And another thing, China is a vast nation. Your Sakura Kingdom is just a tiny island. What kind of powerhouse could you possibly turn out? Yin Yang master? Please. Her words landed like daggers, and the Sakura swordsman's face reddened. You, how dare you? You insult our Yin Yang masters. If you're not convinced, my friend's a Yin Yang master. Let him go head-to-head with your summoner. Hell, have you begging for mercy? Lu Jie answered with a dismissive smirk. Song Yongnan flicked his hair back and raised his head slowly. Lu Jie, Zhou Shui, this is your last chance. Ordinary people can't handle this quest. If you want the Enchanted Fox Heart, you have to team up with us. Every other squad is full, no one else will take you. And as for him, the farther he gets, the better. Just then, the 4 Sakura Kingdom adventurers who had crossed swords with Lin Mo's group stumbled out of the dungeon, battered and breathless. Zheshan Ruishu led the way, panting hard. Damn it, that guy's way too strong. Gong Tong clenched his fists and glanced back at the entrance, face twisted with frustration. So close it's infuriating. Bringing up the rear, the Yin Yang master looked utterly defeated. No one could have imagined what kind of monster they had just faced. The fire ninja tried to console her. Easy, we can regroup. We'll get another shot. The Yin Yang master lifted her empty gaze. Mr. Song, that's the Yin Yang master I told you about. The Sakura swordsman pointed excitedly. That's Zheshan Ruishimi, friend. Over here. They all looked shaken. They must have just been through a brutal fight. Since no one had died, they'd obviously cleared the dungeon. One of the enchanted fox hearts had to be in their possession. The Sakura swordsman rubbed his palms together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Sakura Blade Master had always revered the Onmyoji. In the Sakura Kingdom, they were among the strongest occupations and enjoyed universal respect. Hearing a commotion, he hurried over and was about to greet his companion, Zheshan Ruishu, when Ruish's face went rigid as though he had been struck by lightning. Zheshan Ruishu waved frantically and shouted, "Stop!" While cursing inwardly was the swordsman trying to get him killed. Couldn't he see the Onmyoji behind him had been traumatized by that guy? The Sakura Blade Master froze. What the fuck? Before he could react, Ruishu was already pointing shakily at Lin Mo. He's insane. A total maniac. What? The Blade Master still had no idea what was happening. He could only watch as Ruishu and the Onmyoji shrank into a corner, terrified that Lin Mo's group might come any closer. Song Yongnan frowned. What's wrong with your friends? The Sakura Blade Master forced an embarrassed smile. Maybe they're just exhausted. Zhou Shui chuckled softly. Exhausted? No, they're scared of Lin Mo. The Blade Master and Song Yongnan exchanged stunned looks. An Onmyoji from the Sakura Kingdom could summon spirit beasts and was far stronger than an ordinary summoner. Too lazy to explain, Zhou Shui produced a crimson gem. When the pocket dimension destabilized, we landed in the same area. This heart of the enchanting fox is proof. The two men went completely silent. Ruish's earlier reaction made everything clear. He's only a summoner, how is that possible? Song Yongnan ground his teeth. I don't buy it. Zhou Shui rolled her eyes. Believe what you want. Mr. Song, now that they have one heart, only two are left. If we don't hurry, someone else will grab them. Song Yongnan nodded tersely and turned to leave, but not before jabbing a finger at Lin Mo's nose. Just you wait. A chill gleamed in Lin Mo's eyes. If Song Yongnan hadn't backed off so quickly, he would have acted. Lu Jia muttered. Sumo has terrible taste. Song Yongnan is revolting. Zhou Shui silently agreed. Compared with Lin Mo, Song Yongnan looked pathetic. Handsome, tall, and unbelievably strong, Lin Mo was almost the definition of a perfect boyfriend. Ahem. With the mission complete, why not celebrate? Lu Jia suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's hand. The warmth made him jolt as if shocked. Huh, what? I'm taking you to dinner. Lu Jia bit her lip, eyes sparkling. Zhou Shui gave her a frosty stare. Hey, Lu Jia, am I invisible? Lu Jia stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She had gotten so excited she forgot about Zhou Shui. Remaining aloof, Zhou Shui cleared her throat. After all, they had survived the pocket dimension thanks to Lin Mo. I'd like to take you to dinner, just the two of yous, and pick up some monster fighting tips. It's called asking the experts. Lin Mo, don't you dare refuse. The instant Zhou Shui finished, Lu Jia caught the real Mia Ninja. It wasn't about lessons, it was a date. She arched a brow and huffed to herself, no way. I'm asking for guidance too. Lin Mo is mine. Zhou Shui balled her fists. All her life, anything she wanted was hers without a fight. She snorted, you shameless woman, always inviting men to dinner. Don't think I can't see through your little scheme. Hands on her hips, Lu Jia fired back. As if your motives are pure? Aye. The two beauties argued in the street, cheeks flaming. Nearby guild members instantly raised their phones. Damn, this is gonna blow up. Two gorgeous girls brawling over one guy. Live action love triangle. The crowd swelled, and Lin Mo felt the heat of every gaze. One more minute and they'd be trending. He hurriedly waved his hands. You two should go home. I'm busy, so dinner's cancelled. Then he dashed off like a gust of wind, leaving Lu Jia and Zhou Shui staring after him. Hey, where are you going? They yelled together. Without turning, Lin Mo waved. I want to run the dungeon a couple more times. Hand in the enchanted fox heart without me. Watching him disappear, Lu Jia pointed at his retreating figure. Is he hiding from us? Zhou Shui nodded, teeth clenched. Humph, typical guy. They locked eyes for a moment, then both laughed. He's so not worth it. Absolutely. Sisters before misters. Arm in arm, they strolled away, stunning the bystanders. Made up already? Women's friendships are complicated. At the ancient city instance gate, Lin Mo pulled out a basic reset charm and ripped it in half. Golden light shot into the portal, resetting the cooldown. At that moment, Song Yongnan's party arrived. The two groups met heated, tension crackling. Song Yongnan let out a frosty laugh. Well, Lin Mo, didn't you already get the enchanted fox heart? What are you doing back here? Lin Mo glared. None of your business. You little. Song Yongnan lunged, but a Sakura blade wielder blocked him. Mr. Song, not here. Focus on the heart. We have the numbers, now let's try nightmare difficulty. Remembering last time, Song Yongnan swallowed his anger and nodded. Fine. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stepped onto the teleport circle and swiped through the menu. He still needed 2 fox crystal shards, no time for their nonsense. A few gold farmers sidled over. Hey, wanna party up? We're short one and can carry you. No thanks, Lin Mo replied. One of them scoffed. Soloing a dungeon? You'll just die? Solo only clears normal, nothing decent drops. What's the point? His buddy patted him. Leave him. Kid's fearless. Lin Mo ignored them, lips curling into a frosty smile. Song Yongnan cackled. Quit fronting. On the selection screen, Lin Mo tapped the highest option. Nightmare. Blinding white light erupted, swallowing him whole. When it faded, only a dazed crowd remained. Seconds later, someone finally processed the interface and roared. Holy crap. He went into a nightmare run alone. They all figured he'd get tossed out after the first monster. Laughter rippled through the crowd, but Lin Mo had already vanished into the ancient city instance. Thanks to the experience from his first clear, his second run moved several times faster, and this time no agitators from the Sakura Kingdom showed up. Divine Summon. 6 summoned beasts appeared at once. An ironclad giant ape, a crimson gold blood demon, an ice golem, and more. Their massive forms rolled over the ruins, leaving nothing alive behind. Twin-tailed and triple-tailed white foxes scattered in terror, yet they never escaped Lin Mo's control. Planetary devastation. He raised 5 fingers, and a black gravity orb blossomed overhead. Rubble soared, the sky dimmed, and rocks split apart with continuous thunderclaps. In less than 10 minutes, the Lord Tier 5-tailed demon fox emerged. At Lin Mo's silent command, the high-stat crimson gold blood demon swung its fist. With a dull boom, the 5-tailed fox was crushed into a mist of blood. A blinding white flash erupted. Successfully killed Nightmare Grade Instance Boss 5-tailed demon fox. EXP 300,000 record refreshed, experience doubled. Extra drops. Charm Fox Heart 1, 5-tailed fox hide 10 crafting material, jewelry chest 4. Demon Fox Crystal Shard 1 combine 3 shards to synthesize a Demon Fox Crystal. Lin Mo's experience bar instantly jumped to 82. One more run, and he would level up. When the second Demon Fox Crystal Shard landed in his palm, a chill raced up his fingers, making his heart skip a beat. Just how powerful would the boss summoned by the completed crystal be? The thought thrilled him. After clearing the dungeon again, Lin Mo pushed the stone door open and stepped outside. Hey, that guy's back already? Haha, told you he'd get bounced right out. It's been, what, 10 minutes? Amid the jeers, Lin Mo ignored everyone, found a shaded stone step, and sat cross-legged to rest, ready for a third run. Meanwhile, Song Yongnan and his team burst out of the instance in panic. Several teammates had been ripped in half by the demon fox, spasming on the stones before bleeding out. Brother, Song Yongnan howled, clutching a corpse. It's my fault I couldn't protect you. The Sakura swordsman plopped down, blade across his knees, face drained of hope. Damn it, Nightmare is insane. That 5-tailed fox won't even flinch. Song Yongnan gritted his teeth. Don't give up. If we can't beat Nightmare, we'll dive into Abyss. We still have 2 Charm Fox hearts left. One of them is ours for sure. Before he finished, golden letters glowed on the dungeon gate. Congratulations to Lin Mo for solo clearing the Nightmare Grade Ancient City instance. New record established. Time, 12 minutes. Remaining Charm Fox hearts, 1. What the hell? The onlookers erupted. Soloed Nightmare in barely 10 minutes? That's one for the record books. Who is he? Never seen him. Bet he's that freak from the Dragon Riders. They live to set records. The chatter swelled. Covered in dust, Song Yongnan stomped in fury. No way. He must be cheating. Damn it, I'm telling War General Sumo. The Sakura Bladesman froze, stunned. Only one left? The odds keep dropping. We've got to speed this up. Mr. Song, pull yourself together. I am together. Song Yongnan growled. I'm clearing that dungeon, and I'm taking the enchanted fox heart. Amid the clamor, Lin Mo produced another basic dungeon reset talisman. The paper flashed blue, and he was pulled back into the instance. He went in again, and it's nightmare difficulty? The crowd traded looks, one word echoing in every mind. Unbelievable. 10 minutes later the portal rippled, and Lin Mo stepped out, dusty but unruffled. Did he get all the shards? Wait, what's in his hand? 2 eerie, glowing hearts hovered above his palm. With the one he already carried, all 3 enchanted fox hearts were now his. At that moment, a familiar pillar of light signifying a level up shot skyward beneath his feet. Name, Lin Mo. Class, God Tier Boss Summoner. Unique title, Frost King 20 Ice Damage Immunity. Title, Demon of Black Blood 20 Corrosion Damage Immunity. Level, 210 0.01. Strength, 210. Spirit, 220. Agility, 210. Constitution, 210. Combat Power, 210. For more levels, and I can reach my second advancement. He closed the stat window and let out a slow breath. World Notice. Congratulations to player Lin Mo for setting a new dungeon clear record, 10 minutes. Remaining enchanted fox hearts, 0. Next respawn, 30 days. That meant no one would see another fox heart for a full month. Despair and frustration swept through the crowd. The Sakura Bladesman and Song Yongnan slumped to the ground, finally grasping why Kasuyama Mizuki and the others called Lin Mo a monster. No ordinary player could pull this off. Lin Mo swept the pile of untradeable loot into his bag and turned to leave, but a figure blocked his path. Chinese Summoner, I challenge you. The Sakura Bladesman drew his sword, the tip quivering. Murder flickered in Lin Mo's dark eyes as he stepped forward. The pressure felt almost tangible, and the Bladesman instinctively backed half a step. In the corner, Kasuyama Mizuki, the Onmyoji, and the others sighed as one. Idiot. Kudo, a twig dangling from his lips, stared starry-eyed. He's my idol. The words were barely out before the 3 beside him beat him senseless. Stop! Stop! His shrieks filled the air. Rage smoldering, Song Yongnan stepped beside the Sakura Bladesman. He scanned the open terreno cover, bad for a summoner. If he could rush Lin Mo and pin down the caster, the Bladesman might land a killing blow. Maybe, just maybe, they could take down this monster. Lin Mo, I'm challenging you too, Song sneered. 2 on Onito, you dare accept? The crowd booed the shameless mismatch, but Song didn't blink. Lin Mo could solo a nightmare instance. In a fair duel he was unbeatable. Only if one man stalled the summons while the other targeted the summoner did they stand the faintest chance. Lin Mo uttered a single, curt word. His voice was as cold as falling ice. In that moment, his killing intent boiled over trash like Song Yongnan had no place in the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry. Hearing Lin Mo accept the fight, Song Yongnan's lips curled into a wicked grin. He leaned toward the Sakura swordsman and whispered a few words. The swordsman nodded, gripped his obsidian katana with both hands, and strode directly toward Lin Mo. Fearing the clash, the onlookers backed off and formed a wide circle. Alone in the clearing, Lin Mo lifted his hand. A dazzling pillar of gold light shot skyward. Divine summon, Minotaur Lord. The golden array split open overhead, and a Minotaur Lord clad in golden scales and bulging muscle crashed to the ground. The earth quaked, cracks spidered outward, and its thunderous bellow rattled every eardrum. Song Yongnan barked, "Remember the plan? I go in first, you ambush Lin Mo." He cast Titan Shield on himself, raised his shield like a gale, and charged the Minotaur Lord. The Sakura swordsman blinked around the flank, hunting for a lethal opening. If a summoner gets dragged into melee, he's finished, spectators muttered. 2 against 1 really isn't fair. Events unfolded exactly as Song Yongnan intended. The Minotaur Lord locked onto him and roared into a brutal brawl. Meanwhile, the Sakura swordsman flickered in front of Lin Mo, leaped high, and raised his katana overhead. A black arc laced with falling Sakura petals slashed downward, aiming for Lin Mo's crown. "It's over. The summoner's done for. Go to hell," the swordsman shouted. Seeing this while wrestling the Minotaur Lord, Song Yongnan laughed madly. "Showing off, huh? If not for you, Lu Jie and Zhou Shui would have been mine already. Am I not better looking than you? You stole my women and my loot die." A heartbeat later. Crack. A crisp snap split the air. The katana shattered at mid-blade, spraying fragments. In the corner, the Onmyoji and Jieshan Rueishu sighed together. "It's hopeless." Lin Mo blazed with golden radiance. Moments earlier he had used divine skill share to cloak himself in thorn armor. Every ounce of damage from the Sakura swordsman had bounced back at full force. The swordsman stared blankly at the broken blade as blood dripped from his palms. "Sakura swordsman so powerful," the words died as he toppled backward, dead on the spot. Song Yongnan's eyes bulged. He shook all over, his shield trembling in his grasp. "Lin Mo, we're both in the dragon cavalry, you'd better not, I'm begging you. Let me live." Lin Mo spared him an indifferent glance, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Die." Thrilled by the command, the Minotaur Lord kicked off the ground, its massive shadow blotting out the light, and crashed down like a golden mountain. Boom. With a single stomp, Song Yongnan's shield disintegrated, and he was driven deep into the earth. The Minotaur Lord scraped its hoof in disgust. Then Lin Mo dismissed it back to the summoning realm. Brushing his sleeves, Lin Mo walked away, hiding his merit and fame. The mission was complete. He mused silently. How many contribution points will 2 extra enchanted fox hearts bring? In the far corner, the Onmyoji and the others who had never dared intervene trembled uncontrollably, clinging to the same thought, "Thank goodness we didn't keep pushing him." The night breeze felt refreshingly cool. Before heading back to the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry camp, Lin Mo made sure to reach Lu Jie and Zhou Shui. Only then did he learn that the 2 of them had been waiting for him and hadn't turned in the mission early. "We formed a party, so how could we just leave you behind?" Lu Jie said, linking her arm through Lin Mo's without the slightest concern for the curious looks around them. "Show some restraint," Lin Mo muttered, gently pushing her away. Zhou Shui shot Lu Jie a glance, her quiet voice laced with gunpowder. "Handing in the quest is one thing. Quit hanging all over Lin Mo." "He'll do what I like," Lu Jie shot back, chin lifted. Seeing sparks about to fly, Lin Mo raised a hand. "Turn in the quest first, argue later." The 2 girls locked eyes but still clamped onto Lin Mo's arms, hauling him to Commander Sumo. "What's all this?" Sumo asked, rubbing his forehead at the sight of Lin Mo wedged between them like a hot dog sausage. "Commander, we're here to submit our quest items," Lin Mo replied, face blank. Sumo glanced over the trio. "You already have the heart of the enchanted fox?" 3 heads nodded in unison. "Where's Song Yongnan?" At the name, Lu Jie launched into a rapid-fire account of Song Yongnan's treachery, how he colluded with a Sakura Nation party and abandoned them. "If not for Lin Mo, we never would have finished the quest." She practically sprayed the words. Zhou Shui jumped in, piling on the praise. "Lin Mo carried us through the entire dungeon by himself. We even ran into a Sakura Onmyoji on the way." The longer Sumo listened, the more fantastical it sounded. He knew Lin Mo's strength, yet the girl's version made the brand new recruit sound like a legend. He chalked it up to affection, making them exaggerate. On the way out, Song Yongnan was still with that Sakura group. Where he went after that, we don't know, Zhou Shui added. Lin Mo finally looked up, his voice like cold iron. "I killed him." "What?" Lu Jie and Zhou Shui froze, thinking he was joking. "Quit messing around." Lin Mo's expression stayed hard as steel, no explanation offered. The murderous calm in his eyes told Sumo it was no joke. "Is that true?" Sumo confirmed. Lin Mo nodded. Lu Jie and Zhou Shui seemed to meet him for the first time, backing up 2 steps, hands over their mouths as they drew sharp breaths. They talked big, but they had never actually killed anyone. They lacked both the nerve and the stomach. Lin Mo, on the other hand, spoke of killing as casually as the weather. Sumo's face was complicated. Why? He deserved it, Lin Mo answered, voice suddenly sharp. Sumo considered invoking dragon cavalry regulations, but after a brief silence he simply said, understood. Then he smiled again. The quest items, please. Still shaken, the girls took a moment to compose themselves before each produced a heart of the enchanted fox glowing with dim blue light and handed it over. These are the materials for the three of us. Sumo accepted them and nodded in approval. Very good. You all performed admirably in the relic realm, so you'll receive the commendation you deserve. Sumo had just lifted his hand to log the merit points for the three of them when Lin Mo suddenly pulled two more blood-red, glistening hearts of the enchanting fox from his storage space and set them in his palm. General Su, may we submit all three sets of materials at once? Buzz. At the sight of those two hearts, Sumo froze. The ancient city realm had only just opened, and within the first month it could refresh at most 3 hearts of the enchanting fox. Yet the young man before him had brought back the remaining 2 as well. Even a 5-star general had to draw a sharp breath. How was anyone supposed to compete with that? After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure and spoke in a low, steady voice. Since you have 3 sets, we'll settle it as 3. Leave the materials and head back. You'll receive your merit points tonight. Lin Mo, Lu Jia, and Zhou Shui answered in unison and turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Sumo tapped the tabletop and let a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. Let's grab dinner tonight and celebrate, Lu Jia proposed first. Zhou Shui shot Lin Mo a glance. The memory of him decisively cutting down enemies in the relic realm still made her heart race, and her expression tightened. All right, let's do it. Lin Mo didn't object. Lu Jia had already sworn she'd foot the bill, so why refuse? No sooner had the three of them settled into a small hot pot place downtown than their personal terminals buzzed simultaneously. The system had deposited their merit points. Name, Lin Mo. Position, trainee member, Huaxia Dragon Cavalry Corps. Rank, private first class probationary. Merit points, 150. Access level, 1. Staring at the updated ID card, Lin Mo's face remained calm, though he felt a flicker of satisfaction. Was that really the reward for a single mission? Across from him, Lu Jia and Zhou Shui erupted in excitement. Wow, that's a ton of merit. We're riding your coattails. Lu Jia's eyes sparkled, and her words tumbled out. Lin Mo was curious how many they had earned. Leaning over, Lu Jia whispered, Lin Mo, come on, how many did you get? Zhou Shui fixed him with the gaze of a startled fawn. Just 150, Lin Mo replied evenly. What? How do you have so much? Lu Jia nearly jumped out of her seat. He shrugged. Is that a lot? Lu Jia's mouth twitched. Zhou Shui let out a soft breath and lifted her eyes. I only got 30. Same here, Lu Jia admitted with a grimace. You really are a monster. Even with the gap, she pumped a triumphant fist. That's enough for me to advance to private second class. Huh. Zhou Shui's smile curved her eyes into crescents, proof of how seriously the Dragon Cavalry Corps valued promotion. After the meal, Lin Mo didn't linger. He returned to the dorm alone, shut the door, and took out 3 faintly purple fragments of a fox demon crystal. Command, fuse. Silence. Nothing happened. 3 pieces should combine into a complete crystal. He frowned. Before he could unravel the puzzle, several figures materialized in the room. They wore crisp dragon cavalry uniforms, their blades, guns, and bows gleaming. 2 officers with second lieutenant stars on their shoulders led the way, exuding a chilling aura. One of them produced an arrest warrant stamped with the Corps highest seal and fixed Lin Mo with an icy stare. Are you Lin Mo? Lin Mo showed not the slightest hint of fear. He took a slow step forward, his jet black eyes glinting like icy stars under the light. His voice was steady, yet carried a challenge. Please tell me what crime have I committed? You're suspected of murdering a teammate. Come with us. The second lieutenant gave a chilly snort. He had it coming, Lin Mo shot back. That isn't for you to decide. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes. Before the words faded, a pair of black metal cuffs snapped around Lin Mo's wrists. The cold steel touched his skin, and every nerve tensed. He surged his spiritual power, launching a soul-breaker strike straight at the lieutenant. The officer's body shuddered, but he steadied himself. Anyone who had made it to lieutenant was clearly no pushover. The cuffs sealed Lin Mo's abilities. Without them he could have summoned a boss, but now he could only be hauled away. Hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, drawing curious looks from other recruits. Wang Hao frowned. Lin Mo? Why is he being taken? Leaning in a doorway, Lu Feng gave a sinister grin. Finally, someone puts him in his place. A silver flash from the teleport array whisked the group to a lonely, windswept island. The 2 lieutenants unlocked the cuffs and shoved Lin Mo forward. Get in there. Salt-laden air slapped his face, carrying a faint, moldy tang. Overhead, a crumbling stone arch bore 4 rusty characters. Level 1 Exile Island. No authority ruled here. Whoever was sent and had to fend for themselves. The moment his boots hit the rocks, he felt eyes lurking everywhere, like countless ice needles against his back. Swish the darkness spat out several figures. The leader, a burly man of about 30, was greasy-haired and unshaven, a steel saber gleaming in his hand, clearly a warrior class. Two men in their mid-20s flanked him, alert and ready. New face in the dead of night, the big man rasped, tilting his chin. Care to join up? Join what? Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. He snorted. In Exile, going solo means your meat. This island crawls with level 20 monsters, and other inmates are worse. Without a team, tomorrow's sun will dry you into a mummy. He'll pass, Lin Mo said quietly. Buddy, we were all cocky once. Out here, learn to tone it down. The man licked his cracked lips and scored a black line in the dirt with his blade. Either join, or die. That storage ring of yours would restock us nicely. Gongzi, don't hog the loot. Another group stepped from the shadows. Their leader, blonde hair falling over his brow, twirled a crimson dagger that shimmer-reddened assassin-class hallmark. Gongzi sneered. I found him first. Back off. The blonde shrugged. Who found him doesn't matter. Who kills him first does. Meanwhile, lights blazed in the Dragon Cavalry's meeting hall back in Huaxia. Live footage from hidden microcameras covered every corner of Exile Island, projected across a giant wall screen. 7 or 8 4-star war generals sat at the table, expressions mixed. In front of the screen stood 5-star General Sumo, hands clasped behind his back. Sir, one general ventured, isn't this a bit extreme just to test a reserve recruit? Sumo shook his head. Only in the most extreme situations can he unleash his full power. The conference hall was brightly lit, yet a palpable heaviness settled over the room. Several 4-star battle commanders flinched at his words, as if the very air had thickened. He continued, the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry won't just face monsters. Our own kind will be aiming blades at us every minute of the day. If you want to serve in this unit, you must accept that reality. Silence spread until someone finally voiced the unspoken doubt. But he's a rookie. Is a test this harsh really necessary? Sumo slowly turned, his gaze slicing through the room. If Lin Mo passes, they'll promote him straight to second lieutenant. Any objections? Commander, that breaks protocol. He's young, and he never even graduated from the academy, someone ventured. Sumo's glance turned icy. Keep your objections. I have my reasons. He wasn't being stubborn. He simply didn't want to lose a recruit like Lin Mo. The 4-star commanders exchanged uneasy looks, resentment unspoken but unmistakable. One muttered, let's see if he survives the first round. Poor kid just hit the exile zone and got jumped by 2 groups. Odds aren't great. They had clawed their way from private to 4-star commander. Now a probationer might jump to second lieutenant after one test. It was hard not to feel bitter. Night blanketed the first-tier exile zone. 2 gangs of convicts converged on Lin Mo, knives glinting, gun barrels trained on him. Everyone wanted first blood and his storage ring. A mournful wind swept past, carrying the stench of decay. Hollow wails echoed in the dark. Pairs of icy blue eyes flared in the weeds like cold lanterns, washing the ground in a sickly indigo. Damn it, Yuan. One convict gasped, voice shaking. Run. Panic drowned out greed. Both groups spun and bolted without a backward glance. Lin Mo watched them scatter and gave a helpless laugh. Cowards. The blue eyes multiplied. Gaunt figures emerged, skeletal frames, shattered chains, black ichor dripping from ragged wounds. In seconds, nearly 100 Yuan surrounded Lin Mo, their breath scraping his skin like blades. His system interface appeared, locking onto the nearest creature. First-tier exile zone Yuan. Level, 22. Strength, 6,000. Spirit, 5,000. Agility, 10,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Soul Rend induces mental chaos for 20 seconds. Hundreds of Yuan. The conference hall erupted in shock. Someone slammed the table. They're fast and swarm in packs. Their strength may be average, but landing a hit on them is damn near impossible. 7 out of 10 convicts die to those things. He's a greenhorn with 0 field experience, another commander said, brow furrowed. Dropping him, there is a death sentence. All eyes turned back to Sumo. He stood at the head of the table, arms folded, brows knit tight. Anxiety gnawed at him, but he forced himself calm. He knew the test was brutally unfair. Throwing a newcomer straight into hell was reckless. When people panic, Sumo reflected, they make choices that look foolish later. Still, this was the only move he had left. If you want to unlock someone's potential, you have to push him to the edge. The conference room was lit by harsh white lamps. Operations maps and leaderboards covered the walls, and the air smelled of disinfectant mixed with coffee. Sumo, known to most as Old Zu, stood at the main monitoring screen, the 5 gold stars on his shoulder boards catching the light. Old Su, I heard you've got your eye on another rookie. That him? The silence cracked under a rough baritone. Li Tianlong, his chin bristling with stubble and shoulders bearing the same 5-star insignia, strode in. Every step of his boots hit the floor with a dull thud, tightening the room's already tense atmosphere. Sumo looked up and asked calmly, why are you here? Li laughed. What, the great Li Tianlong can't drop by? When you spot a promising kid, you don't even give me a heads up. Have I ever done you wrong? He marched over to the water cooler, filled a paper cup, and downed it in one gulp, steam still fogging the cup's rim. Pinching the cup in one hand and planting the other on his hip, he stared at the screen. So that's the kid? You dumped him in the exile zone. Hold up. Are those wraiths? Hundreds of them. Besides the 2 5-star generals, several 4-star officers stood around, all eyes locked on the display. Sumo didn't answer, only frowned slightly. Oblivious, Lee went on. There's that temper again. Remember your own Dragon Rider trial? How long did you last? All right. He slapped the cup onto the table and raised one finger. A full day. You cut down more than 100 wraiths. Went from private first class straight to specialist 5th class, 4 promotions in a row. Drove me crazy with jealousy. Let's see how long this kid lasts. Before the words were out, the monitor trembled. Lin Mo, the rookie cast into exile, lifted his palm, a burst of light exploding from his hand. A golden vortex whipped down from the sky. Divine level summoning. A grand goblin summoner. Lee's voice quivered. Boom. A colossal golden goblin summoner took shape, bone staff in hand, shockwaves rippling outward. It raised the staff high and rumbled a chant. Summon, goblin warriors. 500 goblin warriors formed ranks like a rolling tide, iron boots pounding the blasted earth, dust swirling. Summon, goblin archers. 300 goblin archers drew their bows in unison, arrowheads glinting coldly. The wraiths that had surrounded Lin Mo were instantly encircled themselves. Screams erupted from every direction. Everyone in the conference room, as well as the wraiths on screen, seemed frozen in place. Lee's jaw hung open for 3 full seconds before he swallowed and pointed at the display. Old Sue, this kid. Sumo gave a wry smile. Why do you think I put him in the exile zone? Damn, that's insane. I've never seen a summon that can summon its own summons. The 4-star officers exchanged looks. One couldn't help muttering, Generally, that's a tongue twister if I ever heard one. On screen, the goblin army's blades and arrows fell like rain. More than 200 wraiths were hacked apart or shot through. The ghostly blue flames in their eyes snuffed out at once, and black sludge splattered to the ground. A system message flashed before Lin Mo's eyes. Wraith defeated. Experience 2000. Loot bred to? Lin Mo frowned. A level 20 mob, and it only gives this much XP? He had no idea that the exile zone slashed monster rewards, focusing instead on dropping barebones supplies like food and materials. Experience and gear were deliberately scarce to prevent the condemned from growing stronger, breaking out, and vanishing into the world beyond. Lin Mo wore a sour look. Staring at the mountain of bread that was nearly bursting out of his storage space, he shook his head and muttered, "What in the world am I supposed to do with all this?" Not far away, 2 groups of survivors he had just rescued, only to have them bolt and Panichan actually gone far. They were hiding behind trees and in the bushes, spying on him. The image of Lin Mo's summoned creature one-shotting a wraith still replayed in their minds. Damn, that wraith practically saved our lives. This kid is a monster. Boss, but now that he's killed the wraiths, today's rations are gone. Gongzi scratched his head and rasped. Their strength was limited. They only dared pick off lone wraiths, and Lin Mo had wiped out almost all of those on the outskirts. The other group faced the same dilemma and joked in low voices through the grass. Hey Gongzi, what? Didn't you want to take that guy out? Go ahead. Screw that, I'm not looking to die. After a brief silence, one of them suddenly brightened. He's new. He can't know how valuable food is. Why don't we trade him materials for bread? The idea clicked for Gongzi, and he nodded hard. Yeah, that could work. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was gathering scattered gear into his storage, planning to find a quiet spot to rest and clear things up with the Dragon Riders tomorrow. Footsteps approached. Gongzi and the other group cautiously closed in, the same people who had tried to ambush him earlier. Lin Mo's eyes went cold. His hand rested on his weapon. Easy, brother. Gongzi raised his hands with a broad grin. We're here to trade. In front of a monitor, Li Tianlong shook his head. Don't trust them. Those bastards are sly. Lin Mo didn't lower his guard, but he didn't strike first either. Would like to trade, Gongzi said, pulling out a pile of alchemy materials that glimmered blue. These are pretty valuable, but we've got more than we need. I've also got fragment adhesive, 2 loaves of bread per vial. Deal? As he spoke, the group swallowed hard as if they hadn't eaten in days. Lin Mo was already annoyed by his bread surplus, so he agreed. In an instant, nearly 1,000 loaves became heaps of alchemy components, crafting supplies, and 10 vials of fragment adhesive. Trade over. Both groups wisely scattered, unwilling to linger in Lin Mo's sight. In the control room, Li Tianlong slapped his forehead. What gives? No fight. Sumo forced a smile. They saw what he can do. No one wants that risk. This guy's absurdly strong, Li Tianlong sighed. Is this even the tense exile zone I remember? Night pressed the forest into silence. Lin Mo lit a campfire and flipped 3 enchanted fox crystal shards in his hand, trying again and again to fuse them. No luck. Then he noticed the 10 vials of fragment adhesive lying nearby. Maybe this will work. He spread the adhesive on the shards. Humsoft light rippled across them. Crystal fusion progress. 10. It works. His eyes shone. Still need 90 more vials, so we'll trade for more bread or farm them myself. Barely settled in the exile zone and had already stumbled on the way to fuse enchanted fox crystals. It felt like a jackpot. People outside the control room watched his lips move, but they couldn't hear what he was muttering. The next morning, Lin Mo tracked down Gangzi's group. Boss, we really don't have any more adhesive, Gangzi said, spreading his hands. It took us 3 years of grinding here to get those. Only 1 in 10 monsters drops a vial. Lin Mo did the math. 90 vials short about 900 monsters. Then well farm them, he said calmly. Gangzi froze. Brother, this isn't a dungeon. You don't grind here to level Yupit's wilderness survival. Sure, Lin Mo replied casually, heading straight for the heart of the island. The same scene played out on the monitors for Sumo and the rest. Li Tianlong narrowed his eyes, rubbing his chin while keeping his gaze locked on Lin Mo as the youngster pressed deeper inland. What on earth is he up to? He muttered. The island's perimeter held only a handful of monsters. Most rookies would circle the edge to buy time, yet Lin Mo was heading straight for the core. Sumo shook his head in silence. Lin Mo's thinking was always unpredictable. A few 4-star battle commanders exchanged glances but said nothing, their attention fixed on the screen. Last night's dazzling performance still echoed in their minds like a bombshell. One commander snorted. The kid's gotten cocky. A bit of power, and he's already floating. His mindset's shaky. Dragon riders value sound judgment, another added. He's clearly reading the terrain wrong. Calves running headlong at tigers. No matter how strong his summons are, someone agreed. He'll never achieve anything big if he can't rein himself in. The deeper he goes, the denser the monsters. He'll be in trouble soon. From behind their screens, many felt Lin Mo was squandering his talent. Exile Island sat amid churning waters, its air forever damp and gloomy, with the morning humidity at its heaviest. Lin Mo moved through half-wet leaves, dispatching stray monsters whenever they appeared. Yet creatures of that size almost never dropped bonding resin. At this rate, I'll be dead on my feet by dinner, he muttered in annoyance. The monitoring room erupted. Li Tianlong jabbed a finger at the display, cursing. What? The brats complaining there aren't enough monsters? The commanders gave wry smiles. A little farther in and head taste the true terror of the exile zone. Roughly 2 hours later, Lin Mo pushed aside waist-high weeds and came upon an ancient altar. It had been built from the island's pale stone, each layer crudely stacked. In its center stood a cylindrical pillar, to which 7 or 8 corpses gutted and hollow were lashed, their blood dried black. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. He had reached the heart of the island. This structure was no work of humankind. The monsters had raised it to honor their god, offering the corpses as tribute. Scars and shattered bones littered the ground, evidence that the creatures gathered here often. Satisfied, he nodded, climbed the rough steps, and pulled a hunk of bread from his storage space, wolfing it down. A hard fight was coming. In the monitoring room, every commander's eyelids twitched. Who has nerves like that? It's the monster's den. They hunt during daylight and return in packs by afternoon. The numbers will be insane. Sweat slicked Sumo's palms. He remembered his own first trip to Exile Island, how the oppressive atmosphere kept him skirting the outskirts for a full day, and even then had been utterly drained. Lin Mo strode straight toward the center. The long wait bored him so much he began to yawn, grumbling about the poor efficiency as he slowly raised his palm. A burst of golden light exploded, and a gigantic, semi-transparent slime general crashed to the ground. A second summon? Gasps erupted in front of the monitors. He has another one. Before the spectators could recover from the shock, Lin Mo did something even more unexpected. With a wet gurgle, the slime general split into 1,000 palm-sized slime hatchlings. Each tiny blob brandished a miniature trident and bounced into the dense forest, pressing the grass flat in neat lines before vanishing from sight. What is he planning? Is he trying to lure every monster to the altar? Does he mean to wipe out the entire exile zone? No one's ever done that. Sumo spun toward the other warlords. So why can't he be the first? Silence followed. All eyes stayed locked on the monitors. At the altar, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, mental threads spreading like a spider web to control the 1,000 hatchlings. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. Found them. Moments later the hatchlings bounced back with soft plop-plop sounds, forming a circle around him. Deep in the forest a cloud of dust billowed up like a charging army. Scattered exiles struggling to survive looked skyward. I just saw a monster being led away by something soft and squishy. Damn it. I was about to finish that beast off when an adorable slime hatchling stole the kill. Complaints echoed everywhere. At the altar's center Lin Mo rose and glanced around. Countless wraiths surged toward him, their roars deafening. Towering ones marked the Lord tier, while those flashing with a harsh light were elites, nearly 1,000 in total. Perfect timing. Lin Mo chuckled and summoned the Minotaur Lord. Golden brilliance erupted as the massive bull slammed onto the ground. Divine Bull Shield. A golden barrier enveloped both the old bull and Lin Mo gotta protect the KDA. Even a lion goes all out to swat a rabbit. Next he equipped Thorn Armor 200% damage reflection. Anyone who touched him would drop on the spot. The bull, raised to level 5, boasted average stats well above 9,000. With the shield quadrupling its constitution, it was a moving fortress. These actions took an instant. The dark tide of wraiths was already crashing in with rolling howls. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and raised his palm once more. Heaven-crushing star. The 1,000 slime hatchlings shot into the air to avoid the assault, and then he triggered Starfall Convergence. No effect. The skill failed for the first time. Lin Mo's brow tightened. Even the slime general's strength couldn't breach a wraith's defenses. With such a gap in stats, that should have been impossible. The only explanation was that wraiths were naturally immune to Starfall Convergence. In front of the monitors, the assembled commanders drew a sharp breath. So it failed? I told you that tactic was shaky. Thought we were about to make history looks like we just washed back to shore. Down before the march even began. The 4-star commanders kept cracking jokes, yet most stared at the screen, silently sweating for Lin Mo. Li Tianlong sighed and shook his head. At this pace he'll be ground to death. The tension in the room thickened by the second. At the center of the battlefield, though, Lin Mo was unruffled. This was only the opening move, an appetizer at best. The slime general was just the first summon boss handy, but replaceable. If it couldn't do the job, he would swap it out. He raised a hand and unleashed another summon. A golden pillar of light pierced the sky, flooding the mist-shrouded exiled land with red-gold brilliance. The next instant, molten crimson metal cascaded like an inverted waterfall. Crimson gold blood fiend descend. Boom. A blood-red tide surged forward, sweeping away everything in its path. Nearly 1,000 monsters were swallowed in a heartbeat. System prompt. Crimson Blood Sea enemy units take 20% continuous damage per second. Within the Blood Sea, the wraiths screamed in agony, their howls echoing like a vision of hell. Just then, a deep blue beam tore through the torrent. A boss-level wraith managed to escape and roared at the sky. Azure light burst from its body. Submerged wraiths rose as if lifted by an unseen hand. The altar flared blue, and countless remains converged in midair, fusing into an amalgam nearly 1,000 times larger. Icy breath poured from its maw, its low roar shaking the air. Data flashed before Lin Mo's eyes. Tier 1 Exiled Land Wraith Amalgam Enhanced Boss. Strength, 24. Spirit, 16,000. Agility, 10,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skill, 16,000. Special Ability Enhanced Soul Drain. Induces mental chaos for 120 seconds. This is bad. The spectators cried. Numbers like that? Even a peak second tier can't scratch it. Lin Mo is done for. Lin Mo merely narrowed his eyes, still composed. Angry are we? First time I've pushed a monster this far. He allowed himself a thin smile, half at his own ruthlessness, half at the creature's hubris. Even with the stakes raised, it posed no threat to him. Early death, early reincarnation. He lifted his hand. Crimson Blood Arch. The crimson gold blood fiend began its chant. Its single target burst was terrifying, but it needed a full 20 seconds to charge. Lin Mo had to survive that window, so he gave the order without hesitation. Minotaur Lord, go. Time for that big lug to earn his keep. With the divine bull shield equipped, the Minotaur Lord's constitution rocketed to 37,600. Combined with Thornmail's 200% damage reflection, the fight ground to a halt. One heavy punch from the colossal wraith shredded its own health bar, while the Minotaur's attempted counterattack was shoved back by brute force. Both sides froze, unwilling to commit. The Minotaur Lord shook his forehoofs, snorted hot air, and tilted his head in challenge. Come on, hit me if you've got the guts. Intimidated by the reflect effect, the colossal wraith wavered, buying precious seconds the crimson gold blood fiend put to good use. When the stalemate showed no sign of ending, the Minotaur turned even more obnoxious, prancing in place and doing a ridiculous taunt dance. The colossal wraith stamped in frustration, but still wouldn't strike first. Suddenly it glanced sideways, tore a handful of lesser wraiths off its body, and flung them straight at Lin Mo. The shrieking wraithlings cut through the air. Lin Mo didn't even lift an eyelid. Just as the colossal wraith thought its gambit had worked, Lin Mo erupted in golden light. Thornmail's reflection erased the wraithlings the instant they touched him. What the hell? Li Tianlong shouted in the monitoring room, shaking the display. What kind of god-tier summon is that? The skill even covers the summoner and it's this strong? Time's up. Lin Mo looked up, voice steady. The 20-second grace period ended, and a spear as thick as a pillar formed in the crimson gold blood fiend's hand, blazing scarlet gold. An instant later, it flew. Whoosh! The razor-sharp crack seemed to ignite the air, temperature spiking as a clear mock ring blossomed behind the spear. Traveling faster than sound, it skewered the colossal wraith before the creature could react. With a wet thud, the behemoth collapsed, raising a billow of dust. Far away, exiles who were busy scavenging turned as one. Seeing the giant monster fall, their throats went dry. Who did that? That's insane. Gongzi and the others swallowed hard, a chill running down their spines. Freak. A system window flashed. Kill confirmed. Level 1 Exile Zone. Wraith Aggregate. Reinforced Boss Class. EXP 3000. Loot. Adhesive 92, Bread 1988. Lin Mo stared at the experience bar and cursed. Seriously? Is this place hard-capped on leveling? Still, the heap of adhesive soothed his temper now. He could finally fuse the Kitsune core. In the monitoring room, Sumo kept a poker face, though his heart pounded. Beside him, Li Tianlong bounced in excitement. What a kid. Old Su, can I have him? Sumo shot him a look. Do you think that's remotely possible? Li Tianlong stuck out his tongue, conceding defeat. Even begging wouldn't make Sumo hand the kid over. Lucky dog, you stumbled onto a treasure. Enough chatter. I need to report this upstairs. Sumo tossed the words over his shoulder and walked off. Copy that. Huaxiao Army High Command. Someone else has gone to challenge the Exile Zone. Well, lasting this long shows potential, but you're still not on your former level. The old man crossed one leg, counted on his fingers, and said with nostalgic pride, he only held out for 15 hours. You lasted 25 back in the day. Sumo stood aside, looking embarrassed. Senior, you misunderstood. He spent 15 hours clearing every monster in the Exile Zone. Cleared? Cleared the whole thing. The old man snapped upright, voice rising in shock. Sumo nodded emphatically. A spark lit in the old man's eyes. With a wave of his hand he declared, in that case, your proposal is approved, no conditions. Sumo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Deep in the Exile Zone, the final beast crashed to the ground. Lin Mo stowed his weapon, checked his system panel, confirmed the map was clear, grabbed the loot he wanted, and headed for the gate. The guard should have word by now, he muttered, brushing off dust as he left the clearing. At the gate, a burly guard glanced at him and said only, wait. Lin Mo sighed. While waiting, he opened his inventory. Mountains of bread filled the slots. With nothing else to do, he hauled everything out and set up a makeshift stall just outside the zone. Freshly baked bread. He'll trade for any materials. His clear shout echoed down the deserted stone road. Drawn by the noise, a swarm of exiles rushed over. Holy crap, how'd you stockpile this much bread? Someone gasped, hand drifting toward his knife. Gongzi hurried over with a few companions, snatched the knife away, and said coldly, don't do anything stupid. The man snorted. So what if I start something? You gonna bite me? See that monster corpse still smoking in the middle? Gongzi pointed. A chill ran through the man, but he kept up the bravado. He's tough, so what? He killed it. Gangzi's eyes shifted to Lin Mo behind the stall. A hush fell. More people kept arriving, and Lin Mo couldn't keep up. He summoned a goblin summoner. Moments later, more than 20 goblin warriors formed ranks around the stall, giving the place real presence. Bread for sale, fresh bread. Metal armor clinked against rough cloth as hundreds of exiles queued, a long line snaking from the gate like a ration handout. Boss, I'm short on materials, can I get one more piece? A lanky man asked, offering a few crumbs of ore. Lin Mo shook his head. If I give you extra, what about the 100 people behind you? Rules are rules. Elsewhere, Sumo sped toward first-tier Exile Island after receiving approval. From a distance, the massive bread line stunned him. Ahem, what's that kid doing? He asked, tapping a guard's shoulder. The guard gave an awkward smile. General, he's selling bread. Buffed Sumo almost choked. Had never seen an exile hawking bread. The gate thundered open. Sumo's martial aura surged like a tide. Dozens of exiles scattered, the rest bowing and backing away. Lin Mo. The familiar voice rose from behind the crowd. Lin Mo looked up, spotted Sumo, and jumped to his feet. General Sumo, thanks for coming. Sumo patted his shoulder and led him out of the island. Outside Dragon Cavalry headquarters, a modest restaurant stood quiet. Sumo ordered Lin Mo a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Eat while I explain. Lin Mo didn't stand on ceremony, slurping noodles in big mouthfuls while broth dripped down his chopsticks. Dropping you on first-tier Exile Island was a test, the highest level exam we give Dragon Cavalry cadets, Sumo said solemnly, pride shining through. You were outstanding. You passed. With everyone's performance now recognized, tomorrow marks the end of the training period and the official roster will be announced. So Exile Ground was actually a special test all along. Lin Mo met Sumo's gaze, but he said nothing, lowering his head to keep eating. In his mind, nothing mattered except becoming stronger. Surprised by Lin Mo's calm, Sumo laughed. I thought you'd complain that I didn't give you a heads up. Lin Mo shook his head, voice steady. A qualified class changer has to stay on edge at all times. Monsters on the battlefield won't announce when they're about to attack. Haha, well said. Sumo clapped loudly. This kid was born for the Dragon Riders. Good. Rest up tonight. After the meal, Lin Mo put down his bowl, clasped his fists in farewell, and hurried back to the makeshift dorm. As soon as the door closed, he pulled out all the adhesive and fitted the fox shards together. Ding. Fusion rate 100. You have obtained Fox Spirit Crystal 1. White light burst from his palm. Staring at the fist-sized crystal veined with flowing light, Lin Mo's eyes burned with excitement. Target lock, summon the boss. The moment he confirmed the command, the system alert echoed. Ancient gene detected. Provide a hatch stone to summon an ancient boss. Without a hatch stone, a standard five-tailed fox boss will be summoned. An ancient boss Lin Mo frowned, heart pounding. He didn't want to miss a breakthrough, so he put the crystal away for now. He had never heard of a hatch stone, but in such a vast world, he was sure it existed. Knock, knock. Hey, you in there? Wang Hao's voice came through the wooden door. Lin Mo opened it. Wang Hao looked him over from head to toe. You okay? I saw a few lieutenants haul you off last night, and thought something went wrong. I'm fine. Did you reach level 20? Of course. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Hit 20 today, but without you it was slow as a snail. I had to tank and deal damage felt like a nanny. Grumbling, he stepped inside. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. Glad you're safe, Wang Hao said, waving. Oh, and Lu Feng mocked you today, said you got caught cheating. Anyway, he'll head out. Wait. Lin Mo suddenly remembered. Do you know anything about a hatchstone? Wang Hao paused. What do you want that for? Well, I heard there's a place called the Mirage Realm at the Capital Academy where you might find one. The Mirage Realm? Lin Mo recalled by Bing Bing mentioning it and nodded his thanks. No problem. See you tomorrow, Wang Hao replied and left. The next day dawned clear and bright. All cadets stood at attention as Commander Sumo arrived in person. Looking over the energetic recruits, he nodded with satisfaction, his gaze resting on Lin Mo for a moment before a slight smile appeared. You trained hard these 5 days, and every performance has been recorded. Now, he'll announce the commendations. In the ranks, Lu Feng kept his eyes on Lin Mo, a sly grin spreading across his face. So he still showed up? Hauled off by lieutenants last night must have been caught cheating. The Dragon Riders have zero tolerance. Not only will he miss promotion, there will be a stain on his record. The Capital Academy won't take him either. Hearing this, several cadets remembered last night's scene. They murmured their agreement. Looks like his good days are over. A moment later, several seasoned second lieutenants strode over. Their uniforms were crisp, their bearing sharp, and their eyes glittered like cold stars. Every movement radiated the calm forged in countless battles. The trainees instinctively straightened their backs as they spotted the silver-bright shoulder and arm badges in the lieutenant's hand, symbols of the highest honor. Official entry into the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry. Sumo stood at the front of the formation and announced in a booming voice. 35 trainees were selected from across the country. Within 5 days, only 5 reached level 20 or higher. After the comprehensive assessment, just 3 will become full members. A collective gasp swept the ranks. 3 out of 35 was the bar for China's most elite combat unit. In the crowd, Lu Feng lifted his chin, eyes full of certainty. Humph, my sister's already a full member, and I'm level 20. I aced every test. One of those spots is mine. The others offered early congratulations. Brother Lu Feng, remember us later. No problem. Lu Feng grinned, brimming with confidence. Sumo began to call names. Yao Niming stepped forward. From the least noticeable corner, a short-haired teenager looked up. With angled brows, hawk nose, and a chiseled face, he covered the distance in 3 quick strides, heels clicking. Yes, sir. Sumo read on. During the assessment you were disciplined, diligent, and brave. I hereby grant you the rank of first-class private. The dazzling insignia landed in Yao Niming's hand. His fingertips quivered, eyes blazing with hunger for the future. Mother, I did it. He shouted inwardly, then carefully closed his palm around the badge. Whispers rippled through the line. Who's that? Never noticed him. Top scorer from Jintian City, never pushes, just grinds dungeons every day. Works like a machine. No wonder. Respect. Sumo nodded. Well done. Welcome to the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry. Yao Niming saluted steadily and returned to his spot. Lu Feng snorted. Figures the first slot goes to some wooden fool. 1 place claimed, 2 remained. Lu Feng felt even surer of himself. Sumo spoke again. Wang Hao, step forward. Wang Hao, who had already lowered his hopes, jerked his head up, pointed at himself, then glanced at Lin Mo. Me? Really? Step forward. Wang Hao marched out, overstriding and nearly tripping. After 2 coughs, he steadied himself. Wang Hao reporting. The awkward display made Lin Mo cringe on his behalf. Unfazed, Sumo continued. During the assessment you were diligent, self-disciplined, and clear about right and wrong. I hereby grant you the rank of first-class private. Wang Hao's heart thundered. He could barely breathe. He grabbed the insignia. Thank you, Commander. Return to formation. Wang Hao dashed back, holding the badge up to the sunlight and bragging. Look so exquisite. It even sparkles. The people nearby looked on with a mix of contempt and envy. Damn, even that kid made the main squad, someone muttered under his breath. Wonder who the 3rd pick is. Probably Lu Feng, right? Yeah, it has to be him. The 3rd name was about to be announced. Lu Feng brushed non-existent dust from his training jacket, squared his shoulders, and lifted his chin, as if the moment of glory was already his. But Chief Examiner Sumo's gaze slid past him and locked on the center of the formation. Lin Mo, step forward. The 4 words hit the parade ground like muffled thunder. What? Him? No way, didn't they just haul that kid off for breaking the rules? How is he qualified? Lu Feng stiffened, his fingers trembling while resentment churned inside him. He must have cheated. How else could this happen? Sumo swept his eyes over the crowd. then strode up to Lin Mo cradling a pair of ornate armbands and epaulets unlike the standard issue. He placed them in Lin Mo's hands and announced, Lin Mo, you distinguished yourself during assessment and passed the Dragon Cavalry's advanced test with outstanding marks. In view of your overall performance, I hereby promote you to Second Lieutenant. Second Lieutenant. Jumping straight from private to second lieutenant was unprecedented in the history of the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry Corps. Even the officers already wearing that rank stared in shock. Was suddenly their peer? The gap was so staggering that a low buzz swept the training ground. Lu Feng clenched his fists, ears ringing, unable to understand. Finally, someone spoke up as politely as possible. Sir, we don't get it. How did Lin Mo leap straight to second lieutenant? The rejected candidates echoed the question, faces full of discontent. Sumo remained patient. Last night, Lin Mo cleared a Level 1 Exile Island trial. Veterans who knew the story sucked in a sharp breath. Level 1 Exile Island. He made it through that? A newcomer, still lost, asked, what kind of trial is that, to scare you like this? The veteran gave a wry smile. True Exilino food. No hope, only scheming and endless slaughter. Monsters and convicts roam together. Anyone who goes in may never see sunrise again. A collective shiver ran through the ranks. So Lin Mo was dragged to Exile Island yesterday, cleared the trial, and walked back? Why didn't we get that chance? Someone muttered. You really want to go? The veteran shot him a glance. 10 minutes in there, and you'd be nothing but bones. Is the sun that harsh? How would I end up bones? The newcomer pressed on, still oblivious. Because, the veteran said quietly, you'd be the exile's next meal. Silence slammed over the training ground. Holy, that's terrifying. Lin Mo survived a place like that. Imagine what he went through. Yeah, he was dancing on death's fingertips, one slip, and he's done. And in that instant, everyone except Lu Feng felt a surge of respect for Lin Mo. Sumo shook his head at the scene. They were imagining far more hardship than Lin Mo had actually endured. But he knew Lin Mo treated Exile Island like his private estate, farming monsters and hawking bread at will. Seeing no one object, Sumo nodded in satisfaction. Lin Mo lowered his gaze to the epaulet and armband in his hands. Treating them like precious artifacts, he carefully pinned the emblems to his uniform. A warm current seeped through his skin, and the insignia dissolved into specks of light. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Huh. From now on you're an official member of the Huaxia Dragon Riders, Sumo explained. Your rank is branded into your body. Whenever you need to show it, just think of it. Catching on, Lin Mo silently repeated, epaulet, armband. A white flash flared, and the two badges reformed at his sleeve and shoulder. Only then did he relax. 5 days of training well done, everyone. Colleges are about to start, so we'll meet again later. Sumo snapped to attention and saluted. The group returned the salute, faces solemn. When the ceremony ended, the 3 rookies who had passed were asked to stay. Sumo announced, your files are now in the Dragon Riders archives. From today on, whenever the team calls, we will answer. The 3 replied, standing tall and resolute. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Mo followed Sumo to the officers' quarters. He probed, with my clearance, you really can't give me any hint? Sumo offered a helpless smile. The records from 10 years ago are sealed at a high level. You don't have access yet. Lin Mo's heart sank. That was when his parents disappeared. Seeing his gloom, Sumo added, however, the Capital Academy might hold some clues. Several class changers there took part back then. The words Capital Academy made Lin Mo's eyes light up. Understood. Back at the dorm, trainees were packing for their respective universities. Walking beside Lin Mo, Wang Hao asked, which school did you get into? The Capital Academy. Wang Hao visibly deflated. So much for clinging to your thigh. He scratched his head with a wry grin. I'm heading to Kainan. My parents want me close to home. They've hovered over me my whole life. And even now I'm an adult, they still won't let go. Lin Mo fell silent. He wished his own parents could fuss over him like that, but the chance was long gone. He had little luggage. The Capital Academy dorms connected directly to the Dragon Riders' quarters, so he only needed to move his things next door once classes started. Before leaving, he waved at Wang Hao. Keep in touch. He said nothing more. The moment he stepped outside the Dragon Riders' gate, his phone buzzed. Wang Jingwo flashed non-stop on the screen. As soon as he answered, the voice exploded. Damn it. Why haven't you called these past few days? Living it up with the Dragon Riders? Pretty comfortable. I'm heading back today, Lin Mo replied curtly. Hell yes, you're finally out. I missed you, man. Dinner tonight. My folks worked me to death, made me run dungeons every day. I even leveled up twice. Lin Mo exhaled. Got it. Oh, by the way, someone wants to duel you when you get back. Who? Lin Mo frowned. Just come back, and you'll see for yourself. Why all the questions? Wang Jingwo snapped his phone shut before the person on the other end could say another word, then stuffed it into his pocket. At that moment Lin Mo was heading out with his luggage. Halfway down the corridor, someone abruptly stepped in front of him. Lu Feng. Bro, you put me through hell. Think you can just walk away? Lu Feng jutted out his chin, hands in his pockets, swaggering toward him. Before he could finish, crack a slap landed on his cheek. Lu Feng shot away like a ping-pong ball, vanishing down the street with a whoosh. Lin Mo blinked, then realized the one who struck was Lu Jia. She brushed the dust off her palm and gave him an apologetic smile. Sorry, that kid brother of mine had it coming. Consider it handled. Lin Mo shrugged and nodded toward the place Lu Feng had disappeared. Is he alright? That slap sounded brutal. Relax. Lu Jia waved it off. I've been smacking him around since he was little. He's tough as leather. Then a hint of reluctance crossed her eyes. You're leaving? Heading to the Capital Academy, Lin Mo nodded. So can I still come visit you? Lin Mo, silence means yes. Wait, I've got to go. Bye. Lin Mo started to explain, but Lu Jia was already trotting off. She hoisted the unconscious Lu Feng with one hand and disappeared around the corner in a few strides. Beijiang City. After only a few days away, the familiar scent of street barbecue in the air made the place feel strangely welcoming to Lin Mo. Wang Jingwo hooked his arm and dragged him to a roadside grill. Your treat, Mr. Dragon Rider. The nickname made Lin Mo's chest tighten. His wallet sensed danger. They had barely placed their order when a short-haired girl strolled over. Her black crop top and denim shorts set off her long, pale legs. Long time no see. Zhen Mimi sat across from them, a confident smile on her face. Wang Jingwo leaned in and whispered, she's the one who wants to duel you. Word is she's been training non-stop and leveling up like crazy. Lin Mo stayed calm, but when he saw Wang Jingwo piling meat skewers onto the order pad, he finally spoke. Ease up on the meat, switch some of those to bread slices. Cheapskate. Wang Jingwo rolled his eyes. Ignoring their bickering, Zhen Mimi propped her chin on her hand and looked at Lin Mo. You report to Capital Academy tomorrow. Ready for it? Lin Mo gave a slight nod. I hear the competition, there is brutal, everyone grinds levels day and night. Oh, and don't miss the Realm of Illusion once you're in the capital. Training inside boosts your level fast. If you get strong enough, you can transfer to Hidden Dragon Institute. Last year's provincial top scorer, Meng Junshin, did exactly that. Now his future's limitless. Lin Mo had heard the spiel many times, yet he still nodded earnestly. It looked like a trip to the Realm of Illusion was inevitable. The conversation paused for half a second before Wang Jingwo stirred the pot again. Hey, Zhen Mimi, weren't you dying to duel Lin Mo? You practically screamed for him to come back. I did not. Zhen Mimi's cheeks flushed bright red. Wang Jingwo grinned wickedly. Heh, what, getting cold feet? Zhen Mimi shot him a glare. You talk too much. Watching them trade lines, Lin Mo felt they were plotting something. Duel over what? Levels, of course. Wang Jingwo waved his arms excitedly. While you were gone, Zhen Mimi put herself through hell and spent 5 straight days in the dungeon. She's level 18 now. His teasing tone made Zhen Mimi want to roll her eyes, but she couldn't hide her delight after relentless effort. She had finally caught up to Lin Mo's level. Lin Mo only nodded at the number and murmured, congratulations. That's it. Just congratulations? Wang Jingwo was dumbfounded. Dude, Mimi's the same level as you. Aren't you even surprised? Noticing Lin Mo's calm expression, Wang Jingwo's eyes lit up. Hold on, you leveled again, didn't you? Lin Mo didn't answer. Wang Jingwo sucked in a breath. 19, 20, 21. Lin Mo's voice was flat. Come on. You jumped 3 levels during Dragon Cavalry training? Total monster. Zhen Mimi was stunned for a moment, then realized Lin Mo really was capable of that. After a hearty meal, Zhen Mimi and Wang Jingwo walked back to the dorm in mixed spirits, while Lin Mo returned to his own place. Wang Jingwo brooded the whole way. If my buddy's worse off than me, I feel bad. If he's better off than me, I feel even worse. At dawn, the air smelled of wet grass. Lin Mo completed his housing transfer, dropped 40,000 points on the spot, and booked a single room. The dorm matron, watching the numbers flash across her screen, gave him a big thumbs up. High roller. Far away in Beijiang, Bai Tianming hurriedly dialed his daughter. Hey, honey, I need a favor. I've got a student here, look after him for me. Get close if you can. Bai Bingbing was about to enter a dungeon and sounded impatient. Dad, leave me out of your schemes. Who is he to me? Who am I to him? I'm hanging up. Wait, would I ever steer you wrong? He's the national top scorer this year. Name's Lin Mo. What? Lin Mo? Her voice shot up. Bai Tianming heard the reaction and hesitated. Bai Bingbing drew a deep breath. Dad, remember that set of silver-grade jewelry I mentioned? He thought back. You said some random kid gave it to you halfway through. The realization hit him, and he gasped. It was Lin Mo? Exactly. Relax, Dad. He'll make sure I win him over. She hung up. In his office, Bai Tianming stared at the silent phone for a few seconds before breaking into a grin. My girl's got game. Guess this was meant to be. Lin Mo? While he was packing, a clear shout came from outside the window. He leaned out and saw Bai Bingbing, breathless and looking up, so he hurried downstairs. Finally found you. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Under the midsummer sun, her fitted white tank top and flowing pleated skirt made her look vibrantly youthful. Come on, they'll show you around Kyoto Academy. She took his hand as naturally as a girlfriend in love and tugged him down the campus path. Ancient trees arched overhead, their interlaced branches casting dappled shadows that hinted at the school's long history. A variety of buildings lined the road on either side. They halted in front of a colossal black tower etched with dark gold patterns, as if an unseen force leaked from every seam. Bai Bingbing pointed to the doorway. That's the instance tower. Spend some credits, and you can pick a dungeon to grind. It's pretty much our go-to battlefield for leveling. Following her gesture, Lin Mo gazed up. The jet black walls looked like a bottomless sea that swallowed both sight and spirit, an overwhelming pressure rolling off the stone. This tower was no ordinary structure. Where's the Mirage Realm? He asked, cutting straight to the point. Bai Bingbing's expression turned serious. You don't have access yet. You've got to clear round after round of academy missions, rake in enough credits, and then trade them for a Mirage Realm ticket. She lifted a silver-blue card that shimmered in her hand. Like this one. Just got my second. The first time I went in, thanks to your help, I shot from level 18 to 23. 5 levels in one go. Lin Mo raised his brows, impressed. She shrugged. The Capital Academy gives us everything, but how you use it is up to you. The Mirage Realm is a prime example. You need credits to accept missions, and some are restricted to cadets with rank. Those thresholds are brutal. So that's how it works, Lin Mo murmured. Bai Bingbing held the ticket out, encouragement shining in her eyes. Hope you get one soon. Something clicked in Lin Mo's mind. He opened his storage pouch, felt around, and pulled out a card identical to hers. Looks like I already have one. Bai Bingbing froze. What? Where did you get that? Top score at the national exam, he said matter-of-factly. Marshal Sumo gave it to me. Her jaw dropped. Sumo? The 5-star marshal of the Dragon Riders? Lin Mo nodded. That means you're in the Dragon Riders? She nearly jumped on the spot. He didn't deny it. Bai Bingbing latched onto his arm. Boss, take me with you. With your strength, you must be a full member already, at least a private first class, right? Something like that, he replied. She rubbed her temples. Took me several frontline runs just to make private. Then she turned back to him. Do you know the Academy's rank system? He shook his head. Any class change combatant can apply. Register at the front. Earn merit on the battlefield. Trade merit for rank. Rank, higher clearance, better resources. While they talked, a short-haired girl waved from a distance. Bingbing, ready for the Mirage Realm this afternoon? Ready. Bai Bingbing called back. Think we can add one more? She nodded toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo managed a wry smiley had to go in anyway, and it would be safer together. The girl approached, eyeing him up and down. Bring him? A freshman? Bai Bingbing nodded vigorously. Freshmen don't just have tickets lying around. Quit joking. Skepticism laced the girl's voice. Bai Bingbing grabbed Lin Mo's hand and flashed both tickets. Hua, he's the real deal. Hua's brows jumped. Well, it'll be he actually has one. She shrugged. Fine by me, but Zhou Bing and Qi Long still have to approve. Bai Bingbing's confident smile spread. They will. After hearing Bai Bingbing talk about how deadly the realm of delusion could be and list everything you had to pack before going in to level up, Hua took on the job of contacting Zhou Bing and Qi Long, while Bai Bingbing pulled Lin Mo toward the open-air market at Jingdu Academy to stock up on health and mana potions. Jingdu Academy felt like a city in miniature. Combat specialists fought their way through countless instances, while life skill users crowded every stall, selling potions, handmade gear, and rune parts. Only one kind of currency mattered here: points. As they walked, Bai Bingbing explained to Lin Mo. It works the same as the Huaxia Dragon Cavalry. Everything's settled with points. Lin Mo nodded, filing the detail away. They stopped at a potion stall. The vendor, a scruffy young man, leaned on the counter with vacant eyes. When he heard footsteps, he didn't even bother to look up. What do you want? Bai Bingbing gave an awkward smile. Those are mid-tier potions. Ordinary people can't afford them. Following her gaze, Lin Mo saw crystal bottles filled with rich-colored liquid, obviously higher quality than the usual stock. If you can't afford them, don't stare, the vendor snapped, waving them off. Bai Bingbing stuck out her tongue. TCH, can't even look at them? No wonder they're not selling. She tried to tug Lin Mo away, but he stayed put. Are these potions really that expensive? About 3,000 points per bottle, she whispered. Most people can't handle that. Low-tier potions will duthier, just a bit weaker. Let's go, don't waste. If you can't pay, quit making excuses, the vendor sneered. Lin Mo kept his eyes on Bai Bingbing. Do you need them? She pressed her lips together, then shook her head. No, that means you do. He had already read the answer in her eyes. Even if I did, I can't afford them, she said with a helpless smile. Lin Mo turned back to the vendor, expressionless. 10 bottles. 10 bottles? Wait. Bai Bingbing panicked. Lin Mo, I don't have that many points. I spent everything in the realm of delusion. Let me save up. Beep. The points card slid across the reader, and 30,000 points vanished in an instant. The vendor's half-closed eyes flew open. He glanced at the remaining balance and froze. 70,000 points left? He slowly looked up, staring at Lin Mo like he was some mythical beast. Bro, you're the real deal. Where'd you get that many points? That's insane, totally insane. Bai Bingbing saw the balance too, and was stunned. Did you rob someone? Where did all that come from? The college entrance exam, Lin Mo answered calmly. Bai Bingbing's mind went blank. You earned over 70,000 points from the exam? How many monsters did you have to kill? Last year's national top scorer only got a bit over 7,000. And the year before that just 6,000. How did you do it? Lin Mo shrugged, unwilling to elaborate. Bai Bingbing took a deep breath and stared at the freak in front of her. The potions were paid for, and the two of them headed off to meet back up with Hua and the others. When Lin Mo arrived at the rendezvous point, he spotted Hua, Zhou Bing, and Qi Long arguing in the distance. Zhou Bing craned his neck, his voice booming despite himself. What is Bingbing thinking? Taking a freshman into the realm of delusion? He'll drag us down. Hua sighed and waved dismissively. Relax. We still need 2 more people anyway. We can just keep him from fighting, right? Qi Long snorted, even sharper. Keep him out of it. Hua, the rewards in the realm are 1 per person. Add a body, lose a share. Why bring a freeloading vampire? Count me out. As they argued, they reached the designated spot. Zhou Bing and Qi Long looked up, spotted Lin Mo, and their pupils shrank. Hua forced a wry smile. Bingbing, I've just talked with Zhou Bing and Qi Long. They feel adding another. Before she could finish, there were 2 thuds. Zhou Bing and Qi Long dropped to their knees in front of Lin Mo, foreheads slamming the ground. Dad, father. The sudden scene left Hua gaping. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Bingbing snickered nearby. Earlier the two had insisted on a bet with Lin Mo, sir, calls the winner dad. They were simply paying up. Lin Mo raised a hand in token support. Rise, my good sons. Zhou Bing and Qi Long scrambled up, grinning sheepishly and wishing they could vanish. Hua pulled Bai Bingbing aside and whispered, who is this kid anyway? Just a freshman. Bai Bingbing shrugged. They owe him money? Something like that, she said, offering no details. After the interlude, the group reached a massive teleportation array. Only about 20 students stood on the plaza. Everyone had secured an entry ticket and was forming teams for the realm of delusion. Bai Bingbing gave Lin Mo a quick rundown of the rules, and he nodded that he understood. Hua refocused. The realm is dangerous. We still need 2 more teammates. Bai Bingbing pouted. Honestly, Lin Mo alone would be enough. Hua glanced at Lin Mo but chose caution. Let's add 2 more. Bai Bingbing didn't object. 2 more for the realm of delusion. Hua called out. Soon 2 upperclassmen approached, 1 blonde, 1 chestnut-haired, both half a head taller than Lin Mo and full of swagger. The blonde spoke first. Hey, gorgeous. How about the 2 of us? Hua looked them over. Level and class. The blonde thumped his chest. Level 24, legendary class king of the hunting bow. Xiong Chuang. A ranged DPS at a decent level. Hua approved silently. The chestnut-haired student followed. Level 24, legendary class shaman warlock. An Exile. Crowd control plus ranged firepower. A nice combo. Bingbing, your thoughts? Hua asked. Bai Bingbing nodded slightly. Up to you. Hua extended her hand. Welcome aboard. Xiong Chuang and an Exile shook hands with her in turn. Grinning, the blonde added, we've introduced ourselves. How about you return the favor? Hua forced an awkward smile. Sure, no problem. I'm a level 23 legendary celestial loot maestro, a support class that heals and grants buffs. Just call me Hua. Bai Bingbing blinked. Legendary shadow stinger, level 23. Bai Bingbing. Qi Long introduced himself next. Qi Long, rare rank holy light warrior, level 22. Standing off to the side, Zhou Bing added, level 24 thunder mage, legendary class. Zhou Bing. Only Lin Mo had yet to speak, and every eye turned toward him. Xiong Chuang and an Exile frowned. Judging by his age, he's a freshman, right? Hua nodded apologetically. Sorry, he's a friend of mine. He just got to Capital Academy and wants to see the world. So he is a freshman. Xiong Chuang and an Exile looked at him with open disdain. The realm of illusion is dangerous, better not bring him, one of them muttered. That's not your call. Bai Bingbing shot back, sensing their hostility. Heh, we're only offering friendly advice. Let's hear his class and level first. Lin Mo stayed calm. Lin Mo, level 21 hidden class boss summoner. A summoner, huh? The contempt on Xiong Chuang and in Zin's faces deepened. Zhou Bing and Qi Long, watching from the side, could only shake their heads. You 2 clueless fools, feel free to mock our dad all you want. Once we're in the realm of illusion, you'll learn what he can really do. Just then Hua pulled Bai Bingbing aside. Bingbing, he's a summoner, didn't you say so? That class can't protect itself in the realm of illusion. We'll be fighting monsters and guarding him at the same time. Bai Bingbing sighed. Relax. Once we're inside, we might not know who's protecting whom. Are you sure? Hua was skeptical. Have I ever led you wrong? Bai Bingbing gave a wry smile. Since Bai Bingbing insisted, Hua had to relent. Fine, just tell him to be careful and not cause trouble. Got it, Bai Bingbing replied. They rejoined the group. Looking apologetic, Hua turned to Xiong Chuang and an Exile. Gentlemen, this freshman is a good friend of ours. He'll make sure he stays safe. Xiong Chuang and an Exile snorted. Whatever. His life or death isn't our concern. With the party assembled, the 7-member squad stepped onto the massive teleportation array. 7 beams of light flared, and when they faded, the group stood within the legendary leveling ground known as the Realm of Illusion. Countless shards of space drifted in midair. Some ripped past with a shriek, others hovered motionless, their edges glinting like blades. Lin Mo and the others stood on a lone slab of green stone that swayed in the wind, as if it might be flung into the pitch-black abyss below at any moment. Rumor had it that anything falling into that void was devoured, and none had ever returned. The ticket to the realm of delusion, hand it over and toss it into the void, Bai Bingbing murmured. Lin Mo nodded, reached into his storage pouch, and produced a dark silver token. One by one, the others did the same, took a deep breath, and cast their tokens downward. Pop! Each token slipped into the emptiness like stones hitting water, sending out faint ripples. A heartbeat later, a translucent stone bridge grew from the center of those ripples, its arch connecting to the nearest floating fragment. At the same time, a semi-transparent window popped up in front of everyone. Because Hua was the party leader, only she could interact with the options. The realm of delusion offers 3 kinds of instances, she explained, mainly for Lin Mo's benefit. Type 1 gives a ton of experience, Type 2 drops a mountain of crafting mats, and Type 3 pays out merit points. Any choice costs 1,000 credits, and each run takes basically a full day, so we can only pick one. Lin Mo signaled that he understood. I need materials, Xiong Chuang drawled, lacing his fingers behind his head. Second awakening's coming up, and he'll need decent gear. And Exile chimed in, exactly. You're both near your second awakening too. If we don't farm mats now, you think they'll fall from the sky? Hua and Bai Bingbing had planned to rush level 25 for their second awakening, so the experience instance was the obvious call. They hadn't expected Xiong Chuang and an Exile to insist on materials. Hua tried to negotiate. Let's run the EXP instance first. You're only a level away. Xiong Chuang and an Exile exchanged a look, then snorted. Truth is, we hit 25 a while ago. Hua's mind buzzed. You said you were level 24. Lied, Xiong Chuang shrugged. Otherwise you'd have never let us join. Teams queuing at the teleporter only want EXP. We waited half a day and nobody wanted mats, so we had to bend the rules. Then why pick us? Hua pressed. He jerked his chin at them. You've got a freshman, low level, lousy gear, and he's a garbage summoner. Without us, you're wasting your trip. Either farm materials with us, or find another team for EXP. Damn it, you played us? Qi Long and Zhou Bing's tempers flared, their fists cracked. Hua hurriedly threw out an arm. Stop. School rules start a fight, and you're expelled. Ha ha ha, smart girl. Xiong Chuang and an Exile laughed, arrogance dripping from every word. Their plan had worked. These rookies were now their stepping stones. But Lin Mo had no intention of indulging them. He moved forward at a measured pace, his gaze as cold as a blade and thick with killing intent. Bai Bingbing hurriedly seized his arm. Don't do anything reckless. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, his voice frosty. They're nothing but 2 stray dogs. Hua stepped in front of him. Don't make this worse. Even if you could take them, the school would expel you the moment you throw a punch. We have to do what they say for now. Lin Mo gave Xiong Chuang and an Exile a sideways glance, committing their faces to memory. We don't need them. 2 of us can clear a dungeon just fine, he said quietly. Hua rubbed her temples. You really don't get it. You've never been to the realm of illusion, so you don't know how dangerous it is. Bai Bingbing came to his defense. Hua, with Lin Mo here we'll be all right. Zhou Bing and Qi Long nodded vigorously in agreement. Hua exhaled. Fine, they'll just write this ticket off as a loss. Xiong Chuang and an Exile took a step forward, sneering. So have you decided? We have, Hua said, rolling her eyes. Go wherever you like. We'll run the dungeon ourselves. Huh, some people are really that stubborn. The pair laughed, surprised these newcomers still dared to resist. We'll be waiting right here when you come crawling back in defeat. With that, the party instantly shrank. Hua opened the instance list and tapped on a high XP run called Icefire Rift. Maybe pick normal difficulty? She suggested cautiously. Bai Bingbing slapped her finger down on Nightmare. This one. ITLL be fine. Hua surrendered. Are we seriously doing this? She lifted her eyes to Lin Mo. Can we handle it? He only nodded. We probably can. Probably. You're level 21 and a summoner. They'll be happy if you're not dead weight. Bai Bingbing laughed and nudged her forward. Trust Lin Mo, Hua. Come on. Because Bai Bingbing was her best friend, Hua finally gave in. She might not trust Lin Mo, but she trusted Bai Bingbing without question. Confirm Nightmare, Icefire Rift. A system prompt flashed. Each of them lost 1,000 points. With a whoosh, 5 streaks of light were drawn into the vortex. Elsewhere, Xiong Chuang and an Exile stood with their arms crossed, staring at the empty air in disdain. When they realized the others had entered on Nightmare, they froze, then burst out laughing. Talk about bad luck, wrong difficulty, huh? Give him 5 minutes before the mobs spit them out. Then they'll be begging us to join. In the blink of an eye, the group landed in a vast canyon. Snow-capped peaks and volcanoes ringed them, ice and fire alternating so that the temperature swung from frigid to scorching. So cold. Ugh, now it's boiling. Bai Bingbing wiped her brow. Nightmare's environment is vicious. I could barely handle a leap before. Zhou Bing and Qi Long nodded in agreement. Yeah. Ahead stood a lone wooden notice board. Hua looked up. I wonder how much tougher the Nightmare mission's going to be. Lin Mo focused on the board as well. Quest objective. Survive 3 waves of ice stone golems and Flame Blossom Fiends. New I-tone more wave than an elite, Hua sighed. Everyone understood the rift would spawn a set number of Ice Stone Golems and Flame Blossom Fiends each round, and lasting through 3 waves meant handsome rewards. They nodded in silence, and every gaze settled on Lin Mo. Hua took an extra long look at him. Stand in the middle and don't wander off. After accepting the quest, the 5 of them stepped into the heart of the Great Rift. The canyon was vast and barren. Jagged rocks jutted like blades, and the faintest breeze echoed like a warning. Once the monsters closed in, there'd be nowhere to hide, only a straight-up fight. The danger level of the Mirage realm was obvious. Form a circle. Hua snapped. Qilong, you're the warrior, hold the side they come from. Got it. Qilong clenched his fists, knees bent, ready to explode into action. Bing Bing, one-shot the closest targets. No problem. Bai Bingbing's lips curved into a confident smile. Zhou Bing, your lightning is crucial. Understood. Zhou Bing raised his staff, arcs of violet dancing at his fingertips. Everyone had a role except Lin Mo, who was left standing off to the side. He frowned. What about me? Hua glanced at him and sighed. Stay alive. Lin Mo had no answer. A level 21 rookie wasn't expected to do much. A pale blue countdown appeared in front of all 5 players. 3, 2, 1. Round 1 monster wave begins. Enemy count, 200. 200? Seriously? Someone yelped. That's 150 more than an elite dungeon. How do we beat this? Every heart tightened, Hua's most of all. If it gets too rough, we pull out immediately. She ordered, forcing calm. They answered in unison, while Lin Mo, sheltered in the middle, stayed expressionless. Dust billowed at the canyon mouth as 200 monsters charged. At the front were Ice Fist Magstones, their fists encased in crystal. They smashed their hands together, striking sparks, and waves of heat rolled outward. Roar. Lin Mo pulled up their data. Nightmare grade Ice Fire Rift Ice Fist Magstone. Level 24. STR 6000 SPR, 5000 AGI, 6000 STA, 8000. Passive Stone Armor. Generates armor equal to 50 of STA. Nightmare grade Ice Fire Rift Blaze Demon Flower. Level 24. STR 4000 SPR, 10,000 AGI, 3000 STA, 6000. Skill Inferno Revel. Doi crit damage equal to 120 of SPR, radius 10 m. Their stats weren't insane, but the numbers were. Magstones formed the vanguard while demon flowers bombarded from range, hardly sustainable. Hua's brow tightened. The horde hit a second later. An Ice Fist Magstone leapt forward, landing in front of Qilong. Its fist crashed down. Qilong crossed his arms, cast a shield, and tanked the blow. Before the shockwave faded, a second Magstone dropped, both fists hammering his guard. Hua heal. Hua plucked her strings. Chinsa. The melody flowed like spring water, instantly topping off his HP. Bai Bingbing blurred forward, dagger flashing. Shadow Sting. A white streak pierced the Magstone, shattering its core. Zhou Bing raised his staff, inhaled, and began to chant. Thunder Rampage. Boom boom boom. Purple serpents of lightning tore the sky and rained down like divine wrath. The lead wave of monsters was blasted to pieces. It's working. Keep it up. Hua's spirits soared. A rhythm settled in. Hua handled healing. Qilong held the front, soaking damage. Bai Bingbing darted about, finishing targets. Zhou Bing's lightning provided the main DPS. An hour later, the 200 monsters were finally wiped out. Everyone was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. It's over. We did it. Hua wiped her forehead, eyes shining with excitement. Lin Mo stood calmly in the middle while a torrent of EXP prompts scrolled past. Ice Fist Magstone slain, 50,000 EXP. Blaze Demon Flower slain, 50,000 EXP. Each of them had earned nearly 1,000,000 experience points. Huh. This place really is a leveling paradise. Grins spread across the party. Hua eyed Lin Mo and muttered, dead weight, just as I thought. If it were just the 4 of us, would have gotten even more EXP, she blurted out. An awkward silence followed. Bai Bingbing's brow furrowed. Hua, that's out of line. Hua shrugged. Just saying. A system prompt popped up again. Next wave spawning. Round 2 monster wave begins. Enemy count, 400. It had doubled. Come on. I haven't even caught my breath yet. The monster horde surged toward them like a raging flood. The first wave had nearly overwhelmed the party, and the second was larger by at least 200 creatures. Without 2 more top-tier fighters, they would be drowned in seconds. Bing, we have to pull out now. Hua yelled, her voice tight with regret. There's no way we can hold this. I never should have listened to you. We came to the realm of illusion for loot and XP and got neither. She kept sighing, eyes fixed on the approaching swarm. Boom. Zhou Bing crossed his arms, unleashing 2 lightning spells that blasted a dozen Froststone fiends backward, yet the tide didn't slow. Amid the tension, Lin Mozellant until now stepped to the very front. Leave the rest to me, he said calmly. His voice was quiet but carried through the wind and snow. Hua spun around, skepticism all over her face. You? Don't try to play hero. Look at their stats. You've got no gear, and your level's too low. Bai Bingbing grabbed her arm. Trust him. Fine, Huahua muttered, throwing up her hands. I'll bet my life on it because I trust you, not him. The bravado in her words couldn't mask her anxiety. Bai Bingbing answered with an awkward grin. Lin Mo took position while Zhou Bing and Qi Long retreated, saluting him with exaggerated respect. Your turn, Dad. Huahua shot them a disdainful look. How much do you two owe him? Ignoring the banter, Lin Mo raised his right hand, palm opening, and murmured, Divine Summon Grand Goblin Conjurer. A burst of golden light erupted. A goblin with a bone crown and an ancient staff appeared beside him, scratching its head, vacant eyes burning for battle. Outnumbered, are we? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Then let's talk numbers. Huahua curled her lip. Typical summoner, more dim-witted goblins on the way. Lin Mo ignored her. His next crisp order drowned out her sarcasm. Summon, goblin warriors. The Grand Goblin Conjurer intoned a spell, golden light rising at its feet. In a blink, 500 goblin warriors slammed into formation, encircling the party. Steel blades flashed and jagged fangs bared as they all pointed at the oncoming beasts, as if taunting. You come here. More than 400 monsters skidded to a halt, then roared in unison. Killing intent spiked. The two armies facing off so fiercely the air itself seemed to vibrate. Lin Mo glanced sideways. Several goblin warriors were snarling under their breath, while the Froststone Fiends and Flame Blossoms growled back. Do monsters really have to trash talk before they fight? He muttered. A moment later, the most insulted Froststone Fiend's eyes went blood red. It bellowed and charged, fists swinging. The spark hit the powder keg, and the battle exploded. Hundreds of goblin warriors surged forward, blades gleaming. Flame Blossoms unfurled their petals and spewed sheets of fire, matching the goblins' ferocity from range. In an instant, the two sides were locked in savage melee. Two goblin warriors leaped onto a Froststone Fiend's back, hacking wildly, while another pair grabbed a second Fiend's leg, tripped it, then plopped onto its head and scrubbed back and forth as if grinding it into the snow. Fire, ice shards, and ringing steel mingled in a cacophony, turning the battlefield into utter bedlam. But the blazing demon flower spewed fire in every direction, catching the goblin fighters off guard. Searing tongues of flames swept across the field. Several goblins in the vanguard were scorched crimson, screaming as they rolled on the ground, their once fluffy green fur singed black and falling away. Huahua stared, dumbstruck. After a long moment she swallowed hard, then lifted her eyes, searching for Lin Mo. Can a summoner really be this strong? The power isn't in the class, Bai Bingbing replied calmly, pushing up her glasses. It's in Lin Mo himself. Huahua drew a sharp breath, her heart pounding. Her earlier taunts felt like a slap across her own face, and regret washed over her. Half an hour later, the battlefield lay in ruins. The goblin fighters, fearless to the death, had finally smashed most of the ice snow magic stones to powder, but their own losses were devastating. The blazing demon flower's constant stream of fire still burned hot. The surviving goblins fought on through the heat, yet their numbers dwindled before everyone's eyes, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Huahua stamped her foot and shouted to the man beside her, Zhou Bing, do something, help Lin Mo out. On it. Zhou Bing tightened his grip on his weapon and sprinted forward. Lin Mo, I'm here to help. Lin Mo glanced back and shook his head. Not necessary. With a thought, he directed the robed goblin summoner to lift its staff and cry, Summon goblin archers. A burst of light rippled across the snow, and 300 goblin archers appeared in 3 perfect ranks, boots thudding down in unison. Whoa, he can bring in that many at once. Huahua gasped. Bowstrings drew taut, arrowheads glinted, and 300 arrows screamed through the air. The blazing demon flower barely had time to shudder before the volley pierced its core, the flames snuffed out, and it collapsed, dead on the spot. System messages flooded the interface. Ice Snow Magic Stone destroyed. EXP 50,000. Blazing Demon Flower slain. EXP 50,000. The notifications rolled for a full 5 minutes. That wave alone had yielded 2 million experience. Lin Mo's bar leapt to 62. 3 million experience in under an Horthat's insane. Wawa's eyes sparkled as she checked her own bar. Remembering her earlier behavior, her cheeks flushed. She stepped up to Lin Mo and murmured, I'm sorry about before. Lin Mo lifted a hand. Forget it. The 2 words were polite, yet distant. Wawa's heart sank. She felt Shed made a colossal mistake. She bit her lip and looked to Bai Bingbing for help. Bai Bingbing drew her aside and whispered, he's always like that cold. I'm used to it. And you were the one mocking him, remember? Can you blame him for being upset? Huahua managed a wry smile. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't take it either. After a brief rest, a countdown suddenly appeared in the sky. 3, 2, 1. Everyone snapped into position, eyes locked ahead. The previous wave had spawned 400 monsters. No one dared guess how many would appear this time, though Lin Mo's terrifying army gave them a measure of confidence. Round 3, Beast Tide begins. Monster count, 1,000. The announcement reverberated in every mind, and even the ground seemed to tremble. What Theon 1,000? Someone yelled. Even the usually composed by Bing slapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth were they supposed to do now? Lin Mo's summons might be strong, but no one can stand against 1,000 monsters for long. Bing hurried to his side, tension written across her face. There are too many of them. We should retreat. It's fine, Lin Mo answered, his tone steady. Bing bit her lip and stepped closer. Then, they'll stand with you. She dropped into a fighting stance, her eyes fixed on the valley entrance. A dense wall of monsters pressed against the stone gate, ready to spill out at any moment. Warmth flickered in Lin Mo's chest when he glanced at Bing. I appreciate the thought, but there's no need. As he spoke, he gently pulled her behind him. Hua, Zhou Bing, and Qilong also stared at the gateway, their expressions grim. That's an entire 1,000, Hua gasped. Could the goblin summoner really call in goblin warriors too? That would be terrifying, she muttered. Bing lowered her voice. Maybe, something even worse is coming. Huh, Bing, what did you say? Hua frowned. Bing forced a small smile. Nothing. Boom. The stone gate swung open, and a cloud of dust boiled out as 1,000 monsters charged. Lin Mo knew that once they reached Bing, she wouldn't last a second. This had to end quickly. He slowly raised his hand. What's he doing? Hua whispered, eyes wide. Zhou Bing exhaled. Few time for the big move. Qilong's face lit up. How strong is Dad's ultimate, anyway? Bing tightened her grip on her sword. So he's showing his real strength? Twin flares of blinding gold erupted in Lin Mo's palm. A massive golden Minotaur Lord crashed down from the sky, its giant axe whipping up a gale. Right behind it, a golden slime general popped into existence, its gelatinous body thudding against the ground. Minotaur Lord, give the slime general the divine bull barrier, Lin Mo ordered. A pale gold shield snapped around the slime, shooting its physical stats up to 22,800. 2 more summons? Did he already complete his second job change? Impossible, Hua muttered, clutching her head. He's only level 21. How can he have 3 summons at once? The towering Minotaur Lord roared and planted itself in the gateway, its massive frame holding the horde at bay. Slime General, Supreme Expansion, Lin Mo commanded. Golden light boiled and the slime ballooned 100-fold, unleashing a shockwave that nearly knocked everyone off their feet. What kind of skill is that? Zhou Bing and Qilong stumbled back a few steps. The swollen slime blocked the narrow valley completely, forcing the monster army to claw madly at the Minotaur Lord. Even its incredible endurance would only buy a short window, but that was enough. Fall back, Lin Mo shouted. The Minotaur Lord sprang backward, trading places with the slime. The entrance lay wide open, and 1,000 monsters surged in like a flood. Now, Lin Mo's lips curved into a ghostly smile. Leap strike critical. The giant slime general vaulted into the air, its immense golden body compressing into a blazing sphere before crashing down in an arc that blotted out the sky. Boom. The impact thundered across the battlefield, hurling dust and debris in every direction. With a 200-fold strength multiplier and 5,700 base strength, the final blow dealt 1,140,000 damage, enough to erase every monster on the ground in an instant. Those unlucky enough to dodge the direct hit were still pulverized by the shockwave, their fragments swept skyward before they even had time to fall. A sand-laden gale slammed into the party. Bing threw up an arm and shouted above the roar, that impact's insane. Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is ridiculously strong. Zhou Bing and Qilong staggered over through the wind, hair whipping everywhere, but still grinning like fools. My dad's awesome. Ha. The 4 of them laughed themselves silly and then turned in unison to stare at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, meanwhile, was completely relaxed. Had ordered the Minotaur Warlord to hold the front line and was now squatting in the back, playing do diju with 2 goblin warriors. Landlord's mine, one goblin blurted, waving its cards. Smack. Lin Mo slapped the creature on the head. Trying to steal my role? Not a chance. The goblin shrank back, picking at its fingers miserably. Lin Mo gathered up the remaining cards, glanced at his hand, and frowned. You know what? Fine, you be the landlord. From behind the swirling dust, Zhou Bing rubbed his chin. Looks like Dad's hand wasn't that good. Hua and Bing gaped at the scene. Seriously? You're focused on his cards? He's playing do diju in the realm of illusion. That's what's crazy here. The shockwave raged for a full 10 minutes before dying down. Thanks to a mix of threats and bribes, Lin Mo dragged the card game out to the very end, ultimately winning. Of course, and the 2 crestfallen goblins scurried back into formation. Divine rank expansion plus leap strike critical area damage is off the charts, Lin Mo mused. To maximize it, the monsters had to be bunched together. If the slime general's stats were higher and he layered meteor convergence on top, the power would multiply again. While he brainstormed, a torrent of notifications flooded in 5 million XP, instantly credited. All 5 players glowed white, leveling from 21 to 22. Lin Mo rose to 22 as well, with plenty of surplus experience. After tanking 3 full monster waves, everyone but Lin Mo was still shaking off the adrenaline. They had barely opened their status panels when another prompt popped up. Congratulations to Lin Mo by Bing Bing, Hua Hua, Zhou Bing, and Qi Long for clearing the Nightmare level Icefire Rift. Bonus XP, 2 million. Warm white light swept over them again, their experience bars rocketing upward. Grinding with Lin Mo is the best, someone exhaled. So what's next? All eyes turned to Lin Mo, unquestioned anchor of the team. Lin Mo was still puzzled how could the realm of illusion not have a dungeon boss. Even so, he quickly realized the monsters were strong enough to scare off most players, and he relaxed. He still had one key goal, find an incubation stone. The Icefire Rift granted experience, but dropped no materials, so the stone had to come from a dedicated materials dungeon. There's still time. I want to hit a materials run, he said. Everyone nodded. Without Lin Mo, they might manage one dungeon a day. With him their efficiency had doubled, and they still had more than 10 hours left. Let's go, said the captain, Hua Hua, and they exited the experience dungeon. Dungeon exit. And Exile and Xiong Chuang were already impatient. With no one emerging, they muttered. Think they died in there? Should we leave? We're wasting time here. Xiong Chuang shook his head. Wait a little longer. No sooner had he spoken than 5 familiar figures appeared. The two of them broke into mocking grins. Huh, only 2 hours and you bailed? Told you with that head count, nightmare's impossible. They exchanged a glance, stepped forward, and whispered. Tell you what, no hard feelings. Let's team up for a materials run, okay? Their yammering buzzed around the party like flies, and no one reacted. Hua Hua glanced back, frowning. Persistent, aren't they? Bai Bingbing took her hand and followed Lin Mo without looking back. Seeing the indifference, Xiong Chuang grew anxious. Hey, you're really going to waste an entry ticket? Lin Mo stopped at the teleport console and turned to Hua Hua. You're the captain. Pick the next dungeon. Spider Cavern for mats, she said. Spider Cavern? Xiong Chuang and an Exile sighed in relief, thumping their chests and laughing. Now that's more like it. With us on board, even after losing 2 hours we can still farm a full round. Come on, Hua Hua at us. Hua Hua gave a frosty laugh. At you? Yeah. They nodded eagerly. Keep dreaming, she said, glaring. Xiong Chuang snapped. If you want at us, why pick a materials dungeon? Plan to run it yourselves? What else? Hua Hua shot back. If you couldn't handle an experience run, what makes you think you can handle materials? Who says we couldn't? Before he could finish, Hua Hua confirmed the instance. 5 beams of light wrapped around Lin Mo's party, and they vanished. Xiong Chuang and an Exile were left staring at each other. They instinctively opened the dungeon settings nightmare again. An Exile frantically tapped through the interface, pointed at the latest clear record, and stammered, Xiong Chuang. Look. Xiong Chuang leaned in. Icefire Rift Nightmare. Clear team. Lin Mo by Bing Bing. Hua Hua, Zhou Bing, Qi Long. Time, 2 hours 12 minutes. A buzz filled their heads. What the hell just happened? So they cleared the XP dungeon and then went straight into a materials run? An Exile nodded blankly. Looks like the Nightmare Spider Cavern. Dusk hung low in the sky. 2 torches sputtered on the jagged outer wall of the deep cavern. Everything beyond the entrance was swallowed by darkness. I'm terrified of spiders. Bai Bingbing hid behind Hua Hua. Hua Hua patted her chest. Duane, don't worry, I've got you. Zhou Bing and Qi Long, both big guys, shrank behind them as well. Lin Mo hated spiders too, but he forced himself forward. He plucked the 2 torches from the wall, keeping one and tossing the other to Zhou Bing and Qi Long at the rear. Hua Hua and Bai Bingbing stayed in the middle. Torchlight pushed the gloom back, but a damp, clammy chill leaked from the stone. A gray spider suddenly skittered across the floor, scrambling away from the light. Lin Mo instantly inspected it. Nightmare Spider Cavern, Juvenile Spider. Level 20. STR 3000, Int 2000, AGI 3000, Con 2000. Skill, Web Shot Spit Silk that lowers a target's agility by 10. With stats that low, it posed no threat. Even so, Lin Mo summoned the Slime General. The massive creature filled the tunnel in an instant. It's cramped, but bear with it, Lin Mo muttered. The Slime General oozed forward, casually spearing several juvenile spiders. You have slain Nightmare Spider Cavern Juvenile Spider. Loot, Fine Spider Silk 10 crafting material. Whoa, it really is a materials dungeon. The party marveled. Even the tiny mobs drop crafting mats. Lin Mo could hardly believe it himself. No wonder everyone wants to farm in the realm of delusions. They pressed deeper until the passage opened into a broad chamber. Suddenly the Slime General halted. The team crowded around Lin Mo in confusion. What's wrong? Why stop? Peering over his shoulder, they all froze. A spider nest? The cavern floor was carpeted with thick, sticky white webbing. Beneath it writhed countless spider eggs. Bai Bingbing screamed. Something's up there. Heads snapped upward, then everyone lurched back in terror. Even Lin Mo felt his skin crawl. Stay behind me, he warned. An enormous black spider crawled across the ceiling, 8 hairy legs splayed wide. Dozens of glossy eyes studded its head. Needle-like mandibles twitched, dripping white viscous fluid. The creature dropped without warning, filling Lin Mo's vision with fur and fangs. He appraised it on reflex. Nightmare Spider Cavern, Adult Spider. Level 23. STR 7000. Int 6000. AGI 7000. Con 7000. Skill. Venomous web shot spit silk that reduces a target's agility by 20 and inflicts 20 corrosive damage over time. The tunnel was so narrow there was barely room to breathe. A massive black-armored spider clung to the rock and lunged straight at Lin Mo. General Slime planted himself in front of his master, but the cramped space left him no room to swing his blade. In the blink of an eye, the spider's razor-sharp forelimbs were about to pierce Lin Mo's chest. Its strength stat was a terrifying 7,000. General Slime's constitution was only 5,700. Even with shared fate active, he could never block that blow. At the last possible second, Lin Mo clenched his brow and forced himself to cast Soul Break. A burst of psychic energy slammed into the spider, not lethal, but enough to stall it for a few seconds. "Move with me," he shouted. The party dashed through the passage and burst into a slightly wider cavern ahead. "Watch your step, don't crush the eggs," Lin Mo warned. Grayish-white sacks the size of soybeans carpeted the floor and would burst at the slightest touch. They picked their way forward. When a piercing screech echoed behind them, the spider had shaken off the stun and was charging again, enraged. A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Divine summon Minotaur Lord. Golden light exploded, and a three-turtle bull forged of molten gold materialized between them and the spider. Boom. The clash shook the chamber as the spider was driven back into the rock wall, scrabbling to steady itself on 8 obsidian legs. It looked up to see the muscle-bound Minotaur pawing the ground, snorting clouds of steam. Infuriated, the spider opened its mandibles wide and spat a torrent of sticky fluid that unfurled into a gigantic web. Lin Mo snapped a command. "Bullish shield." The Minotaur stamped, a layer of golden light coating its body, and the oncoming web dissolved the moment it touched the glow. The spider hurled itself forward again, but still couldn't get close, its composure unraveling fast. "Charge," Lin Mo ordered. With a thunderous bellow, the Minotaur lowered its head and barreled ahead. Its horns hooked the spider, flung it skyward, then smashed it back to the ground. Massive hooves came crashing down again and again. "Momomo. Hey, that's enough. It's dead already." Lin Mo rushed in and pulled the Minotaur back. One more stomp and the spider would be pure paste. Only then did he notice the big bull was trembling. Apparently, it was scared of spiders too. A translucent screen appeared in front of them. Nightmare grade instance. Spider cavern, adult spider defeated. Loot. Viscous web, 20 alchemy material. Loot. Resilient spider leg, 8 crafting material. Just another batch of rare materials. Before anyone could relax, Bai Bingbing shrieked from the far side of the cavern. "Lin Mo, look." He followed her gaze and felt his scalp crawl. The countless spider eggs were trembling, ready to hatch. A quick count put them at over 1,000. Once they broke open, the chamber would be crawling with spiderlings. "Everyone over here," Hua Hua called urgently. "If those eggs hatch, their numbers and speed will wear us down." A team once farmed materials here, woke the nest, and ended up gnawed to the bone. Bai Bingbing tried to stay upbeat. "Come on, sis Hua. With Lin Mo here, those little spiders won't be a problem." Hua Hua managed a wry smile and shook her head. "I know Lin Mo's strong, but the hatchlings are insanely quick, and most skills can't even target them. In a cramped nest like this, the advantage is all theirs." Wawa's remark jolted Lin Mo. She had a point. Brawling inside this narrow spider lair was a nightmare waiting to happen. No matter how powerful his summons were, once they were swarmed by thousands of tiny spiders, they would be stretched thin. Even an elephant thinks twice about a colony of ants. "Lin Mo, what are you thinking?" Bai Bingbing noticed the change in his expression and felt a pang of unease. A faint smile tugged at Lin Mo's lips. "Good reminder, Hua Hua. If fighting inside the cave is a pain, then let's tear it down." The single phrase buzzed through the air and stunned everyone. Hua Hua froze. Bai Bingbing frowned, thinking she'd misheard. Zhou Bing and Qi Long crowded closer. "Dad, you're going to knock down the dungeon's cave?" Lin Mo shrugged. "Why not? No one's tried it in the Mirage realm yet. He'll be the first." Before he finished, the spider eggs around them began to split open. Fuzzy heads poked out one after another. No one asked further questions. They hurried behind Lin Mo. "Stick close to old bull. When the rocks start falling, I won't have time to babysit," he warned. The party nodded quickly. At his signal, the Minotaur chieftain erupted in golden light. Earth shatter. Boom. The shockwave rippled outward, and the entire spider cave buckled as if struck by a giant hammer. Crack. Crash. Boulders rained down. The Minotaur chieftain roared and smashed apart falling rocks. The slime general raised a gleaming shield, deflecting debris for the team. The newborn spiders had no chance to crawl away. Stones slammed down. Splat. Splat. Black ichor spattered and seeped through the rubble. System notification. You have slain newly hatched spiderling. Loot. Common spider silk, 5 crafting material. You have slain newly hatched spiderling. Loot. Common spider silk, 5 crafting material. You have slain newly hatched spiderling. Loot. Viscous spider egg, 1 alchemy material. You have slain newly hatched spiderling. Loot. Viscous spider egg, 1 alchemy material. In less than 10 minutes, the cavern collapsed completely. More than 1,000 spiderlings were buried under the rubble, reduced to pulp. Bingbing and the others were too shaken to speak. When the dust settled, the mound of broken stone shifted. A massive black spider heaved aside the debris. It was the size of a small truck, its 8 thick legs casting a huge shadow across the shattered floor, 2 of them still tangled in half-finished wool. Clearly she'd been knitting winter clothes for her soon-to-hatch brood, useless now that Lin Mo had handled the problem. Boss identified. Lin Mo's gaze locked on. Nightmare-grade spider lair, brood mother. Level, 25. Strength, 9,000. Spirit, 7,000. Agility, 9,000. Constitution, 9,000. Skill 1 hatch. Spawns 1,000 spiderlings every 12 hours. Skill 2 Mother's Fury. When a spiderling is hurt or killed, broodmother gains 5,000 to all attributes. Her stats were monstrous. Zhou Bing and Qi Long clung to each other, trembling. If she triggered her passive, the extra 5,000 points would turn her into a true nightmare. The broodmother stared at the wreckage before her, seething. The matriarch spider snapped its 8 massive legs open in fury. Its instinct to protect its brood erupted as the skill radiance of motherly love ignited, bathing its body in a ghostly violet halo. Strength 14,000, Spirit 12,000, Agility 14,000, Constitution 14,000. Every stat had soared past 10,000. Lin Mo, are any of your summons that strong? Hua stared at the looming shadow, her voice taut. Lin Mo shook his head. No, it was the truth. His mightiest Minotaur Lord barely topped 9,000, and the slime general sat around 5,700. We're done for. Even Lin Mo can't save us now. Hua went pale, then grit her teeth. We can't dump everything on him. If he can't guarantee a win, we all go in together. Right, let's do it. Everyone answered at once. Lin Mo, we've got your back. Hua laid a slender hand on his shoulder. Bingbing pressed close on the other side and nodded silently. Though Zhou Bing and Qi Long trembled, they still stepped to the front. If we win, we party together. If we lose, we suffer together. Let's bring it down, Zhou Bing shouted, summoning his courage. Qi Long drew the long blade from his back. Sis Hua, make sure you heal me later. My life's in your hands. Hua patted her ample chest. Relax, no one's dying on my watch. The slime general jiggled. Papa, it's our turn to protect you. The black-furred matriarch spider lumbered closer, even larger than the Minotaur Lord. Each step made the ground tremble, its oppressive presence crashing over them. As everyone held their breath, Lin Mo set a hand on Qi Long's shoulder and gently eased him back. He'll handle it. Capital Academy, Principal's office. Headmaster, something's wrong. A staffer burst in, panic etched on his face. Zhang Tianyi set down his pipe and adjusted his glasses. What is it? Calm down. Spatial collapse in the Mirage Realm instance. Our teams are trying to lock its exact coordinates. Collapse? Zhang Tianyi's eyes narrowed. Was it sabotage, or those things from hell? Unknown, but the situation is critical. The only ones who can damage the Mirage Realm are those hell creatures. Zhang Tianyi bit down on his pipe and took a deep drag. Smoke curled as sweat beaded on his forehead. Find out now. Summon every elite from the regional instance monitoring bureaus. Understood. Heh, the spider cavern is a whole tier tougher than the Frostfire Rift, Xiong Chuang sneered, arms crossed. Those idiots really lost their minds. I'd love to watch them flail. An Exile planted her hands on her hips and let out a cold laugh. Inside the spider cave instance, the ceiling split apart without warning, and a spinning halo of entwined gold and crimson plunged downward, its blinding light flooding the web-choked cavern. A torrent of scarlet blood followed, water falling to the floor and billowing into a red mist. From the center of that bloody sea strode a crimson gold blood fiend, its body aglow with molten light and wrapped in demonic flames. Roar! The short, ear-shattering bellow knifed through the cave. The broodmother spider jerked violently, the muscles beneath its heavy carapace going rigid. Terror flooded its 8 compound eyes. It had never felt danger this intense. The reason was obvious. The newcomer's stats dwarfed its own. Strength, 18,000. Mind, 16,000. Agility, 15,000. Constitution, 18,000. As a nightmare-grade boss, the broodmother used to force student raiders into hours of miserable combat with nothing but venom and webs. Even a dozen players with healers, tanks, and controllers had to pay in blood to scrape out a victory. Now, it faced a creature that ruled the battlefield like an unchallenged king. Another summon. Bingbing and the others inhaled sharply. Lin Mo had already called forth 4 different battle partners and every one of them was a monster. Unreal. This is nuts. Hua clung to Bingbing's arm, neck straining as she stared at the blood fiend. Bingbing, I finally get why you trust Lin Mo so much. Bingbing's eyes were equally dazed. I never thought he could summon something at this level. Across the entire Capital Academy, even the third years would lose their shine unless those lunatics from Qianlong Academy show up. Before she finished, the blood fiend raised a fist wider than a doorway and casually smashed it into the broodmother's head. Bang! No theatrics, just raw strength and constitution. The spider didn't even react. Its massive skull was driven straight into the ground. 8 legs twitched for a moment. The sheen faded, and life vanished. System message. Boss defeated Nightmare Grade Spider Cave Broodmother Spider. Drops. Hatchling Stone 1. Drops. Perfect Spider Legs 8 Crafting Material. Drops. Perfect Spider Silk 100 Crafting Material. Drops. Perfect Spider Mucus 20 Alchemy Material. Drops. Silver Grade Spider Cave Set 5. Drops. Silver Grade Broodmother's Web Earrings 2 All Stats 800. The Broodmother's corpse burst into a glittering hill of loot, silver and gold flashes blinding the group. That's insane. A full silver set the best gear under level 25, and earrings with 800 to every stat broken. They surged forward, divvying up the spoils with gleeful efficiency. Lin Mo's gaze never left the faintly blue-veined hatchling stone, the real prize of the run. So the Mirage Realm really does have hatchling stones. He smiled, slipped it into his pack, and eyed the silver gear, the perfect feed. Without delay, he opened his summoning panel and hit feed. Summoned creature, legendary slime, general feeding progress, 50, god tier skill research, 80. Summoned creature, legendary Minotaur Lord feeding progress, 30, god tier skill research, 30. Summoned creature, legendary goblin summoner feeding progress, 60, god tier skill research, 100. Summoned creature, legendary ice mage feeding progress, 100, god tier skill research, 55. Summoned creature, legendary infernal flame wolf feeding progress, 100, god tier skill research, 100. Summoned creature, legendary crimson gold blood demon feeding progress, 30, god tier skill research, 30. Inside the pitch-black command hall, streams of golden data merged into a holographic screen. Dozens of progress bars floated in midair, flickering as they updated line by line. Congratulations. God tier skill research for the mighty goblin summoner is complete. God tier skill unlocked. Skill. Summon Goblin Mage 100100 summons a Goblin Mage with 100 of the summoner's base attributes. Lin Mo drew a long breath, his heartbeat syncing with the chime of the system prompts. As the progress bar slammed into its endpoint, he pictured the battlefield in his mind. A single Goblin summoner could unleash waves of Goblin warriors to spearhead the charge, their shields raised high. Behind them, Goblin archers and Goblin mages would blanket the field with arrows and spells. That scale alone could tear through legions and sweep any dungeon clean. The screen trembled again. Congratulations. Feeding progress for the Ice Mage is full. Feeding level, LV.2, LV.3. Summoned creature legendary Ice Mage, feeding level 3. Attributes. Strength, 13,600. Spirit, 18,000. Agility, 13,000. Constitution, 16,000. Skill updates. 1. Frost Freeze. God tier freezes all living targets within 200 meters for 20 seconds, dealing damage equal to 50 of their max health over time. 2. Passive Crystallization. God tier, while the Ice Mage is dormant, all allies within 100 meters crystallize, becoming immune to all damage they cannot attack while crystallized. The Ice Mage had always boasted an impressive growth curve. Now, after another God tier feeding, its stats had skyrocketed. By Lin Mo's estimate, its individual combat power had multiplied several times over. At the bottom of the display, the Infernal Flame Wolf's progress bar was climbing fast. Congratulations. God tier skill research for Infernal Flame Wolf is complete. God tier skill unlocked. Skill. Infernal Flame Anathema. A storm of hellfire rains down over a 100-meter radius for 100 seconds, dealing continuous damage equal to 50 of the wolf's strength to all enemies. A new feeding prompt appeared immediately after. Feeding progress is full. Feeding level, LV.1, LV.2. Summoned creature legendary Infernal Flame Wolf, feeding level 2. Attributes. Strength, 19,000. Spirit, 17,000. Agility, 18,000. Constitution, 22,000. Skill updates. 1. Flameburst Cascade. God tier engulfs enemies within a 100-meter radius in searing fire, disabling all healing effects. 2. Earthrend Eruption. God tier shatters the ground within 200 meters, releasing torrents of molten rock. 3. Passive Fireborn Empowerment. God tier, while in contact with fire, all attributes increase by 300. With plenty of materials still in reserve, Lin Mo knew this beast had only just stepped into truly terrifying territory. Finally, a line of golden text blazed across the screen, its font like surging flames, heralding the climax of the entire upgrade sequence. God tier skill. Infernal Flame Anathema. Fire falls from the heavens, burning all that exists. Area of effect, 100 meters. Duration, 100 seconds. Continuously inflicts damage equal to 50% of the user's strength on all enemy units. All materials will be divided fairly among the team. Bing waited until no one was watching, then quietly slid a few alchemy ingots that gleamed pale gold and several packs of handcrafted gear parts toward Lin Mo. When Hua and the others noticed, they pulled out their own spoils and dumped them in front of him. They all knew Lin Mo had carried the run, and he deserved the lion's share. Lin Mo gazed at the growing pile, said nothing, and simply nodded. Since his teammates understood gratitude, all the effort he spent ferrying them through the dungeon felt worthwhile. During a brief lull, Hua flashed a broad grin. We've still got time. Want to try a dungeon we haven't cleared yet? You mean a merit dungeon? Lin Mo asked. Hua nodded. I heard you get ported straight to the front lines as soon as you enter, and the opponents are monsters from hell. Hellspawn, Lin Mo murmured, as if recalling something. The difficulty's too high. Besides, you need at least private first class to queue for a merit dungeon, and the two of us haven't reported to the front yet. Zhou Bing and Qi Long exchanged helpless looks. Hua sighed in exasperation. You two are always holding us back. She looked up at Lin Mo. How about just the three of us? Lin Mo thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. He had barely finished speaking when a deep voice boomed across the realm of illusion. All students currently running dungeons in the realm of illusion, please exit immediately. The space is undergoing emergency maintenance and will shut down in 3 minutes. What? Something's wrong with the realm of illusion? Everyone stared at one another. This was almost unheard of. Rest assured, your entry fees will be fully refunded, the system added. Wow, that's a silver lining. Who knows, a blessing in disguise. The crowd buzzed, although the forced shutdown also meant their third planned run was out the window. A flash of light whisked Lin Mo's group out of the instance. On the other side, Xiong Chuang and an Exile saw them emerge unscathed and stormed off in frustration. Damn it, lucky bastards maintenance saved their hides. The teleport platform was already packed with students. I was almost done with an elite run to only a sliver of XP. Maintenance out of nowhere. That's so unfair. Rumor has it hell is behind this. Our people will never coexist with hell. Give me a break. Learn how to clear dungeon mobs first. The guys at the front say hellspawn are way tougher someone like you would get steamrolled. Bai Bingbing glanced back at Lin Mo and shrugged. Guess that's it for today. Those hell monsters really know how to spoil the fun. Lin Mo nodded. Don't forget the freshman welcome party tonight, Bai Bingbing said with a wink. Got it, Lin Mo answered evenly. Bai Bingbing looked a little disappointed by his lukewarm response, but before she could say more, Hua dragged her away. Zhou Bing and Qi Long waved with a grin. We're heading out first. Back in his single dorm, Lin Mo placed the incubation stone and the five-tailed kitsune boss crystal on the desk, watching their lights ripple across each other. He wondered silently, what kind of creature will hatch from this? The lights were blazing in the headmaster's office at the Kyoto Academy, where elite agents from dungeon monitoring bureaus across China had assembled. Bai Tianming from the North River City branch was among them. They gathered around a large screen, examining the signs of damage to the realm of illusion. It was definitely those hell fiends. Exactly. I'm not so sure. If Hellspawn were involved, why leave no trace? Did they really go to all this trouble just to collapse the spider cavern? Who else would bother sabotaging us if not hell? The room erupted in arguments. Zhang Tianyi raised a hand to his ear and shouted, enough. You're here to investigate, not to squabble. Just then, Bai Tianming pinched the bridge of his nose, his brows knotted. I think it was human sabotage. Every eye in the hall turned to Bai Tianming. Buddy, who are you with? What makes you think this mess was man-made? Someone in the front row scoffed. Bai Tianming didn't bother to explain. He simply pointed at the surveillance feed hovering before the teleportation array. Right here. Following his gesture, everyone looked at the screen, where 7 students stood shoulder to shoulder. So you're saying those 7 punks collapsed the dungeon? Huh. Laughter exploded around him. Zhang Tianyi took a long drag on his pipe and fixed Bai Tianming with a cold stare. Stop guessing at random. But Bai Tianming remained calm. He had recognized Lin Mo among the 7, and beside Lin Mo stood his daughter Bai Bingbing. He had to hear the story from her own lips. Hours later, after a drawn-out debate and an on-site inspection of the realm of delusion, the verdict was unanimous. The spider cavern had almost certainly been destroyed by human hands. The culprit needed only a second to bring the entire cave down, someone said, slapping the report onto the table. Rubbing his temples, Zhang Tianyi muttered, that kind of power takes at least a Tier 3 evolver. Why would a Tier 3 waste time in the realm of delusion? A director from the Instance Monitoring Bureau chuckled. Maybe some bored powerhouse played a prank on us. Zhang Tianyi thought it over. Since no wider damage was done, the realm probably wasn't the target. If it really was a Tier 3 who prefers to stay hidden, digging deeper will only stir up trouble. For now, stay at Capital Academy and handle follow-up monitoring. Don't worry, the Academy will keep paying you. The crowd exchanged glances and nodded. Capital Academy is the cradle of talent, someone answered loudly. For Waxia's future, what help even without pay? Zhang Tianyi smiled in gratitude. The freshman welcome party starts in half an hour. Drop by if you're interested. Preoccupied, Bai Tianming left without further comment. After calling Bai Bingbing, he headed toward the dormitory block. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already reached the hill behind the academy. The sun slipped behind the ridge, surrendering the sky to night. Neon lights burst to life in the plaza, where freshmen and seniors packed every corner, laughter rolling like waves. Lin Mo disliked crowds. He settled beneath an ancient locust tree and sat cross-legged. From his storage ring, he produced the five-tailed fox crystal and whispered, "Select, hatch." The hatch stone caught the crystal's energy signature and flared in blinding white light. Within seconds the stone was gone, replaced by a pale blue screen hovering before him. Tracing Fox Crystal Progress, 10 Progress 20. Lin Mo closed his eyes and waited, occasionally glancing at the sea of lights in the distance. At that moment the welcome party officially began. In the bustling crowd, Bai Bingbing searched desperately for Lin Mo, but he was nowhere to be seen. She flung her hands in frustration. Humph, that guy promised he'd show up. Beside her, Bai Tianming frowned at the outburst and lowered his voice. Did you just say you really entered the illusory realm, and Lin Mo collapsed the spider cave? He had only just met up with his daughter Bai Bingbing in the station lounge, and his first question had been about that dangerous secret realm. Her confirmation was no surprise, yet Lin Mo's audacity still left him quietly amazed. Bai Bingbing, however, cared nothing for her father's feelings. She scanned the crowd people streamed past, but there was no sign of Lin Mo. At last she slumped onto a corner bench, elbows on her knees, gloom written all over her face. Helpless, Bai Tianming sat beside her and asked gently, "Bingbing, what do you really think of Lin Mo?" "Dad, did I do something wrong? Is that why he's ignoring me?" She muttered, lips pouting. "What are you talking about?" Bai Tianming felt awkward. His questions had been pointless. His daughter's mind was completely on Lin Mo. He hurried to reassure her. "Of course not. He's probably tied up with something important and will be here soon. I've dealt with him before. He's not the type to break a promise." Her gloom vanished at once, her eyes shining. "Dad, you think Lin Mo's great too, right? I knew it. Something big must have delayed him." Bai Tianming shook his head in silence. "Silly girl, you really know how to comfort yourself." Meanwhile, on the far side of campus, another girl was also tracking Lin Mo's whereabouts. In Mimi. The moment freshman registration ended, she threw herself into setting up her dorm. At Capital University, every meal, bed, and bus ride cost credits, so she had chosen a 4-person room to save some. All day she and her roommates hung posters, strung fairy lights, and made supply runs to the campus mall. Within hours they were thick as thieves. "Mimi, I heard a bunch of gorgeous senior brothers are coming tonight, and none of them have girlfriends," Li Rose said, poking her head around the door with a ribbon in hand. Zhen Mimi gave a wry smile, still fiddling with a bedside charm. "I'm not in the mood for dating. I just want to grind dungeons and level up." The other two roommates exchanged glances and forced a grin. "Really? Still, think it over. After tonight the chance is gone. The Mixer is the best place to meet top-tier seniors. Some of them are about to get into Qianlong Academy. You know how strong Qianlong is. Anyone who makes it in is almost guaranteed to become a star-rank marshal." Their words hardly stirred Zhen Mimi. In her heart, she already admired someone far more than any so-called Qianlong genius. At first had been a thorn in her side, then they became rivals, and now he was the person she respected most. "Oh right, Mimi," when Xiaoyan suddenly asked, "I heard Beijiang City produced the national top scorer. Is that true?" Zhen Mimi snapped out of her daydream. "Huh. Oh yeah, it's true." The other two instantly leaned in, eager for gossip. "What's his name?" "Lin Mo," she answered softly. When Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. "So it really is him. I heard he's an amazing summoner. If the seniors don't work out, he's not a bad option." The comment turned Zhen Mimi's cheeks bright red. She waved her hands, stammering, "He's nothing special. The seniors are better." She blurted the words in a rush. When Xiaoyan frowned and thought it over. In truth, the higher a summoner's level, the more useless the class seemed to become. How could we ever compare with senior brother? "Don't say that. I heard senior brother Ning Hu, who's about to be chosen for Hidden Dragon Academy, is a top-tier summoner. Word is his family's loaded, and every one of his summons has a handcrafted set of gear that's almost platinum grade. Wow, tall, rich, and handsome. I'm totally smitten." The nearby girls chattered away, pink hearts practically floating in their eyes as they pictured Ning Hu. Zhen Mimi felt her scalp tingle. She was completely at a loss for words. Just then the lights in the auditorium converged on the stage, the curtain drew back, and 3 second-year students, 2 boys, and a girl strode out from the wings. Their steps were perfectly in sync, yet each had a distinct style. On the left, a boy with light brown curls swung a gleaming metal spear, its tip flashing under the lights. A round shield etched with bold runes covered his left arm. His deep voice boomed, "Welcome, freshman. I am Tai Haixing, second year, level 25. After my second advancement, I became the legendary class Iron Valiant. I'm about to join Hidden Dragon Academy." Whoa! Gasps rippled through the crowd. Anyone accepted by Hidden Dragon Academy was already among the elite of the Imperial Capital Academy. In the center, a girl in a form-fitting gold gauze dress with a waist you could almost encircle with one hand rose lightly on her toes. She twirled a ruby staff and introduced herself in a sweet voice. "I'm Lu Chuxian, second year, level 25. My second advancement made me the legendary class Dawn Shepherd. He'll be joining Hidden Dragon Academy as well. Wu Xini, your sister is gorgeous." Applause and whistles merged into a single roar, and Lu Chuxian's cheeks turned pink in the heat of the moment. Last came a youth in an expensive white casual suit. Tall and lean with phoenix-shaped eyes, he radiated effortless charisma. His lips curled slightly. Ning Hu, second year, level 25. Second advancement legendary class Beast King Summoner. Soon to shine as a new star of Hidden Dragon Academy. Thunderous applause swept the hall. Many of the girls jumped to their feet, screaming themselves hoarse. Ning Hu wasn't just handsome. He was also the young heir of the prestigious Ning clan, the very definition of tall, rich, and handsome. In the front row, Principal Zhang Tianyi leaned back in his seat and nodded in satisfaction. Anyone who made it into Hidden Dragon was the cream of the crop. A teacher beside him whispered, "Principal Zhang, this Beast King Summoner looks promising." "Indeed, the young master of the Ning clan," Zhang Tianyi replied, stroking his chin. "Among summoners, the Beast King branch is the pinnacle." After his second advancement, his combat power skyrocketed. With his current strength, he might even go toe-to-toe with Meng Junqian. Meng Junqian, last year's provincial top scorer from Beijiang City? Zhang Tianyi nodded. Remarkably gifted. He made Hidden Dragon in his first year. Beijiang keeps churning out prodigies. This year's national top scorer is from there too. He smiled. But grades aren't the only measure of future success. Ning Hu is proof of that. Nothing special after his first advancement, yet he soared after the second. Who says summoners are weak? The Ning clan's heir is the best rebuttal. On stage, Ning Hu basked in the adoration, a smug smile playing on his lips. Suddenly Principal Zhang called out, "Ning Hu, show everyone your summons." Ning Hu blinked, then nodded confidently. Stepping to center stage, he drew every spotlight to himself. Beast King Summon. Clamping his left hand over his right wrist, he thrust his right palm toward the ceiling. A pillar of violet light shot upward, draping the hall in crackling purple arcs. A heartbeat later, two massive beasts slammed onto the stage, nearly filling every inch of space. Tai Haixing and Lu Chuxian quickly retreated down the steps. The creatures were upright striped tigers with shoulders wider than a grown man's chest, muscles knotted beneath their fur. Most striking of all were their matching violet custom-made armor sets, complete with studs and mystic patterns that caught the light with a metallic, otherworldly sheen. Now that's what a summon should look like. The audience erupted in cheers. Principal Zhang walked slowly onto the stage. "Freshman." His steady voice, carried by a crystal amplifier, filled the square as he surveyed the crowd. "Among you are summoners, mages, and warriors. Earning a place at the Capital Academy makes you the pride of your cities, but cultivation is like rowing upstream. Only relentless effort leads to true strength. In Huaxia, nothing is impossible." With that, Zhang Tianyi patted the shoulder of the student beside him. Take Ning Hu, for example. Through sheer hard work, he has shown that even a summoner can dazzle. A murmur rose from below the stage. "Umph, he only shines because his family's loaded." Someone else whispered, "I heard this year's national top scorer is also a summoner. I wonder whose creature is stronger." The words reached Ning Hu. He stepped out of line, eyes blazing. "Good. Who's the top scorer? I'd love a match." At a flicker of thought, two massive tiger beasts thudded to the ground behind him. Their heavy paws cracked the flagstones as they took up positions like personal bodyguards. "Awesome," someone breathed. Bai Bingbing stuck out her tongue. Compared with Lin Mo's companions, those tigers are just kittens. Because she was close to the stage and spoke loudly, Ning Hu heard every word. His gaze shot over like an arrow. "Lin Mo again? Who's Lin Mo? Tell him to show himself. They'll strip my tiger's gear off and still beat him." Bai Bingbing forced a smile. "He's not here. Even if he were, he might not want to fight you." Ning Hu's anger flared. He laughed coldly. "A freshman who skips the welcome ceremony, what nerve? Rules mean nothing to this year's lot." Students around them began to jeer. "I bet Lin Mo's afraid to fight." "Isn't Lin Mo the national top scorer?" someone asked. "Yeah, both are summoners. Would love to see who's stronger." Ning Hu lifted his chin, certain of victory. Nearby, Principal Zhang watched without comment. Young people needed a little fire. They'd be on the battlefield soon enough, and he had no wish to smother their spirit. If Lin Mo turned up, he was ready to turn the welcome stage into an arena. Lin Mo, get out here, coward." Shouts rolled across the square, heating the air. Several dungeon monitors at the edge of the crowd exchanged wry smiles. Principal Zhang returned to his seat and chatted with them. "Principal Zhang, the kids are getting pretty rowdy. You're fine with it?" Zhang Tianyi chuckled. "As long as they don't break school rules, let them. Official duels are encouraged. Capital Academy has always welcomed them. Truly worthy of the nation's top academy," the monitors said, giving him a thumbs up. "I wonder if that Lin Mo kid will show." Everyone's waiting. Below the stage, Bai Bingbing clutched her father's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Dad, they're going too far. One careless remark from me, and now Lin Mo's in trouble. If he shows up and sees this, he'll kill me." Bai Tianming shrugged. "Let things take their course." At that moment, behind the Capital Academy, progress, 100 incubation complete. Obtained, ancient divine beast, nine-tailed fox crystal buzz. Lin Mo's mind went blank, a sharp ringing filling his ears. The crystal in his palm radiated a feverish warmth, as if it could ignite his very blood. "I should have guessed it. Five-tailed and nine-tailed foxes must be connected," he muttered in disbelief. This was an ancient divine beast. Tales of it had spread worldwide long before the game world merged with reality. Summon it now. Lin Mo could hardly wait to see how absurdly powerful this creature was. Next step, divine summon. Boom. A pillar of golden light roared into the sky, tearing the night apart. The entire mountainside was bathed in blinding gold. 9 shimmering tails appeared one after another above the clouds, and a golden white 9-tailed fox strode out from the blue-green peaks. Behind it hung a sinking sun, while the surrounding mountains were encircled by a boundless sea. In a blink, the vision shattered into a shower of golden rain. The colossal fox landed before Lin Mo, its radiant body blotting out the stars. Its 9 tails lashed wildly, whipping up howling gales. Everyone in the plaza was drawn to the spectacle. Look, moments ago the crowd had been clamoring for Lin Mo to show himself. Now they stood frozen. Zhang Tiany's pupils shrank. That's the 9-tailed fox, an ancient divine beast. Buzz. The monitoring staff sucked in a collective breath. How did that thing appear on the mountain? Is this hell's doing? While the others stared in shock, Lin Mo hurriedly opened the status panel. Legendary gold 9-tailed fox. Strength, 28,000. Spirit, 28,000. Agility, 28,000. Endurance, 28,000. Skill, divine allure now god tier. Controls all enemy units within 50 meters. Skill, rebirth now god tier. Each resurrection boosts all 4 attributes by 200. Remaining, 9. God tier skills. Lin Mo was stunned. Divine allure could instantly convert every enemy within 50 meters and area-wide borrowed arrows trick. Rebirth was even crazier, 9 lives, and each time it came back twice as strong. Exactly what you'd expect from a god-level summon. Barely containing his excitement, Lin Mo dismissed the fox at once. With that light show, people will be here any second. Time to bail. He turned and sprinted down the mountain. The instant the fox vanished, Zhang Tiany and the others realized something was off. That was someone's summon. Only a summoned creature can be recalled at will. A summon? Everyone stood rooted to the spot. What kind of summoner can call a 9-tailed fox? Search the mountain and pull every camera feed from the area. The commotion made them forget all about the duel they demanded between Lin Mo and Ning Hu. Everyone rushed toward the back mountain, eager to watch the spectacle. Along the way, conversations buzzed nonstop. Compared with that 9-tailed fox, Ning Hu's summon was nothing. Exactly. Back at the arena, the crowd had already dispersed. Ning Hu stared at the empty stands, his face dark, knuckles white as he clenched his fists. I barely finished showing off, and someone already outshone me. Damn it. On the narrow path up the mountain, Bai Bingbing tugged at Bai Tianming's sleeve and whispered, Dad, do you think the 9-tailed fox was Lin Mo's summon? Bai Tianming paused, thought for a moment, then shook his head. A fox that powerful? Lin Mo shouldn't be able to control it, he said, though doubt lingered in his voice. They soon reached the rear slope, where twisted scorch marks scarred the rocks and grass. Zhang Tiany crouched, letting his fingers brush a dusting of shimmering blue particles. His frown deepened. There's definitely residual summoner energy here. Headmaster Zhang, this energy is identical to what we saw in the realm of illusion. Someone reminded him. What? Zhang Tiany jerked his head up. Find out who did this now. In a corner, Bai Tianming and his daughter exchanged a glance. The answer was obvious. Stroking his chin, Bai Tianming muttered, equal parts amazed and resigned. So it really was Lin Mo. Bai Bingbing's eyes sparkled. I knew it. Shoo. Not a word of this can get out or Lin Mo will be in trouble, Bai Tianming warned quietly. He'll placate Headmaster Zhang. We have to protect him. Got it. Bai Bingbing nodded vigorously. He took out his communicator. General Sumo, there's something I need to discuss with you. He ended the call, looking grave. In the headmaster's office, General Sumo appeared without warning, dressed in his white uniform. General. Zhang Tiany bowed hastily. Sumo waved it off. I'm only the honorary headmaster here. On paper, we're peers. Zhang Tiany shook his head humbly. Your military record is legendary, sir. How could I compare? What brings you here today? Sumo stood with his back to the window for a long moment, then turned around. Drop the investigation into the 9-tailed fox in the realm of illusion. Let it end here. What? Zhang Tiany froze. It was the work of a friend of mine. He means no harm, Sumo added. Zhang Tiany considered, then nodded. Understood. If that's your request, I'll oblige. Thank you. Sumo offered the brief reply and left. Elsewhere, as the crowd dispersed, Lin Mo left the mountain and headed straight for the Academy archives in the capital. He wanted information about the war 10 years ago. At the entrance, a guard barred his way. Student, this is a restricted area. No trespassing. Lin Mo stopped and looked up. What do I need to enter? The guard sized him up, annoyed. You're a freshman, right? Freshmen don't have rank. No rank, no entry. And if I do have a rank? Lin Mo asked with a small smile. You? The guard snorted. Not a chance. Without another word, Lin Mo flipped his wrist, revealing a shoulder patch, a gold stripe inset with a ruby the insignia of a second lieutenant. Secretary second lieutenant? The guard snapped to attention. A payment of 1,000 credits grants access to all documents on the first and second floors, sir. Only up to the second floor? Lin Mo exhaled lightly. The archive had 5 levels, each more classified than the last. Even a second lieutenant was limited to the second floor. He wondered if the records on the war would be enough. He transferred the 1,000 credits and walked into the archive. The 2-story archive held well over 100,000 volumes. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed so densely they resembled a gray-brown city wall. A brief catalog label on the end of each row summarized its contents, so no one had to search blindly. Lin Mo walked the aisle in a slow circle before stopping in front of one shelf. Its label read, New World Era Year 6875 Emergency Missions. Year 6875, exactly 10 years ago. His pulse quickened. He pulled out the matching file and flipped through it. The file reported an unprecedented catastrophe that had struck Huaxia a decade earlier. Devils from the underworld, beasts from hidden realms, and hostile nations attacking all at once. With the country besieged, every third year and graduate combatant from the Capital Academy was drafted and rushed to the front. Yet the document omitted the battle's coordinates and the full roster of those deployed. If it's not on the first floor, it has to be on the second. Lin Mo shut the book and quickened his pace upstairs. Sure enough, the corresponding volume contained the list of participants. Scanning down to Qianlong Academy alumni, he found his parents' names in bold print. Qianlong Academy. Lin Mo clenched his fists, a surge of pride rising in his chest. It was the highest honor most people could imagine. After carefully reshelving the file, his eyes hardened. To uncover the truth, he had to earn higher rank. If he could enter Qianlong Academy himself, the archives there might open to him. Decision made, he swore silently. Wait for me, Qianlong Academy. Night had fallen by the time he reached the single-occupancy dorms. A slim figure darted out of the shrubbery with a rustle. Bai Bingbing appeared, a mischievous smile on her lips, and Lin Mo's back instinctively tensed. I had something to do, so I missed the party, he blurted. She wasn't the least bit annoyed. Instead, she tapped his shoulder and giggled. I know why. And don't worry, you'll keep your secret. What do you know? His heart skipped. She pointed to his palm. Your summon creature. Clearly, she meant the 9-tailed fox. Thanks for keeping quiet, he said with a wry smile. How will you thank me? Bai Bingbing clasped her hands behind her, rose on tiptoe, and leaned in. Her warm breath brushed his face, and heat flushed through him. Dinner? He offered. She shook her head, swaying just enough to make him lose focus. Kiss me, she teased, inching closer as if testing his limits. Lin Mo's fists tightened, while a dozen scenarios raced through his mind. At last, he moved. Bai Bingbing's heart pounded, but only a breeze slid past her. Lin Mo stepped around and waved goodbye. Dinner it is. Women slow my draw. Lin Mo, you stick, she shouted, stamping her foot, cheeks aflame. Suddenly, he turned back. Bai Bingbing's heart soared, her shy facade snapping into place. Changed your mind? He scratched his head, sheepish. How do you apply to Qianlong Academy? Huh. She froze for a full second. After letting out a long sigh, the instructor said, First, you need to reach level 25 and complete your second-class advancement. Your rank can't be lower than private third class. Finally, finish the Hidden Dragon quest only, then can you apply. Lin Mo gave a small nod, a polite smile on his lips. Thank you. With that, he turned smartly and left. Bai Bingbing watched him go and called out. So you're aiming for Hidden Dragon Academy? Lin Mo stopped and nodded. Then I'm going to and I'll pass before you do. He chuckled, waved casually, and walked away. The next day, the Mirage Domain was still under repair, so Lin Mo headed to the Tower of Trials. It was the university's main gathering spot. The plaza in front of the tower buzzed with voices as freshmen and upper-class students clustered in small groups, trading strategies. First year, huh? What level are you? An upperclassman asked a newcomer. 19. Run the Nightfall instance on Abyss difficulty. It's open from level 18 to 22, the senior explained, gesturing. Before you enter, use your points to buy health potions and anti-corrosion serum. The monsters inside inflict constant corruption. Thanks, senior. Hey, race my points card. With so many instances in the tower, rookies often took the long way around. Upperclassmen therefore set up stalls inside, selling guidance for points. Everyone benefited. Lin Mo scanned the crowd, but didn't see Bai Bingbing or any other familiar faces. They were still a level short of their second advancement, and were probably off on a quest. Need a walkthrough? Only 100 points. Hey, classmate, want some help? Just 100 points. The slightly anxious pitches came from a tall girl in a cheap black checkered dress. She kept introducing herself to passing freshmen, but few stopped. Compared with seniors in gleaming silver or even gold gear, her outfit looked plain. 100 points? That price suited Lin Mo perfectly. He walked up to her. Hello. The girl pointed to herself, surprised. Me? Lin Mo nodded and handed over his cadet card. Here are 100 points. ID like your guidance. She froze for a moment. Then, unable to hide her excitement, wiped the dust from her palms with a handkerchief and swiped the card. Thank you. I'm sure you just call me Xiaoya. Lin Mo nodded again, saying nothing. An awkward silence followed. Steadying her nerves, Shuya asked. Are you looking to farm experience or rare materials? Lin Mo frowned slightly. Don't all instances give both? Each one leans either toward experience or loot, she explained patiently. There's a big difference. I want both, Lin Mo replied. He didn't like multiple choice questions. Shuya blinked, but kept her professional smile. Then what level are you now? 22. Weightier and upperclassman? Freshman, he said. Shuya looked even more astonished. Because first-year freshmen rarely reached level 20, most hovered between 16 and 20. Anyone hoping to grab all the level 22 rewards had to grind the massive 20 to 25 player raid, City of the Demon Kingdom. The instance could hold 10 to 50 players, pumped out piles of XP, and showered teams with materials. Let's start with a normal run and get familiar with the squad and the mechanics, Shuya suggested. Lin Mo nodded. Thanks. Don't mention it. You're the one paying the points. I'm just following the rules, she said with a light laugh. Without further small talk, Lin Mo stepped into the Tower of Instances. Shuya watched him disappear and gave a wry smile. What a strange freshman. Instance selected, City of the Demon Kingdom. Different difficulties cost different amounts of points. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo swiped his card for a full 500 points and felt the sting immediately. A flash of white light later, he stood on a broad teleportation plaza. A milky barrier formed a boundary, and a towering black gate loomed ahead. The square was packed with players recruiting teams. Need 2 for normal. Elite run wants 3 warriors, 5 mages. Shouts overlapped, almost drowning out the clatter of footsteps. Suddenly a man in white appeared, and the crowd fell briefly silent. Ning Hu, trailed by 2 high-level, second-class players. He's running this place too? Void Realms closed. Everyone's come to the tower. Makes sense. One of Ning Hu's henchmen yelled, recruiting now about a dozen slots left. He's level 25, second class, and still farming Demon Kingdom? Only 1,000 points each. The henchman bellowed. We're going Abyss difficulty, double XP, and loot. Limited spots, first come, first served. The crowd got the picture. They were power-boosting newbies for points. 1,000 points for an Abyss run sounded like a steal. I'm in. Count me in. New players lined up, handing over their cards. Ning Hu swiped them one by one, points flooding in. Form a line. Quit shoving. He barked, irritation written all over his face. No one dared retort. He was a rising star at Xianlong Academy. As Lin Mo walked past, the henchman snapped. Hey, freshman, right? And jabbed a finger into Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. Move your finger. The henchman sneered. Who do you think you are? He'll point a eye. He never finished. Lin Mo stepped forward, an icy pressure washing over him. The henchman sucked in a sharp breath. The weight of it made his voice tremble. I was just asking if you were a freshman. He quickly withdrew his finger. So what if I am? Lin Mo said quietly. 1 slot left. 1,000 points to level with our boss. No need. Lin Mo spared him a glance and continued toward the gate. The henchman froze. Ning Hu watched, lips curling in disdain. Freshmen sure are cocky these days. Soloing a meg-instance? Dead man walking. Probably doesn't even know the rules, the henchman muttered. Lin Mo's move drew every eye in the plaza. He's really going to solo Demon Kingdom? Dude, don't. Normal will wipe you. Never mind the tougher modes. Under countless stares, Lin Mo stopped at the entrance. The light curtain descended around him. After a heartbeat, he selected Nightmare difficulty, City of the Demon Kingdom. Black mist surged out, swallowing him whole. In a blink he was gone. Holy crap, he picked Nightmare. Ning Hu snorted. Doesn't know his limits. I bet he's back out in under a minute. Laughter erupted all around. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.